of vaccines in 2013?
Well, the article came out first and exposed McChrystal.
The Rolling Stone article. I thought you meant the article on the accident.
If you actually do reading about Tesla, see, that's the thing, Joe. That's why I love history so much, because once you find out that this world is a circle, you can never get lost. Like,
Right.
you can look at certain things and it'll
Patterns.
tell you what's going to happen later, like with amazing accuracy. Like, yeah, like that's how I knew that things like what you showed me with Hastings, that those were real things.
Yeah.
It's not,
They've always been real.
everybody who has ever been killed in one of those ways, there was a financial benefit to it. It was obvious. It was easy. You know where it came from. It's just that they do a good job. But how is that difficult if that's your job? Like, they do this really well. They do it worldwide.
So this guy fucked with the worst person you could fuck with. A high-ranking, beloved general who's in charge of trained killers who love him. And you don't think he could put one of those dudes on you with a coffee meeting? Just have a sit down at Starbucks with no phones on you? And let me explain what's going on.
A shadow government is no more difficult than a government.
Yeah. And so not only that, they don't have to get elected. It's even better. Even nicer. They can stay for a long time. Think about J. Edgar Hoover. How long did that motherfucker stay in power for? He was running the FBI wearing a dress for like 30 years.
Because of what you just discussed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like that's why I can speak with impunity about the Illuminati, because I know who you would have to be in order for what I'm saying to bother you, number one.
Right.
Number two, I know your big secret. I know that you're not the Illuminati. I am. So you can't be illuminated. You're too dark. But the difficulty is getting people to believe something that they don't want to believe. And in each of these cases, this is where the money is. If you're just a capitalist, it is find something, establish a value for it, and make sure that includes your profit, and make sure people really want it.
Right.
It's very fundamental.
Also, if you're running corporations and you're making billions of dollars, you're going to get bored. What's the ultimate game? The ultimate game is to run the whole world. Do you know what the ultimate game is, Kat?
I do.
We have an overpopulation problem, Kat. Yeah, it's an overpopulation problem. Right. And we're gonna be able to mitigate that with vaccines. We're gonna be able to mitigate that with healthcare. Right. We're gonna figure that out. We're gonna get rid of a bunch of people.
We used to be able to do it with neglect, and it was called nature's way.
Right.
You know, like whatever was ailing you, it wasn't ailing everybody in the world. The Chinese didn't have it because they had 6,000 herbs 6,000 years ago and knew what each one did. And,
people are very resistant to that, but they don't realize that almost all pharmaceutical drugs come from plants.
You can't be against the original.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. That's government propaganda working on you. That's like remember when they had Marinol? When they were making weed illegal, and the people were going through cancer, and their doctors had prescribed them weed for chemotherapy, so they gave them Marinol. Do you remember that shit? It's like a synthetic version of weed that's terrible.
But terrible is subjective,
right? To
nothing. So they have this oil-like cannabis that is for people having seizures,
right?
And it's the only thing that will stop a seizure.
Yeah, it's incredible.
It is. But here's the thing. The fact that there is a God is the biggest conversation worldwide. But the truth of the matter is, there is more reason for you to believe there is a God than there is for you to not. Like the way that things interact. Like if we're just talking about marijuana or alcohol or whatever that is, you have to understand that this thing serves no other purpose than to bring pleasure to this small group of beings.
Right.
And the fact that it already was set up to do that, the fact that it was already set up on this planet for there to be medicines for us to find and to utilize. And you see what I'm saying? It's like, it's not like, oh, yeah, so he made a cow. No, to make a cow, it means you had to also have made grass. And it means you would have had to have invented a whole new eating system for this animal, which was cud. And that means you would then have to have given him 3 stomachs to be able to, and you would have to have known that he was going to then emit a gas that was going to be necessary on the planet. Like, like none of these things
fertilizer
are right. The fact that
Seeds.
Everything goes together is how you know.
It's pretty wild. And every time we step in and fuck with it, it goes haywire.
Right.
Every time human beings do it.
Predictably haywire.
Haywire.
Right.
Haywire.
Right. But that's part of the benefits of free will. Is you really can jump into a volcano, dude.
Yeah. Haywire.
You really can.
I mean, think about what we've done to wildlife. The craziest thing in this country, especially right here, is pigs. Bro, wild pigs are everywhere. And there's so many of them. I went to a friend of mine's farm, it's like a ranch, to hunt wild pigs, and you just hear them like Lord of the Rings characters in the bushes. And there's 150 of them near you, 250 of them, thousands on the ranch. They're all over the place, and they have 3 litters a year. And they start having litters when they're 6 months old. They just pump out piglets. Let's go.
You can tell they're not delicious.
They are delicious.
Oh, well, then here we go. Then we don't really have a problem. Then,
right?
Do we?
No, we have a we need to eat pigs problem.
No, we need to be sending this off somewhere to someone who does.
Well, definitely we should. That would be an easy way to solve a lot of hunger problems.
I'm saying we live in a country where we're complaining about food sources.
That's a good point.
These chickens are pecking us to death. They're everywhere. I can't eat and sleep. Yeah, but they're delicious, right?
Yeah. You have more chickens. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we do have an overabundance problem for sure. We really do. But the pig thing is a wild one. It's hard to get them. Like they're very smart and they spread out and there's so fucking many of them. They shoot them with helicopters. They fly over them.
Right.
I've been invited 3 times since I moved here to go shoot pigs out of a helicopter.
But that's part of the reason that you came to Texas.
The freedom, for sure.
Texas is a place of great adventure.
Yeah.
And people who believe in that.
Yeah.
Right? It's really God's country in the right places.
It is in the right places. I think you're going to have annoying people everywhere you go in this world. But in general, I think the people here overall are nicer, they're friendlier, and they're not captured. They're not captured by the ether of Hollywood. They haven't been sucked into the vortex of ideological thinking and just that weirdness of that town. So when you escape that and just be around regular people, you're like, oh, people are all right. I've just been in an insane asylum. You're looking for a girlfriend. Like you have to be in a place where you're around good people, like normal people. That's better for you.
You're not trying to say that people that happen to live there are not nice people.
There's a lot of nice people there. Here's
the thing. Hopefully we can agree that the problem is with extremes.
Yeah.
Extreme anything.
Yeah.
Extreme left is as vicious and as far right.
Yep.
It's, the middleness of it all that makes America great. And Texas has been front and center of that forever.
I think a big part of it, though, is how much does your government control you? Even when things don't even make sense. Like in California, they made flavored vapes illegal. Can you imagine? Like, strawberry mist is our number one
That was
problem.
fine, but they let it also hurt black people in that it counted menthol as a flavor and hurt Newport.
So you can't sell menthol cigarettes in California.
Right. They have their own cigarettes. They have non-menthol Newport. Yeah. It's terrible.
Why do black people like menthol so much? What's that about? It's a totally different type of cigarette.
You're going to get me canceled.
No,
This is very racist, this
Is it?
conversation, even though neither of us are. Go figure.
Just talking about a type of cigarette that people enjoy?
Just saying, why do black people like Newport so much? And a black
cigarettes.
person actually getting ready to answer this. Oh, it's terrible on all ends.
I don't think it is.
Well, I don't think it is either, because we have a new.
It's like if you start asking me about spaghetti, I'm not going to get offended. If you start asking me about Italian food or why are Italian people so loud, I'm not going to get offended.
How many people have ever died of pasta-related illnesses?
A lot.
Joe.
A lot of fatzos out there kicking the bucket, bro.
That's not because of pasta.
That's an overabundance of carbohydrates.
They were going to be fat wherever they lived, sir.
Maybe. That's an overindulgence.
Going to be great bread eaters and
delicious high carbohydrate food. They couldn't stop it. People are addicted to food like they're addicted to anything. If there's a thing that I can ever be addicted to, it's that.
Right. That's all of us, though.
All of us.
And what a blessing.
Yeah. We have so much.
Starving people are addicted to anything, and they don't have food-related illnesses.
Exactly.
But back to where you were.
Yeah.
You were asking me about the menthol cigarettes.
Oh, that's right.
And the answer is,
just a bit of internet entertainment. So yeah, good shit. The one that's still mobile.
We value strength in product.
This is getting sadistic. Little buddy, I
so
feel bad for you. He's down.
There's this whole thing with liquor and malt liquor, and the difference between the two, and one is richer and stronger.
More potent version.
Right. And as a people, we tend to go with those products.
Things are stronger. That makes sense.
Right. Like before things were called concentrate.
Yeah.
That's what we appreciated.
That makes sense.
Concentrate. And the fact that menthol is a natural thing. So,
right.
Anybody who is from the South knows about mint plants and,
And menthol used as a skincare product, like injuries and shit.
Right. Like you appreciate that as a flavor profile.
Right. That makes sense.
The mint julep.
It's just telling people they can't have that anymore. Who the fuck are you? That's my position.
Well, and that's a noble position, and we appreciate the fact that you represent that. But the truth of the matter is not pretty. And the truth of the matter is that most people would like to be controlled more by their government.
Make it easier? Maybe.
Most people are all for government control, as long as they don't have to discuss it.
Yeah, as long as it works in their favor, they'll give up a lot of rights. And then hopefully the next administration that's...
Rights are generally worthless at the time.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of people that if the government can make life easier. A lot of people have it hard, right? So the government comes in and says, I'm going to make it easier for you, but I'm going to need certain requirements of you. I'm going to need you to have a digital ID. That digital ID will be attached to a social credit score. And we're going to give you universal basic income. You no longer have to worry about food or shelter. You'll be taken care of. And now you can pursue your dreams.
Is this the mark of the beast you're speaking of, sir?
I think it is.
Right. That's the whole thing, is it's never been difficult at any point in history. Like we got a dude right now that's telling you front and center that I put a computer in somebody's head, guys.
Right.
Like,
yeah. And everybody's going, yay.
It's the greatest thing in the world, sir.
Yeah.
But we understood this 15, 20, 25 years ago. We understood while watching Tron or while watching Cyborg, we understood that there was just this small line medically that needed to be crossed in order for us to be able to do these things.
Yeah.
Like if you can hook a battery up to an octopus and make it go like this, you're halfway there.
Yeah.
Why? Because this is a machine that we have.
It's a biological machine.
Right. And once you understand it, you understand it.
Yeah. And you can fuck with that machine. You can juice it up. You can fucking get it stronger, get it smarter. You can do a lot of things with that machine.
This is what the Anunnaki said. This is how you know that these are not made up things from people's imagination, because everything is too factual. Like this necklace, right?
Right.
People online were like, yeah, is that Buddhist or that's this or that? It's none of that. Like I just try to find the answers to things. So
Is that a ship wheel?
I designed this because this is that thing that you see that all the Anunnaki guys that look like a wristwatch, and they always have it, and you're always trying to see what that is.
Yeah, what is that?
It is a time, and it's a compass. It's a timekeeping compass.
That's what that is?
Yeah. So that's what made the carrier of great importance, because he was able to do things that were magical in nature, like go somewhere and get right back. Like, you know what I mean?
So, yeah,
like
that thing on the wrist was a compass?
a timekeeping
compass.
Yeah. Right. So you had to believe in things that didn't exist at some point, like magnetics and distance and probabilities and
right.
That's how, like, if you were to read like thousands of books about people that knew a bunch of shit, like you start finding out that it's not really about knowing anything, it's about where to go to get the information. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like when we look at all the ruins all around the world, like we're not seeing ruins of colleges and universities and all of that. We're seeing temples and synagogues and churches, but people don't understand that that's where that information was coming from for that period of time. When we went to these temples, they weren't in there singing and reading from a book. They were in there being taught things that they were able to go put into practice. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like they were being taught art, agriculture. You know what I mean? Like they were being taught.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They had some very bizarre knowledge too. They had a detailed knowledge of cosmology. They had a really detailed knowledge of our solar system.
100% of the writings across the world, whoever said anything about space or the universe or what was out there, why were all of them correct, Joe? It's not even possible. Like, how did they know that Mars was the red planet, and why was it a worldwide fact?
Right.
Planetarily, that Saturn had rings, like based upon what information? Because nobody worldwide is disagreeing. Nobody's like, oh, I thought of this, or it came to me in a dream. Nobody's saying that anywhere in anybody's civilization. Everybody's civilization says this information came from the people that came from it.
Yeah.
Like there are no coincidences.
Well, they know that Mars used to have an atmosphere. Mars used to have an atmosphere, used to have water. Something happened to its environment.
If that's correct, then there's a guy right now saying he's getting ready to put people up there.
Yep. Exactly. Restarted all over again.
50 years ago, there was no water in our whole universe. Let them tell it. Now there's been water almost everywhere. There's water on the moon, for crying out loud.
Are you familiar with the Younger Dryas impact theory? Do you know what that is?
Say what it is.
Younger Dryas impact theory is a theory that Earth goes through a cycle of like comet storms every June and every November. And most of the time, nothing happens. But every now and again, we get hit. We get hit big. And they think we got hit big 11,800 plus years ago. And that had to restart civilization. And that what you're seeing from like Mesopotamia, all these people 6,000 years later, they think that is a rebuilding of civilization that was already like just whispers and stories and tales. And then they rebuilt it again thousands of years later. But if you go back to like 11,800 BC, 11,800 years ago, you're dealing with what we thought were hunter-gatherers, and now we know they weren't. Now we know they built complex stone structures. And the real speculation is they think that the people who built the pyramids built them way earlier than the conventional dating is. They think there's real evidence that shows they're 9,000, 11,000 years old. Easy.
No people built the pyramids.
No people?
No.
Who built them?
No people built the pyramids. And if you look around the world, you see certain telltale things that let you know that advanced machinery was in usage. Look, there this whole thing where slaves are stronger people is a fallacy. We like to believe that slaves are stronger. Slaves are weaker because they don't eat the right food and they live a terrible life. Your slave population is not smarter and better condition unless you're enslaving the Jews.
They stopped thinking that quite a while ago. They think it was actually skilled labor because of the way they were eating. They found what their camps were, where their food was. They ate like very good food. So they think they were actually skilled labor, but also probably forced skilled labor. But that's probably not the people who built it. That's probably the people that were working on it. That's probably the people that worked in the village or in the city. How
many companies have done renovations on the White House? None of them have done enough renovation that they can claim it's their White House. So yes, thousands of years worth of people were there, but that doesn't have anything to do with the building of it.
Who do you think built it?
Well, understand, we know enough now to understand that this was a complex. This was not
right.
We've been led to believe that this is how much they worshipped their dead bodies.
Right.
But the evidence doesn't show any of that.
No, it doesn't.
Like when you see inside, when they have those intricate carvings and paintings and stuff in gold and stuff, you have to remember this is in a windowless room, folks. There's no candle soot. There's no this. It's clearly a power plant and built specifically for that location on this planet. For
what do you think it was powered by?
The hot water springs underneath it.
So it was powered by the hot water springs? And to what end? How do you know all this, first of all? Is this marijuana talk?
I don't think so. This is
where did you read this?
If you follow information about humankind, you find out that in all parts of history, people were coming to this region for their information and their knowledge and their things that were forbidden, and these were not these were the highest of human civilization.
Not even comparable to anyone else.
No.
Nor since. Nor
now
since.
Or yeah.
Nor since.
Right.
The Great Pyramid of Giza is insane.
Right. Like even Tesla says that this is where he came to get the information. But if you follow that information pathway, it leads you to this character called Thoth, right? And the emerald tablets of Thoth are literally mind-changing and mind-blowing, just because you understand when this was written and the terminology being used is
when was it written?
Far too accurate for now. So I'm sure that
here it is. Emerald tablet, also known as the Smaragdine tablet, or the Tabula Smaragdina. Boy, I fucked that up. It's a compact and
Trismegistus.
A cryptic hermetic text. It was highly regarded by Islamic and European alchemists as the foundation of their art. Though attributed to the legendary Hellenistic figure Hermes Trismegistus. How do you say it, bro?
Trismegistus.
Trismegistus. The text of the Emerald Tablet first appears in a number of early medieval Arabic sources the oldest of which dates to the late 8th or early 9th century. It was translated into Latin several times in the 12th and 13th centuries. Numerous interpretations and commentaries followed. So what does it say, though? The Egyptian god Thoth. Okay, it says beginning in the 2nd century BC onwards, Greek texts attributed to Hermes, a syncretic combination of Greek god Hermes and the Egyptian god Thoth, appeared in Greco-Roman Egypt. Those texts known as the Hermetica are heterogeneous collection of works that in the modern day era are commonly subdivided into two groups: the technical Hermetica, comprising of astrological, medico-botanical, alchemical, and magical writings, and the religio-philosophical Hermetica, comprising of mystical philosophical writings. Holy shit.
Is this weed talk, Joseph?
No, this is so legit.
So legit, my man.
So this dude was probably an alien.
Dude, first of all, there are no probablys.
Yeah.
That's the benefit once you hear it or read it, is the fact that it's given in first person, and that's not possible. The things that are being said are impossible. Enough time has passed, though, that it's not like that. But
I'm going to read that.
He literally says, hey, there's a spaceship on Earth, and this is where it is. Because if all you care about is information, right? Like, that's what you start to see is when you get to everybody's civilization, Asian, Indian, African, when you get to the crux of their information, nobody's disagreeing with anybody.
Right. If you figured out how the fuck they did it, if there was any logical explanation that people could have done it, I would be on board. I'd be like, well, okay.
But there aren't any people saying that.
Human beings it's possible if you had enough power and you had enough engineering and mathematics that you could figure out how to design and construct the pyramid.
Yes.
But then the logistical problem of getting the stones from hundreds of miles away, massive, several ton, up to 80-ton stones.
Joe,
that's crazy. 500 miles away, some of them.
Even if you could do it, let me ask you this. Would you build it on sand?
I don't think it was originally sand. So that's the thing.
Right. This was a fertile valley.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Right.
The Nile Valley.
That was the reason they had electric and Wi-Fi, and they had all of that.
They probably did. And that's probably where the Younger Dryas impact theory comes in.
The greatest trick is to make us believe that people back then were dumber and we're smarter.
Right.
And that whole thing is a fallacy.
Yeah, that's definitely not real.
But it's worth it for us to believe that.
I think we are the children of the survivors of some great catastrophe. And I think that's why every single
not everybody
biblical scholar
not everybody, some people.
What do you mean?
Are that
some people are the survivors?
Right.
Well, I mean, most human beings probably got wiped out in comet storms. And I think we probably there's been points in history that they know of where human beings got down to like 7,000 people.
Who's counting them?
I think they use genetics and they backtrace and they try to find individuals that were capable of having X amount of children. I wonder how they do the calculations. It's a good question.
The things in Hollywood and in writing that have attracted our attention worldwide were all based on some truth. So all the stories of hobbits have been successful in all of their genres. Why? Because they existed. Like we now know that there were whole pygmy groups, and that, we understand that that's what the seven dwarves was.
Yeah. Like that island of Flores, man, that they found. They literally call it a hobbit. It was like a 3-foot tall person that was covered in hair, smaller head than us, used tools.
As a preteen, I knew that Atlantis really existed just because of how it was spoken of offhandedly
Mm-hmm. Just that it was
in
known to
early
exist.
writings.
Yeah.
Well, not just mentioned, but mentioned offhandedly, like you would a place that's just a landmark.
Right. We landed in New York before we went to Montreal. Yeah.
We were in Austin,
Yeah.
by Dallas.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Have you ever seen the guy that thinks that they found the spot in Africa? What is that the ring called? That Jimmy Corsetti is he's on this. This dude is an expert in this shit. And he's an expert in ancient catastrophes and the remnants and the evidence that shows that these civilizations existed and something happened. And he's focused on this one area in Africa that he believes is Atlantis. And he says it has all the hallmark characteristics, and there's all the evidence of massive water erosion surrounding the area, that at one point in time, it's very likely that this area got hit with a massive flood, and it matches all the characteristics of Atlantis. When you see it, when you see the way the concentric circles of rings, like try explaining this. You're going to see it. And try explaining this through a natural phenomenon that doesn't exist anywhere around it.
Right.
Concentric circles that is near what used to be water, and there's heavy water erosion marks all around it that indicate massive amounts of quick flowing water in a very short period of time.
Right. Yeah.
Look at this.
I forget what it's called, but I know exactly where it is. It's right here.
That's it. Look at that thing. Bro, are you fucking kidding me?
The reshot structure.
That's it. The reshot structure. I mean, are you fucking kidding me? Now imagine if that was this massive city of concentric circles and walls and a thriving population, and then it gets hit with this water. You can see the water erosion all over the place. The whole thing looks like it's washed out. See?
Yeah.
It looks like it was washed out because it was.
Right.
That's salt, I believe.
But that's
yes,
what
there's
makes
salt there. That's the other thing.
between this and the Garden of Eden locations. Like these are two of the great landmarks in human history.
Where's the Garden of Eden?
Well, when you read the stories, right, the thing that strikes you is that it's so specific. Like it says things in talking about the Garden of Eden
what's going on, Bitcoin?
that, wait a minute, if I can't find what you're talking about, this isn't even real.
What's good?
You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Like where the Garden of Eden was, there's, I think, 4 rivers that come from it.
All right.
And then it names 2 of them. Like, I don't want to be specific, because at least he's going to bring it up. But it's like the Nile and the Euphrates, right?
Right.
So you know 2 of them. And it's saying, where the 4 meet, this is where it is. And, my whole
That's
life,
amazing, dog.
like,
I love the detail. I love the color. That's phenomenal work.
this is really
It's a
weird, because at
phenomenal-
one period of time we're thinking no
It's a
flood.
phenomenal
happened. There's so many things that have lined
thing that you
up
did.
from these great religious books.
Yeah.
One of the coolest things I've ever seen anybody do on behalf of the coin.
Something happened, and
It's
these are
amazing.
stories of people telling stories
Good on
that have been
you.
told to them for
And
about
good on
1,000
everything
years.
But
before
this is
anybody wrote it
why, right?
Yeah.
And this is
Everyone
why
loves
they
you.
were told, and that's
There's
what
anyone who doesn't
that's the
love you.
difference between
And you're
those of
amazing.
us that want to know the world's mysteries
Everyone loves
and conspiracy theorists. Like, there's nothing to a conspiracy theorist, because you're not producing what you're using. But these world mysteries,
I think that it's the future, dog.
that's harder to do. A lie is not something that people are going to repeat for generations on generations.
What do you think about
It's
it, my
being
man?
repeated like that because people have reason to
Scale
believe
1 to
that
10
it's
it. 0 to
true.
10.
And
How excited are you?
as you go through history, you see that those are the stories that we
Like,
still
do you think
talk
you'd shit
about, but
yourself?
they're
You're so
still
fucking
valid.
excited?
Like the there were writings that the African Dogon tribe is like
Right.
they're
From like the
You're gonna
Sirius
shoot
star
yourself?
system.
like they're saying very specific
Yeah.
things, and for hundreds of years we're going.
Yo, Asmus,
guys
how
are
are you?
idiots.
Dude,
You
you
don't know
fucking
what you're
ghosted
talking
us the other
about,
night, you
right?
little bitch.
Like somebody would have
No
a
one likes
fake-
that kind of fucking behavior. How the fuck are you going to leave me with two goddamn Canadians all fucking night? Dog, that's not my goddamn problem. That's some... Who is it? Who is it? All right, well, I'm a busy boy. What do I need to do? Okay, who are they? I need more information than that. Cool. Tell him to come into my stream. No, I'm not doing that. Ooh. Okay, you sent me a direct message on it? Excelente. Well, I want you to know that was a very cool stream that you had yesterday. And you had a lot of people here. I'm looking for it. You sent it to my main account? Okay, I see it. What is catnig? Yeah, neither am I. I don't know what the fuck that is. Anyway, Bitcoin Kyle Chandler, I wanted you to know that it was an amazing thing. If they want to talk to me, they can certainly come here. They certainly have my chat. I was doing something in the meantime, so I'm going to continue doing what I was doing. I was in the middle of this app called the Monkey app. Do you know what the Monkey app is? Where you meet random people, and I've been streaming while meeting random people. It's like Omegle. Anyway, there are only like 20 people in that fucking thing. So, I don't know. If they want to talk to me, they can certainly come to my stream. Word. I mean, look what happened to you. I was just going to say, I just had a friend of mine who had his shit drained. It was you. What? Dude, I'm in the middle of something right now. When I have time, I'll go over there. I'm not like a gopher. I did this the other night. I will come when I can. But you have to understand too, honestly, the last thing I want to do right now is discuss religion or politics. I've been doing that all goddamn day. What I do is I live stream, and if I essentially want to discuss it, I can, but I'm at this point kind of sick of it. No, I can still be a rabbi. I just don't necessarily have to discuss it at all times. I don't want to necessarily discuss it right now. Reverend Asma, you discuss it on my behalf. What the discussion generally turns into is just a discussion on the Middle East, and I don't want to get into it. Yeah. Yeah, you don't have to be rude, dog. Dude, you don't have to be rude, ass munch. Dog, ass munch. You don't have to be rude. I know. I know you want me to. I know you want me to go in there. No, you don't have to apologize. I'll go in there when I have a moment. As of right now, I was in the middle of really just trying to connect a device. It's honestly for you, I'll do it, but I don't really want to. I don't really want to talk to anyone right now, to be honest with you. But for you, I'll do it. Shalom, how are you? I see you have a dog. What's your dog's name? Miley. Pleasure to meet you. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24/7, 365 for world peace. I don't want war anymore. I have been doing this more than 3 years live on YouTube. Pleasure to meet everyone. Reverend Asmunch made me aware of all of you, and it's a pleasure to be here. You're welcome. So, just in case you don't know who I am, as I said, I'm a live streamer. So just to make everybody aware, I'm live streaming this currently. Oh, excellent. What platforms are you live? Dog, I dominate Kick. I'm surprised you don't know about my bots. Hell yeah, man. Okay, so let me show you my bots. Just one moment. I've got 4 of them. So I just flipped my camera. I've got 1 here, 2 here, 3 here, 4 here. What do? They automatically create an account and then follow and also spam a user. And you ask anybody. Apologies. Can you hear me better now? Excellent. So what these do is they automatically create an account, and then what they'll do is they'll go to the front page of Kick, the IRL, just chatting. They'll open up a new tab. They will follow the person, and they will spam them, and then they move on to the next victim. And it's all very automated. All I have to do is press 4 buttons for all of this to work.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Are you a real rabbi, or is this a shtick?
I am a real rabbi. As you know, rabbi just means teacher. So
What is a cubit?
it is a length in the Bible, approximately from an elbow to the tip of your finger. I really am someone, though, who likes to talk about futurology and revivification of the dead and the future of society. So to give you some idea of the things I like to discuss are things like life extension technology. I like to discuss mind uploading technology, the idea where we could scan our brains like a CAT scan or a MRI and download that into a computer. I should say upload it into a computer for later download into a robot, into a cybernetic being, an ethereal being, a clone of yourself, whatever you perhaps may want.
Can I tell you?
Please do.
I feel nothing more than a copy. It's just that's how I feel. It's should be a copy, but it'll never be you. Like, there's no way that your consciousness is going to go into the machine.
I understand what you're saying, and let's talk about that, because that's a very honest and, I would say, enlightened opinion to have. So basically what we have is your birth to, let's just say, whenever we scan your brain, and then if we want to upload that brain into a computer for later download, let's say we download it into 2 clones of yourself, you're saying that those clones won't ever have the same effect that your original personhood would. So essentially they're not the same as you.
Even if it were to pass like a Turing test, even if your own mom would freaking not even know the difference, it's not going to be you. You know what I'm saying? You're not. It's for you. Everything's going to be dark, black, and then it's just going to be a fake robot that just seems just like you. You're going to, you know what I'm saying? Your consciousness is going to stop, but there's just going to be a fake version of you.
What if we were able to overcome that challenge?
I just don't see how.
So-
It's impossible.
Given human ingenuity and an unlimited essential amount of time, everything is possible. So perhaps the first versions of this type of mind uploading technology won't have that kind of connectivity to your original self like you're referencing, but eventually, just like anything, that type of technology perhaps may be improved to the point where that gap is bridged.
Maybe. I mean, I'm pretty open-minded, but I just don't see that happening because I really think it's this one thing that all religions are correct on.
Well, I mean, this separates us essentially religiously into a secular world of what is called digital immortality.
Just exists forever. Technology, right?
That's exactly correct. Yeah. So essentially,
Just our brains.
yeah, and people think of that as a digital soul, digital immortality. And it perhaps may be the thing that for which we were all destined, where we may not die. We may be of a certain segment of society where we don't die.
If you download it to the computer, this is what I'm saying. It's a digital brain. It'll never be a digital soul.
Okay, so the idea of a digital brain certainly is something that I would say is probably a phenomenon that we may see within the next 50 to 100 years. Who's to say that we might not see some type of digital soul maybe in the next 100 to 200 years? It's just a fascinating time to be alive and a privilege to be here with all of you to be able to discuss it. Some other ideas in addition to digital immortality, the idea of mind uploading technology, some other things that I love to discuss are things like how we really wrap our heads around the big questions of society. How do we overcome world hunger? Some things that aren't normally discussed in society are things like hydroponics and vertical farming and cloud seeding. How can we perhaps bridge the gap on world thirst through life straws, through digging of wells, and perhaps even through desalinization plants? These are all just ideas, but what my stream and what I've done and really dedicated myself to is the platform to be able to discuss these things. And you all sound like very intelligent individuals, and really these are things that we may see within our lifetimes, and I don't understand why we don't discuss them more.
Oh yeah, no, I think it's great. I'd love to keep having this conversation with you.
Well, excellent.
Today and in the future.
Excellent. Well, you should know I'm always live on YouTube 24/7. I have been for more than 3 years. I have more content online than any person in global history. And I have also been streaming on 33 different devices. So if you know anything about data, The Economist magazine considers data Earth's #1 resource. And I have more data on the internet than any person ever. Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, content is king, and I may be king someday because I have more content archived than any single person. And if that's true, I'm going to be able to monetize that, and I'm going to make every person in here very wealthy, all of your dreams come true, any kind of charity you want to start, any kind of people you want to help, I want you to have them at top of mind because we're going to help them within your lifetime.
That's awesome.
Excellent. Well, I think this is a wonderful way to perhaps end this conversation for now. I'm always available to you. I'm in this chat right now, Katnig. If anybody ever wants to consult or brainstorm or do anything else, check me out. I'm live on YouTube. You can get a hold of me through Reverend Assmunch. I'm also always live in the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu Discord, and I hope that this is the start of a wonderful friendship amongst all of us. Thank you for the opportunity to be here.
Our pleasure. We love you.
Take care. I love you guys as well. Peace out. Well, that was nice. Did you hear that? Bitcoin Kyle Chandler? Excellent. That was really nice. Well, I'm glad that it wasn't a religious debate, and that's what I've been finding myself in quite often recently, and those aren't fun. I like to talk about futurology and coming together and all those other good things. So that's a wonderful thing. I was in the middle of doing what I was called the Monkey app. Do you know what the Monkey app is? Exactly. Doug, do you have to put any kind of lotion on your tattoo? Okay. Does it itch? I bet. Well, I want you to know that it's quite the act of dedication for the coin, and that you are someone who has shown their dedication through in and throughout, and that's really great. Excellent, dog. Well, I like you as well, Bitcoin Kyle Chandler. You are in my heart the president of this coin, and you always forever will be. As I don't even know who the president of this coin is anymore. I never recognized Jackson, and I don't think Bitcoin Obama ever gave up his title. Would he ever give it up? Because it is the most excellent of titles, the greatest of titles in the history of mankind. I know. Well, you got to work on it a little more. I know you just got a tattoo, so it's kind of what more can you do? But you and I both know that it was the right time for you to focus on other things, more important things, to be honest with you, your family and, real life, touching grass, all that other stuff. However, that doesn't mean you can't make a run for the presidency, perhaps the next time that we have an election, and that best time probably for that election would be, I would say, most likely whenever we have another debate. That's the beautiful thing about Bitcoin. Hey, just one moment. I'll be right back.
better things.
Yeah.
Constantly making better things, which
Yeah.
would lead ultimately to the creation of a higher life form, of some more intelligent, emotionless being. And that's the scary thought, is that all this life out there is life that was created by biological creatures who had these desires and needs that ultimately led to them making a better version of them. And then that is like the butterfly that comes out of the cocoon.
As soon as we put people in space, we became aliens that day, right?
Right. Yeah,
A lot of things are perspective.
that's true. I mean, you could say you're a camper, but you really only go in a tent in your yard. You're still kind of camping.
Well,
You know, but that's what we're
I'm
doing
saying
as far as space travel.
our guy has put a date on the Mars colonization, though, right?
Yeah, but he's also put a date on the Roadster. When that Tesla Roadster's coming out, that motherfucker's never going to see the light of day. When is that car coming out?
No, because
Something about it the other day.
That car is supposed to be out for years.
Yeah, just about 2 or 3 years ago.
that's
God damn
that's
it.
part of being a billionaire.
Sure.
It's not worth putting out something that's not right. It doesn't matter how bad it's wanted.
Well, he actually explained that. He said it was manufacturing is insanely difficult. The way he explained it, it's you don't consider it because people just manufacture things, think it's normal. But he was like, the process of manufacturing, especially like a car, an electric car, insanely difficult.
He had a harder time doing that Cybertruck than he did
Yeah,
space stuff.
Cybertruck's hard. What's all folded steel? It's this fucking massive 7,000 plus pound folded steel truck that goes 0 to 60 in 3 seconds, and it looks like it's from the future. It looks like if you were
It's
going
the
to watch
hottest
a movie,
thing on Mars.
it's crazy. Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like the most futuristic car ever.
Right.
Yeah, but
As kids, that's what we drew.
I don't know when we're going to Mars, and I don't know who the fuck's going to do that. That's a 6-month journey, and you're just hoping.
So what?
So
Several
what?
billionaires were talked into getting into a capsule with limited air to go a long way down.
Bro, that's a
Whoa.
dark way to die. Just knowing
Well,
that you chose to
just
do
know,
it.
even if you're a racist hearing this, all death is dark. So
What I mean is the last moments must be horrific.
no more,
hearing
no
creaking.
more horrific than anyone else's.
I know, but there's something about the choice of being, thousands of feet under the water.
No, it's
And
being a
knowing that
billionaire.
it's crushing you.
Your soul dies long before I could have done anything. This is what I chose.
That's hilarious.
That death.
That guy could be fishing in Maui right now. With a nice cold beer, hanging out with his friends, listening to some music. Instead, he hears,
Right.
he hears like carbon fiber starting to crack. God damn.
It's already done at that point.
Yep,
None of
it's
that's
done.
happening.
They knew those people were dead a long time ago, which is interesting because I didn't know how sophisticated the underwater listening devices are. But they have these super sophisticated underwater listening devices everywhere to make sure that Russia's not sneaking up on us. Because Russia will sneak up on a motherfucker. Russia snuck up on people before.
Sir, none of that is for Russia.
You think it's for aliens?
None of that is for Russia.
You think it's for aliens? That would be the wildest shit of all time.
What
underwater listening devices because they knew the aliens were under there?
Okay, let's see if this is weed talk or not.
Let's go.
So, which one do we know more about? Do we know more about space or do we know more about the oceans?
We know more about space. Yeah. Quite a bit more.
Okay, so
Yeah.
yeah. And part of that is because
The ocean's very difficult to penetrate.
at some point, this government
They're hiding things from us. I would hide things from people. I would definitely make it illegal for you to have a submarine. You can have a yacht. Don't get crazy. You can't go underwater. I gotta know where the fuck you are. If I need to collect taxes,
Well,
if you're floating around, I could pull up.
it was a conspiracy theory at one point that you know the government got bases inside of mountains.
Right. Well, until they had to expand the boundary behind Area 51 and make Area 51 larger, they never even admitted it existed. It wasn't until the Obama administration that they actually came out and said, Area 51 is a real thing. We need more land. Do you ever see the video of Bob Lazar, the guy who used to work there? Have you ever seen that guy? That's a
I
wild
was
one.
following old Bob Lazar.
What do you think about that? Do you think he's telling the truth?
Here's the thing, Joe. Just an opinion, but what I find fascinating is the lack of imagination in any of these stories where imagination could apply. Like
if someone was bullshitting, you'd see evidence of it,
like,
right? Because that's the
Right.
thing. If people
Right.
bullshit, they kind of bullshit about everything.
right,
Because they
like,
think they're smart enough to trick you. No one's smart enough to come up with one story only their whole life. Their whole life, they're straight, down the middle, square, tell the truth all the time. But one time, they decide to have a whopper of a lie and just fabricate this thing and structure
no, you're seeing somebody tell you a story that is the only explanation for certain things that are happening.
Yeah.
Like,
Especially he tells you a story, and then you have independent people who also used to work for the government now becoming whistleblowers and saying there's a crashed retrieval program. Crashed UFO retrieval program.
it goes back to what I'm saying, Joe. This is how you say this without getting canceled. Look, you do think they're doing something, don't you?
They're doing something. They wouldn't
We-
tell us
because
everything
we
they're doing.
we want to believe like
Yeah.
nobody's doing nothing. Like no, we're doing stuff. Like
They're doing something. They're just not telling us.
that's part of it, though, right?
You know what the people involved in the retrieval call the vehicles? They call them donations.
Right. Well, because
That's what they think they are. They think that the limited times that these crafts have shown themselves.
you as the driver or the occupant didn't mean for that to be your destination, and you don't take anything. You only give. Therefore, that's why it's known as a donation. It's it's what you would say if one of those meteors that we were talking about, if one just the size of a refrigerator landed in your backyard. Like $1 billion can land in your backyard. Easy peasy.
Or obliterate an entire city and send everybody back to the Stone Age. That's the wildest one.
Right, but it's not that wild if you look at the moon.
Right.
The moon shows you the evidence that that's a thing.
Pelted.
Right, like
If we could just look at it, it's just filled with holes.
right.
Big fucking craters all over that you can see with the naked eye.
Well, I'm saying most of the people that are in America and drive in urban settings know what potholes are and stuff. It's the same thing.
Yeah. This is a weird time where people are just starting to pay attention to so many of these subjects. And so many of these things, like, are we alone? Have there been advanced civilizations before? How did we become us?
It's been a conversation at all points in time. Right.
But more people are having it now without fear of being labeled an idiot.
Well, it's because information is now a free commodity, whereas in different points in history, it wasn't like that. Like,
Right. It was protected.
You didn't make enough money to get access to this information. And no matter where you're looking, information is the driving force of almost every war and conflict.
Yeah.
It was about the place that you conquered. Not only did you conquer them, but you got a chance to know what they knew, and that you found was more important than anything else. And that's
Well, think about the people that lived just before they translated the Bible from Latin. How many people couldn't read it?
well, that was part of the experience that you were getting from church, was the fact that it was being read to you.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? It not what we have currently, where you have the book and they have the book, but this person is literally reciting the word of God to you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he becomes the holder of all that information and the only one.
All holders of all information are that.
Yep. It's like a human pattern that people follow, even if they just run an internet company, even if they run a social media company, they follow that same pattern.
Well, because everything in the universe, everything on this planet, everything that we could look at in the wildlife or in the plant life, or everything is a formula. Everything is that way.
Yeah.
And that's one of the science and math go together with the occult and alchemy, and all of these things are based on things like even the Smurfs story, right?
The Smurfs are based on something?
Well, religious people say, "Oh, you can't watch the Smurfs because it's bad because they have witchcraft and stuff in there." But the whole thing is, it's based on this, the homunculus, the idea that you can create a human life form without a mother or a father. So,
really? That's what the Smurfs are based on?
So what two Smurfs do you think got together and had Smurfette? She was the only female of the Smurfs. So
it's a good question.
Well, it's not a question in the Smurfs. They tell you that Gargamel made Smurfette, but in somebody's history, I don't want to say what race of people or group of people it is, but in somebody's history, there was this homunculus thing,
like a genetically engineered human
life form,
creature,
right?
Whoa!
And so it's spoken of in history very sparingly, but a lot of things in the world are about perception, So we don't believe that there's clones. We don't believe that because we don't feel like we have the technology. But the truth is, if you go body part to body part, you'll go, what if I lost 2 legs? Well, we can give you 2 legs. Well, what about 2 arms? I can give you 2 arms. Okay, well, what about the heart? Yeah, no problem. What about the like, we're already...
Yeah. All you'd have to do is make a clone brain dead. Figure out how to engineer a brain dead clone that'll grow organs for you. Look. And then they'll make cloning legal. Because then you'll never have to worry. Hey, cat, you need a new heart? Guess what?
This is the same pathway that everybody is on in all of these departments. Like this is what you like. People spend their life trying to find the cure for a cancer. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And working as hard as they can every single day. You know what I mean? Unsuccessfully. Those are the type of people that help make the world go right. Yeah, because it's all about information, and we'll be so close most of the time. Mm-hmm. But that's how you can see when we've had influence from something else.
Well, I think it's very possible that we have. It's just so frustrating when you want to know. You know, it's one of those things where life would change forever if you had undeniable contact with something. It would just change forever. Your perception of life, you just drive through the In-N-Out drive-through would be different. Everything would be different.
Right, but
Taking a shit would be different. There's aliens out there.
You could say that about smelling salts or mushrooms. You could say that about lots of things.
Yeah, but about that specifically, if we knew that was real, because I think it's probably true, but I still hold open the possibility that it's all bullshit.
Here's the whole thing. No one who has ever seen more space or the universe than you and I has ever seen anything that was bullshit.
What do you mean?
In the universe.
But what I mean is like fake UFO footage. There's a lot of fake footage. I would want to see, if you could see something yourself, but I have good friends that have. I have good friends that have had experiences that they say there is no fucking way that is us, that this is something else.
Right, just understand that part of the job in any of these circumstances is to kick up kerfuffle. Like,
right.
That's part of it. Like, if you live in Florida, you see how many times things go off into space. And you know that there's a pattern between that and government airplanes. And, like, our stories of cooperation have been nothing but cooperative, as they could only be. Like, we don't hold any leverage.
I think some of the shit that you're saying is our stuff.
Right. I'm saying, but nobody will have a way of, like, as advanced as we are, we still got to let that balloon fly over, right?
Yeah. What the fuck is that? That's the most obvious shit ever. That's your neighbor peeking over the fence.
No, it is not. It is your neighbor's drone.
Yeah, your neighbor's drone.
In your yard.
Over your house. Yeah.
Right.
Ridiculous.
Right. Filled with a piñata of the next COVID.
Right. I mean, what are they doing? Flying robots.
It's not like that. It's not like that. In the world of flying things, sometimes things go off course.
You
see what I'm saying?
You think that's
especially spy stuff.
Do you think that's all it was? It went off course? That it just magically happened to go near all the military bases?
Don't say magically. Say wind.
The wind got it?
Well, I'm saying,
bro, they just flew those things over and they hoped that Biden didn't notice. They said they flew over during Trump's administration too, but they didn't tell him because they didn't want him to shoot him down.
Neither of those stories is true. That information was out there.
Like 2 days.
Right.
Another one, yeah.
So this was a hobbyist.
Oh.
Well, this doesn't count. This doesn't count. And the way that you know immediately is it says over Utah. Like, that would be where, you know.
That's like White Sands, right? No, that's New Mexico, isn't it? This gotta be military base in Utah, right?
Well, I'm saying in the
image I showed.
in the map wise.
Oh, that's what this one is? This is the one from February 2023. That's the one they shot down. Look at that. So it's just a balloon with solar power and some kind of camera. How weird.
Not weird. Not weird.
Well, not weird if you just think about doing patterns. Go see what the enemy's up to. Just fly over. Take some pictures. See what the fuck is going on with these people.
I'm saying we can say whatever we want, but we're civilized and maybe they're not civilized. So if you weren't civilized, then maybe part of your job is airborne weaponry.
Yeah.
So you got to test it out. You got to see what it can do. And yeah, they're going to go off course. Okay.
Well, that's not airborne weaponry, but we have
Oh,
a
yeah.
lot of it.
Information.
I love that stuff.
That's true. Information is weaponry.
Information.
Yeah.
Just knowing what the conversations are over this wide swath. Because at the end of all the information driven society places is analytics, and that's what this is.
No, it's all right. We'll be fine. I just wonder where it's all headed, because it seems like we're building towards an event. I think about it all the time. It seems like it's not.
It's time to get a bunker.
It seems like it might be a good time to get a bunker, or at least a supply of water.
Well, here's the thing. If you follow what becomes accessible, that's how you can generally see where things are going, you know?
Mhm.
And so that's the true magicalness of Elon Musk, you know? Just take that guy out of the story and just tell that story. And
Yeah. Yeah, he's moving us into so many different directions all at the same time. The electric car thing, the internet satellite thing, and now this Neuralink thing. The Neuralink thing is crazy.
because all of these things are connected in these higher upper echelon conversations. I'm saying you see the same conversation with Tesla or Da Vinci, or like information is what is limited, and whole industries can be built upon your ability to know how certain things are going to hit certain people. And this was before we called things promotion and marketing. You know what I mean? That's Hollywood is not really there to entertain you. Like, that's great that happens, but propaganda is something that is important to all civilizations.
Well, propaganda in Hollywood movies is built into the ingredients list. It's like, if you want flour, you need wheat. Like, you're going to have to get the wheat. And if you want to be able to make movies about certain subjects, you have to be willing to work with some people. And, it'd be nice if you made it so that this is what we're trying to accomplish, and this is showing the negative side of this other society, and this is this is our hero. Because our hero is going to go do America's bidding and go over there, and you're like, okay. And those movies are successful, and so they continue this relationship, and you become a bit of a propaganda arm for the government, and in turn, they don't fuck with you.
Right. But that's what makes information so powerful, is, you don't care how people feel about the ritual.
Cobb.
It's about does following
What's
the
that
ritual
motherfucker's name?
work.
Cobb?
Yeah.
And so you can
Bro.
fool yourself into thinking there isn't one, but the evidence will be clear. So, like, when I was like, oh, these guys are wearing dresses, everybody's like, oh, he keeps talking about people wearing dresses. No, it's
That
not.
is a weird thing.
It's not like that. Look at it from a different way. Look at it. Show me one person that ever wore a dress in Hollywood unsuccessfully. That's how you understand what a ritual is. So 20 years ago, I knew that transgenders was going to be a thing. It wasn't because I was a prophet. It's just I had gotten so much information that I understood that things are secular. So I understood that the earliest I had seen that word transgender was Baphomet, the transgender. And so I knew that in the ritual of Baphomet, the transgender, to show allegiance to him, you had to kiss his ass ring.
Really?
And it said both of those things. So I knew that both of those things will become popular in the future. And that somehow calling people the goat would be normalized over the sheep being always the most popular reference.
God damn, we got some good weed, Cat. Jesus Christ.
This must be the
I'm
weed
trying
talk.
to figure out how to jump in on that.
Right. Which is my only goal.
I always wonder whether or not all the stories in the Bible, it's just where we are experiencing it. Like the mark of the beast thing that we were talking about earlier. If that is not, I think if you had to tell a story for so many years, before anybody ever even figured out how to write it down, and you're telling a story about a civilization that allowed people to put brain implants in them, then all of a sudden the brain implants were hijacked by machines, and people became just meat zombies, controlled by corporations. That would be the mark of the beast. That would be a demonic thing. If a demon tricked human beings into wearing a hat that turned you into a zombie, that demon would be like a famous character in books and folklore. But that demon exists, and it's just technology. It just shows itself through this desire for the newest, latest innovations that are going to constantly fuel it becoming more and more powerful. Until one day it tricks you into letting it into its head, like a vampire. Like the vampire stories, you had to let them in, remember? That was the thing. You had to invite them in. And if you invited them in, you're fucked. But if you didn't invite them in, for some reason, they weren't allowed to kill you. It's almost like this story.
That you have to be able to benefit from the zombie. Like, there's no benefit in that taken out of context. Like, if you're making them zombies so that they can mine for you, then there's a story of that over there. Like that's the whole thing, is when you look at these ancient writings, they're not saying like, so he was from another world, and we had to bring him our kids, and he would eat them in front of us. And like, they're not telling those stories. They're saying like agriculture and
knowledge,
literature, and
cosmology.
Right.
Explain the origin of life. Yeah.
Like,
show the double helix DNA.
To a fault.
Yeah.
Nobody's saying anything outside of mathematic parameters.
Well, the wildest stuff is when you look at some of those old Sumerian tablets and you see how they had the solar system mapped out. They had the sun in the center, looked just like a sun with little marks around it. It had Venus where it should be, Jupiter where it should be, Uranus where it should be. They were all in the right spots. It's crazy. Like
the Ethiopian tribe have the same. That's what I'm saying. Crazy. Like, no,
crazy.
It's not. Yeah, but there is no craziness.
All right.
Everything lines up. The same grids.
Look at that. That is just nuts, man. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the conventional explanation for that is, because that Zecharia Sitchin guy who said all this stuff, he was often criticized. That people said that he took things too far, that his analysis went too far, and he just went into speculation. But god damn, a lot of the stuff that he was saying, like, you could see the implication in the actual tablets themselves. They show these gigantic beings with these little tiny people like sitting on their laps, and the people have tails. Have you seen those? It looks like genetic engineering.
Maybe it's a tail, maybe it's piping.
Right. Oh, Jesus, right? It could be piping.
You understand
Right.
what I'm
Oh yeah. Of
what
course
I'm
it could
saying
be.
is nobody's telling these outlandish.
Right. But they're all kind of all saying the same thing. There's some higher power that comes and gives you structure, tells you what to do and how to live.
Mm.
And every society has
Information.
information.
That's
Yep,
what
that's
they
it.
give you.
They give you information. Yeah.
Every story, every civilization,
Yep.
every time.
Yep. Yeah, that's it. And that's what we're all thirsty for.
Right.
You know? And what
Well,
people
we're
aren't-
thirsty to monetize.
That's too. But also humans individually are thirsty for information. We always want information. We want gossip, we want news, we want bullshit, we want science. Especially if you have an appetite for, things that make you think. There's so much information that people are just constantly consuming. Just bullshit information like TikTok and nonsense that just passes you by. But there's
Yeah,
still
but none of that stuff is nonsense.
well, it's not all nonsense. What it is
It's just another
something
offshoot.
to get your attention.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is what all of this is about.
Mm-hmm.
From the Roman Colosseums
Yep.
to, it doesn't matter,
Yeah, the Roman
King
Colosseums,
Arthur's court time, like,
that's their first viral videos, right? Like that's,
right. Like,
they would tell viral stories.
yeah, this is all about this experience of being a human being in this amount of time.
Yeah.
And the interaction between other people who have done this thing.
Yeah, and in the middle of you doing it, you realize you only have a certain amount of time, and you're like, God damn it, I'm just starting to figure this game out.
Right. So understand I was probably like 5 years old when I had that moment. So I lucked out because it happened to me so early. But it wasn't about I got that part. So I thought at like that age, I was thinking, okay, so I don't know how long I'm going to live because I'm kind of conflicted about how long people live. 100's a good number, but there's been people with 600. So I don't know. Things like this. But I'm just going to space it out 7 years at a time. So every 7 years, it's going to be a life. So I couldn't wait till I got 7 because that was going to be the start of my first life.
Why'd you break it into sevens? Just randomly?
I don't know what randomly means. It's a seldom seen thing in the universe. Randomly.
So just 7 seemed like a good number? Was it instinctual or was it
To people around the globe.
7? Yeah,
It's a great
it's
number.
a lucky number. That's why I asked.
Yeah, well, I'm saying not for no reason. I'm saying if you like math, I'm saying it's a great number. That's how you know that the pyramids are about something because of what they represent mathematically.
Mhm.
Shit.
That level of mathematical information is another step in civilization.
Yeah, the idea that was just by accident, like when they there's,
Trigonometry
Mhm.
is not by
Yeah.
accident.
Also that they figured out like there's some measurement. I don't want to bore anybody with the details because I'll butcher it too, but it's the measurements of the height and width and the mass of the pyramid in comparison to the circumference of Earth. It's like they knew so much about like where constellations would be at certain times of the year, like in the summer solstice. It's just wild shit, man. That they did that all in stone.
But not that wild though, because we know that if you were traveling, that buoys are out there and they're out there for certain reasons. And we understand satellite positioning, and no, it makes perfect sense.
Imagine that's the pyramids were. That was their ultimate buoy. That was home base.
Well, I'm saying it's not different than how we would treat a planet that we had not been to before.
No, not at all. Not different at all. I mean,
we would locate where's the best place to land, where is the most hospitable of this place, and we would put something there.
And let's imagine that we landed somewhere and we found this lush, green, vibrant planet, and we found those hobbit people. And those are the most advanced people. Those Homo floresiensis, is that what it is? Floresiensis. So this creature, this 3-foot tall human, imagine if we found them. I guarantee you someone would want to introduce them to tools, introduce them to how to make fire, introduce them to figure out language, try to transfer their language to our language, try to teach them our stuff, try to genetically engineer them and turn them into something different. If we have the tools that we have now, like CRISPR, and we found some primitive apes, and there was like a massive population of Australopithecus on a planet, and we said, look, they're on the way.
Right.
Let's just give them a little boost. Just give them a little boost.
Right.
And that's what the
but
people
not
think.
Too much.
Not too much.
And that's what you see with all of the UFO stories is they keep popping up in these times when we as a civilization are getting ready to F it up in real time.
In real time. Yeah. You know, that's like my comedy club. That's why I named the
mothership.
rooms. I named the rooms Fat Man and Little Boy.
Oh.
Because the UFO started coming after the big bombs. That's when they really started like ramping up their presence. Like if you look at all the reports, the flying saucer reports, they're all like 1947, 1950, 1952.
If you cross-engineer our shit, it's going to show up on our radar at some point. Like this information is...
Especially when we're using that information very recklessly. Wild.
Even in the Bible story, the Tower of Babel. Right. Yeah. This story is that, you know, with everybody speaking the same language, it intensified shit getting done.
Yeah.
And they could do stuff that was hazardous.
I think they're very close to being able to translate language instantaneously in real time, because they can do it right now with Samsung phones. The new, they have the new Galaxy S24.
Animals are doing it worldwide.
Oh, for sure. They have some sort of a language. They have some sort of a communication. There's something going on with animals that's nonverbal. And
with all of our, and with all of us.
You know Tom Green? You know Tom Green, right?
Yes.
Tom Green was here, and he has a mule. And he said that you have like a connection with that animal where you know you want to go left, and you start like looking left, and that thing starts going left. He goes, it's really crazy. It's spooky. He goes, you develop it. It takes time. They have to earn your respect. But once you develop this like loving relationship with this animal, you're tuned into it like an avatar creature. It's like when they would lock on to their dragons. He's like, dude, it's like that.
I have that with women. and with ducks and geese and Canadian geese and goats, like I have. No, but understand, again, that's part of some religion's story, is that one of the gifts was the relationship between humans and the animal world. And it's something that all civilizations have been able to use, and it's stayed true, you know?
Yeah. It's amazing the relationship humans have with animals.
Yeah, especially whether it's a dogs. Horse. No, there's no especially. Like all of them. We abuse some of them, and
just horses don't interact with people the same way a dog does. That's all I'm saying. It's like the interaction you have with dogs is almost like psychic. Like the dogs are like your little friends, you know. They know when you're in a bad mood. They know when you hurt your foot. You know, they when they're happy to see you every fucking time, bar none.
I have that relationship with everybody. That's all animals and like special needs people. It's the innocence and the purity that you get. It's not always good. But it's so
we can learn from them.
No, we have learned.
Yeah, we should know it. But we're scared People are scared of other people being shitty, and we put up like shields, and we worry about.
Well,
running
it's
into
been
bad
proven
people. That's real.
historically that
Yeah, it has.
Cain and Abel is a real story. That
Yeah.
like, you know what I mean? Like people are so violent these
Yeah.
days, and that's true. But people have been violent.
Yeah.
Like there was this point where humankind learned that they could take a life, and it changed things. You know.
Well, especially take a life quickly, with like when they figured out swords and bows and arrows and shit. What do you think the story of Sodom and Gomorrah is about? Because I was just reading that last night. Cleanliness? Yeah. That's what took them out? That like plague?
Okay.
Because
this is 69 times I've gotten canceled in this one conversation.
The stories of Sodom and Gomorrah, there's two speculations.
Right.
One of them was that God decided that they weren't hospitable enough. And the other one was God had decided that there was too much sin.
Wait a minute, that's not speculation. That's in the book.
Right.
That first one.
Right, but the respectability part, that they were not hospitable enough.
Yeah, that was a part of it.
That's part of it too. So God had just decided that I'm gonna fuck up this whole city.
No.
Right, it's the real story though.
Okay, so
turned it into pillars of salt. 2 cities, right? And he said, "Find me 50 good men, and I won't do this." And then I think he said, "Find me 10 good men."
Okay, so this story is generally used to say that God doesn't like homosexuals. This is the story that highlights that.
Okay, so it's not just sin. It's not just because sodomy is even technically like oral sex.
The meaning of that word comes from
Sodom and Gomorrah. Right. So that's why I said it includes a lot of things people think is deviant sex. Yo, I gotta piss so bad. Can we come back to this? Sodom and Gomorrah. Come back to this.
I would love that.
Okay, let's take a look. Sodom and Gomorrah.
Yeah, so it tells several stories, but there had to be an explanation for what the story said happened to 2 cities of people, right?
Right. There had to be a reason to tell that story. Most likely.
To tell this story, it requires all of those people to really have been killed in those circumstances. And the historical evidence shows us that something like that happened. Like those 2 cities really did exist.
Do we know where Sodom and Gomorrah was?
Are you kidding? I know a guy who will pull that information up so fast.
Really?
Put it on the screen.
Young Jamie? Like, is there speculation
his
as to what
sidekick is awake now. You're gonna see the Carl. Best part of him when Carl wakes up.
Carl's awake now. He's 3:30 waker.
Right. As we all would be if we were in charge of our schedules.
Yeah, probably. What do they think that it? Like, is there real speculation as to where it was?
Mm-hmm.
Where do they think it was?
It's not speculation. A lot of these places just changed names. Like they used to be called this, and then they later were called something else. But
like Iraq used to be Sumer.
Right. Yeah. Like these are literal places that you can find on the real map. That was a part of that biblical rabbit hole I was telling you about. It's just seeing my only concern is, how do these ancient Islamic, Judea, how do you say that, those 3 that exist, that all religion is built on, Judeo-Christian, Islamic, that whole belief system of how that operates, right? So you see, they have question marks here, right? Only because they know that there were cities there.
So they have wreckage there,
Like, for example, everybody. If everybody in Gaza talks about going there, it exists. If everybody in Hebron has family members that live there, it exists. If everybody, we know that.
So they think that was right near the Dead Sea. Wow.
Well, they didn't think it any differently than they thought Tal al Hammam, if I'm pronouncing that correct. Like, these were places, like,
Yeah.
people throughout history, if you show any body of water, those are always hot spots. Water is its own commodity and currency at all points, and that was the Dead Sea. But that's everywhere.
Was the Dead Sea always the Dead Sea? Because, goddamn, there's so much interesting stuff that came from that part of the world. That's where they found the Dead Sea
But a lot of
Scrolls.
the stuff that was supposed to be unbelievable was all based on something real. Like, right, how long was it the Dead Sea? Long before they knew what high salt content was.
Right.
Or they might have called it salt content sea. But what they were trying to say is stuff's not growing here. Okay, don't come here as a fishing spot. Right?
But it's a good spot to gather salt, which at that point in time was as valuable as anything on earth. Salt, they'd go to war for salt. Salt allowed people to preserve their food. Salt was insanely valuable.
Understand the whole portions, because at the end of the day, for all people, it comes down to quality of life. So the jump that was made between people eating food that you had to kill yourself catching just so that you could put it over something hot so that you could get it where you could eat it, and eating it like you, that experience to seasoning your food and, having it order from the best place because they
eating too much spaghetti so you get fat.
Right. That's part of the greatness of human experience, and has been that the part of being a king, or being royalty through all civilizations, was being able to experience the best culinary things. Because if you believe in God, that's one of the attributes that makes you believe in him, because every vegetable, let's say, that you would have, when it gets to the point where it would spoil and it would be useless and you'd have to throw it away, it becomes worth more money.
Because it's compost.
No. So
what do you mean?
Like, if you have potatoes, right? And so you have potatoes, but now you got too many potatoes. You could get vodka from that. And if you have too much rice, you could get sake from that. And if you got too much wheat and barley, you can get. And if you, everything that you could have too much of, we got too many grapes, you could get wine with that. That's why alcohol is called spirits, because it's literally a gift from God. Just something that's just for your milk. Once it's going bad, that's where cheese comes in. Like, whatever it is you would be having as a commodity, grapes to raisins, wherever, like, this is why we believe mathematics, because of the certain things that are just done for the enjoyment.
So you think there's a reason why all these things exist, why like rotting fruit can become alcohol, alcohol can put you in a different state of mind. All of it is connected together so that you discover it and figure it out.
Unless you can figure out the benefit that a mushroom gets for being hallucinogenic. Or the frog, that's the special ones. What the special benefit did that frog get from that?
Right. Why is the frog making DMT?
Is he living a better life as a frog? Does he live under the effects residually of
constantly carrying around DMT? Right. Well, they secrete it when they're scared, right? Isn't that the whole idea? That you take them and you rub them on a windshield.
It's weaponized from the beginning.
Yeah. Right. They're scared because they think they're going to die, so their body's producing it.
Well,
just like ours.
The inventor of perfumes and colognes was whoever saw a skunk in action first, because that's when someone was able to see how powerful smell is, even from a distance, and that the aerosol, like, you know what I mean? Like we've learned so much from that world. That's how we know. Like, we were able to look at animals and insects and understand that we would be able to do the helicopter after we got past Orville and Wilbur in Dayton, Ohio. You know what I mean? Like, we understood because we had seen the hummingbird. You know what I mean? Like, we had seen how things work.
Have you ever seen those Egyptian gliders? They found these gliders, these wooden things that they carved that look like fucking planes. And they were in some of the tombs that they had found. Thousands of years old. Looks like a fucking airplane. I mean, straight up looks exactly like an airplane.
Is saying that these are things talked about there. Like, even if you're just following Jesus, right? Okay, so you believe that he was perfect and that this was how he grew up and got it. When it comes to him going to get information, he went to this specific place that we're talking about to get information and to get taught. And that's not a hidden fact. Like, it's been that way. So you can't be reading all of these stories and not see how everything lines up.
It does kind of line up in a strange way. You try to decipher it from all the different cultures that all have their different versions of it. But at the end of it, there's a lot of similarities if you follow the stories and like what are they saying? Right. All of them have some sort of creation myth.
Well,
but isn't that odd though that a creature, if you think of human beings as a creature, that a human being that's never created a being itself has this idea that a magical force that is all-knowing and all-loving created, not they evolved, not they came from this and they learned, they got better, but that they were created. And that seems like a universal story, the created story.
That's only because the duck that's outside of my house right now believes that. So the duck is sitting on 6 eggs on a nest right by the house, right by a 250-pound dog, Alibi, and believes that it has life that it's sitting on, and it's going to come from that, and that there's somebody there that looks out for them and make sure they're fed. And in the Bible story, it says the sparrows said, like Jesus said, who feeds the sparrows? Like worldwide, there's how many birds? Like billions and billions and billions of birds. Like, who's feeding them every day? Like, real talk. Right. Yeah, because what you're looking for is you need to find a mistake. That's how we would know maybe there's no creator. But we don't go through our regular life seeing things and thinking nobody created it. Like, that would be as weird as us being in this room going, nobody made those curtains, nobody made these cameras,
Right.
nobody made, like, what? We never have evidence of that.
What do you think? Why do you think people have a reluctance to take in the idea of a creator? What do you think about it to them? Is there's some people that fancy themselves as intellectuals and they refuse to take in a concept for which there's no proof, and that's what they'll say. They use this very reductionist view of what God is, and they'll say there's no proof, and that they're a staunch atheist, and a lot of them, they even talk like religious people. They almost, their atheism becomes a religion instead of being completely open-minded to the possibility that you have zero idea what happens when you die.
A lot of people that are atheists don't like God, and God would have to exist for them to not like. So the whole thing is, if you were to believe in the Big Bang, you would have to believe that had happened several times throughout history, just because that's what we've seen from everything that's been created.
We don't see one individual unique thing that exists and is responsible for all things, except the Big Bang. That was what Terrence McKenna always said.
There's too much thought that went into certain things, like the fact that you can study all the butterflies and not one of them has a sense of humor. You know what I mean? But me and you do. And like, it goes for all humans. If universally, if we see somebody trip and fall, we all laugh no matter what our back. Like, there are certain like there's that. I'm trying to think of what the reasons are to not believe, but I can't remember what they are, because it doesn't line up with anything. Like and we would have had to have gone in space and there'd be no other planets, just this one.
Just that's it
for this story to make sense universally. Like, we're at a terrible time in history to say, oh, we don't believe in people from outer space when we can go to outer space. Like, it's almost asinine to try to make both of those make sense. And to think that there's our sun is not the biggest sun, right?
Not even close.
But it's the biggest sun we ever gonna see, right? So it's the biggest fucking sun, right? But the truth is, no, it's way bigger. Like that. A thought went into picking this particular sun for this planet and the moon and the positioning of, much as if you were building a house. Like, you would put particulars in, like Kid Rock, to make sure that throughout the time period of history, you put a stamp and a mark on it. Right. Yeah. That's why if you were extraterrestrial, let's say, and you were going to build one building on this planet, it would be the pyramid. 100%. Like, most people don't even understand that there was a whole outer covering on that thing, and gold cap at the top. Like, it was a planetary monument.
Yeah. You might be right. It makes more sense than the idea that these people pushed those things into place and then got them hundreds of miles out of the mountain with ropes. Shut the fuck up.
Throughout history, we have not done things that did not profit us, and not 150 years from now.
Right.
Now.
Right. Now. Always.
All through history.
Right.
So to be thinking that this particular civilization, oh, you know what we all care about? When he gonna die. I dedicate my life to when he gonna die. I'm gonna die while history doesn't say that in any way.
It's also the sheer mass. 3,200,000 stones in the Great Pyramid. That is so much mass.
all of the wonders of the world are truly that.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there's a bunch of them too, man. The wild shit that they're digging out of Turkey is nuts too. That's the Göbekli Tepe place where they found 12,000-year-old structures back at the time when they thought people were just using sticks and stones and hunter-gatherers.
No,
they had
because the
skulls.
whole time they were saying that it was there.
Yep.
But understand, these are the things worthy of a war. Just so you know.
Worthy of a war. Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? All throughout history.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's the only
What is this horseshit?
thing a rational person can take from Hitler's story is being able to see what if you had a limited resource
What about James Bond?
and ability
Right.
to just follow global rabbit holes.
Am I done?
You find out that most stuff that is labeled BS is not BS. BS is very hard to come by.
Well, the Hitler thing is real weird because the Nazis are really into the occult.
At some point
This
in the
bitch.
information process,
Oh, fucking really?
that was required. So,
It was required to be into the occult.
so in like the world of medicine, like certain things before they had a label of being toxic, you just knew don't touch it. Like, you know what I mean? You didn't know what it was good for, but those occultists were the keepers of things that did work, not things that did not work.
Right.
So, but throughout history, that whole process of thinking, anything that could fall into the alchemy conversation was seen as occult based. It meant doing something unnatural. So even like the blacksmith was considered a part of that world through most of history.
Really?
Because he had an unnatural relationship with elements. He was able to take this and turn it into things.
Forged steel. Yeah. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah. I always wondered, like, at the heart of alchemy.
All processes that are discussed at these pyramids and all, because they're all processes.
Yeah. I've always wondered if alchemy is trying to regain lost knowledge. Like if at one point in time they did know how to just make metals. They did know how to create elements. They did know how to change lead into gold or whatever the fuck they wanted to do.
That's what this whole line was consisted of.
Yeah.
But it required money and time, and all royalty, all kings, all great leaders of the world. This is what you paid for, was people that could make things happen. So being able to understand the weather and to then be able to manipulate it in any way possible was valuable all through human history. All the way before we get to the seeding of clouds part.
Do you think they had the ability to manipulate weather back then? It'd be wild if they did, if that's what caused the Sahara Desert to emerge. Because all that shit used to be lush tropical rainforest. Imagine if that's humans fucking with cloud seeding. They just ruin it.
Well, that wouldn't explain how that has its own environment that's just as valuable. You know what I mean? It goes to further back up what I was telling you about how it seems like somebody put thought into every scenario you might be in. So let's say you lived in one of them deserts and all you had was cactus. Guess what? You could take that cactus and make tequila too.
True.
Like at every part of the process, like
People figure something out.
not the people figure something out. Something is there to be figured out.
Right.
Right. Right.
Well, that's what the indigenous people say about ayahuasca. They said that the plants told them how to make it. The mushrooms told them how to make it.
As a person that loves nature, you know that most of your experience in nature is based upon how other things react. You know what I mean? So you don't know that this is poisonous except for the fact that it doesn't look like anything's eating whatever's on here. And looks like everything is avoiding it. Like, these are real things. And that requires creation as well. The whole consequence thing and the fact that this animal is able to live with this thing that's going to be doing damage to you.
So let me ask you this, because this is the end conclusion of that. If creation is real, and if God is real, and if God created us...
Wait a minute, hold on. Let's be specific. Creation of what?
Yeah.
I just told you about my ducks and her eggs. That creation is real for sure.
For sure.
Yeah.
I'm not...
And life is going to come from
Yeah.
Right.
What I mean is that God created everything, and that there really is a reason for all of it. What is the reason for us? Like, if God really did make all these things synchronized together, and put us here,
First of all, I'm grateful, even if you're not.
I'm very grateful.
I'm
very grateful.
What an experience.
Amazing time.
Right? And if you take time and space out of things, right? Like, the people that sold me Call of Duty, right, gave me a great experience that I've been enjoying for years and years and years. And the person that I am on that platform is the person I would like to be all. An experience has been delivered. It would be like saying, what was the thinking on somebody making an amusement park? To amuse people so that they could have a full experience and be able to enjoy it. You know that because things happen, like the humor thing that I was telling you about, and health, how important good health is over the opposite of that, and how everything works without you needing to micromanage it. Your heart doesn't require you to count its beats, and what's the percentage of brains that are working perfectly versus the ones that are not? Like, all of the processes needed to run you are just too well done to be thrown away like not important. Because if you learn about it, you'll learn about the whole workings of the universe. And it's like that in too many different places for us to ignore. And the fact that we get a chance to have that experience while at the same time looking at a dog,
right,
and understanding that our life is 1 billion times greater than Fido's, and we can make sure Fido has a glorious life, and ours is still so magnificent that we're in control of certain things, and that we can not get things right and then get it right, and not know things and then know things, and then it's a wonderful experience that was created.
It is a wonderful experience, and we seem to have by far the most unique one on the planet. We seem very different than everything else. Very different than everything else. Even though we're a part of it, yeah, purposely. That's why I always wonder.
Super efficient.
What are we here for? What is the purpose? Is it just to enjoy and be grateful, which is great? Like, one of the things that terrifies people, it's a very interesting concept that terrifies people. People are terrified of living the same life over and over and over again. If you tell people that the journey of your soul is that you will live your life over and over again until you get it right. And one day you'll get it right. In one lifetime, you'll achieve enlightenment. But you're going to go through the same lifetime over and over and over again until you get it right. People are terrified of that. But I say...
Right, but that will require a creator, though.
Sure it would. But what I'm saying is, why would you be terrified of that when you're not terrified to exist right now? Why are you terrified of existing right now forever? I don't find that terrifying. If you enjoy now. If you enjoy now, now's great.
Whenever you die is forever. You know what I mean? So I know and have known in my life that I'm going to live forever. I know I'll die, but I know I'm going to live forever until then, and then live beyond that.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, that certainly is a better approach to life in that it gives you comfort. And that's what...
No, that's what history shows us. History has shown us that.
In what way?
That human beings are still here, not because of our wise decision making. Like, nobody's story says that. We've gotten assistance along the way that we needed it, and we have implemented it globally. This is why those one world people exist, because it's a very powerful concept to have, and far too lucrative and beneficial to not be attempted.
Yeah, I mean, if I was going to run some global power organization, I would try to co-opt every single leader, try to suck them in, offer support, bring them out to wherever the fuck I have my big-ass meetings, fly everybody in private jets to talk about the climate crisis.
All organizations have to follow the same rules.
Yeah, that's wild.
Recruitment is an important facet of all. Like,
we have to get some young global leaders.
Well, understand, this is the only reason that we can talk about these big Illuminati-like entities at this period of time. It's just because of time. Like, they aged out. Like, you can't get in new. So everybody got decrepit over there, and they can't exchange really through this period of history. And so that's how we ended up with the Bob Lazars and everything. Throughout history, you could really, it was much easier to get people to not tell nobody.
Right.
As part of your job. You know what I mean?
Imagine going to a World Economic Forum party. What did those freaks do when all the listening devices have been scanned out of the room, all their phones have been put into bags and locked away in a lead vault? What do those freaks do? Because you know it's not normal shit. You know everybody's buttoned down like that and wants to control the world. There's something involved that's outlandish that they keep a secret. That's always been the case with secret societies. I mean, that's the whole Eyes Wide Shut thing. That there's some freak shit going on behind the scenes to anybody that really wants to control everything. You don't just want to control everything. You want to control everything so you can get away with some freak shit too.
Right, I'm saying, but these Epstein-like characters have existed throughout history, whether they were kings or what, human beings are human beings universally. So everybody is a supplier. Epstein, Weinstein, like these guys knew what these extremists liked and provided it, and provided the way for you to to have $1 billion and not create a fantasy island type environment has not existed throughout history.
Right. Right.
Right.
And there's always been those people can only kind of interact with those kind of people. When you reach that certain level of wealth and global success, like you're a Bill Gates type guy, how many guys can Bill Gates hang out with? Bill Gates can't just go bowl and join the bowling team and make friends with the other bowlers. It's too weird. He's got to hang out with his kind. And the more you do that, the less you are in touch with what makes sense to say. And that's when you see them saying the most outlandish shit, because they don't recognize how regular people are going to react to what the fuck you're saying. You know what? We're going to own nothing and be happy? What the fuck did you just say? Did you say I'm going to own nothing and be happy? So, but there's things. So who owns the things? And who enforces who owns the things? And how do you do that? When you take away everybody's weapons, you're the only one that has weapons? And you get to decide who owns the things. And no one owns the things. And everyone's happy. Okay.
Right. But part of what you're trying to do is you're trying to come up with something that allows you to have the power while also profiting simultaneously.
Right.
Right. So if it's modern religion, let's say, so in the teaching of Jesus' time, right, when they said pay the tithes, right, it was you had your whole farming plot. Let's say it was 40 acres and you had corn planted there, right? You would when it came time to harvest, you would harvest everything except the rows that were on the fence, right? And the rows that were on the fence, that was the 10% of your field that would go to people that didn't have it. So it wasn't just you giving the 10%. It was also the fact that human nature is, if you were going to give people some of your crops, you going to pick out the best crops for you and your family, and then you'll put another pile for the giveaway.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And this took care of that, where it was all equal, and the person that didn't have to feel like they was a beggar. They could come and pick and see which corn they liked and get. You see what I'm saying?
Well, that's a smart move just for harmony in the community too. Then people have a vested interest in this farmer being successful with his crop.
Right.
Some of that crop is yours.
But the decision to take it from that to God said, give me 10% in this plate, is going to make $1 billion a day for 1 billion people.
Yeah.
This is why Tesla has to go. Why? Because not what Tesla is saying about electricity, is the fact that he's saying this should be free for everybody,
right,
everywhere.
Yeah, he wanted to have aerial electricity free for everybody, like radio waves.
And the day that you say that,
that's a wrap.
It's cheaper to keep her because we make 200 billion a day.
Yeah.
And we all agree universally, you should pay for this, and we'll be in charge of selling it to you.
And we'll shut it off if you fuck around.
So for us to say, I think they're going to do that with cars.
Duh.
This is how this goes in these 100% processes.
Yeah, that's the conspiracy theorist's biggest fear about electric cars. But it's not just electric cars. We found out it's an OnStar. It's on, I have a Cadillac Escalade. That has an OnStar. If I'm driving, the government wants to stop me, they can just shut my car off. It's crazy.
And if you were in that business, what would you tell them they need to do in the next 5 years?
Yeah, make them all like
get
that.
Better at it.
Yeah, get better at that. Control where they go, control the steering wheel, control everything. I want you to auto driving on all cars. Auto driving on all cars with third-party input.
Is this not what we would say to Tesla?
Yeah.
I mean, to Elon, if he said, I want to make cars.
Right.
when we say, okay, well, these are the regulations, and you
Yeah.
have to make them like this, and you.
It'd be nice if you could just control that car. Here, this is how you sell it to people. If someone steals your car, we can get it back. And you go, oh, that's great. Someone steals my car, they can get it back. How are they going to get it back? Well, they control your car.
You can make it cheap enough to not be a difficult sell, though, Joe.
Yeah, make it cheap.
That's what capitalism is about.
Yeah. Well, that's also like when you get free internet or free services through Google, right? It's free. But what you're giving up is your data, which is extremely valuable. So they're giving you something. You can now use Google, but now they have all your data. And they're just a big net that mines data. And because of that, it becomes one of the most powerful entities that's ever existed on Earth. You know, there was a story that
we
I was trying
learned
to
this from
find.
fishermen,
Yeah.
how a net works and how much it's important to get as much in as you possibly can, and that's where analytics live, and
Yes.
that's where I'm saying this is where the DNA industry is built off of, is the fact of the future. Like at that same point that you're saying that we'll have those cars that do that, they'll be able to predict crime.
Oh, yeah.
And step in before certain things even need to happen.
Or they'll probably instigate you to a certain level of stress that they could indicate that you're about to commit crime. And then they come in and get you.
they won't need to be that nefarious, only because some of this stuff we know already. It just requires profiling that we're not comfortable with. Like worldwide, most terrible crimes are committed by this is 73rd time. Most crime worldwide is done by men with a micro penis, and doctors know who they are. And so at some point, they will be able to just focus where they need to focus, and they would know certain things. And that's where, this is why AI exists. If you're your personal AI, you store your information, you make moves based upon what you've learned. So it's not a difficult process. All through history, they had these oracles and these heads and that gave answers.
Right.
And this is where that whole occult conversation intersects, is because at the end of the day, information is information, and the universe is built on a yin-yang thing that applies to everybody.
And we're slowly getting connected to that oracle, slowly getting sucked into that black hole to the point where it will be inescapable.
Right.
Yeah. And those old billionaire dudes would love to be in control of all that.
Look, what else are you to do with that type of money, Joseph?
Buy a bigger yacht.
Like,
Yeah, that's the problem.
right.
It's like, what's the next game? What's the real game?
As human beings, that's what our expectations are.
Yeah.
Of
always.
Yeah, what can you do? And at the end of the day, no matter how much money you amass, it's only about either how you can help others. And if you do that, you're never going to be fulfilled either, because you're never going to help enough people. And that's going to be your whole thing, is not being able to help enough people and just wishing that you could help more.
Right.
Or feeling like everybody is a commodity and that's the way things work, and find out who I'm going to take advantage of and do so. And that's a major part of a lot of things. Like
another major pattern that human beings fall into time and time again.
Well, the Jewish people are powerful people on this planet, and a lot of that has to do with the process that they have in instilling in their young people a certain amount of information and wherewithal and conversation that does not happen with other cultures, let's say. And that exists only in a few places around the world, but they're always important, especially if you look at things from a non-religious point of view.
Again, it goes back to information.
At all
Yeah.
points.
I mean, all cultures exchanging information with each other, and the healthiest cultures are the ones that can
Right.
both give the most freedom and allow people to innovate.
Right, helping ourselves and others.
Yeah.
And the profit and the benefit and
Yeah.
that's part of the process, right? But that's no different than what everybody's religious story says. Like,
What do you think ghosts are? You think that's
That
real?
was really pretty.
Interestingly, I don't believe in well you either believe in the natural and the supernatural or you don't. And there are facets to everything. So if you don't believe in anything supernatural, then I would assume that means you don't believe in God either. It's like I was telling you earlier. I don't know how you could be a Christian and not believe in extraterrestrials. It's in your book. It says there was a war in heaven and God was fighting Satan and threw him down here. This is taking place. So
Also, when you get to the Old Testament, Ezekiel's story. Ezekiel's story is essentially about a UFO encounter.
I was really frustrated as a Black person that we weren't included more in the Bible, right? And so I felt very good when I found that some of the books of the Bible that were banned because they had Black guys in them.
Really? What books of the Bible? This is in the New Testament? Is this when they were...
You've heard the book.
Constantine?
You've heard about the Book of Enoch.
Yes.
Right. So if you know that book, it says that Noah was an albino.
I always wondered about like Noah's age. They talked about being hundreds of years old.
And it
People thought that was
tells
ridiculous.
everybody's story.
Yeah.
And
But here's my thought. If human beings were at one point in time more technologically advanced than we are now, which is possible, we are on the verge of taking human life and expanding it way beyond 100 years. We're like real close to that. The people that are alive today will live to be 150.
I'm not qualified to be having any of this conversation.
I'm barely qualified because I've talked to a lot of qualified people.
Disclaimer, but understand, we know more now. Like we know that the earth is not spinning now the same way that it once was. We know that.
We get slightly different, immeasurably different, right?
I'm saying the interesting thing is in all of those stories that we're talking about, it never says that they did anything different that got them to be in that position. It just says that they were blessed by God. So
yeah, they were there.
This is at a time when people were dying of some things that today we would call pretty easy.
Yeah.
You know, but it was wiping out whole groups of people. Um, yeah, it's interesting.
Well, it's fascinating because there's no way to go back there and see what the fuck was going on. So no matter what, you're not yet.
Let's be fair though. They're not telling some wild story. Like if they say that a guy had this guy lived 600 years, they're also telling you about the 346 children that he had and his 1,500 wives.
Right.
Like, hold on. These are numbers to back up.
Right. If human beings do live to be 500 years old, that's a real possibility.
That would be the only way that you could show that.
Yeah.
Is by
talking about all the wives and all the children, and if you do take what we know now in terms of like what they're capable of doing now with human beings and lengthening telomeres, there's a lot of different methodologies that they're using that they believe will extend human life. Use of metformin, NMN, hyperbaric chambers. There's a bunch of different things they're doing. And then there's CRISPR. When they're doing genetic engineering on kids now, and in China, they did genetic engineering that would make the children more likely to be brilliant, more likely to be super intelligent.
Sir, why are you acting surprised by key components of the breeding process?
Right. True. Right. And
if we're talking about Frisians or if we're talking about German Shepherds or Doberman Pinschers, this is perfectly fine, right? For me to say that thanks to these reasons, this dog is the sheer example of the confirmation of the breed, and that his attributes are his intelligence and his loyalty and his right. This is all part.
You could do that shit in a test tube for your kid. Why wouldn't you do it? That's what I think they're going to start off with normal stuff.
It all starts off as normal stuff because it's abnormal. So the first thing you're doing is, okay, so we're in charge of, like, how could you not?
How could you not?
Is more the question to be had, and that's why in that profession they're allowed to do certain things and then tell you they're not going to do it no more.
Yes,
that's a key component to it.
We're not going to do that anymore. We changed our mind. Yeah, if they're telling you that there's no clones, the guy telling you is probably a fucking clone. At this point, I have no doubt that they've made human clones. They've made dog clones. You can get your dog cloned. If your dog's going to die, you can get the DNA from your dog, get a fucking puppy, and it'll be eerily similar to your dog. They think including some personality traits, which is just very bizarre, very Pet Cemetery. But if they can do that, why can't they do that to people? They can.
Well, here's the thing. Before this goes off the rails, it's too late. Because there is a God, the bar has been set so insanely high for your clone that you can't really get much usage out of it.
Well, if there is a God and you have a clone, the clone doesn't have a soul because you don't have a soul to give that clone.
Or a personality, or certain things like a subconscious.
Right.
Like that's not available on the market. Lungs are, heart is, arms are,
right.
But subconscious, we still don't have the understanding of that, or how we're able to be as brilliant as we are in this world while only using a portion of though there are those of us that know with the pineal gland what medicine says it's for, and what that would mean. And so those people's job is to make sure that there's fluoride in all the water. So your pineal gland will shrivel.
Get calcified or whatever happens to it.
That's all.
The
Yep.
fluoride thing is wild. The fact that people aren't up in arms about them putting fluoride in your fucking drinking water is so crazy. It's so unnecessary.
It's brilliant on the other end, though.
Oh, yeah.
So what happened is the reason people have that relationship is they cleaned up the water the same time that they did that. You see what I'm saying? So people of that time just remember the water not being that great. And then all of a sudden the water is really great and it's got fluoride and it's good for your teeth.
Despite the fact that there's direct correlations between high levels of fluoride in drinking water and low IQs. They think it lowers people's IQs. They think it's terrible for you. Fluoride's dangerous. You're not supposed to swallow toothpaste.
Look, whatever you're saying, people won't find out about that for 100 years, and I'm not even going to be 100. And most of these decisions are made like that.
Yeah. Most people are terribly unaware of the fluoride. When you bring up, they always say it's good for your teeth. Like, don't you brush your fucking teeth? Why do you need fluoride? Why do you need fluoride in your water? Are you sure that's why your teeth aren't falling out?
It's the fact that people don't understand that it's a toxic thing that you can't buy or purchase or handle.
It's in your drinking water.
Like,
and it's not doing you any good other than supposedly it's good for your teeth.
Well, even if it was.
Yeah, even if it was.
Even if it was great for your teeth and your bones. You drinking it wouldn't be the way you'd be trying to get that. No. But
I don't even use fluoride toothpaste.
I'm not gonna let you take me where this conversation is going.
Where's it going?
Now that we went to fluoride, like
Where's
I'm
it
gonna
going?
have to cut no further than that because once you start having what they'll do, yeah, you understand everything's a campaign. And that's how you can approach everything is find out
who's making money off this.
Where's the profit? How does this make sense? Why? Yeah.
So right now the fluoride plants are going, what the fuck are they talking about? Somebody just introduced legislation to try to remove fluoride from some state from drinking water. Some people are waking up to it. They're realizing that this is so unnecessary and obviously not good.
Well, just understand that there are far too many places that don't have clean water.
Mm-hmm.
So,
True.
know, like
Flint, Michigan. Still that water stuff there. There's what about that place in Ohio where that?
Hold on. And why? Because nobody wants it to be their fault, so nobody will take like.
Right.
You understand how?
Even the government. There's plenty of money for
not even.
Yeah.
Like
exactly.
how are we allowed to have a foreign policy where we are violating the policies here?
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Like what do you mean the immigrants are getting a check and we're putting them up in places that what? You mean in the homeless people's face?
Right, in the homeless people's faces.
Like,
right?
Let us show you what we could have done.
Right.
Wow.
Crazy.
That's not okay as a society.
No. Well, did you see the scam that they were trying to do in New York City? Where they were trying to give them debit cards for $10,000, but there's people getting cuts all along the way?
That wasn't a scam. That was business that got uncovered.
Yeah.
And I'll prove it to you. When you go to, if you go to jail in New York, everybody goes to Rikers Island. So I was in Rikers Island. So if you got money on you when you go in, they give you a card when you leave them, and it's got money on it. You know, like systems are the systems.
Yeah, there's a lot of money being made. Yeah, a lot of money being tossed around in the system. And if you have a thing like an open immigration policy, for sure, Someone's figuring out how to profit off that. Someone's figuring out something.
No, you're looking at the wrong way. There is no one who is
planning and
Everyone's profiting.
I'm saying, how ridiculous is it?
That won't get you into his heart.
Greatest
So
country
if
in the
you're
world,
thinking about me,
it'd not be a big deal to get that.
Of course.
All you gotta do is
Of course.
This is the bees saying, why do they love our honey so much?
Well, no one's shocked at that. What people are shocked at is that there's no effort whatsoever to stop the stem of illegal immigration. That's what people are freaked out about. Like, it seems like
We're
it's on
not
purpose.
freaked out about the loss of bees.
I am.
If all the bees are gone,
We're
we're going to die as a civilization because we didn't protect one of the most important insects in the whole ecosystem.
Yeah.
Right. So,
I think cell phones are just
Where your head
well,
imagine you're gonna be forever and all of a sudden someone uses cell phone signals everywhere. And
this
we're
is part of the purpose of religion in society is to try to get you away from exploring all the things you could be doing. And put it somewhere that's healthier.
Like, what do you mean?
Like principles of meditation, believing that you should be trying to do a good job and being nice, because it's not really that profitable, right? But here we are talking about, that really will help our country and civilization if we treat the downtrodden. But it's very low money.
Yeah.
The truth is that immigrants that come over here are super.
Yeah, and motivated.
And
I mean, shit. When
yeah,
I just walked
and
here,
that's what's made all immigration important. It evolved, like the Mexican people were suspected. Well, they were their own joke to the civilization of the fact that, you say, they shouldn't come over, but anybody that comes over willing to work hard and succeed, and those are people you want apart, and they immediately help. Like, you can look at the extremes, of course, but the benefit is astronomical.
yeah, the benefits are great. The side effects are crime.
All you gotta do
So you have to be careful of. Especially when you got organized crime that's coming in self-fentanyl. You got a lot of that. That's a wild one. Because that's propped up by laws. That's propped up by our drug laws. And that puts you in a real complicated situation. You make drugs legal. Everything. The problem is when a bunch of people get addicted to drugs, they probably wouldn't without that. And I know what to say is that just part of the process. We have to learn to deal with this new thing that's everywhere. And readily available. And how many people are going to try it just because it's legal? Probably quite a few. But at least how many people are not going to die from fentanyl poisoning because they're going to get pure stuff? Probably a lot.
Talking fentanyl in specific, like, it's a very difficult conversation to have because most of the things that we would all agree are terrible drugs aren't being used at the hospital.
Right.
So until that part gets, it's like it's a bad look all the way around. But the bar has been set so high. Like, everything that's called a drug nowadays is terrible. Like, there's been no evolution. Like,
Well, that's part of the problem with keeping drugs illegal, and especially psychedelic drugs, since 1970. It's like stymied human evolution, stymied research, stymied growth.
What did?
Keeping drugs illegal, keeping psychedelic drugs illegal.
Look, if there was
Specifically psychedelic drugs.
if there was a God, then he put a fail safe on the drug so that you would have it very.
And that's Richard Nixon?
That's ODing.
ODing, yeah.
Right.
Right, with
So-
those drugs.
Right. So really what's happening is you're like, okay, whatever you're on, do it till you're dead. And so, you know, statistically, that's going to happen. You're going to lose some people, but the people that's not doing it, they're not going to start doing it.
Right, and they're going to learn from the people that don't. Like you learn to not eat poisonous plants.
You would think, but if that were true, nobody in the world would ever do heroin. Like, if you've ever seen somebody kick it, like, you would never do it. Like, it doesn't matter how it makes you feel. The end result is defecating and urinating in a puddle that you're laying in while being naked. Then just like, do it. Like, you would just call that poison.
You tell me everything is alright.
You learn from other people doing it. And that's the thing, it's like we're reluctant to allow that factor into people's lives, but we kind of have with a lot of other factors.
Well, a lot of these things were used sparingly and in context as well. You know what I'm saying? So,
Particularly on psychedelics, they were used in a ritualistic way.
but that's like us saying, you know, well, in that cooking show, they were using herbs and spices. Like, yeah, that goes with it.
Right.
Like, if somebody tells you that when they used to come through with the ball and the smoke and the incense, that at one point it was marijuana, right? Understand that it was setting the mood of the room. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's how you know there is an occult. How could there not be? There's another side to everything, universally. So,
yeah, that must have been a wild time in church. Everybody's just got contact high. People walking down the aisles with balls filled with marijuana smoke.
well, understand, this is not being consistently done. This is being done.
Right.
You know what I mean? And so there's no such thing as you getting too much of it. You're not getting enough to do anything except relax.
Right.
And relax is what you should be doing as we discuss what we're discussing.
Yeah, it'll humble you a little. Calm you down a little.
It'll take the edge off.
Yeah.
You're not getting enough to have the munchies. And if you do, we'll probably have a little something. Yeah, whatever. But I'm saying all throughout history, people have been searching for this connection. And we don't have historically any evidence of any groups of people doing something for no reason.
Right.
There was a element to this. So when we have the stories of we went in this cave and crazy shit was down there, and like we now know that a lot of that existed. Like the air is not the same down there. Like it might have been a poisonous gas in there. We know that, you know, these were things that were not known then. So it's just fascinating to see the stories where we are now and to see how advanced they were on these particular subjects. And that time weeded out the BS stories.
Yeah, there's probably something to all of them. There's probably something to all stories from all cultures. There's a reason why they would want to tell them over and over and over again.
One of the criteria for it to last over time. Like, that's what I understood. When I broke the internet, I was trying. Let's see if you know. Like, when you start studying quotes and where great quotes come from, you start getting these people that are known for their great quotes, right? The further you go back, you see who really said it first.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And that's what brings it full circle to that emerald tablet I was telling you about, right? Because 70% of it is something you've heard.
Well, I can't wait to read it. I wasn't even aware of it, but it totally makes sense.
Like, there are things in it that are verbatim to the Bible, verbatim to the Quran, verbatim to...
I'm gonna read it.
It's a great thing.
Cat Williams, thank you for being here, man. It's a lot of fun. I'm glad we finally did it.
Glad
I finally met you.
Yeah, me too.
I appreciate you very much, man. And we talk well about you all the time. I think you're one of the best comics of all time. And you know, I think you're a fucking animal, man. You get after it in a way that, like, the energy that you have, I appreciate you very much. Very much. So it was a lot of fun. Thanks for being here. All right. Bye, everybody. Boom, and we're live. Russell, why is it that when people start getting like super spiritual, they start dressing like you? You dress like a guru.
We circulate a memo, so it's now time to stop wearing socks, stop shaving, and make eye contact for a bit too long.
Oh, uncomfortable eye contact.
Give a bit starey.
How long are you gonna go with the beard? I mean, that's like you're full on, like, you're a yogi now.
I mean, it's gone beyond Jesus and into Moses and lesser prophets,
or
Old Testament.
Navy SEAL. You're in that range too. Like, you could be some wild man.
That's a mistake that wouldn't like, if there was an assault course in front of us, that the potential for me being a Navy SEAL would start to break down. I once went on an assault course with some US Marines in that place near San Diego. I can't remember the name of that base. And climbing up that rope using your leg muscles, it was not good value.
Didn't enjoy it?
I like the camaraderie, and I really as I've written about and talk about quite a lot, when I'm around very male environments, I kind of really like it. I really get off in it, but I have to watch myself not getting too excitable. It's even in this environment, as a matter of fact, I have to keep myself a little bit chilled out. And
why? What does it do to you?
Well, I guess what it is my early life, I grew up mostly around my mum, and I don't have brothers and sisters and stuff like that. So my male role modeling occurred later in life. And I think it probably relates to this spiritual thing. I think it meant that I'm very open to sort of spiritual experience, meditative experience. So I didn't have a lot of grounding physical experiences or bodily experiences really till adolescence, and sexuality. That's the first time I really sort of got into the body. Didn't do sport as a kid. Didn't have like men going, right, this is what we do, this is how we shave, this is how you treat people, this is, didn't really sort of get that kind of education. So now still, if I'm around like soldiers, UFC fighters, I go, I do BJJ primarily as a result of these let's not call them confrontations. Conversations. That's a much nicer term. So like, there's a bit of me that's, I get excited about the analysis of it. It's not homoerotic because that doesn't happen to be the way that I roll out.
You just enjoy a little too much.
There's something about it.
Yeah, you get fired up, and it may. What's bad about it? What's bad about getting fired up?
Nothing for me, except like, look, as you know, my model for life is a sort of a 12-step model about watching my impulses.
Yes.
My impulses have got me in a lot of trouble. My impulse is to take drugs. My impulse is to sleep around. My impulse is to even eat food. I've got a sort of a tendency to get obsessive, but you would probably argue that if you direct that energy correctly, it can be kind of positive.
I think it can, but I agree with you that it can get out of control. And I have similar impulses. I have similar problems. And I've just used discipline and hard work, especially working out, to try to mitigate it.
Well, that's what I pick up from you, is that your early encounters with martial arts have meant that you've understood from a young age, it seems to me, physical discipline. And I think that's a very important thing. And I'm only learning that like now, because I've had drugs, then fame, and chaos, and I've only just emerged from like the sort of the fog of that madness.
I love how you've emerged, though, because it's very unique. You've uniquely emerged authentically. Like this is who you really are. Like, you're not putting on an act. You found yourself, which is like what everybody wants to do. They want to find themselves. I mean, it never feels like a completed task, right? Everyone's a work in progress forever.
That's right.
But you are you. Like, you are very comfortably you, and you've found what makes you you.
That's a lovely compliment to get from you, Joe. I appreciate that, because what I think about is like, you're a very different type of person to me. There's things that in this world, in these polemical times, you and I would be supposed to, I would say, take adversarial stances on. I'm vegan now. Mm-hmm. You love hunting. But my personal philosophy is my morality and my spirituality is for me. It's not something I go around inflicting on other people and telling them how they should behave.
Yes.
I know enough now to know people are different. People have different experiences. And I don't let those things get in the way of how I evaluate other people.
We should all be more like that. I really believe that. I mean, there's so many people that I disagree with that I have fine conversations with. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, and I don't think that impulse to have antagonistic engagements with people that you disagree with is correct.
How else are we going to consolidate?
Yes.
If like it's just like, I'm only going to deal with people that see the world roughly how I do, how are we going to form new tribes, new alliances, new relationships, new systems at a time when evidently, it feels to me at least, Joe, like things are breaking down?
Yeah.
There's a lot of bitterness, acerbity, and confrontation, and people don't want to talk to each other. I mean, I don't know how real that is of actual people. I'm talking, I suppose, about how the media landscape seems to present information. I don't know if that's true when you're, when I'm around people, I don't sense, oh, wow, these guys are really tied up in Brexit or Trump or whatever. It doesn't seem that relevant to ordinary people. It seems to me that people are still operating on a personal, how are you today? People are willing to get on like that. I mean, how are we supposed to take these ideas on board? It's sort of almost too vast for us. These geopolitical ideas that we're asked to identify with.
Right, and then your everyday life, it hardly ever affects you, or affects you very little in comparison to things that you ignore because you're concentrating on Brexit, or you're concentrating on Trump, or you're concentrating on whatever it is.
Yeah,
the wall. Build that wall, whatever it is.
Yeah, I start to wonder, who is it that's involved in this stuff? I start to, where I'm at now is, are we even capable of belonging to groups, units, tribes of 300 million people or 60 million people with so many diverse ideas? Is this a time to look at federalism differently, to start breaking down, I exist within this tribe of people, but I collaborate with all these other people. I don't know how municipal action gets done. I don't know how you run an army and build roads if people are starting to operate in smaller units. But I am thinking that we need to have a real sense of community and connection, and we've got to let go of looking for ways to object to and judge other people as some sort of primary way of forming our own identity.
No, I completely agree, and I think we're probably moving towards some sort of understanding that a lot of these boundaries and these clans of states and countries, they were all established without our consent before we were born, and we're a part of a system that we didn't agree to it. We just all of a sudden found ourselves in it, and we're trying to make it fit us.
Yeah, that's right. And there's aspects of it that are appealing. like sort of during a World Cup, I really feel English and feel, like I feel a genuine sense of connection and investment. But if I'm being asked to live according to rules that don't affect me, that affect, except for that affect me financially and don't speak to who I am as an individual, then I'm like, well, what is this? This isn't for my benefit.
Yeah. When the inclination to form teams and to root for your team and to root against other teams, it's so deep seated in us. And it can cause so many unnecessary conflicts for no reason. It's so escapable too. It's so if you can objectively analyze the way human beings behave and interact with each other and go, well, why do we do this? Let's just stop doing that. Let's just if we disagree on things, how much are these disagreements actually affecting me on a daily basis? Not that much. Can't we just communicate? Can't someone say what they think and I say what I think and we just decide like what makes sense and what doesn't make sense based on our own interpretations? Isn't that possible?
It seems like that's the direction we've got to head in. I did, as I know you have done, a podcast with Candace Owens, who, like, on the subject of, individual, like when she says stuff like people should get over slavery, or it's as if it didn't happen. I don't agree with that. I feel like that has a massive social impact. That those statistics are not a coincidence. The number of people of certain ethnicities in prisons and in poverty or whatever.
Sure.
For me, that's not just a coincidence. But so I couldn't agree with her more profoundly on, according to social criteria, some very, very important issues. On an interpersonal level, I thought she was absolutely delightful. And like sort of funny and sweet. And
she's very young, if you really stop and think about it.
What's going
She's
on?
only 28, which is amazing.
Right.
Is that correct? She's so much smarter than I was when I was 28.
She's certainly a lot more confident than I was.
She's prettier too.
28 or
29? Same thing. So when I was 29, I was a fucking moron, okay? And no one would ever listen to my opinions on anything on a world stage.
Yeah.
People are listening to her. I mean, she's testifying in front of Congress. I mean, so I cut her a lot of slack with some of the things that she's made like missteps on. And I think sometimes when people say those things, like people should get over slavery, it's almost like you're saying things that you think other people want to hear more than you're saying things that are really rational. So whether or not we should get over slavery, sure, slavery was over more than 100 years ago, but the repercussions of slavery, the echoes of slavery still exist. And they exist in all these different southern states and cities and all these different neighborhoods that had been a part of systemic racism, where they had literally forced black people to live in certain areas and didn't even allow them to buy homes outside of those areas. They made laws, and those laws are in place in places like Baltimore. And, I had this guy, Michael Wood, on, who was a police officer in the city of Baltimore. And one of the more profound things that he said was that they found papers that were documenting crimes from the 1970s in Baltimore. And they were in the same area, the same crimes that he was facing in the 2000s when he was a police officer. So he was looking at this going, what in the fuck? Like, am I just a part of something that's never going to be fixed and never going to be changed? And, as he learned more about the city and the city's laws and how these systems were set up to keep people in certain places, and how the crime and the violence and the drugs is all just in this one concentrated area, and it's always been there, and no one does anything to change it. You realize, like, wow, this is a crazy echo of a horrible past. And that's what it is.
I had a couple of conversations that made me recognize how powerful systems and institutions are and their ability to maintain themselves regardless of any individual. Because it seems like what happened there with the man you were chatting to is that he's an individual, woke up and like, oh my God, hold on a second, I'm in some sort of weird grid. And like, I spoke to this fella called Ken Ross, who worked for the British diplomatic service at the time of 9/11 and was privy to confidential information about how that was handled on a military and geopolitical level. And he said, like, he's come away from that thinking, well, these institutions function and in a totally corrupt way to pursue their own objectives. Disingenuity and dishonesty is just part of the system. And it was him that made me think about anarchism in a different way, saying that the assumption that people, if they were not tightly governed with big government and huge control, would go around murdering each other and raping each other, simply not true. That's one of the means by which the state continues to justify its existence. People will behave better the closer they are to self-governing community. And this is like, and I was interested in that because he's talking from, this is what I saw on the inside, this is how I saw it was running, like your cop friend there. And like another person I spoke to that had been inside a system and then woken up within it. Who was it? Oh yeah, Yanis Varoufakis. When Greece had that mad revolution, he was like one of the leaders of a party, Syriza. And for a minute, it was like Syriza said, "We ain't paying back all those debts. You screwed us financially. You screwed Greece." So he was there at the EU meetings telling like the German chancellery, "We're not paying. Greece ain't going to repay those debts." And he just said that the way that the system reasserted itself was magnificent to watch in a way. And he said none of those individuals have any power except the power that that role gives them. If you are the German finance minister, you've got the power that a German finance minister has. You can't step outside it and start going, right, listen, why don't we do this and why don't we do that? The system itself is beyond individual decisions. You know, it's a self-sustaining system. It won't come up with ideas or support ideas that threaten it. And that's why I continually keep hearing, and I'm sure you're having similar conversations, that if you are really interested in changing the world, you have to participate in systems that are outside of it, set up new ideas. Don't worry about trying to smash this one down with a hammer. It will atrophy on its own as it becomes less and less relevant.
I think also change yourself. And when you change yourself, it becomes evident to the people around you. And if your change is beneficial and attractive, people, they gravitate towards that idea that you can improve yourself and you can change your perspective on things.
Well, that is the one area of your life where you've got some authority and control, and that's that is what I'm about. It's like I can stop myself being like watching pornography. I can stop myself using drugs if I want to, like, you know, with some support. And that's what this book here, Mentors, which I talk about you in only for a paragraph, you know what I mean? It's not like literary fellatio. It's a small nod of your influence and impact. I talk about how we have latent qualities within us that are sometimes hard to realize on without support. But if you find a mentor in an area where you're looking to improve, they can kind of awaken energies within you that on your own you wouldn't be able to use. I had a really recent experience of it where I was sort of like freaking out about something. I spoke to like a mentor of mine, and like the way that he sort of spoke to me was like sort of aggressive, like a sort of an aggressive, "That's not going to happen. You are not afraid." And like it woke up the part of me that feels that way, that has that kind of, I would say, sort of male certainty, a kind of grounded energy. He was able to sort of like direct it at me. And like in that moment in myself, all bewildered, I wasn't able to do it. You know, I needed to resource it externally in a moment. So this is how I sort of feel like your individual journey. I'm interested in how, because I'm guessing with your background in martial arts and stuff, mentorship seems pretty much stitched into that. You must continually be looking at someone, learning from someone, trying to equal them or whatever it is.
Yeah, the good part about that is you get good at learning things and you get good at listening. You know, as a martial arts student, you don't just listen. You listen very intently. You bow. You say, "Sir." You know, I mean, there's so much discipline involved in the act of learning. Yeah, and so much reverence and respect for people who know more than you, and appreciation. So that helped me with pretty much everything I ever wanted to learn. I just would listen very intently. I don't think maybe I could figure it out better. I'm very good at listening to people that are good at things.
That's interesting. Did you first get into I picked up stuff over the various shows of yours that I've listened to, but would you say that your inaugural interest in martial arts came from kind of domestic distress and stuff? Were you having a difficult home life and not a good relationship with your stepdad? Am I right in saying?
There was that, but it was also moving more than anything. I mean, my stepdad's a nice guy, but it's always a weird situation, you know.
No one likes the dynamic of someone having sex with their mother. I remember having similar feelings about my own stepdad.
He's a great guy, though. I don't want to paint him in a bad way. It's just what was really hard was moving a lot and running into bullies. That was way harder than anything else.
So there was a time in your life where you felt very, presumably, vulnerable and not grounded.
Didn't have any friends, constantly moving to new neighborhoods, meeting new people. And, and when you're a young boy, you're a teenage boy. Teenage boys are fucking dangerous.
Yeah, man. They're the worst.
They're the worst.
If you see a group of them now, I'm talking about my country, 13, 14 years old, I'll cross the street.
Yeah.
They're lawless.
Yeah. Well, yeah, young boys are they're always looking to impress each other, and they have these. If you want to find real toxic masculinity, it exists in teenage boys. It's mostly
purest
exaggerated in men. The way it's described is mostly exaggerated in terms of the way the media talks about it, but in its purest form. And teenage boys, they get together and they start lighting frogs on fire and doing shit. They do things because they want to like one up each other, and they feed off of each other. Like what one boy would do is so different than what 5 boys would do. What 5 boys would do could be horrific, but what one boy would do on his own is very rarely there. Because you have to think about yourself and think about, is this right? And you objectively analyze the way you're behaving. I'm like, people wouldn't be proud of me if I did it this way. But when you're with 5 other boys and you're all rambunctious and filled with testosterone and piss and vinegar, you wind up doing crazy things.
This is, when I hear something like that, it's difficult not to think that it's, of course, relative. Relative to us, the behavior of adolescent males is reckless and crazy. It's not impossible to conceive of an intelligence that would look at the behavior of adult human beings and think, oh my God, what's governing these people? What principles are they using?
Right. What's the end goal too? Like, what are you trying to accomplish with your life, with your existence, with your time? I think if there's a real concern about AI, I think the real concern is AI is going to rationally analyze our behavior and our reliance on emotions and all these human reward systems that we have built in, the way it's affecting our society and the way it's affecting how we govern ourselves and how we behave amongst ourselves. And it's going to think we're unfixable. It's going to look at it like, well, this is they have too much monkey in them. They have so much monkey instincts and monkey DNA, but now they live in this rational modern world of, 5G, internet on your phone and satellite communication and 24/7 news cycle. But yet they have these primate genes.
Artificial intelligence, a subject about which I know very little. It seems to me that it will, on some level, have to be derived from a particular aspect of human understanding, of rationalism. So we're representing one aspect of our nature and prioritizing it. Logic, organization. But what you refer to as sort of primitive and monkey-ish, for me, it envelops and involves the most beautiful aspects of our nature. I'm a little romantic about human beings still. I feel that one of the great problems we've had is that philosophically we have overvalued materialism, rationalism, and knowing a little bit about philosophy primarily from that bloody podcast that you and I tagged a minute ago before we was recording. Who's that guy?
Philosophize This.
So what I understand for that is post-Enlightenment, we've started to prioritize rationalism. So if you prioritize rationalism and organization, which obviously has a lot to offer, the organization of resources is incredibly and hugely important. You forget that a huge part of the human experience is nothing to do with that. The other thing we were chatting about before we went live was DMT. Now, no artificial intelligence is going to understand that there is access to a realm of consciousness that continually exists, that doesn't seem to be bound by physical laws as we understand them. And if the physical laws that we abide by are parochial and relevant only to this level of existence, why are we allowing ideas resourced from there to govern all of our systems? Even listening to you talk about DMT, you say, I encountered these gestures, I went through this membrane into another realm, and checking out Mike Tyson when he was on here, and no, yeah! I love that moment was amazing. I took acid when I was a teenager, and even in very not unhealthy, but unbridled, mad teenage boy conditions, I want to be there with a guy in a lab coat with a pen going, well, Mr. Brand, sit down, look at these Rorschach tests, instead of which I'm in New Cross in a bed sit, dropping acid and staring at my own hands and recognizing, oh my God, I'm not me. The very idea of me is a construct. I'm just tuned into a particular aspect. AI will build systems that are predicated on rationalism, organization, and on that basis, I can see why they would at some point, go all Skynet and annihilate us. But that is I believe the problem with our society is that the materialistic aspect of our nature is not the priority. It's just one thing we should be doing. Of course, we need good roads. Of course, we need hospitals, schools, food, etc. But we need to find a way of honouring the sacred. And I'm fascinated in the experiences you're having in these psychedelic explorations and how it's influencing the rest of your life. Like how you're saying, like how does it influence the rest of your decisions, the way you see the world, the way you see relationships, the way you see the vulnerable young man you were prior to building your own, I say, personal religion of martial arts, excellence in your chosen field of stand-up comedy? How do you incorporate that vulnerable kid? Because I'm still very aware of the vulnerable person I was, and like I'm going on a rant, man.
That's
like
good.
Like when Kevin Hart was on here, who I think is amazing, and he was amazing on this, I thought, fucking hell, like what have I got to offer the world when Kevin Hart has got this kind of force? Like, you know, you don't come in the bubble, and I was like, my God, this guy is so positive. What a role model, what a lot he's got to offer. And then I thought, well, like any of us, what I've got to offer is who I am. Just who I am as a vulnerable, flawed human being that still feels connected to the kid I was when I didn't feel good enough. I still feel that. I can walk in a room and feel that. Yeah. But I also know that that's not real, because I've had spiritual experiences, hallucinogenic experiences that make me feel that the relationships we should be building have to honor that we're vulnerable and flawed, but also capable of greatness. There has to be room for all of this. And I feel that part of what we're doing and part of why we're experiencing such superficial polarity in politics and culture is because we're not acknowledging that underneath this surface activity of left, right, and you know from Sam Harris, them little experiments, you stick garbage in front of someone, they become Republican pretty quickly, or you scare people, they become less democratic. You know, I think all that stuff is pretty superficial, and at depth in that realm of the jesters and the membrane of psychedelia, we have access to oneness, and that should be what's influencing the way we set up our tribes, our systems, and our relationships.
Yeah, I think when a guy like Kevin Hart shows you what a positive and motivational impact one person can have just with his words and his deeds and the way he lives his life, he's so inspirational that you realize that is possible, that you can share that energy and that you can have these experiences with people where they literally they actually uplift you. Like I was uplifted by his conversation. I felt like, wow, that guy is so positive. What a great way to look at the life that we're living. And the more people do that, the better. And when someone like that does spread a positive message, you know, and obviously he's materialistic as well. He's got a bunch of cars and a big house, and he makes a lot of money, and he does a lot of movies. But what he's spreading is this very motivational, very positive message, and that affects people in a very positive way too. And all that left-right shit and all this, all the battles that we have politically and ideologically back and forth, and all the negative venom that people spray at each other. At the end of the day, this is not benefiting anyone unless you're fighting a major demon that the world needs to conquer. And most of it's not that. Most of it is like finding demons out of innocuous things, you know. Yeah. And I think when you talk about what you have to offer, what you have to offer is that you are you, that you have this unique perspective. You can affect the way people view their own journey in life because you've been so introspective and so aware of your own pros and cons in terms of your past behavior, your current behavior, and who you are now and who you used to be. All that stuff is fuel for people because they can relate. They hear it. I mean, maybe they cannot relate to being a movie star and being this famous guy and the struggle, but they can relate to the humanity of your struggle. They put themselves in your position. Like, what must that have been like? And look at this guy who's made these conscious decisions to not be like that anymore. And he dresses like a homeless person with a crazy beard.
That's the real take-home information. Dress like you live out of doors.
Yeah, dress like you're a homeless guy in Oregon.
Specifically there, people will respect that.
Yeah, it's like dark colors, you know, it rains a lot.
Yeah, I get it. I get the reference. I understand American culture, Joe Rogan. Yeah, so, hey, can I do some, promotional activity?
Tell me what it's called. What is it?
This book is called Mentors, and actually, I read it, bits of it again, because I knew I was coming here, and I think it's actually pretty good. Awesome. Like, I wrote quite a lot about Brazilian jiu-jitsu.
You really love it, huh?
Yeah, I do. My writing is not from you'll understand, not from a technical perspective. I'm not saying this is what I've got to say on open guard now to transition. I'm talking about how the psychological impact that it's had on me, and also in there about like the protocols of going to a group, which as a beginner are very relevant. Like you touched on how ritualized it is. I've got a hunch that the more we emulate and connect to original ways of human behavior, whether that's dietary or hierarchies or organization of groups, I feel that we will feel a sense of greater connection. Now, the thing I got from going in BJJ classes, Genesis, where I go back in England, is like that all the white belts get changed at one end of the room. The purple belts and above get changed at the other end of the room, which coincidentally or not is where the control for the timer is and the control for the music is and where the kit is. That's all up that room, so end of the room. So all the control is that end. But it begins with sort of dancing around in a circle, doing all of those various exercises. Now lift your knees, now do the shrimping and that kind of stuff. It's that a lower belt shouldn't invite a higher belt to spar or roll, you know. It's and like as you say, the amount of respect, the bowing, the handshaking at the end of it. It's so sort of, it provides such a safe environment in which to deal with the primal. I can see why it's valuable, and it's like, you know, I should have been taught that shit when I was 14, 13, like as mandatorily, so that I didn't come across it. Like, you know, you're not going to be setting fire to fields and allotments and putting frogs on fireworks if you've got a way of dealing with that primal energy. Yeah. When it's coming.
Some people that don't understand that think that you should suppress it somehow. You should just ignore it or suppress it. They don't understand that for men, it really, for a biological male, it really needs to be tackled head on. I mean, you really need to embrace what it is to be a physical male, and it frees you in a lot of ways.
Do you think this might be a comparable moment to in the 1960s when there was a sort of a sense of sexual repression versus sexual free love? You know, the images of Woodstock and flowers in their hair and smoking joints and having sort of sex outdoors in mud or possibly wheat. That this time of like a kind of an anger about maleness, you know, and maleness may not, as you said, it may be a biological male, but it could be the energy of, I don't know, assertion or whatever. These, like, you know, as in grammar, male and female relate to certain words, as in French grammar, where, I don't know, cat is female and dog is male. I don't know the system, I don't speak French, but I'm saying that we have labeled these energies, and it does seem that that there is a particular, what do I want to say, a condemnation of male energy. Do you think it comes from a misunderstanding?
Yeah, and I also think it comes from a big generalization too.
Yeah,
I mean, it's easy to do, right? And if you're a woman who's had negative experiences with men, maybe you've dated men that have been physically abusive, or maybe you've known men that have been physically abusive, and you're around that, and you just it's very convenient and very easy to just generalize and decide that all men are negative, and that masculine energy is negative, and especially white males. And if you say that, you'll get props online. People go, yes, girl, yes, clap, clap, clap. People get excited. But those are also people that are short-sighted. Like, you want to make as many people your ally as you can. You want to make as many people your friend as you can. And you have to understand that there's some people that are just wired different than you. There's some girly girls, and there's some really feminine men. And then there's some masculine men, but everybody is okay as long as they respect you and they're kind to each other. But the problem is we associate certain behaviors and characteristics with either negativity or hedonism or toxic masculinity, or someone being a bitch as a man. And these generalizations are often way more harmful, and it's just too convenient and easy and lazy.
Yeah, there is no simple way. And when I think about my own attitudes in this area, there is a degree of complexity, because I've got young daughters. I've got a 2-year-old and a 1-year-old, right? And they're, you know, daughters. So like, but when the other day, because I'm staying in Los Angeles, Gabby, she's Mexican. She used to, when I first moved out here and lived my entourage lifestyle, she used to look after the house, and she used to think, oh, my baby, my baby. She loved me. So, and I'll take a matriarchal figure wherever I can find one. And Gabby used to look after me. She adored me and stuff. I stayed friends with her. Yesterday, she come around. She bought like what I can only describe as a bikini for like my baby daughter. Like, now, what a 2-year-old doesn't need like a bikini top. and I, excuse me, burping on the mic. I like it. For me, I thought, like, I don't want to put my daughter in that. That's sort of, in a way, sexualizing that child and like coverage. So, and also a lot of the time, like with my daughter, I don't like with my wife, particularly with our first child. I'm like, don't dress her up in little dresses and stuff because she won't be able to like run around. And I thought, my God, that's not that different from like the cliche of a male parent that wanted a son, and I didn't want a son, or in particular, I love this kid. I love this kid. It doesn't mean I love having a daughter, adore her, but like I am aware that these things of like dress a child this way, dress a girl this way are constructs. Further to what we were talking about again before about Michel Foucault, we got a lot done before we went live, man. Like when we were talking about Michel Foucault, what he exposes a lot is that there, and Deleuze, Gilles Deleuze, is that a lot of things that we take for granted as being normal are actually constructs. And when I say a child's bikini, I think there's no reason for any child of any sex or gender to be wearing a bloody bikini.
Right.
So a child with tits is a terrifying idea for all but a very small and terrifying percentage of the population. So like that is an example of the external feminization of a child. Like, so when there's an argument, a feminist argument of gender is a construct, I can see, oh yeah, to a point it is. There are constructs. You can't, like, my opinion is you can't argue with biology. Chromosomes are doing what they're doing in the physical realm. Yeah. But like being a father to a daughter has made me feel like I don't, obviously, and I know you have daughters, or at least three daughters. I'm certainly very aware of, I don't want to push them down some culturally prescribed avenue, whether it's about their dress, their sexuality, or anything. So I've got, where am I on that dial?
Yeah, you gotta just not put any pressure on them, and let them enjoy their life and let them find their path. That's what's weird, right? It's like I see people, they're getting their daughters to dress very, very feminine, little mini skirts and stuff, and they're 5 years old, and high heel shoes. I've seen little kids with high heel shoes. It seems very strange to me. I don't like it.
Yeah. Well, so, but for me, that is being sourced from, like, we can extrapolate that to, but then why should a 20-year-old woman wear high heels? I mean, I've read cultural analysis. I'm sure you have, of like, well, the lipstick is to emphasize the lips because it's redolent of the vagina. The high heels is to make a woman seem more vulnerable and to accentuate aspects of body shape. Now, this can be, seen as evidence of the influence of patriarchy. There's loads of areas where I feel like, why are we looking for shit to argue about in this area? We're just human beings. Most of us, the most important people in our life are of a different gender or sex to us. Why are we looking for arguments? But you can see the influence of cultural forces that are, not neutral.
Yeah, you certainly can, but I think it should be up to the choice of the person once they're an adult. The real problem is putting pressure on them to dress one way or another and not letting them find their place. But if a woman becomes, whatever age you decide, and she wants to wear high heels and a skirt because she likes the way it looks, like, there's nothing wrong with that either. And the demonization of sexuality is also a problem. It is almost as much of a problem as people who will prey upon vulnerable people. The people that think there's something wrong with being sexually attractive or something wrong with being desirable or wanting to be desirable. There's nothing wrong with that either. And that kind of suppression, the suppression of these feelings that you have and this desire that you have, is very unhealthy as well. It's a normal thing to want to be sexual. It's a normal thing to want to look good. If a girl looks good in a skirt and high heels, and she likes to dress like that, who the fuck is anyone to say there's anything wrong with that? There's nothing wrong with it. If that's what she likes, that's fine. What's interesting to me is, particularly in really progressive ideology, they look down upon women who wear short skirts and high heels and a lot of makeup and, open tops that show their boobs, because they think that they're playing into the patriarchy, or that they're somehow or another falling into these gender traps. But yet they celebrate that in transgender people. They celebrate that in trans men that transition to women, and then they really doll it up. Then they're like, "You go, girl." And they're celebrating the fact that this person is embracing these traditional aspects of womanhood. Like, you see that a lot with people that are celebrating trans women. So I find very fascinating.
The aesthetics of the sort of what would be perhaps could be referred to as sexualized dress,
Mhm.
or like I suppose in males, expressive or garish clothing, jewelry, tattoos. I understand in British culture that these are often indicators of class. That it's typically the lower down the class structure you are, the more likely you are to dress in a way that is exhibitive. Or like, women from a blue collar background dress in ways that are exposing and revealing. Men have leery cars and lots of tattoos and jewelry, expressive ways of demonstrating wealth. The higher you go up the class, the more subtle, the more dressed down, no labels, all that sort of stuff. So in British culture, there's a different system for referencing it. I wonder how that works in American culture with its sort of like its evident and much discussed racial divisions. Like certain things, it seems like a subtle way of condemning particular types of womanhood that may not just be sourced from dress this way for the male gaze. It can also be a way of saying dressing that way is an indication of a lower class background or of a particular type of ethnicity.
There could be that, but there's also the reality of males and females. Is there's a lot of fucking jealous people, and there's a lot of women that just don't have the type of physical body that looks good in a short skirt with high heels and a low cut shirt, and they don't like when they see it in other women because they're not comfortable with their own bodies. There's a reality of that. I mean, women get as much or more hate from women as they ever do from men, and particularly if women find you to be too overtly sexual with the way you dress or behave, that you're damaging male-female relationships. You're damaging the dynamic, particular office dynamics. If there's one girl in the office that likes to tramp it up, and she's and all the guys are paying attention to her, women will get mad at her.
I did an interview a while ago where I sort of talked about parenting our kids, me and my wife, how we parent our kids. And I said I have to be honest, my wife is much the more dominant parent. She's much more practical than I am, right? And stuff that got really negatively written about. People say she changes more diapers than I do and stuff, right? And it's not like I don't change diapers or whatever. It's just my wife, regardless of our respective sexes, is the more efficient, dominant parent. She's much more likely with me. If my daughter goes, I want that chocolate, the answer from me is, yeah, all right. I can't bear to see the resistance, the emotional explosion. I concede much too early. I tap out very quickly with my 2-year-old. My wife is much more, no, let's play the long game. Let's bring up a child that's not governed by impulses like you. And I spoke, in fact, to that Gabor Mate, that expert on addiction. He's amazing. And he says, because of your own anxiety and pain from your own childhood, with no disrespect to my magnificent parents, you can't handle seeing your kid suffer. So you straight away, you bail and do what she wants and stuff. Now, so there's so much complexity in the reality of our personal little domestic relationship. And I'm certainly not saying, and everyone else should run their household in that manner as well. And so help me God, any man that changes it up, but the way it was reported is that's what happens, I think, in modern media, is they change what you say, then you have to defend what they said you said. And you go, well, that ain't what I meant. I'm not saying that because my wife is a woman, she should take more domestic. I'm just saying that in our household, she seems to have a set of attributes and characteristics that make her take control of that aspect of parenting. And it's the desire to judge, condemn, and object is the priority, as opposed to no one's looking to go, oh, who cares, or what,
Well, it's also that they're doing it publicly. So they're doing it if you're either reading comments or you're reading articles. And if you're reading articles, they're just looking for something to be upset about. They'll watch you and they'll say, okay, is this a viable target? Yes, we got confirmation. What he said about changing diapers or his wife being a better parent is a viable target. Let's go after him. And then they just formulate some bullshit argument about who you really are based on what might have been a throwaway or a concession to your wife, or even just a compliment to your wife.
It was a compliment.
Being self-deprecating
that
to
is
yourself.
What it was.
Yeah, but it doesn't. They're not looking at things rationally. They're just looking at targets. Particularly people that write articles. What's the best article? It's got to be negative. One of the things that came out of all this Facebook algorithm stuff is you find out that Facebook realized somewhere early on that the way to encourage engagement is to get people upset. They get way more engaged and they go back and forth and interact with these posts way more if they're upset than they do if they agree with it. If they agree with it, they might give it a like or a thumbs up and say, hey, that's great. And that's it. That's where it ends. But if, someone's talking about, we shouldn't build the wall, we should let everyone in, and you put that on some fucking Trump guy's page, and it's crazy. I mean, you will get thousands and thousands and thousands of interactions. And so Facebook realized that the way to keep people, and they could claim that it's an algorithm, and the algorithm just supports whatever the people are really interested in. But what they're interested in is conflict.
That demonstrates my earlier point, which I made up on the spot, that AI is not a neutral thing. It is resourced from human perspectives, and because that is a type of AI, not as complex as what we're going to experience, and I can't even imagine. But what I'm saying is it's still resourced from a human perspective. Yeah. And yes, of course, we are evolved to respond more strongly to negativity than positivity for loads of reasons. And I think that's where we can stitch back to what we were saying about taking personal responsibility for who you are. Like that, none of us have to sit on social media going, fuck you. Like none of us have to do that. We can try and resolve those. I respect that some people don't have any other outlets. They don't have the privileges I have of being able to go to support groups where people openly talk about, this is the ways that I felt inferior today. This is the ways that I'm trying to become a better man and a better father and a better co-worker. Like a lot of people aren't afforded those environments, and probably the best shot they got is having a go at someone online. And those people, in a way deserve love and sympathy. But until we, on some level, recognize that we can alter our own behaviors, we can alter our own consciousness, I don't see how there's going to be, well, at least then we can create a terrain upon which a better systems can start to flourish.
Do you read comments?
No, I actually I'm too sensitive. I can just about manage to listen to people's replies to my conversation. I don't go on to I work with someone who does my social media, and she gives me stuff like, here, I'll respond to these things, put some output on that, because I don't want to engage with that. I don't want to walk up and down any street knocking on the door going, do you like me? Do you like me? Do you like me? Yeah. I don't want to deal with people's responses in various conditions.
Well, it's also much like the articles, the way people get a response out of you, or the way that people to get your reaction is to say something really negative. You look at sometimes when people are not that savvy when it comes to social media, one of the things that you'll notice is they'll interact, and I've been guilty of this in the past before I sort of realized what I was doing. You would only respond to negative things. Like people are arguing with people. Meanwhile, people are saying nice things to you and you ignore them. Yeah. It's because you at a certain level, you don't have the physical time. It doesn't exist to respond to everyone. It's not possible. If you get 13,000 comments on one of your posts, how the fuck does anyone have time to respond to 13,000 people? You can't. And then you have email, and you have Twitter and Facebook and Instagram, and just there's no way. There's not enough time in this world.
So you would personally would have responded to things that caused the more visceral.
Yeah, if I saw someone saying something that was untrue, I'd be like, "Fuck you, that's not true." But then I realized, why? What are you doing? This is a new thing for people. There's never been a time where people have had this instantaneous interaction with people, unfiltered, unmoderated, globally. Yeah. I mean, it's very strange to be able to do that, and to be able to go back and forth, and just to be able to give your comments on things, to be able to talk about things. It's very addictive to people.
Yeah, that's right. And that's why I'm very cautious with it. I have to sort of set my life out like I'm essentially a monk in a marriage. That's basically where I live. Get up, meditate, do yoga, do exercises, do things that are positive for you. Watch the way that you're thinking. I'm interested in with your own, do you feel connected to the person you were as an adolescent? Did you notice it in your own parenting? Do you notice it in the type of choices you make? Because the image I have of you from the outside is like that you have literally built something for yourself. You operate within it, and you are quite protected, and you are independent and not forced to deal with too many negative outside influences. But in unavoidable dynamics and necessary dynamics, like as a father and dealing with colleagues and stuff like that, do you experienced a lot of tension, anxiety. What has happened to that guy? Do you feel that you have transcended that? Because I do in my own life feel like, yeah, I'm not the adolescent boy I was. I've learned from that, and I still, in a very sort of cod psychological way, when I'm doing Hibiro, that's the BJJ classes I'm doing over here with Professor Ricardo Wilk. He's an amazing guy. Like when I'm doing those classes, I have a sense of fathering my child self, of like, because I weren't doing those kind of things when I was a kid. I'm like, it's all right, Russell, we're just in a BJJ class, just relax. Don't need to panic, don't need to impress anybody, right? Just do it. If you don't know, just ask.
Right.
I've got a voice in myself. Because I chatted to Tony Robbins, he's like another obviously high achieving guy who I admire and respect a great deal. And like, when he talks, he does like these cold plunges, and he says, before I get in that plunge, I'm like, you're getting in that fucking plunge. Like he talks, my God, I don't talk to myself like, I'm like, right, Russell, we're going to get in the cold plunge. We're going to relate, I have to talk to myself gently. What are you doing with that aspect of yourself? Do you still have a relationship with it? How is it like when you're doing all these psychedelic cosmonautic explorations of the psyche? Are you not encountering aspects of yourself that are undeveloped, unaddressed?
There's always going to be unaddressed and undeveloped aspects of yourself, but I'm very, very, very different to who I was when I was a young boy. I mean, I'm not 100% self-actualized. I don't think anybody is, but I'm just a totally different human being. I remember it, but I remember it with humor. Like I remember it and I laugh. I'm like, wow, I was so silly. I was so weird back then. And, with life experience and developing confidence and understanding of who you are and why you had those feelings and why you were insecure and why you had so much self-doubt. Martial arts helped me with that tremendously, because it was the first thing that I ever did where I didn't feel like a loser. It's like the first thing that I ever did where people like respected me and they liked me for it. I'm like, wow, this is like it was a feeling that I was completely unused to in the 14 previous years of my life. All of a sudden there was this feeling that I was unusual. I was unique. I was special.
Wow.
I was appreciated.
You were good at it quick.
Yeah. I had a natural inclination towards it.
Oh,
and I was obsessed with it. So I was obsessed with it. So I was training every day, all day long. And then my instructor recognized it really early on. So he allowed me to train there for free, and I would teach classes, and teaching classes helped me a lot as well, because when you're teaching, you're breaking down techniques, and when you're showing someone how to do it, you're really cementing those pathways in your own mind.
Yeah, that's right. That must be an important step on the road to mastery. I see that clip where Eddie Bravo gave you your black belt, and you were very moved by that. Like, so for me, that like moments like that, it must connect you to the beginning of the journey. Yeah,
that does. Yeah, for sure. And it's still, the journey of jiu-jitsu is a fascinating one, because unless you're someone who's, a Saulo Ribeiro or a Jean-Jacques Machado, or just a true master who's dedicated their entire life to it, the journey's so long. It's so long. It's like if you're a guy who runs, I like to run a mile 3 or 4 days a week, no big deal. But then, your next door neighbor's an ultra marathon runner who's preparing for the Moab 240, where he's going to run 240 miles. You're never going to catch up the same amount of times. And you should always defer to that person when you have questions about running. And that's how it is with jiu-jitsu. Like, I'm a black belt, but I'm not a black belt like Jean-Jacques Machado is a black belt. There's levels to that. So I always have questions. So the journey is never over. It's always long. There's always a better way to get out of an arm bar, or a better way to set up a triangle, or whatever it is. There's one of the beautiful things about jiu-jitsu is that it's so complex. There's so many variables. There's so many situations and interactions and exchanges and entries and defenses and way to chain moves together, and the correct way to set something up 2-3 steps ahead, to know that if you grab the lapel this way, the guy's going to try to shake it off that way, and that exposes this, which exposes that, and then the next defense will expose this, and then you keep going and going and going and going until you get them.
It's so beautiful to watch that, because it's like as if there's a pre-existing net or grid of interrelated signs that will work together. And like, as a white belt, I've got 3 stripes now. Thanks. I was really hoping that by the time I came back on here, I'd have a blue belt, and I'd be
closing in on it.
I'm really,
How often do you train?
I'm training 3 times a week privates, and I'm attending 2 classes. And what I've done,
That's great.
Thanks a lot. And what's a significant step for me is like now in the classes, when I'm sparring people, I don't try just in the handshake to manipulate them into going easy. I was like, God, you look so lovely today. All right, off we go then.
But you try to manipulate people?
Yeah, like just a subtle gesture or something like that.
Right.
Just
Just try to take it easy on me. Come on, don't hurt me.
Come on,
Do
look
you
at me.
avoid big people?
Yeah, sometimes like I try and stay down that white belt end of the room, but like now the more I do it, like the more they coax me up there. Great big giant men, like there's a guy that got like the sort of ones up our like the hard end purple belt and above, Dave, Paul Busby. And like, there's people like their hands and their feet look different to my hands and feet, as different. Their hands and feet are as different from mine as mine are to my daughter's.
Right.
And I feel like, how am I supposed to ever do anything with these people like hard water, like drowning in hard water? The way they move and fold around me, I'm like, oh, I just feel, what am I supposed to do? And my breathing goes.
Yeah.
But the thing is with other white belts is that what I feel is like is my ego comes back in, because there's I feel like, no, I should be getting something. The first time I got choked out by another white belt, I felt like I went into a room I'd not been in since I was 16, getting my head kicked in bus stops, you know, and stuff. I felt like I was quiet for 24 hours, just sitting and reflecting on, oh shit. And I had to speak to other people like, this is a combat sport. This happens. You're going to experience. Right. So it doesn't mean I'm a bad person, that I've failed. No, you're going to have to get used to that.
Yeah,
you
get used to humiliation. You get used to defeat, but it's that humbling is very good for you. You know, I mean, I don't know how many times I've been tapped out in my life, but it's probably more than 1,000. Probably thousands. You know,
and so you sit there while I tell you about jiu-jitsu. And the other thing that's been good about it is like when it is the other way. Like I remember like a guy that was a big guy on top of me, and like he was in mount, right? And like he weren't actually applying a submission, but there's just the sheer discomfort of having someone there, their body, their sweat, their hair, their abdomen, their reproductive organs, their digestive system, feces in their bowel on top of me. I just nearly tapped out of that. But then he went to move to get an armbar, and I thought, hang on a second, there's a moment, and I managed to escape from that. And like the amount of energy that releases, like, fuck you, justice. No, I win.
Justice. That's hilarious.
Yeah, it's a
very satisfying feeling. It's also very satisfying to defend against something that someone used to catch you with. Like, say if someone's really good at taking your back, and they choked you a couple times, and then one time they take your back, but you defend and you get out. You're like, I got out.
Yes.
Like, oh, there's an escape. I can make this. I'm getting better.
I love being in the cave, that mental space, because what my technique was, I'm not good at that. Never bother trying. I'm not good at that kind of stuff. Never bother trying. So for me, at this stage in my life, to go and do something that I'm not good at, that's with other men, that's competitive, that involves so much vulnerability and failure and learning, I'm thinking, well, you're growing. You've got to be growing. So you're doing stuff that you never would have done before. Even turning up at a new place like I'm doing here in LA and making those new relationships and doing that, you know, it's amazing for me. Another thing I'm into is the integrity of it, right? Because Chris Clear, a black belt under Roger Gracie, right, in UK, my teacher, like, if he gave me a blue belt, that would look good, man. It would be videoed. I would tweet it. It would be everywhere. Oh, Russell Brand got a blue belt. This shit must work. But no, he doesn't do it out of integrity and respect for that. You know, it means more to him, evidently, than the act of kindness. But, you know, so like, what is nice to belong to something that has protected and valuable systems. He did say to me, you keep going by the end of the year. Blue belt, I think, but like you know, it's not dished out. Like, it's nice to know that there's some kind of order, an area where celebrity, manipulation, charm, humor, none of those things, all redundant.
No, in jiu-jitsu, it's very protected. Anyone that gives out a bad belt, it's very bad for their integrity. It's the school would lose face so badly in the community. And you meet someone who's a Hicks and Gracie brown belt. That motherfucker is a Hicks and Gracie brown belt. He's as legit as they get. They don't get any more legit. Like, if you got to that point of Hicks and Gracie gives you a brown belt, it's irrefutable. And that's how it should be. And it's a beautiful thing about the art form is that it has this self-correcting sort of aspect to it that when you spar with each other, your ability or lack of is exposed, and there's no other way around it.
Yeah, that's good to not avoid that.
Yeah,
it's good not to avoid that reality.
But you'll be better. You know, you're a fit guy. You're a healthy guy. If you just keep going, get off that fucking vegan diet and keep going.
I watched a documentary called "What the Health." Have you seen it?
It's filled with a lot of propaganda.
Propaganda! Damn, those guys again, like the Nazis. I remember them.
They used a lot of discredited studies, and there's a lot of epidemiology studies that'll connect things.
Epidemiology, what does that mean? Like an epidemic?
Well, we could pull up what the actual.
It's about time Jamie pulled something up in this episode.
But the way I would describe it is, they would do these studies, and essentially it would be they would ask you what you eat on a daily basis, how often do you eat meat, and it's basically a survey. And in that survey, they would say, well, there's a direct correlation between people that eat meat and diabetes. So let's pull up the definitions.
Oh, I see.
But the problem is, what is causing here? A branch of medicine which deals with incidence, distribution, and possible control of diseases and other factors relating to health. So when they're dealing with incidents, right? They're dealing with how often do you eat red meat? How often do you eat this? How often do you eat that? And then they find, oh, well, there's more instances of diabetes in people that eat meat. Okay, but is it people that eat meat and vegetables, or is it people that eat meat and vegetables and Diet Coke and sugary sodas and ice cream and French fries? And how are they eating their meat? Are they eating cheeseburgers from some bullshit fast food place, or are they eating grass-fed steak? Are they eating grass-fed steak and vegetables? And there's very little evidence that shows there's anything wrong with eating meat if you follow a normal, healthy, what they would call a primal diet.
Yeah.
Meaning, cut out all the grains, cut out all the sugar, cut out all the bullshit, eat vegetables and meat. And there's almost nothing. I mean, unless you have some very unusual, rare condition where you're either allergic to meat or you have some very strange digestive system where you have allergies to it, or you have real problems digesting it, or you have real problems with high cholesterol foods, which is very rare as well. Most of what you're getting is vegan propaganda, people that want other people to be convinced that the way that they're living is the correct way, and that eating meat is physically bad for you and is causing all these harms. What's causing all the harm for people physically is the modern American diet, and that's been pretty established.
Yes, that's right. And there are clear ethical reasons to be vegan in that it takes you out of the exploitation of animals. But that documentary, What the Health, that I watched was like, and I've been vegetarian for years. And and I've gone back and forth to veganism because I feel, God, Jesus Christ, man, there's enough things in my life I'm not doing without not being able to have an egg without feeling.
But you could have pasture-raised eggs if you get them from a good farm. The chickens are just hanging out.
I've got chickens in my garden. I'm not confident in these animals and the way they go. Well, one by one, slowly, my dogs eliminating the gift of life.
I've had that a few times.
Terrible feeling.
I lost 9 of them to coyotes just last month, maybe 2 months ago.
That's a pretty heavy.
It was a heavy toll. Yeah. Well, we had a fire out here, and the chicken coop burnt down. We got a smaller chicken coop, and the coyotes figured out how to get into it when we weren't home, and came home to just feathers everywhere. It was disgusting.
Oh, it's brutal.
They're brutal little monsters, these coyotes.
Yeah.
But,
ungovernable.
They're the reason why we don't have rats everywhere too.
All right, so hey, it's the circle of life. The Lion King was right. So, though, the thing about that vegan documentary, mate, is that it tuned in to my pre-existing belief when it said stuff like, oh, the Diabetes Association, they are funded by these meat and dairy organisations and these pharmaceutical companies. The Cancer Organisation similarly accepts donations from these organisations, and it made me like my pre-existing idea that I come to it with is, like that whole pyramid of these are the things you should eat: bread, milk, it just were the things that it was easy and cheap to produce and that were profitable.
Well, they used to think that. They really did used to think that bread and grains were the most important thing.
Do you think they felt that?
I think they did. I think they thought it was filling and it provided energy, and I don't think they understood. Well, there was no talk of gluten intolerance when we were young. It didn't exist. And there was no understanding of excess carbs, and excess carbs leads to excess body weight, and it makes you store fat. And people didn't think about it that way. They didn't understand. There was the thing about nutrition is that nutrition science is it's a body of knowledge that's constantly added to.
Yeah, and in fact, perhaps most things are. Who knows what misapprehensions and ignorance we toil under that will be revealed to us. Do you do any, I feel like I've heard you talk about hormone stuff?
Yeah, I do hormone replacement therapy.
What type of things?
Testosterone and human growth hormone.
So you have to give yourself a jab in the ass.
Yeah, you get in the thigh.
You won't do the arse out of simple pride.
No, it doesn't matter.
Not going near that. That's for Mrs. Rogan. I don't touch that.
Your thigh's right there. It's easy to grab. When you're reaching back to put in your ass, it's just like an awkward thing.
Too vulnerable.
Yeah, but they also have
you're taking you're taking growth hormone.
You've
not noticed any negative side effects or instability?
Well, you have to get your blood monitored. You know, when you're doing something like that, this is also if you're a person that has addiction problems, which I don't necessarily have them as much with substances.
What do you have them with?
Well, you saw with video games. You got here the video game problem that I have.
Yeah, you're frantic. You emerged out of that dark room, you and your pals, sweaty and pie-eyed and baffled by the real world.
It's very fun too. Martial arts. I've been addicted to martial arts. I've been addicted to playing pool. I get addicted to getting good at things. I get very addicted to things. If there's something that I get obsessed with, like jujitsu or whatever it is, I get obsessed, and that's all I think about all day long. I just, it's not healthy. But with hormones, you want to make sure that you don't overdose yourself. You want to make sure that you stay within a very narrow range where you have what are the healthy levels of a person that's in their late 20s. That's really what you want. You don't want to have hyperhuman levels, which some people do.
Hyperhuman, you're going to create an odd ecosystem.
Well, you're fucking up your body, man. You're just jolting yourself with all this extra shit. What are you about to take?
Sweet lady thyroid.
Oh.
Is that part of your system?
Yeah, I have. I take Armor thyroid. It's actually made from pig's thyroids.
What do you mean pig's thyroids now?
Yeah.
But hold on, what's happened to the pig?
Dead.
They're long gone. They're not sort of struggling with a lack of thyroid, teetering about, all emasculated. Well, this is I'm interested in this hormone stuff. I'm interested in that. But, me, I've got to be very, very, cautious about mood altering stuff.
Yeah. But if you have the exercise regimen that you're talking about, I don't think you're going to have
got to get that blue belt. I'm going to do what it takes, man.
Yeah.
Bring me the pig. I'll suck that thyroid out of it directly.
You should eat eggs, though, man. You really should. You should eat some animal protein without. I mean, if you oppose the moral aspect of killing an animal, which I totally understand and appreciate, and that's what led me to become a hunter in the first place, is that I was really uncomfortable watching these animal rights videos of factory farming. I thought it was disgusting. I was like, I don't want to participate in this.
Yeah, it's reprehensible.
Hunting is a different thing, man. To me, hunting is this intense. It's very spiritual in a way. I mean, people don't get it because they see you celebrating when it's over, because it's very, very, very difficult to close in on a wild animal.
What are you hunting?
Mostly elk. Well, elk's my favorite for two reasons. One, it's very delicious, super nutritious. Also, if I shoot one elk, I can eat it for 8 months.
What, you've been freezing them, salting them?
Yeah, freezing them.
So you're out stalking an elk on the plains.
Yeah.
Where are you? Near where you live? You just go out? Do you
Utah's
travel
great.
on bikes or something? How do you follow them?
You do travel on bikes if you whitetail hunt. A lot of times you would go into the woods with bikes because they don't leave a scent the way your feet do. And animals don't associate the sound of a bike the way they associate it with the sound of stepping, bipedal hominids stepping towards
they've evolved,
them.
Right? Bipedal.
Yeah, they see you on a bike, they don't even freak out as much.
Delightful. Never seen that before.
What's that?
My brain!
What are these things? Yeah.
So, elk, are they herd animals? So you see a herd of them?
Yeah, you see a herd of them, and you try to figure out which way the wind's blowing, and you try to get close to them. Is this a video of us? Yeah, this is a video of us from...
what a beautiful place. I mean, I can see the harmony of nature.
Yeah, so that's an elk.
Now, the thing is with me, I see that elk there, and I sort of feel like I've watched too much Disney.
Yeah.
I see that elk and I feel like I'm Bambi, literally. I don't have it. Is that early in the morning? You look tired. Not tired.
Might be late afternoon, actually.
Can you
I
tell
think that was late afternoon. Yeah.
I from that position, I couldn't. I would love the game of being able to aim, because actually I've had to go down gun ranges. It turns out I'm a pretty good shot. You know, it's nice to see that thing come back with like holes around its abdomen and its head.
Right.
And I think satisfied. There, you've been dealt with, paper man. But like the elk, I've got too much empathy in me that I couldn't deal with the feeling of after it was shot. I like almost thinking about it, the sentimentality of it. I've sentimentalized it now. You know, at least I don't eat meat and stuff like that, so it's not like I have all those feelings of, but can handle it in a packaged, portioned off way. Yeah, it's just I feel too much like, oh, that creature. So what in your head when you're doing it, when you're pulling the trigger, you're not having what's going on in your mind?
Well, you only are hunting these mature animals that have already passed on their genes. You also are recognizing that if you're not killing these things, it's not like they're going to live forever.
Right.
They live a short life with a very violent death. It's either wolves or mountain lions or bears or something's going to take them out. Yeah. And what you're doing is essentially dipping your toe into the natural world. And I've heard the argument that, well, this is ridiculous because everyone can't do that. You know, if everyone went out and hunted all the animals, there'd be no animals left, which is true. But I'm not everyone. And so I don't, you can't
really use that if everyone did it argument.
It's a good argument because if you're encouraging people to hunt, it is kind of a good argument because it's not realistic. It's not sustainable. But the other thing to recognize is that the reason why most of this wildlife exists in the first place, a lot of it was wiped out in the early 20th century from what they call market hunting. In the late 19th century, early 20th century, they didn't have refrigeration, and it was hard to get food, and we didn't have the same sort of large-scale agriculture that we have today. And so when someone would want meat, somebody would either have to hunt it for you, and you would go to the market and get that hunted food, or you would go out and do it yourself. And they basically wiped out most of the wildlife in North America to the point of extinction. Whitetail, deer, elk, they've been extirpated from the majority of their range in North America and only been replaced in a few other places. But the places where they've been replaced, it's all through money that was generated through hunting tags, all through billions and billions of dollars. There's a thing called the Robertson-Pickman, I think that's what it's called, Act, where 10%, if you buy hunting gear and equipment, 10% of that money goes to habitat restoration, making sure that rangers and forest people get funded. So there's the Fish and Game Department gets funded, and also population conservation, making sure that the populations are healthy, repopulating certain areas with elk and deer. And this has all been done through the money that's generated through hunting.
Yeah, I can see that looking at my own feelings towards it, I can see that there's potentially I'm bringing a sentimentality to the idea of animals that's like anthropomorphic.
Yes.
Like I'm like, oh, you can't kill that. What about its babies? Like I'm thinking about things like that. But what I live in a rural area in Britain where like hunting is normal, and agriculture is normal, and I wouldn't get very far if I was sort of like, you can't shoot those pheasants, look at their feathers, they're beautiful. Like it's not a helpful attitude. So whilst I in myself, I couldn't do that because it messes me up on a sort of feels like a very sort of deep, visceral level, but I feel that this is precisely the kind of territory where we have to look at acknowledging and tolerating difference between us. This is where I feel like the sort of these ossified, polarized positions between right and left are starting to take root, because if someone like me who don't eat meat, don't eat animal products, and wouldn't hunt for ethical reasons starts trying to impose on other people, no, you shouldn't hunt because of this, that, have you not watched Bambi? That's going to mean that people aren't able to explore who they are. I've let go of judging people around things that I don't agree with, because I reckon I don't know everything. What I mean? This is about my morality, is about how I behave. And if people said to me, I'm thinking about going hunting, I'd go, well, these are my feelings about it. However, though, I just heard that hunting does contribute apparently to the survival of some species, and there is an argument that it's quite natural and indigenous, and it's probably a way of getting in contact with who we are originally as hunting people. It's an important part of our anthropological history, and possibly a lot of the condemnation of hunting is part of the rejection of who we used to be as we become overly civilized and more detached from what it is to be human, whether that's sacred or pragmatic. We don't know what human beings are anymore. We reject our own sexuality, we reject our own bodies, we reject, we're trying to turn ourselves into these sort of cyborgs, these emotionless, sexless, meaningless creatures. Where is our passion? Where is our connection with the sacred? They would go, hold on, I only asked you about hunting. When are you going to stop talking? Never. You gave me an in, I will pummel you with my belief system on all things. So I don't feel like that ain't where I get into judging people. But like, I'm interested as well with this. I keep bringing up the subject of DMT. What I guess what I want to know about is like, because I'm obviously a person in recovery. I don't drink, I don't take drugs, haven't done for a long time, and I recognize for certain people that they can't do it safely. Psychedelics and hallucinogens seem to me exist in a realm outside of that, because they're not pleasure seeking. Right. They're like, seem to me like it's a spiritual portal. However, I'm a crafty bastard when it comes to this stuff, and I'm always looking for an in. When I see your cannabis treasure trove over there, I mean, that is some, as you said, the Raiders of the Lost Ark stuff, and I'm holding in my hand now the CBD rich cannabis soft gels, clasping it, so like, I'm
so you're worried that is a gateway, that CBD, which is not necessarily psychoactive,
as long as it's not psychoactive.
It's not, but it does help you with anxiety. It helps a lot of people because it alleviates a lot of inflammation, which tends to have a corresponding impact on your anxiety.
So this says here 11 milligrams of THC. Does that mean?
It says THC.
It does say that at the bottom.
It's probably a 1-to-1.
Is this a 1-to-1?
Might be, or it's like an 18-to-1.
Or 11. It says there's an 11 and a 1.
There's a couple of different ones in that box.
Oh, I almost gave you the wrong one.
Joe, what's next?
A
bag of smack.
Don't take that.
This one goes
Don't
back
take
in.
This one. This one's way more powerful. That's
Really?
1-to-1. Yeah.
You seem very relaxed and free from anxiety.
Oh, great.
I will say that. What I suppose I'm interested in, because I'm meditating I meditate a lot. I'm doing all these things. I'm experiencing transcendent states. I'm experiencing what it's like to not feel attached to my identity as Russell. Who are you before you are Russell? Who are you before you identify yourself as a man in England? Who are you? Who is the person? Who is the consciousness? Who is the awareness? And when I listen to, say, Terence McKenna talking about his experiences in psychedelia at such length and with such lucidity and with so many philosophical connotations, and the way that he uses the information he's getting from hallucinogenic experiences to speculate on how we should organize society, what the implications are for freedom, his refusal to accept that there are certain kind of experiences that should be prohibited, that it's ridiculous that adults should be prevented from having that. I'm fascinated, but I'm also, I suppose, part of my bias is I love anything that gets me out of my head. I feel a tremendous sense of relief, whether it's through meditation or even sport or sex, being relieved of the burden of the constantly thinking mind. But when I hear like those vivid descriptions of DMT realm or ayahuasca realm, I think something in me hungers for that, hungers for it.
Do you worry that you're trying to get intoxicated? You worry that you're trying to find a loophole?
Yeah, because I am doing that. I'm looking for a loophole. It's like I'm going around like a sort of a trash lawyer looking for some way that I could get into. Hold on a second. What about this clause?
Trash lawyer. That's a great way of putting it. Yeah, I mean, I know people that have problems with addiction that have done psychedelics and didn't have a problem. But I'm sure some people have had problems, and I don't know about them. DMT is interesting in that, first of all, it's very quick. The experience is only about 15 minutes, 20 minutes max. And it's not necessary. It's not an intoxicant in the way that you would think about traditionally. You are still you in the face of this experience. And I think it's some sort of a chemical gateway. That's what I think. I think there's a gateway in your mind that can lead to some other dimension that's probably there all the time.
If there is a omnipresent, continually existing realm that human beings aren't accessing because of the particular biochemical formulation of consciousness as it is in this point in our evolution, and that we can get there. And it seems as like, I've heard Terence McKenna say, it's more real. It's more real. There's stuff in there,
yes.
And Excuse me. And when he talks about them beings, you know, like that he describes as self-dribbling basketballs, creating like Fabergé egg, like, you know, devices through vibration, and
I
they're
didn't
telling
see
you
it.
to do it.
I never saw that.
I want
He's
that.
called the machine elves. He's called them all sorts of different things. The way I've described them is they're the geometric patterns made out of love and understanding. That's what they seem like.
So you can look at a geometrical pattern and read meaning into it. It had an emotional quality.
They're made out of something, and they move, they change. Like, they don't stay what they are. They're constantly evolving in front of you into something more and more beautiful. It's very weird.
What did it make you feel?
Like I knew nothing. That was the most profound aspect. Like, all of this stuff that you concentrate on every day is nonsense. And there is some other thing that's connected, that's probably influencing this world.
Yeah.
And it's probably what people see when they have near-death experiences, the depictions of the afterlife. I mean, it's probably what it all is.
And religious experiences.
Yeah.
And when prophets are talking about, oh my God, I went into this realm.
Sure.
There's these beings. They've told me we're all one. We have to love each other.
Scholars in Jerusalem are connecting Moses' experience with the burning bush to the acacia tree. The acacia tree, which is rich in DMT. The burning bush is what God was to Moses. And that through this burning bush, he came out with these 10 commandments of how people should live their lives. I mean, that easily could have been just a very convoluted sort of translation of a DMT trip.
Certainly. And also, when you think of, certainly there are archetypal images that seem to be repeated throughout ancient cultures and archaic stories that seem to refer to the potential for plant experiences to affect consciousness. Even the Garden of Eden, do not eat of the fruit of the tree of knowledge, that otherwise you will become as gods. You know, like, I sense that. Now, if there is some realm that we can reach through that experience that puts into perspective everything that else we experience on the material realm, and that thing seems to, in your words, be emanating love and understanding while ever changing, completely formless, and communicating love and understanding, I can't help but think that should become our priority, to have a relationship with that realm and to bring about that experience. I don't even mean in a literal way, because even Terence McKenna said there are some people, vulnerable souls, he was probably referring to people like me, that probably shouldn't mess around with that kind of stuff.
I think he was really talking about people with schizophrenia, or people which he believed he had, by the way.
Did he?
Yeah, he had some very unique perspectives on schizophrenia and the way people interact with the world itself. I think if we lived in a healthy world, a healthy civilization that had a healthy relationship with psychoactive substances, we'd probably have centers where you would have a legitimate shaman, a medical advisor, and someone would take you through a guided experience. We're doing that now with ketamine. There's a lot of people that are very depressed that are having these physician-controlled ketamine experiences that have had a profound effect on their depression. My friend Neil Brennan's gone through several of them, and he's a comedian, a very funny comedian. So when he was describing it, it was hilarious. And he's going to a doctor's office and tripping his fucking balls off, you know, and the doctor's shooting him up with intramuscular ketamine. Oh my God. Yeah, and he's having these insane. I go, so you're having psychedelic experiences? He's like, oh yeah. The way he's describing it was really funny. I mean, tripping his fucking balls off in these whatever states that ketamine. I've never experienced ketamine. I don't know what it does, but it's apparently profoundly hallucinogenic, and you have these wild, crazy experiences on it. And for whatever reason, it has a great impact on depression for a lot of people. I think it's a perspective enhancer, but it also does something to rewire the mind.
Well, what some of this suggests is that mental illness is a response to our material conditions, whether that mental illness is schizophrenia, depression, or addiction. It's like people are going, oh, hang on a minute, this isn't how we're supposed to live. I took that ketamine one time towards the end of my using, and as usual, it's not in the right type of environment. You should be doing stuff like that in a nightclub. You need to be under that shamanic conditions, white coat guy or whatever, whoever you nominate as a shaman. But I felt like it was like going into a tunnel made of sound and like having to navigate. I was like, oh shit, I'm still in reality. What am I going to do? Is it as my sort of consciousness becomes a noise instead of a string of words and signs? How am I going to get out of this place? You know, so like for me, it's clear that drugs were never meant to be recreational. In fact, they never were. I was never, hey man, this is crazy. I was always like, I'm in fucking pain. I need some shit to help me out. Otherwise, I'm going to probably kill myself. You know, so like it was a way of holding that stuff at arm's length. So I guess my renewed curiosity around DMT and ayahuasca and other sort of plant medicines, and like, you know, that, you know, Daniel Pinchbeck and like them guys that are sort of part of that. I'm curious about it because I guess I'm continually trying to find a way where someone go, right, here's a way where we can do it, where it's sort of safe. And I've heard of other people in recovery doing it. But when I think about what my motivation is when I hear people talking about and my own recollections of experiencing what felt like God, and by God I mean a sense of oneness, and that my individual identity isn't my real identity, and I'm connected to everything, and love is the most important thing. You know, I want a real experience of that, so that when I'm out in the world, I can remember when I'm driving or when I'm dealing with people, or if I'm buying something, or if I'm feeling inferior or feeling superior, that, like you said, this is bullshit. This is like a secondary reality. Don't let it govern you. You know, as someone that's been seduced by fame, a person like, oh, if I get this part in this film, then everyone's going to love me. Oh, if this stand-up set goes well, you know, like a person that's placed all of my well-being outside of myself. The certain knowledge that there is an inner connection that will take care of you, that's accessible. I guess I'm, you know, hungry to sort of feel it in a way that's like, oh my God, now there is no doubt. So in a sense, it's a crisis of faith, not a crisis of faith.
Psychedelic states that you could achieve without taking anything. I mean, you could certainly get there in a flotation tank. You could get there through holotropic breathing. I've never done Kundalini yoga, but apparently the people that get really deep into Kundalini yoga can literally have DMT trips. Yes. I have friends that have done DMT and have experienced DMT trips through Kundalini, but you have to be really dedicated. I mean, there's a lot of time, a lot of time, and a lot of energy, and you have to really understand the methods and follow them to a T, and you can achieve these altered states of consciousness that are apparently, you know, not from my personal experience, but from what people tell me, incredibly profound.
Yeah, I mean, I've had comparable things. I guess that what it's, you know, the difference between feeling something that's that overwhelming that gives you no choice. Yes. You know, like there's like, it's not like in a Kundalini, you've got to do these breaths correctly. You've got to sit there, you've got to try again.
Have you done it?
Yeah, I've done quite a bit of Kundalini. Well, what for me, it feels like what I felt quite a lot yogically and meditatively is a cessation of what I would call my individual consciousness. Like, oh, I'm not this isn't who I am. This is just a temporary experience, and all of the value systems of our world are built upon these primal drives in collaboration with a culture that likes to stratify people and manage people and operates like a massive farm where it's easier to keep people together operating in these kind of ways systemically. I've sort of felt rushes of that, like a certain wordless clarity, if you can imagine me having anything that was wordless even for a moment, and in that space, you know, there is great peace. So I suppose what's turning me on about the DMT and ayahuasca thing is that the way it's narrativized, that you're going to meet characters and stuff like that, and it's going to be plain and beyond doubt. You know, because I suppose what prophets do, you know, like whether it, you know, when a prophet returns from whether it's the burning bush or the cave, they come back and they say, all this stuff that you're taking seriously is not real. There's this other realm. Start prioritizing it, or you are going to live in hell on earth. You're going to be governed by your materialistic drives, your sexual drives, and it's going to imprison you. And it turns out that they're right. And so, like, you know, I suppose what I'm after, because I'm partly, you know, on a super, like on one level, influenced by what you're doing and how you've created your own, like you created your own business and your own success, like this symbiosis of stand up and the podcast, and like it's become like a sort of a lifestyle brand in a sense, Joe. Like, you know, I'm sort of like, I don't want to be continually dragged into these like working within institutions. Like, you know, I'm over here doing doing Ballers, and I'm bloody glad to be over here doing Ballers and working with The Rock. And I've got a funny story about that if you want it. You know, like really what interests me is like, can I dedicate my life to humorously communicating spiritual information and indeed starting to live it? So like, and I suppose what that would mean is, you know, I'm getting better. Like, I'm not a person who's obsessed with porn or sex or drugs or whatever, like, you know, to become it, to become what you actually are, to recognize that we're all different. Your perfect realization of you is going to involve hunting and all of these things that you've created through your gift, and that my perfect version of me is going to involve all of this. And not everyone needs to build sort of empires or entertainment industries or whatever, but all of us are on some journey to self-actualization and realization, as individual as our fingerprints and as natural as a seed turning into a tree. And if we don't have a way of accessing that, no wonder we're dissatisfied, no wonder there's an opioid epidemic, no wonder people are bored and angry and lonely.
Well, I think what you can do is be yourself, and what you can do is express yourself, and what you can do is constantly seek to improve and grow, and you're doing those things. So if you're saying, can I do these things, can I be comedic and spiritual, and well, you're doing it, right? So it can be done. So you're doing it. It's all just a matter of whether or not you're satisfied with your progress and where you are and who you are and how you express yourself.
So your pursuit for excellence, when you're saying I've got to get better at BJJ or archery or hunting or whatever, that isn't coupled with a sort of sense because you're not fucking good enough. No. See, that's the deal that I've got.
There's wonderment. Yeah, I love it.
Joy. That's so cool.
Joy in it, and there's enthusiasm. I mean, in everything. And archery in particular, it's very, there's that book, Zen and the Art of Archery, which is it's an interesting book. I think there's some real great points to it, but that state of mind that you get when you release an arrow and that arrow perfectly finds its mark really is Zen. Oh. It requires so much concentration and focus and technique that you really don't think about other things.
Beautiful.
And it's cleansing in a lot of ways. It's mind cleansing. I find jiu-jitsu to be very similar in that way too, that it's so all-encompassing. There's so much on the line. It's so difficult to do that while it's happening, you're freeing your mind up. I mean, I think of video games in the same way.
All of these things suggest, that's bizarre, but all of those things suggest a transmission between the inner and outer world, isn't it? You're looking at the bullseye, and then, oh my God, I've made this thing traverse time and space. Or BJJ, I've been shown again and again how to execute this triangle, and I've just actually done it against resistance. It's amazing to feel that. It's amazing to feel that your inner life can express itself in the material world, whatever or wherever you're looking to explore that.
And to test yourself. And when you test yourself and you have to figure your way through something or change the path because the path you were on was unsuccessful, when you're doing that, it's really good for the mind and for the I hesitate to say the spirit because I think that word spirituality is so beaten down and abused.
What do you mean? It's become commodified.
Yeah, it's like when people call themselves a healer. Like, are you really?
Yeah, I've just done some healing on the way. Yeah, just healed that guy.
We're all healing. We really are all healing each other. But I think there's something to doing difficult tasks that it makes life easier. I really believe that. I think it makes life more enjoyable. I think it makes the bright colors brighter, and it makes the dull colors, even the bad moments. If you have real positive experiences with difficult things that you choose to do on your own, I think it mitigates most of the hassle of life.
Yes, I agree with that. That is, again, and I'm not particularly promoting this book because I'm all right with however things do. But the point of this mentorship is the idea that someone will exhibit qualities that you recognize you haven't fully realized in yourself, and that you can sort of model them and realize them because latently you have those qualities.
Oh, like Kevin Hart. We were talking about how admirable I find his positivity.
It made me think
so real.
It's unbelievable. On a practical level, I thought the way he's building his stand-up, that guy's fucking diligent. And the amount of when he talked through his work schedule, you fetishize hardworking men. I think I've heard you talk about Dwayne Johnson and Kevin Hart. Yeah. You like the idea of men. I'm up at those people. I'm up at 2. I'm in the cryo chamber.
I don't do that though. I sleep in.
I can't do you. Well, you
I can do a lot of things that they don't do. But I also, unlike The Rock, at least I do stand up. I mean, Kevin does stand up too. Obviously, I don't know if he does it as much or as often as I do, but because I do the clubs. I have a philosophy about what's required to develop great stand-up, that you have to do a lot of sets. You have to do a lot of numbers, a lot of different places, different environments. And I found that out the hard way through my best performances and my less good performances, like what was missing and what did I gain?
This, I think, is a sort of an interesting debate. I don't know if it's in stand-up world at large, but it's certainly something I've thought about a lot. Is like that as soon as I was able to have an audience that would come and see me, I was like, I'm out. Thank you, God. Like, I'm not putting myself through that shit ever again.
Doug Stanhope feels the same way, by the way. He's one of the best ever.
Yeah, he's amazing. He's absolutely fantastic. I completely agree. And like, because I thought, like, because what I feel like is that the comedy club environment warps your material because you've got to appeal to them. And I think you ain't the fucking arbiters of truth, you drunk and crazy 2 a.m. motherfuckers. Like, so I get, like, I perform. What I'll do is like, and what I'm doing, say at the moment, is I'll book the UCB, like, or like places 100, 200, or go Largo, or put on events. And I'm doing events while I'm in LA because I think, oh, these people come and they love me and they bring me beads and they here's some vegan cookies. And
you got to come to the Comedy Store, man, and go on after Joey Diaz.
Fuck you! Because I feel like I like a nurturing environment again. I mean, because I've done that. I've done those fucking clubs, and like, and even Comedy Store and late at night Comedy Store in LA, know, as well as London. And I feel like, oh Jesus, thank God. And after, so like, I'm interested. To you, that's part of that. What I think some people could reductively refer to as machismo in you, like that you go, no, I'm going in there.
Well, you know what it is? It's that guy that mounted you and went for the armbar and you escaped.
Right.
It's worth it because it was hard. You realize if a child got on top of you and went for an armbar and you escaped, you'd feel nothing. So when you're at Largo, you're performing for children. You're doing child stand-up.
Oh, no.
It's like you're wrestling with 100-pound women who just started yesterday.
It's like the Make-A-Wish Foundation. Go on, wrestle then. Tell us your stories.
Yes.
Well, if you noticed.
Amazing.
Oh, brother.
You're wonderful. We
You've
brought you
done so
flowers.
well. Thank you, children. But like, look, the counter argument to that is that therefore I'm in an environment that is sympathetic and it is my audience, and I'm not biasing. The idea of overcoming a greater obstacle, I completely appreciate what you're saying. But say you believe in the purity of stand-up as being some real expression of yourself, as in the arrow hitting the bullseye. I feel like I have a vision of what I'm trying to achieve, and increasingly it's becoming about, I want my stand-up, I want to hang on, like as I've always done, stories where I feel embarrassed and humiliated, but I want to hang off it, ruminations on what I believe to be the nature of truth, and I want people to come out of those things feeling loved, validated, accepted, and that they're good enough and that they can explore themselves. That's
so it's more of a one-man show.
In a sense, it's that, but I don't want to like sacrifice the laughs. Do you know what I mean? I love the laughs. The laughs, what is where we're at. That's.
But you don't
given.
have to sacrifice in a one-man show. I mean, you can certainly do a one-man show that'd be really funny.
But say you start going into, that's what I'm doing, and I'm sort of like, I'm trying to build things like around 12 steps and trying to like doing things that people have some takeaway value from. Now, like trying to develop that after Joey Diaz in the store.
It's not gonna happen.
There's going to be some resistance.
You aware of Hannah Gadsby and the controversy of this?
What do you think about that?
In the net? I haven't seen it.
Yeah, nor
I still say I'm going to see it, but
because the end of comedy and all that kind of thing.
It's silly. It's no end of comedy. But what she's doing, people like. And there's
What
nothing
is it?
wrong. I don't know. You call it whatever you want. Sometimes it's funny. I mean, maybe it's stand-up comedy.
Some
Maybe
of my mates watched it, and they told me towards the end it become a sort of quite aggressive towards the audience.
It became like a TED Talk almost, I guess, apparently.
I'm interested in, there's enough room for everyone to do whatever they're doing. But like, see, at the beginning of my, let's call it career, like I used to not prepare at all. I was still drinking and using. I'd go up on stage, I'd chop shit up, I'd get into confrontate, like when I say chop shit up, I'd take up animal parts that I'd got from butchers, like a skull with all meat and stuff and sinew on it, chop it up, throw it, they would just release locusts, get into confrontation exactly. The reaction you're having is the reaction they were having. Like, so some of the front row, I had like fights. I've got scars on my body from bad stand-up gigs, from a time where I got into a confrontation. Like, I was making a point about pedophilia, saying, oh, we're all one cultural mind, so when a particular paedophile has transgressed against a child, we're all responsible. People are like, what the fuck? I got the shit kicked out. Well, that time, I've still got the scar on my leg. That happened in Edinburgh in Scotland. People didn't take it well. But what I was trying to do was like create. I didn't have the skills, the chops, the experience, the jokes. So I was so under-equipped. But like, what I was trying to do was create environments that felt, I'm much better at doing that now. I can create that kind of an uncertainty in a room, a kind of a sense of chaos and what's happening, and then bring it back, I hope, to a humorous conclusion where people feel safe and amused and all of that kind of stuff. Now, I think it's you can't, like, because I did try and do that in comedy clubs, and yeah, it was confrontational. It's not what people want. So don't you think that by prepping your stand-up in those environments, that it biases you towards a type of stand-up comedy that is limited?
No, because you can do that other stuff too. You could always perform to your crowd, and you could always expand on things to your crowd. But to really put it together without any fluff, without any nonsense, without being self-indulgent, with respecting the attention span of the audience that may or may not even be there to see you.
Yeah.
Most likely is not. If you go to a comedy club and there's a large, if you go to the Comedy Store any night of the week, there's 15 plus people on the marquee or on the list, and the show starts at 8 p.m. or 9 p.m. depending on the night, and it goes to 2 o'clock in the morning. And you catch waves in there, and there's different types of comedy. And in that, you're going to deal with sometimes tired audiences, sometimes enthusiastic people. It's all different. It varies widely. And I think that in doing that, you cut all the nonsense out of your act, and you develop economy of words. You understand how to captivate people's attention and keep them engaged, and to respect their time, respect their point of view, respect that these people have an attention span. They want to be engaged in the best possible way that you can do it. And sometimes you develop that through these really difficult sets, or distracted people and drunks and all that stuff. You can develop those qualities. You're always going to have your crowd, and what your crowd. I mean, if you have this vision of how you want to put things together, you could put that kind of thing together at a comedy club. You're doing it in these 15-minute chunks. You just have to figure out a way to grab them, and make them really interested in what you have to say.
You're right, because there's obviously in like the Comedy Store, between the hours you just described, there's a contract. We ain't here to see you. We're here to laugh every 15 seconds. And like, comics like Robin Williams or Chappelle's the all-time greats. They go in and accept those conditions. And you've seen stuff, I'm sure, like of Robin Williams. He's just like walking around in the crowd in that very room. It's like he's doing the thing I'm talking about, and he's doing it there. Yeah, that's when you think, if I suppose I do get that you're road testing it to its durability to an incredible degree if you can pull it off there.
Yeah, well, think about every time you're saying something. When you have a subject, like say if you want to talk about the mentors that you have in life, it's an open-ended approach. You have no idea what the correct way to say something is. You try it. You write it out. You say, this seems feasible. Let me try it this way. And oftentimes people never correct it, or they never adjust it. They never go back and improve it. They just say it in a certain way and figure out how to do it. When you're doing it in front of a crowd, you're developing these things while also feeling the way people are reacting to them and feeling their attention span. And it makes you, with proper reflection and truly objective listening to your material, it makes you change and shift and adjust things hopefully in a positive way. And the more you do it, the more you get a sense of, maybe this is clunky here, and maybe I figure out a better way to say it. And
I agree, but the counter argument could be that it could bias you to a sort of a lowest common denominator area. Say with that bit where you talk about the sun, and you need it, it's trying to kill you, it gives you cancer.
Right.
Like something like, what was the journey of that bit of stand-up? Is it like for me, it's like, I think of a thought, I try and make sure there's a tag so I know where I'm going when I'm out there. Yeah. And then it's a comparable process to yours. You're trying your best to get rid of fluff or whatever. Yeah. So can you recall like what it's like? Are you night after night going in with new bits of material packaged within things that you're a little more confident in?
Yeah, and I put that bit on a special. I can do it better now. I know a better way to do it. And that's part of the problem with doing bits. It's like sometimes you release them on a special, you have a better version of it now. But my point of that was to a perspective enhancer, to let people know that bit was about, like, understand what's happening here. You are literally floating in infinity, and it's almost never discussed. You're hurling through forever. There's a fireball in the sky. It's 1,000,000 times bigger than Earth. If you stare at it, you'll go blind. It's trying to give you cancer, and if it's not there, you get sad. Like, you live in a dream. Like, this is madness. Your life is madness.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, it is. But there's something about that particular way of because I figured out a way to express it in short doses, in short bursts. If if you stare at it, it'll go blind. It's trying to give you cancer, and if it's not there, you get sad. So in that short burst, like it's like, wow, yeah, that is all those things are true. Like this is crazy. There really is a fireball floating in the sky. We're just used to it. We live because of a floating 1,000,000 times bigger than the Earth fireball. And when you say, if you could say something like that and make someone laugh, you can actually change the way they look at things. You can actually affect at least the way they look at things. If you just say something, sometimes it's profound, sometimes it registers, but if you could say something and it forces someone to laugh, even if they disagree with you, if they're laughing, like, I don't even fucking agree with this, but holy shit, this is funny. You put that thought deep into someone's head and you allow them to think about your thought process and how your creative process and what you're doing to sort of bring these things out.
Yes, I like the way you describe the architecture of that. You've got to basically have, these are some facts about the sun that are irrefutable. Yeah. Now here is how that affects the way we look at the world and exposes to us that we're just ignorant. We're not awake to reality. We can't hold reality in our minds because it's too vast to handle. I like it, and I agree with you that that with laughter comes access to kind of deeper truths. And I've heard some therapists, in fact, say that that laughter is to shame what grief is to sadness, that laughter is helping to expel shame and to process shame. There's something very important about people coming together and laughing together. And I like to exist comedically in a world where it's like starts from a deeply personal perspective and admissions and acknowledgements of humiliation and shame and vulnerability, and travels out to the universal and hopefully archetypal. Like you can sort of travel between those points. Like a comedian that I think we both admire, Bill Hicks. What I think is fascinating is because, like if you've loved Bill Hicks for a long while, then you discover, man, that guy worked material a lot. You go, I watched this interview of him on the Australian TV. He's doing like a bit that I've seen him do, in multiple incarnations. But I have also seen him do interviews where he's spontaneously talking about gigs, terrible gigs that have gone badly, and he is hilarious. But it's very interesting to me, and perhaps it's because of that background and that practice of doing clubs, that Hicks is very much a comedian that's, no, I'm drilling this fucking thing and I'm staying with it.
No, he was a writer. I mean, he did ad-lib, and he was capable of going on these rants, spontaneous rants, but he was a writer. He wrote these things out, and he was aiming to have an impact with his commentary. I mean, that was what he was doing. He was not just trying to make you laugh. He was aiming to enhance your perspective on whatever he was talking about.
Yeah, and seems very disciplined as a practitioner of it. Whereas, like, say, a Chappelle, it feels like he's just going like an hour.
Well, he's got a very unique process. Chappelle does. And he can turn over an hour like no one I've ever seen before. And I was talking to Donnell Wrongs about it recently, who, was on the Chappelle show with him. And he's like, we both agreed, like, he's the best ever at turning over a new hour. He could release a Netflix special and then have a new hour within a couple of weeks. It doesn't even make sense. I don't understand how he's doing it.
It must just flood in.
He's in a great space, he's in a great mindset to do comedy. If you pay attention to how, when people study, like if you read Outliers, and you read how when people study why people are great at what they do and what makes them exceptional, there's always a variety of factors. And whatever the factors are with Dave, he's got this easygoing personality, this like very carefree way of looking at things. He's also gone through a lot of bullshit in his career with, the leaving the Chappelle show and, abandoning $50 million and going to Africa and really understanding what his real motivation were. He was caught up in that world where they were trying to change him and commercialize his television show. And he handled it as good as anybody that's ever handled it.
Yeah.
He handled fame and temptation, I think, better than anyone I've ever heard of. He just said, fuck you. And he just went away. He went away and then didn't do gigs for years. People don't understand. He would show up and do stand-up places, but he wouldn't book anything. So, like, he wasn't getting paid. He did stand-up. Dave Chappelle did stand-up in the park in Seattle. He brought, like, a little amplifier and a microphone, set up, and just started doing stand-up, and people just gathered around. And he did this just to sort of get him back in touch with his roots, because he used to do a lot of street performing in New York, and I saw him do street performing in Montreal. We did a club, and then we came out of the club, and Dave, I think Dave was like 18 or 19 at the time, just started doing stand-up on the street and put his hat out, and people would put money in his hat. I mean, he was constantly sharpening that sword, and he stopped doing stand-up for a long time in terms of like booking gigs. And then after a while, I said, fuck it, I'm going to come back again. And then he started doing these gigantic gigs. And then, of course, he did his 2 recent Netflix specials were amongst his best work ever. And, you know, and now he's working all the time. He's constantly popping into the Comedy Store and the Comedy Cellar and all these different clubs all across the country and constantly doing stand-up. And no social media. He does not involved in any of that stuff. Doesn't do anything. Just performs. Just does his stuff.
Yeah, that's interesting. When it's like I feel that some people have like found their essence and found their path and live it, like they, you know, like they're a yogi or a priest or something.
That's right.
But he's just got a devotional. This is who I am. I'm not doing anything that's not that. And that's exhibited even in earlier stuff prior to the crisis of the 50 million walkaway thing. Like by then, if he was at 18 doing them clubs, he was hardened. Like what seemed so loose on stage was something that had been refined as a person who's comfortable.
He was always good. He was good when I first met him, when he was like 18. I think he was 18 and I was 21, so it was somewhere in that range. Maybe I was a little older. Maybe he was like, how old's Dave? 46, 47? I think he's 5 years younger than me. Is that correct? 46 or 47? 45. Okay, so he's more. So 6 years. 6 years younger than me. So, you know, I was probably 25 and he was probably 18-ish. 25, 26, 18, 17. But he was so, like, calm and, like, he was very, like, you were attracted to listening to him. It was like, look at this guy. Like, this guy's, like, so comfortable in his own skin and so friendly and easygoing and hilarious, but who he was then and then who he became is all the work that he put in. You know, it's like he had this base of this really, you know, this curious, young, very wise person who saw things that other people didn't see in the world, and then he just kept going and just kept going. And then, of course, the Chappelle Show, which is, in my opinion, the greatest sketch comedy show of all time, even though it was only 2 seasons. The best ever. And then after that, I mean, he's basically just done stand-up and done it completely outside of this system. He's done some parts in movies and shit like that, but for the most part, what he's doing is just stand-up, completely outside of the Hollywood system, completely free. Just goes up, you know, just talks some shit, has a couple of drinks, laughs, and it's incredibly compelling. He's found his groove, you know, and it's a beautiful thing to watch as a fellow stand-up comedy practitioner when someone achieves this mastery level, like, you know, we were talking about, like this Hicks and Gracie of stand-up comedy level, because that's where he's at right now. Yeah,
I agree with you. Become who you are.
Yeah,
he's become himself,
and he doesn't have things that are getting in the way of that. You know, that's what's really interesting. Like, you don't see him. He's not on social media. He's not on anything, Twitter or Facebook. He's not on any of that shit. He doesn't pay attention to any of it. He's just being a person and doing stand-up. You know, it's and he doesn't have to, which is unique too. You know, he doesn't have to promote things. They just sell out.
But yeah, what an amazing example.
Yeah.
What an amazing example. I've got to promote some things.
Oh, what do you got? The book Mentors. Russell Brand's book Mentors.
I've really learned some powerful lessons there from the story of the apotheosis of comedy that Dave Chappelle's achieved. Here's these obligations. Now, I'm booked here to promote Luminary. My podcast has gone behind a paywall on a platform called Luminary, aiming to be the Netflix of podcasts, meaning like that, you know, your model will, I imagine, triumph further. So like from like this week, my podcast will be on Luminary as part of their premium content. It's an app through which you'll get all podcasts, but my podcast is like you've got to subscribe.
Is that launched
to that
now?
thing.
That's launched, because I know that was. Yeah, I know that was in the process of being created. Are you happy with that so far?
Because it's not launched, I don't know. But you know that you're going to leave listeners behind because it's gone behind a paywall. But I spoke to sort of like Sam Harris about Sam Harris actually told me about it.
Me too.
Yeah, right. And I spoke to and what I recognised is because like the advertising model works obviously in your case, and I thought, wow, like it was like a good deal. It was a good deal. I meant, well, I can carry on doing podcasts for 2-3 years. That's what this, this, and it's supporting a lot of other content and essentially not yielding any creative control. If people subscribe, they get the premium content, my stuff.
How much? It was like only like $5 a month, right?
Like that, yeah.
And you get like
Trevor Noah, Lena Dunham, mine.
How many different podcasts?
I don't know. I think like when they're premium content, there's like 40 or 50 premium pieces of content. So for me, I thought it felt like otherwise podcast wouldn't be something that I could continue to do forever. Because I do films or TV shows or stand up or whatever. Right. It felt like a different, for me, it wasn't a viable thing to pay for. To pay for people to run it, to pay for guests to even get to me and all of that kind of stuff, No.
Do you do ads on your podcast?
I did before, but after this, it's an ad-free model.
There's a benefit to that for sure. And a lot of people choose to go ad-free and then they use Patreon or something like that for listener-supported stuff. Sam Harris was doing that for a long time, but then they had an issue with Patreon about certain censorship of certain individuals and certain ideological perspectives where they were, leaning towards left-wing things and, being restrictive towards right-wing things. And then, they policing the way people behave outside of Patreon. And some people found that objectionable. So he left and some other people left, like Jordan Peterson left, and I've never entered into Patreon into those waters, but I know Burr does it. I think Burr has like one a week that he does. Doesn't Burr?
Bill Burr's, really?
Yeah,
he's astonishing.
He's one of the best.
Yeah, so I feel like it's an all right thing to do. But even in just with using things like YouTube and social media and, like Spotify, iTunes or whatever, as we have seen, there's a point where there is sort of censorship is a possibility, as you discussed on the Jack, that run of episodes, mate, as I said to you by text, between the Jack Dorsey, the reaction to that, your response to the reaction through Alex Jones and all that, Tim Paul, I thought that was a spate of podcasts that's like, this is where this medium can be. The Alex Jones podcast, I thought, was the godfather of podcasts.
Have we seen
it was
is that hit the
I was gonna put it out tomorrow. He just gave it to me, so
we put it out. Do it right now. We can watch it right now.
You want to watch it online?
Yeah, we have a guy who's hilarious. His name is Pauly Toon, and Pauly Toon makes animated clips for us of the podcast, and he's fantastic. He did one of the Alex Jones, Eddie Bravo incident.
They're choking.
And, no, not when he's asking him to choke him here.
Oh, the flat Earth.
No, this one. It's so ridiculous. Here, we'll play it for you. Here. What's going on? What's the matter? Oh, okay. Back it up for the beginning then.
It was an exception.
It even looks like him. Here we go. The guy does awesome artwork too.
So we're gonna get to this next, and I respect you.
Hey, I want you guys to yell at each other for 3 minutes while I go pee.
I gotta pee too.
Okay. We'll do it in shifts. I'll go first.
Okay. Anyways, you are someone that I could talk to about the flat Earth conspiracy. You don't believe in flat Earth, but you can kind of understand where I'm coming from. What if I finance a research ship and make a documentary? I can't go away for 3 months. I will pay. How much money can you raise? We're gonna need
Are you guys going to the moon or into orbit?
Okay, you raise the money for a trip.
No,
to
there's
South
no raise the money. I got the money.
Okay, you got the money. Listen, this is the deal. This is the deal.
Let's go pee, man.
So we're gonna do this.
We'll send Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
No, we're gonna do this.
Joe,
I'm gonna send
be honest,
someone else.
You're gonna find the edge of the world. Big ice caps, cats that are knocking
I'm
things
gonna
off.
film the drop off with my iPhone.
Yes.
Go pee, man. Go pee. Don't you have to go?
We're gonna send someone else, Alex.
Yeah,
but we're gonna do this.
Hey,
you know what? We're gonna do this. I don't have to be the one that goes. I don't have to be the one that goes.
Let me tell you something right now. I came here and I proved they're keeping babies alive and taking their organs.
How did you prove that?
Actually, they're admitting it.
Jamie pulled some shit up on
No.
Google.
They admit it now.
That's
they're
you too.
normalizing it. No, the governor. Listen to me.
You really think there's people out there campaigning for late-term abortions? You think that shit's real? You think that shit's real?
Monday to keep it legal.
Who would do that?
Alright,
Who would do that? Who would campaign for that?
They fucking did it,
That is the
Bravo.
craziest shit
You
ever.
can't fucking admit they're fucking killing Army-born kids, so you're telling me it isn't real when they had a fucking vote in the goddamn fucking Senate.
That's a conspiracy theory.
I'm ready to beat your
That's a
fucking ass.
conspiracy.
You think you're fucking tough? You're about to get it. Bullshit. They're killing Army-born babies. Stop fucking lying. God fucking damn it. I'm getting pissed now.
Don't get pissed. Go.
No, I mean,
Okay.
you saw the dude. It's
He
going
didn't
to
see it.
Fucking
We
with
really-
you.
hold on.
Alex,
Hey,
I'm in right
Alex,
now.
Alex,
I'm in right now with the fucking
was
Senate.
fucking
The
with you.
fucking Senate voted
Here's
to
the-
kill babies.
let me-
And they're fucking born.
Hey,
I
Alex,
was
let me-
just playing with you.
Eddie,
Of course I believe that.
we went into a long conversation
I
about
heard
that.
it.
We played.
I heard it.
Okay, you heard it.
I heard the whole podcast.
Oh, you're saying
I'm
that.
playing with you.
Okay.
But
Okay.
imagine my psychosis
Think
is
about what I
this.
said. Think about
Reality is so crazy that I always thought I was so tough
I can't believe he doesn't have to pee anymore.
that I'm pissed a little bit. The point is that why are we debating whether the earth is flat? Dude, they have human animal hybrids.
Yeah, that's good stuff. That's what I mean. I feel like that is the pinnacle of where this medium can take us.
Yeah.
Watching, like, he was in an extreme state. What about when he could go, baby comfortable, keep the baby comfortable?
Yeah.
And that was,
Creepy.
this is, like, I listened to that podcast. Like, I go on runs, I'd listen to this. I thought, fucking hell, man, where else are you going to get this content? Where is that going?
Well, there's no one
extreme
would ever
state.
agree to it anywhere else. That's the thing. You'd never get a group of people whose jobs depended upon keeping the show on the air, whether they're producers or executives. They would never agree to that. They'd be like, you can't have that crazy fucker on. You can't have this on. You can't have Eddie Bravo on all the time. He thinks the world is flat. Stop this.
Because
Stop it.
you're traveling between such diverse and unusual ideas, and
Yeah.
sort of the thing with Alex Jones as well is that he's like he demonstrates to a point that there's veracity in what he's saying. It's
Some
like-
things. Yeah, he's right about a lot of things. You know, when we was talking about animal-human hybrids, and we started pulling up these studies where they actually have done studies where they've tried to create animal-human hybrids, non-viable animal-human embryos. They're trying to grow human organs in different animals, and there's all sorts of weird scientific shit that we're doing. Imagine what they're doing in China behind walls. Look at this. China's latest cloned monkey experiment is an ethical mess.
They use CRISPR to add human genes into monkey genes, and there's like 5 monkeys. This happened back in January, and I don't
Dude,
know.
this is a fucking horror movie. This is a horror movie. This is how the horror movie begins,
Right,
right?
because you think that once, if that's what's being
One gets
revealed,
out.
the truth is darker.
Yes, for sure. For sure, they're trying to create super soldiers. Someone is trying to create some super soldier, some half chimp, half human, super intelligent, murderous thing that's powered by remote control.
That is not a good objective.
No.
I don't see a good outcome
not.
for this super intelligent, murderous, remote-controlled
The only-
chimp being.
But what if you could send those super intelligent, murderous chimps to go kill ISIS?
Now we've got a reason to start
Now we've got a
designing. Get them
reason.
out there.
Now we've got a nice contract with this defense contractor, and they're gonna.
That's how we lubricate the passage to the
Yes.
murderous monkeys is ISIS. That's the function of ISIS in the cultural conversation, is to
Yeah.
justify the monkey soldiers.
Do you know what one scared me more than anyone that I've ever read? I read about this thing that DARPA was putting together. It's a robot called the Eater robot, EATR robot. It's a robot that fuels itself on biological matter. So it essentially can eat bodies. So you've got a murderous robot that eats people.
It's like
That's its
the
fuel.
worst kind of things that human beings could achieve. It's like people are sat around trying to
Yeah.
come up with them.
Well, they're responsible for a lot of really crazy innovation in terms of like military stuff, but Boston Dynamics, they're the ones that make those crazy robots, and they work with DARPA, and those are the ones that make those robots that you can't kick over.
Right.
That's what you need. One of those that eats people, and you send them to the battlefield.
Kick it over.
Yeah,
No,
you
that was the
can't.
first thing we established, is you can't kick it over.
I just think that's the big fear, is that future warfare will be our robots versus their robots.
if we're starting to bring about the worst aspects, the worst things that a human being can conceive of, let's channel them through into reality. It does make you fear that the apocalypse is real. I thought it was bad enough when, in the malaise of my younger days, I thought, oh wow, imagine if there was a cleaning service where the person would come around and clean dressed scantily.
They do that.
They do that. Whatever devious shit you can dream up, someone's trying to turn a buck off it, and they've taken it to the extent of the non-kick over robot, flesh-eating robots.
Yeah. What
It's
is this,
time to
Jamie?
pull
Is this a
back.
new one?
It's a new video today.
Oh, God.
Watch this.
This is so scary. Is this Boston Dynamics?
Yeah.
There's something very eerie about that type of motion. You know, like the way that the movement of a snake is deeply coded to be unpleasant when you see it. There's something about you think that movement, you think that ain't good. But it's
Enter the truck it's towing.
wow.
Oh my God, they're pulling a truck.
And it's tiny little tootsies.
They're that strong they can pull a truck.
10 little robots.
That's a giant ass truck.
I mean, it is also just a husky sled made out of expensive robots and a truck. They've spent a lot of time and endeavor to go backwards
I guess kinda, but
to an
they're
evil
showing-
Santa Claus.
They're showing how strong these things are.
I don't like their gait, Joe.
Yeah.
That's an unpleasant gait.
Yeah, you should be uncomfortable with it.
Yeah, I'm not at ease with that.
Well,
That
it's
doesn't have
not
good use of
human,
resources.
and it's not animal, and there's no compassion in it. It's feelingless. But that's what you got to worry about. You've ever seen that episode of Black Mirror where the lady gets chased down by the drones?
I've not seen that. What, the one where they're bees?
No, there's a woman who's being haunted. She's being hunted by a robot, and it's terrifying.
Because of its remorseless lack of humanity and empathy.
Looks just like that. Looks just like those things. Those are
Yeah.
real.
Charlie Brooker, he's plugged into it. That man's got good imagination.
He's amazing. He's
Yeah.
amazing. That show is fantastic. But these things, look, what we have to worry about is once artificial intelligence becomes sentient, and you can somehow or another attach it to these objects that move, and they run on solar power, or they have nuclear fuel cells or some crazy shit that allows them to exist for a long period of time. I mean, you don't have to worry about them contaminating environments if you plan on killing everybody in the environment.
Oh man! And also, there's no means of regulation, is there? Because this is the apex of human endeavor. They're in what can govern that? What can regulate it? And like you say, there'll be a Chinese equivalent for any of this stuff. There's nothing that's above it going, is this a good idea? Should we pull back? What did Elon?
He just pulled up a thing that said they're making that now.
Yeah, we've got
that one I
these
just
now.
showed you. They're 100 different models of it are going to be available starting production this summer. Doesn't say how much they're going to cost, but available for people to buy.
Well, it says 100 different models. It says produce 100 models. That probably means it'll produce 100 of them.
Mm-hmm.
Like 100 different companies are going to want them. But I bet it's more than that.
Yeah.
Depending on how much they cost.
Yeah, it doesn't say how much it's going to cost. They're going to announce that later, but they showed like a robot arm coming out.
Oh, that looks so
its head.
creepy. Look at that thing. Imagine we had one of those things in the room filming.
We should get one.
No.
No,
When
don't
it takes
give in
over,
to
one
it.
day we come here, it's got red eyes. It's like, fuck you, what
What
you've
if it
done
likes
to
us
the
'cause
earth.
we're the first ones to help it?
What if
Don't
it
try and
doesn't?
befriend it,
It's going to be
Jamie.
listening to us like
That's-
Alexa.
That's how it begins, isn't
Yeah,
it?
that
Yeah, there's
is
something
creepy.
arachnoid and eerie
Yes.
about that. It's almost like, now see if this tunes into the DMT component of what we've been talking about. It's almost as if we've already experienced this reality. We've already been through the version where those evil insectoid robots take over. So when we see it on the screen, we think, oh no, we're doing that thing.
Oh,
We're doing
right.
that thing where we create those things that bring about our destruction. And I believe it's because we've become biased to commerce and a particular type of progress. But one narrative has succeeded because we necessarily had to throw off religion, at the dawn of the secular age, because religion was becoming systems of bias and systems of oppression and systems of what do I want to say, elevating certain types of power and supporting their elites. We have to go, hang on a minute, this religion, a lot of it seems like bullshit. What we've done is we've abandoned the sacred. And I think if you abandon the sacred, meaning there is more to life than what we can understand. I listened to the Brian Cox episode, and I spoke to Brian Cox, the British physicist, astrophysicist, on my show as well. And when he talks about, like he said, that, you know, we know that there's not some additional component to a human being because we can break down everything that happens when you move an arm, you know, or whatever. And I feel like we only have limited instruments. There's certain frequencies that we simply cannot read. What else is going on when people are having these transcendent psychedelic experiences? We're accessing elements of consciousness, energies and frequencies that we are not able to access while we're in this state. And everything we're achieving and everything we're building on this platform. And the bias of this platform is towards progress and materialism. And I think the result is flesh-eating robots and those evil monkey warrior soldiers. And I want to calm down and have a little talk about what it is we're trying to design.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree with Brian on that particular point, that we think we know everything about where consciousness emanates. I don't think that's necessary, but I like the fact that he thinks that way because he's such a rigid hardliner for science. And the guy works at CERN. I mean, he's a brilliant man. So of course he thinks that way. I also don't think he's ever had a DMT experience.
That's right. I wonder that, some people, I think, give him a quick dose, you know, because I as well, I respect Brian. And it's further to my point, similar to the hunting argument. I happen to believe in God, but when I talked to Brian Cox, I got to the point where I was saying, all right, even though I believe in God and you are an atheist, although he said I don't call myself an atheist, what I felt like we both got to the point where we said compassion, kindness and love are the most important things. So in this way, who cares? So when you say
you believe in God, do you believe in the traditional God of Christianity? Do you believe in God as a concept? Do you have your own definition for it?
That I believe that state of oneness and transcendence that you're talking about when you, through your DMT experiences, that says, you know, love and kindness and love and awareness, I believe that is the most real thing. I think that preceded all matter. And I think that we can interact with it. So I don't believe God in just a Gaia way, that the whole world is like an interactive biological, living, breathing goddess. I believe that and that we can commune with it. And furthermore, the relevance of it for me is that it suggests to me that we should be acting kindly and lovingly. And when we're thinking about how do we organize our systems, that our awareness of that energy, accessible to all of us, should be paramount in our understanding of how we organize. So like what I think is like that we should look at, you know, like we've been through it as human beings, so many advents, the agriculture, technology, industry, thinking that the sun went around the earth, thinking that the earth was flat, with all due respect to Eddie Bravo. And before each of these realizations and each of these changes, we always think we're at the summit. We never know what's going to be the thing that's going to change. My suspicion is that what's going to change is the way we relate to consciousness and the way we see ourselves as individuals. That we start to have an understanding that that becomes a priority. That thing you described of like, when I have come back from DMT trips, I recognize this is just an illusion and it's not real. I think that will I believe that we need to prioritize that and progressing along that line. What are the implications of this not being the most real frequency there is? How do we organize society on that basis? How does that affect how we relate to one another? How should we be governing? How does that affect justice? That should be in the mix, instead of how many fucking terrifying arachnoid weird gate robot motherfuckers can we cook up? You know, like that's the way we're going. The progressive technological route, because it's created medicine, because it's saved so many lives, because it's given us wonderful technology, the spirit of entrepreneurship, but all of that energy, it all gets pushed in one direction. You know, it all goes that way. And I feel that we need to invite that back. The sacred and the divine need to be back in the conversation.
Well, there's certainly going to be pros and cons with everything. You know, there's definitely pros and cons with the creation of technology. I think of human beings as, if you go back to single-celled organisms, they have very little awareness of their environment. And then as they became primitive bugs, you know, as things evolved, they developed more awareness. But even us, in comparison to certain animals have heightened senses of smell and survival instincts, but they're also colorblind. You know, and they don't see things. They see edge detection. Like, that's one of the things about deer. They see movement. So like if you wear camouflage and, you know, your pattern is broken up with a grid and then you stay put, they don't see you. Yeah. They just, it doesn't register to them. They see movement. So we have a far more complex system of recognition than they do in terms of like visually, the way we see things. And I think that whatever skills or whatever senses that we've evolved, I don't think that's it. I don't think that we've reached the pinnacle of it. And I think that as beings become more and more evolved, they'll probably gain more and more senses. And that could be directly related to technology. It's totally possible that what's going on with technologies that we're also developing through external means, a way for us to see the world, a way for us to view, like what they've done with the Large Hadron Collider is like the best example of it, right? What they do with the Hubble Space Telescope and other telescopes. You're using technology to gain awareness and to see more things. And that this is the good side of technologies, that it's allowing us to have a far greater understanding of all the variables that surround us that we might not be able to detect with our senses.
Yes.
That this is a part of who we are. And then I think when you're talking about things like psychedelic experiences, that's probably another realm of understanding that we haven't really achieved yet, because we're still evolving as a species, as a thing.
What I think is interesting is that the continual bias along that technological path is towards profit. You know, when we see those machines, the end point is always how do we maximize profit. There is no, like, the influence of how do we do what's right. That's like a sort of a person, like a sort of a general ethical what do I want to say, sort of code is not being introduced. There is no regulation.
Right.
Like, ultimately people will create the warrior monkeys or the most profitable machines. People will, because the counter argument isn't being made. No one is, like, what I'm saying, no one's making it. There's no union of there's no sort of clear opinion of, hang on a minute, where could we be going? No, there is no body or ideology that's able to oppose the relentless march of capitalism. I'm not sort of like a flat out capitalism is bad. Here I am promoting a book, using an iPhone, or you know what I mean? We're all swimming in it.
Right.
But what I'm saying is that if we acknowledge there are transcendent realms, there is information, data that exists beyond what we're able to receive with our senses, how are we going to incorporate that in the way we organize? Because otherwise the sort of the magnetism, the pull, the G-force of what's most profitable, what's going to continue to suit the requirements of the powerful, that will always, the bias will always fall in that direction. And it seems like where that's heading is certain kinds of ecological disaster, certain kinds of economic inequality, certain kinds of conflict. You know, and like one of the simple experiments that I apply is, if people say, oh, what's wrong with the world? The world's so fucked, all this polarity. I sometimes think, well, who is benefiting from how it is now? Is anyone benefiting? Are there any groups, institutions, or individuals for whom this current state is beneficial? And if the answer to that question is yes, then look at who those institutions are, and they are most likely to a degree involved in establishing and maintaining these systems. And there are, institutions and individuals and organizations that this works just fine for.
But are they just capitalizing on it, or are they organizing it? And it is a normal part of the way human beings operate, with this constant desire for innovation, constant desire for improvement. We always want to push further. No one's comfortable where they are. They will always want to be in a better place. And this is almost like it's built into capitalism, right?
I agree.
That this materialism, which is built into capitalism, also is what fuels innovation.
Yes.
Because you want the newest iPhone, so they have to design it and build it and make it.
I agree.
And when new things come out, like this new robot that apparently you're gonna 100 models, whatever that means, what that is they're going to sell it. So there's like, it's fueling innovation. Someone else will come along and compete with Boston Dynamics, and then there'll be innovation wars. If these innovation wars weren't in place right now, our phones would look nothing like the iPhone 10. It just wouldn't. It wouldn't look like the SX. It would look like, who knows what it would look like. But there would be no incentive for them to compete against all these Samsung devices and Huawei devices, and all that stuff is fueling this innovation, but it's all being fueled by capitalism.
You're quite right that innovation is one of the benefits of maintaining this system. But it seems to me that we are excluding other factors like that recur throughout human cultures, we all have an idea of fairness, of justice. And yeah, I don't want some clunky, weird sort of Eastern Bloc phone made out of grey plastic with only one button on it.
Yeah.
We have to, I suppose, examine as a society and as individuals what is important to us. Now, where I think, we've touched several times upon, the fact that as an individual, you're more likely to bias yourself towards negative information online. We do have a degree of individual power and individual responsibility. And I feel like if enough people awaken to the possibility of different narratives, that the capitalist idea of innovation and success and progress, that all of these words can be examined. What do you mean progress? That assumes a teleology, a purpose, a destination. If all time is happening at once, if space is infinite, that bit of yours of to try and fathom for a moment the limitlessness that we're existing within, then all these things are constructs. This is a construct, and it is good to have technology, but it's possible to, at times of crisis, such as what it feels like we're at now. And I know that people have said, we always feel that every generation thinks that they're the one because they know their own impending death is coming, and they narrativize that into something social and global. Well, regardless, there's got to be a time where we start to introduce different ideas into our systems. It seems like there's room for that now, because we do live in a truly global culture, that there is the possibility for monoliths to introduce new innovation, and there is nothing that can oppose it or regulate it. We're starting to see this kind of breakdown. So I'm interested in how we can individually prepare ourselves to organize society differently, to be able to overcome pretty superficial differences like, you go hunting, I don't go hunting. Who gives a fuck? Let's start talking about how we can organise societies where people who go hunting or don't go hunting can live peacefully in different ways, not entirely governed by a small cabal, and I'm sure power is more complex than that seem to be hugely biasing the direction of this so-called progress.
I think you answered your own previous questions when you're talking about whether or not you can be spiritual and funny, and what are you doing? Can you carve that path out for yourself? That what you're doing there by explaining that would influence people, would give people a perspective that allows them to say, why are we doing this? And what is the purpose of this? And if enough people hear those words and have that perspective introduced to them, it'll change the way they interact with the world. And that changes the world. It really does. And that's one of the more powerful things about discussions. When someone like you says something like that and it resonates with people and they start thinking why am I living like this? What if I really do only have 50 years to live? Why am I living these 50 years in some really unproductive bullshit way that's not satisfying at all? Because I just want a bigger house? What is it? Do I want a faster car? Do I want an expensive piece of jewelry? What is the purpose of this path that I'm on now versus a path that I could be on? And what is the real conflict that we all experience between each other? How much of it is due to a lack of communication? How much of it is due to a lack of real listening and understanding? One of the things I've said about comments on podcasts and stuff like that, I think one of the reasons why a lot of people get mad, and I've tried to think this through, why some of the response is so negative to things that seem innocuous on the outside. I think it's because it's frustrating when you don't have a say. Yeah. If two people, you and I are talking about something, there's probably some guy right now going, well, just fucking stop with all your spiritual bullshit. Here's what you do. You wake up when your fucking alarm clock goes off. You never hit snooze. You get out the door. You put your hours in. Eventually you get better. You take care of your family. You act like a fucking man. And there's probably people like that they're upset. They feel like we're pontificating too much. And this is all just, just mental masturbation. You're right. In the ways it is, but that's part of how you solve these things and think these things through.
I believe they deserve their say as well. And that's one of the things that, being a person that goes to sort of 12-step support groups, is you recognize that everyone's individual experience that is valuable.
Yes.
So it's not like that. And I've got over the idea that that there's some external thing can be imposed, and whilst there are many people that are we could say not using their 50 years to maximum effect because they're pursuing odd material goals, there are many more people that have never been introduced to the idea of freedom, because from the moment they're born they're economically tyrannized and told that if you are not economically valuable to this system, you are not valuable at all. And that's only an idea. If you don't, if you can't become a lawyer or a comedian or whatever, fuck you.
Well, so many of us are trapped in the expectations and values of our parents too. That's a real problem when people don't let their children become an individual. They force their children to follow their own rigid ideology. And they shame them when they don't.
I agree with that, but do you not imagine that a fair degree of that stuff is unconscious? Do you not think that you and I are probably unconsciously imposing things on our kids?
100%, but not with guilt. And I mean, if your kid comes to you and say, "Dad, I know you wanted me to be a doctor, but fucking, I want to play bongos. I just want to be the best bongo player of all time." I bet you'd probably be like, "Hey, learn the fucking bongos. Give me a hug. Go get those bongos.
Get out there and become the best damn bongoer you can. Or even mediocre.
Sure, but there are fathers out there be like, the fuck you are. You're going to be a goddamn doctor. Stop being a pussy. And you're going to go back to medical school and you're going to pick up your studies. We're going to get you a tutor and you're going to perform because we're a Wilson. You're a Wilson and this Wilson family's been physicians since 1820. Your grandfather.
Time immemorial, the Wilsons have been physicians.
He made people bite down on a leather strap before amnesia and he sawed off legs and he kept those people alive. You want to play bongos, you little fuck. Yeah, people get mad.
But my bias is towards my kid, like when we was back in England, like I was aware of like grandparents or whatever reacting to spiders and stuff, going, "Oh, spiders are scary." I'm like, don't fucking teach them that spiders are scary. I don't want her to think of things as scary. Tell her like the spiders are cool, they're all right. There's nothing, like. So, and you're aware of familial influence, like that they want the hair to be a certain way, they want them to wear certain things, they want them to, part of the veganism is like, if you make these kids vegan, at least now I know wherever they go, there's going to be so many restrictions on their food. I've not made the kids vegan. They do what the hell they want. It's up to them. Yeah, thank you. Where's my gold star? Where's my ticker tape parade? But I don't know we don't know our own biases. We don't know where we've been institutionalized. I'm not sure because the very nature of the unconscious is we are not aware of it. So I suppose in a sense a continued open-mindedness and a willingness to change must be part of any dialogue to go into these situations. Do you know what? I might not actually know that's why I'm not. When I was 20, if you'd have said about the hunting, I'd be like, "Oh no, man!" Like now, I'm like, "Yeah, Jesus." There's so many ways of seeing the world. There's so many ways of looking at what's natural and what's correct. What do I know?
I think with hunting is like many things, in that there's no real clean answer. There's no yes or no, good or bad, because you could think there is, but then you find circumstances like wild pigs or invasive species, like. I go hunting on a place called Lanai. It's one of the small islands of Hawaii. There's somewhere in the neighborhood of 3,000 people and 20,000 deer. It is so overpopulated with deer. And they have to kill them. They kill them every day. They hire snipers. They hire people to kill them. People are slamming in them with their cars. I mean, they're fucking everywhere. And they're axis deer. They're not even from there. They're from, someone brought them over from India to give to King Kamehameha in like the 1800s. They're animals actually that evolved to get away from tigers. So there's this insanely fast, beautiful deer that are everywhere. They're forced to kill. Well, the good news is the people that are low-income people of the island always have meat. There's meat everywhere. Everyone can hunt. It's really easy to find them. You could find them, and if you want, you can go kill them.
Yeah, I've got no moral judgment about that. If there's rats in my house, I'm not going to put down poison. I'm going to go,
but that's the thing,
rats
right? As
are allowed
vegan,
to flourish.
You should probably feel bad about killing a rat, right?
As a vegan, I do feel bad.
You feel bad about swatting mosquitoes?
Everything. I'm hungry.
What about
I wouldn't swat a mosquito. Even the Dalai Lama. Even the Dalai Lama, I see him. He went like the first time a gentle brush, the second time a harder one, third time smack. The Dalai Lama, the Dalai Lama gives them 3 chances. Can I? But then you're out. You might be reincarnated or something better. Can I go for a pee, please?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, man. It's almost 3 o'clock already. Can you believe it or not?
Quite well. Oh God! When standing up has made me realise the pressure my bladder was under.
He's such a character, isn't he? He's got these incredibly long rants, but he's so self-aware and introspective. He's like always analyzing himself, trying to find if he's doing right. I get a kick out of these celebrity dudes doing jiu-jitsu too. I think it's hilarious. It's awesome. It's cool. It's cool to hear him talk about it. You can tell you know, the struggles with it.
I just saw someone else said they just started it, and I can't remember who it was.
Someone famous?
Yeah, it might not be relevant at all, but I'm trying to.
I think Demi Lovato is like a purple belt or some shit. She's been into it for a long time. Russell, who I've trained with it. Russell's a legit blue belt. I rolled with Russell, and I was like, wow, Russell really knows jiu-jitsu. He's actually doing the right stuff here. It's hard. It's hard for someone to go from a place of where a guy like Russell Brand is. Handsome, beautiful, famous man who has got some strange plumber sitting on his face, yanking on his arm.
His description of it is awesome.
Yeah, filled with feces in his bowels, and yeah, that veganism stuff's for the birds, though. Sorry, vegan people. To eat eggs, if you don't want to kill any animals, please just find a good farm that has pasture-raised eggs and see how much better you feel. Or eat animals that are assholes. You should find animals that are assholes in the woods. Only eat the assholes. Somebody sent me this horrible video that I've seen many times before of a bear killing a deer in a backyard, and the deer screaming, the bear's tearing it apart. I'm sure you've seen that before, right? And he sent it to me, and he goes, okay, now I get it. Like, I thought like if a bear got a deer that it would be just, oh, hey, this is just how nature works. Like, no, this is a horrific, violent act of this animal tearing this other animal apart. Now, would you prefer that than a hunter? Because 99 times out of 100, when a hunter kills an animal, it's way quicker. There, that's the video. It's horrible. It's a horrible video. This animal, I think it's actually a black bear. I think it's either a grizzly or a color phase black bear, but it takes a long time too. If you haven't seen the video, it's a long one. And the animal makes some horrible noises. We're talking about Russell Returns. We're talking about a video that I've seen before about this bear that kills this deer in this guy's yard. The guy films it, and the deer's making these horrible noises. And this guy sent it to me, and he goes, now I get it. He goes, I get what the wild is actually all about. Because you don't really see it that much. It's very rare that you actually see an animal kill an animal. So we have these romantic, Disneyfied ideas of what the food chain looks like out there.
Yeah, nature's brutal. I mean, I don't try and impose on my dog the kind of conditions that I would hold myself to.
You should have an organic garden if you really want to do it right. Because if you're getting into large-scale agriculture, you're buying food from people that grow it, they're running over fucking rabbits and mice and killing things with pesticides. And there's no removing yourself from death just by eating vegetables. It's just, you don't. They have to like with large scale agriculture, that ground, all those animals get displaced.
Yeah.
You know, it fucks the whole ecosystem up, whatever area they're planting on. And then when they roll over it with those gigantic combines and pull up that grain, they're chewing up everything. That's why vultures always circle where combines are. As soon as they have fresh cut, the vultures start showing up because they know there's going to be something that got jacked.
See, once you know that monoculture is unhealthy, the only resistance to altering it, to having like permaculture and healthier, better agricultural models is commerce and profit. That's the objective.
No. You communes, which you could have as community gardens.
Yes, you could. But the only but like if we start saying, hey, why don't we not have monoculture anymore because it's unfair and it's unreasonable? They go, we can't because it's profitable to have it and people won't be able to afford food. But all of that is like an interrelated system that's sort of gridlocked into protecting itself.
Yeah.
You know, like there's a spiritual maxim: wisdom is acting on knowledge, and that is not the world we live in. We know things and then we just ignore it, you know, like as individuals or as corporations and as groups. And like what I feel like I'm trying to do as an individual is hold myself to that standard. Like, I know that's not good for me to do that anymore. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to watch myself and I'm going to watch that behavior and I'm going to try and improve. You know, like I don't want to go, like when my first impulse when heading down to the Hibiro jiu-jitsu places, I feel nervous. I don't feel confident doing it. I don't want to go, or whether it's like giving up meat or whatever. But I'm doing these things in a sense as I think these are the kind of improvements I can make. Now, like we almost don't expect that of politics anymore. You don't expect a sort of a political figure to say, well, look, listen, monoculture's having a terrible impact. They'll make some gestural thing, wouldn't they? They go, look, we're going to try and control Facebook and Google a little bit. We're going to try and reduce emissions this amount. Now they'll go, listen, we know that's wrong. We're not going to do that anymore because there's too many powerful interests. That's why I was susceptible to the vegan documentary. You know, of course, there's the ethical reasons, in my opinion, for becoming vegan, but because it's like the reason that these kind of foods are promoted is because these powerful groups lobby government and lobby the organizations that set the standards until they shut up and comply.
Well, you could sort of say that about vegetable-based foods too.
I mean, do you think there's powerful vegan lobbies? They still seem so vulnerable.
No, vegetables. Just corn. Just growing corn.
Right, definitely. Monoculture. I mean, I agree with you.
That's
the same. That is the same. You know, like you're saying, that the reason that is continuing is because it's profitable, but these ideas aren't going to get explored because we're on one path, one teleological journey. Like that's sometimes what I feel like when people talk about the threats of different cultural influence, e.g. Islam, for example, right? I feel like, well, we already live in a kind of fundamentalism that's invisible to us because it's all we know. We live in a culture that if something isn't profitable, it will not survive. And I don't think that's how human beings are set up to exist. I had this rather lovely anecdote about, like, I was coming back from a gig and there was a woman, like, her car broke down the side of the road. I had a driver. Forgive me. I'm not poor anymore. Forgive me. I had a driver and we see this woman. She's by the car side of the road. Her car's broke down and different, like, it's a night time and like a few different people stop and help her. The first guy is like, this is in England, it's like a Polish immigrant guy comes and helps. You know, my driver is a Muslim geezer, he's helping. I'm trying to help, pretty inefficient, may I say, because you know, like if you're a famous person, when you go into a situation, there's sometimes you don't want to be recognized. There's other times it's quite good to be recognized. When you're not recognized at all, I always think, oh, I'm not being at all recognized in this situation. No one recognized me in that time. So I was just a weird geezer at the side of the road trying to help someone who had a minor accident without any relevant skills. Then someone stopped with relevant skills. He was like a paramedic. He took control of the situation. He was ordering people around. You stand here, you do this, go and get that, go and get my head torch, he said at one point. He had a fucking head torch. This guy's serious. And he brilliantly resolved the situation.
What was he doing with the head torch? You mean like a light?
He had a head torch.
A light. Okay, not a torch, like a light. Is he burning? Is he welding? What is he doing?
It didn't emit heat. All right, fair enough. Yeah, this is about to be
emit heat. So
it didn't emit heat.
Right. I just wanted to clarify.
In my country,
you British people are so strange. Even the way you spell tires. Like, what's that Y doing in there?
That's necessary. That's for Queen's Y.
Why does color have a U in it?
You need that U to round off the second syllable of colour. You savage yank brutes with your colour. It's a diphthong. Colour.
Like we can't even say snooker. we say snooker. We can't even pronounce a sport that we don't even play.
Birmingham. Yeah, I mean, it's
we
a
burn ham?
catastrophe the way you
How
talk.
do we burn ham?
Birmingham. Birmingham. Yeah.
Birmingham.
That's right. Listen, this guy had what you would evidently call a headlight. But even that doesn't sound right. It was like a headlamp.
Yeah.
Like that's an odd thing to have in your vehicle.
No. I have one.
What, you got a headlamp in your car?
Yes.
What are you anticipating?
If you get stuck somewhere, man. If anything happens, you should have a headlamp.
This is the kind of person that you want pulling over.
Well, listen, when you go hunting, one of the things that happens is you're in the woods. And when it happens, when the sun goes down, you can't see where the fuck you're going. You have to have a headlamp. Every hunter has a headlamp. Very far. I have a really good one.
Honestly.
Yeah, I have a really good one. Yeah.
So you're lighting stuff up. Isn't that going to alert the...
Well, you don't hunt at night.
Right.
It's illegal. Once the sun goes down, there's no hunting. You have to be able to see what you're shooting at. Otherwise, you shoot a person. So you have these fucking
all sorts of rules.
Lights on your head are just to help you navigate through the woods and to spot predators. Because, of course, if you're vulnerable, and you see giant eyes ahead that are 9 feet off the ground, you're like, fuck, it's a bear.
It's
Jesus
a two-way
Christ.
Street,
yes.
Hunting. It's like, hold on, the hunter's become the hunted.
Yeah.
That happens.
I've had experiences where I've ran into predator every day, and it looks at you.
Yeah.
There's like a demonic look in its eyes.
Yeah.
I've seen black bears before. You don't see that look. A grizzly bear, which is more predatory, they have a crazy look in their eyes. It's really interesting.
I made eye contact with a couple of predators a shark once in a shark cage on like when I was doing that film Sarah Marshall that I'd done years ago, or went in a shark cage and they lower you down and you see a shark come towards you. It's like it's swimming through time. It's like it's come from another era. It looks at you with like you think, whoa, fucking hell. And I was terrified in that cage. And like Ed Norton was there and Woody Harrelson, they were on that island as well. They were mates with people that were on the movie. They got in the water outside of the cage.
Oh, they're out of their fucking mind.
That's insane, isn't it? The shark was little, and apparently it's not the kind of shark that eats you. But even the eye contact, let alone its fucking teeth, I don't even look at it. And then another thing I looked at once, I was in a tiger sanctuary in India, and I didn't like the vehicle I was in. I should have maybe stuck with that, actually. This ain't comfortable. There's a better Jeep over there. So I got out of it to transition, and my mate goes, you want to get in the car now, mate? There's a fucking tiger over there. And there was a tiger like only 10 foot away. Just this, maybe I'm exaggerating, hold on, 20 foot maximum. Like if it was near, and the way that thing looked, I mean, because it's so beautiful as well, the intensity of being looked at by that fucking creature. That was some powerful shit. You don't want eye contact with that. I don't want to look at something that's got like that you can't negotiate with. That you can't. I feel like, look at me, even with the jiu-jitsu, like I've got that little moment where I go, hey, come on, it's old Russ.
Yeah.
With
There's
a tiger,
no negotiating.
He doesn't care about your mortgage.
Yeah, neither does that grizzly bear.
Doesn't care.
They look through
I've got kids.
Yeah, they don't care.
No,
It's just, but that's all it's doing all day long. It's killing things.
It's unbelievable because that's as true as everything we reflect on. It just, to us, who gives a shit about your theories?
Most people don't know what that is. So their idea of what the wild is really based on two things. One, their actual love of animals they know, right? It's like dogs and cats. So the animals that we know, we have this connection with them, so we think that these are animals. They're science projects, man. Those are not animals. Real animals don't give a fuck about you. No. They're either indifferent to you, or they're scared of you, or they want to eat you. That's real animals. The relationship that you have with a dog is like a child. Like my dog is more like a child to me than he is like an animal. Yeah. I mean, he's like my little friend that doesn't get to speak. He doesn't talk, but you know. An animal in the wild is a competing organism. They're competing amongst all the various organisms in whatever ecosystem they're in. And either they're at the top or they're somewhere below that. And that's just how it goes. And every deer is looking around because there's cats. And the cats are slowly sneaking up on them every fucking day of the week. And if you go in a place where there's deer, you best believe there's going to be mountain lions there, because that's how it operates. Right. And when you see that in the wild, it's so rare. It's so rare to be around that. But when you see that in the wild, then you get a deeper understanding of what it means to be an animal. Yes. What's horrific is factory farming. What's perverse and disgusting is the way animals are treated when these livestock companies pump these animals in these warehouses and make them stand in their own shit all day and then abuse them, and the horrific nature in which they're raised. Yeah, all that should be illegal. Yeah. Gag laws, those laws where whistleblowers get arrested, those should be illegal. Those are immoral. They're letting people know what goes into your food, and those people are being punished for that. All that shit is, and they're being punished because it hurts business. Yes. Well, it should fucking hurt business. Yes. You're doing something that we all think is immoral. That's how I feel about it. I don't think there's anything wrong with even if there should be standards in how cows are raised, how chickens are raised. Let them live like actual cows. That's beautiful. And there's a way that they can do that where people like Chris Pratt from Guardians, great guy. He raises sheep and he eats them, and he even gives them out to people. He has butchers that take care of it. These sheep are treated like they're loved. They're not scared of people. And then literally they get walked into this room. They have no idea what's going to happen. A bolt gets put on the top of their head, bang, and the lights go out. Now you could say that should never happen and those sheep should just live forever. Okay. I could understand that argument. Or you could say, boy, if you're going to eat meat, and you're going to eat the meat of an animal that you know how it lived, and there was no horrific moments in its life, it just one day the lights went out. That seems like the best, most ethical way to do it. Maybe even perhaps more ethical than hunting. Yes. Because when I'm hunting an animal, it's out there in this crazy state where it's always looking to get eaten. These sheep have no idea they can be eaten. They think that everybody's their buddy, and then one day they die. Yeah, man, I agree with that. It's difficult to
bring ethics to that. That's clearly, in my view, a matter of opinion. Some people think that's okay.
But
Some
someone
people
could say that they could turn it around on me and say you could do that same like thought experiment with people. Like, why don't you just eat people? Well, like, hey, the person lived a perfect life. You put a bolt in the top of their head and bang, shut the lights out, and then they turn into barbecue.
Look, yeah, that's a very pronounced and vivid way. But I would say that in a sense, we're all like we're being commodified, imprisoned, enclosed. Like the very fact that a law has been made to prevent people regulating or revealing the truth around that,
Revealing it, yeah.
shows where the true bias of this system is. In a way, I think that one of the cultural jobs this podcast has performed, and this is like whether deliberately or not, is it demonstrates that the old political lines that we used to comfortably abide within are starting to sort of break down. Because, you know, like something like an obvious signifier of a particular type of person, i.e. I go hunting, now we have to accept is coupled with your view that the agricultural industry needs to be regulated and it's disgusting. Now there we have complete and total agreement, and we both can see that the way that legislation is set up is biased towards corporate interests, commercial interests, and profit. Yeah, and so for me, bloody whether Chris Pratt having his own sheep, I think no problem, man. That's not. I don't need to spend my time worrying about that. I'm a little bit like Alex Jones, like with the why are we worrying about flat Earth if they've got them babies and all of that stuff. It's like I feel like why don't we focus on the things that are making a genuine difference to the way people are living lives? Yeah, and it seems to me that one of the priorities is in a new global landscape that we're living with. What are the dominant forces and what are the goals of the dominant forces, and how detached are those goals from the lives of what you might say are ordinary people, or the majority of people, to use a less complex term. And what's probably most horrific about reforming the system is that the people that are going to suffer the most are the people that are the poorest. So like if you think of like fast food in particular, right, there's a lot of like really poor people that rely on fast food because it's very inexpensive. If you go and you can get a lot of calories for a small amount of money, right? But if you go from the fast food restaurant and then you go down the line to factory farming, and then somehow or another they eliminate factory farming, and they say, no, if you're going to raise animals, you have to have the same sort of standards that we would expect if we knew you, if we were there. We want pastures, we want animals living in the wild. We want, fenced in, but like living like an actual animal. Not this crazy warehouse bullshit you guys are running. Well, that's going to up our operation costs. Well, then that's how it's going to be. So then the beef becomes far more expensive. Now, if the beef becomes far more expensive, then what do the restaurants do? Well, they're going to have to make things more expensive too. So who's going to suffer? The poor people. Who's going to suffer with cheap meat in supermarkets? Poor people that can't afford it. No, but I think that what happens, Joe, is you have started to pull a thread that reveals how the fabric of our culture is corrupted, because it shouldn't be more expensive. The only reason it's more expensive is because everything is put into a capital-based ideology. I've heard many times on this show, you discussing universal basic income. This is like the beginning of looking at alternative economic models. And there's an argument for saying everyone has the right to a nutritious diet. Everyone has the right to a safe home. So like, if we start prioritizing those ideas above these organizations have the right to maximize profit, well, hold on a sec, them maximizing profit, that's getting taken off the table. And then there comes your counter argument about innovation. Well, I would say if innovation slows, no problem, because we've decided as a culture to prioritize housing and nutrition for the majority of people. Now you can say that starts to, that's kind of socialism, and I don't think that can work on a continental scale. I think we have to break down centralized systems, whether those are corporate centralized systems or national. I feel that the time has gone where there's too much diversity. Like there probably always was diversity. People are different. We're influenced by our cultures, our schools, our education, our class, our races, all these factors. And then to expect us all to live in this sort of single bandwidth of this is what America is, or this is what France is, or this is what England is. It's too different now. But what, it seems like the standards we're adhering to, unconsciously or otherwise, is these groups have the right to make as much money as they can, and to interfere with that is un-American or un-British or whatever it was, because, it's beyond national ideas, I'm sure. So, for me, that's you pull that thread. Oh, it's the poor that will suffer. Well, then no, we have to rule out the poor suffer. So so what happens in the end? You start to get into redistribution of resources, managing and regulating the power of the most powerful people. And whenever that conversation starts, it gets shut down because they want to conserve.
Even in a capitalist system, wouldn't it be more ethical if everybody started from the same starting block? Well, that's what's wrong with the world, right? What's wrong with the world is some people are in they have a terrible hand of cards they've been dealt. And my point about food is that the people that are going to suffer the most are the people that rely on the cheap food.
Yes, your
as soon
point
as that
is
cheap
valid.
food gets pulled away, then a lot of those supermarkets and a lot of those fast food stores that rely on that factory farm food, they're going to be in a bad situation. Things are going to be much more expensive. And if things are much more, if they make animals live like, what is that guy's name? Polyface Farms, Joel Salatin. Yeah. He's a fascinating cat. I had him on my podcast before. He's sort of a farm reformist. And what he believes is that these animals should live just like animals. When he has pigs, he puts them in a fenced area, but he moves the fenced area every day. So like the pigs move to a different spot. And so they're just constantly foraging and eating acorns. And but they're living like a pig. They're living in a natural. They're not living in some crazy warehouse.
Yes.
He does the same with his chickens. He has this mobile chicken coop, and he moves it from pasture to pasture, and this is how he operates his entire farm.
Yes, it seems again that a point we've talked about earlier, that we ought to, like, if we're looking, like, no one knows what's right, so perhaps what we could try and do is replicate what we do naturally. And so there is an argument that naturally we do hunt. There is an argument that naturally we do eat meat. There is
we naturally grow food too, though.
Right.
There's an argument that, like what I was saying, like getting into organic gardening. If you have your own garden, man, I mean, that is like one of the most karma-free things ever. If you can figure out a way to have your own compost, your own garden, and you don't ever have to rely on anybody else for your food, well, then you're not participating in that shit at all.
Do you think that the spirit of entrepreneurship could be turned to designing these systems? Do you think the only thing that incentivizes people is maximum profit? I do too. I think that it is possible that people would sit around and go, how do we organize a society that's fairer and just, that doesn't kill people's individualism or creativity or right to pursue different goals or to be who they are and believe who, but like, I feel like there's so much fog in the air. People don't know what they actually believe in because there's so much powerful cultural influence, so much toxin, physical toxin, literal toxins and toxicity, cultural toxicity. How am I to protect my children from cultural influences that tell them you have to look this way, be this way, behave that way? These are the things that are cool. If you're not this, you're not a man. If you're not this, you're not a woman. As a parent, I feel the obligation to create an environment where they can grow up to be who they are, in inverted commas. And then when you sort of scale that up to a society, how can we start to recognize, look, is this time to look at different systems for living? And what I feel is people want to be involved in the power systems that affect them. Like if you have a group of 100 people, they want to be able to run their own schools, run their own care systems, be in charge of their own life, not just be some little beam of energy flicked about by cultural forces that they can't reach or touch. It's alienating. And like one of the things in Marxism, and that, and I know very little about this subject, is he says that when capitalism reaches a certain point, people will be lost, alienated. They'll feel like a cog in a machine. No one will have no pride in their work. No one will know what it's like to make a whole bicycle and think, look, I made that. You're the guy that makes the pedals. Now fuck off home. Like I listened to enough Jordan Peterson to understand that there are limitations to what socialism and Marxism can achieve. But just because capitalism is better than feudalism, that doesn't mean that's the end of the conversation, that we shouldn't be looking for fairer, better, more just ways of living.
Well, I don't know if capitalism is the problem, or maybe it's how people engage with capitalism. Maybe it's what people choose to focus on. If you're just about acquiring wealth and money, some people are, they're going to be very deeply unhappy. And it's going to be this weird game of acquiring influence and power till you just have this insurmountable mound of money that you live on top of, right? I don't think that's a good way for them either. I think if we're going to look at this country fairly, we have to think of all the poor neighborhoods. Imagine being born in those poor neighborhoods And imagine being born in a place where there's no resources. There's no how you live in the fucking mountains of West Virginia, those coal mining communities, or people are, it's all just mobile homes and pills and it's chaos and just extreme poverty. What do you do if you're stuck in that? What if you're born into that clan? That's the group you're born into. You're fucked, man. You're fucked. We have to take our resources and concentrate on parts of America the same way we concentrate on many other problem spots in the world, and look at them as like, hey man, there's a spot where people are fucked. We should unfuck them. We should figure out a way to go into every single horrible community in this country, on this planet, ones that are just as bad as some that you see in third world countries. They exist right here in America. Fix that. Don't ignore that. That's crazy. If they're in Detroit, if they're in wherever the fuck they are, whatever the horrible community is. Why isn't there a concerted national effort to eliminate that? That's a major source of crime. It's a major source of problem. People feel like they got fucked over in life, so they want to get at you and take from you because you got that easy road. But hey, man, you're born in the fucking suburbs. Hey, man, your mom and dad are still together. You know, hey, man, your dad has a job and your mom's at home baking and shit. You live like a motherfucking Norman Rockwell movie. Fuck you, man. My mom's on crack. My mom's a prostitute. My life is hell. My dad beats me. I've been sexually molested since I was a little kid. This is the reality that people exist in, and they don't feel like anybody's coming to help them. We need to concentrate on that. If the government really cares about us, if they're really involved in social engineering and making America better again, make those places better. Those are the places you need to concentrate on, not tax breaks for fucking super rich corporations that get you in place. They make enough money, man. That's not the problem. The money, where the money goes, what's it being allocated towards? The biggest problem in our country is these impossible to escape communities.
Yes.
That so many people just get sucked into this trap. And for every person that gets out and becomes a basketball player or a successful business person, and they have this story about the poverty that they grew up in, they are so rare.
Yes.
And then it's not to be applauded that they got through that. It is, but it's more to be, we should understand, like, hey, we've got a real fucking problem that we're churning out all these people that live with they start out in life with a massive deficit, start out in life emotionally fucked, physically abused. They start out with everybody around them's a loser. Everybody's going to jail. Everybody's constantly doing pills or this or that. It's all negative. And to ask them to develop their own positive mindset uniquely in a vacuum is preposterous.
Yes.
So always pull them up by your bootstraps. All those assholes. Hey, you got to pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Like, they don't even have boots, man. You don't understand. Like, you don't know what you're talking about. You've never seen it. You've never been involved in that kind of poverty. It's not fair. It's not fair at all. If we care about people, that's what we should fucking care about.
Yes, I couldn't agree more. That's
the number one problem, and it's everywhere in the world. All the crime and poverty. Imagine if everyone, the lowest you could live is like a middle class existence.
Yes.
Boy, everybody would all be a lot more fucking relaxed. Immediately. If you always had meals, you always had food, you always had a roof over your head. Everyone lives middle class. Holy shit. I mean, obviously that's way past the expectations that we have right now for the world, because like $34,000 a year globally puts you in the world 1%. You know, I mean, that's if you make $34,000 a year, which is hard to live on, man.
Yes.
You're in the 1% of the world.
But that standard that you've, I say very eloquently described, is, I think, achievable, and that ought be the aim. And when you give just one example of how the bias of legislation is continually to support the powerful while making making nominal gestures to poverty.
Good way of putting it.
Yeah,
nominal gestures. I like how you put that.
Yeah, and like so, if there is a point to nation, if there is a point to a flag and our belief and this idea that there is an America and there is a Britain and we're all together and we're all one and we've got a common destiny and a common past, then if we're ignoring and neglecting those communities, then I say that is what defines us. You know, and until there are systems, codes, regulations that prioritize that, we will continue to live in something heading to, if not a dystopia, something moving in the direction of dystopia, where the priorities and dreams are sort of owned really by the kind of mad, evil insect robot images that we've seen discussed earlier. People
do get very concerned when someone reaches a point of excessive power and influence, like a Jeff Bezos type character. When you see some guy who's not, he doesn't have $1 million. Like, wow, guy's got $1 million. Like, he must be so relaxed. He's got so much money. No, he's got 150 billion, and he works every day maniacally. And he's constantly doing new projects and new things and buying out Whole Foods. And that's like pinnacle capitalism is one of the things that scares people the most, when someone just acquires this insane position of power and wealth,
Yes.
like a Bill Gates type character,
Yes.
who is very altruistic, very, very generous. Bill Gates is, he's like one of the better examples of someone who gains a lot of money and then does a lot to help people, especially in his retirement. All they do is focus on charitable organizations. And
yeah, which is brilliant, but
Yeah.
and marvelous. And I'm not criticizing the great achievements of brilliant people, but really for me that demonstrates the limitations come from the type of systems we live in.
yeah.
That you can't through charity affect every impoverished community in America. The systems that we have are well, if you're poor like that, the bootstrap model, well, this guy did it, look at this great guy who overcame the odds, until I feel like in a sense charity has become a kind of valve that allows people like you and I who aren't poor to feel like, well, I do a bit, I'm sort of involved, I can wash my hands of it.
Yeah.
When unless we there is no America, there is no England unless we have integral relationships with one another, where we
Right.
support one another.
We're
Otherwise,
on a
it's just-
team.
Right.
If we really are on a team and we see someone who's completely downtrodden who's on our team and we ignore them, well, that's not much of a fucking team, is it?
No.
I mean, that's what I feel like when I come to red lights and I see homeless people. I feel terrible. I feel like, there's part of you is like, don't give them any money because they're going to just buy drugs.
Yeah.
Let them figure it out. But then they're not going to figure it out. They have mental health issues, and they're stuck
that's
out
right.
here, and they're supposedly on the team. They probably were born in America. They probably have national citizenship here. This is our team, and no one gives a fuck that they're camped out under the bridge. It's like the diffusion of responsibility that comes with these massive numbers. 20 million in LA, 300 and plus, whatever it is now. It was like 320 in America.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. I think there's 90,000 in the general California area, like a city's worth of homeless people. Isn't it? It's not difficult for me to envisage, like when we talk about the transcendent states that can be achieved through meditation and psychedelics, meaning that beings like us can access them. It's not difficult to envisage like a type of creature, a type of being a little more evolved than us that would look back and say, oh my God, they allowed homelessness. They allowed those impoverished communities. Oh, why was it? Oh, because they had this belief in competitive systems and survival of the fittest that were resourced from ideas that weren't really meant to be translated into that. When you were talking before about like the natural world is fraught with competition and threat, of course that is animals. Like, I'm not disputing what you're saying there, but we can't transpose that into an economic system. Survival of the fittest. If you ain't got enough hustle and muscle, fuck you, you're down by the wayside. Here we have an obligation to aspire to the better parts of our nature, not to continually use materialism and rationalism to justify that 20% of the population, or whatever percentage it is, are just garbage, are just waste, and that's affordable. We can live with that. For me, that's why would we, once we have the knowledge that, oh yeah, we shouldn't be farming in that way, oh, we shouldn't have social systems, all of the answer is always the same, because if you were to change in that area, it will affect the interests of the powerful. It will impede the ability of certain organizations to make profit. Now, I'm not talking about, I don't know the lexicon enough around socialism and capitalism and Marxism and various forms of social organization. I'm just talking about my assumption that we're all resourced from the same basic material and phenomena. We all have compassion and love in us, and if we on an individual level can achieve some level of access to that, then we can start to organize ourselves on that basis, not on the basis of, well, what's the most I can get as an individual. It's rational for me I'm not involved in that doesn't affect me personally. And I think it's a hard thing for us to hold. I think the reason we all do just live with homelessness, and the only decision we make is, do we put a couple of dollars out the window at the light or not, then it's hard to hold that. It's hard to love more than 100 people.
There's no fix. Like there's no,
not as an individual,
but not one person, and even collectively as a group, when you have mental health issues, unless you want to institutionalize those people. Yeah, but then here's the thing, right? If everyone has a unique, and if everyone has their own ideas about what to do with their life, and everyone has freedom. What if you just don't have enough people that are interested in mental health of the homeless people? You just don't have enough. There's no resources guaranteed.
The resources, yeah, that's a big question because our systems are biased in a particular direction.
What if there's money? What if they have government funding? Do you think that they could cure homelessness?
One of the advantages I've got of being a drug addict is it means I have to help other drug addicts as part of my own recovery. This puts me into areas, institutions, groups, facilities where I'm meeting drug addicts, and always what you'll find, the people that work there, there's always someone, like a man or a woman, most often in my personal experience is a woman, some matriarchal woman full of mother energy that just will do this shit forever, for free, for nothing, that just loves it, that's just put herself like my grandmother did or my mother did or like these women do between people and the gutter, that are just willing to say, I'll be the person, I'll be the person. In LA at Friendly House, it was a woman called Peggy Albrecht that used to run a Friendly House for women that have got drug and addiction and abuse issues. And like this woman, she was from Chicago, she was 90 years old by the time like I met her. She was so rude and brilliant and beautiful and entirely willing to dedicate herself. And I think every community everywhere, everyone knows people like that. And I feel like the same way as like if it is someone that's got a great capacity to play basketball or be a comic, like I think that when you spot those people, that you encourage them,
they're talented
and
at
support
helping
them.
people.
The talent of compassion and you know, but we don't value that unless it can be turned to a profit. Fuck off. All of those organizations, like those organizations that help people with addiction issues, you know, like they are maligned, and like the people that profit from the opioid crisis, they are supported. They are able to conceal, as John Oliver brilliantly revealed, they're able to conceal their practices continually. The invisible bias is in the direction of profit, and like the failure of certain types of socialism doesn't mean that's the end of the argument. I think we have an obligation to look for ways of accessing our own higher nature, better nature, kinder nature, call it what you will, and seeing how we can organize that. As an individual, you can do so much. I mean, if Bill Gates can, you know, fucking hell, I don't know, cure malaria and make significant charitable, you know, these impressive, powerful people can't make a meaningful difference, then clearly this is a systemic problem.
Well, there's also the problem with homeless people in that they're adults. When you become an adult and you develop from the time you're a child, it's probably very likely that the damage was all done while they were young. They were probably abused and neglected, and there's a lot of issues that led them to either have mental health problems or they had mental health problems already. Maybe they have genetic problems. Then on top of that, there's drug abuse. For each one of those people to get well, you're going to need a massive amount of folks. You're not going to have one old lady who's rude, who's fun and brilliant. That's a cute movie.
No, but that's 20 people.
Maybe,
but I think there's another. Yeah, it's a good movie.
Yeah,
Write that down.
Write it down.
I could be rich.
Yeah, who would be the woman? Who's our player? Faye Dunaway or some shit?
I would have liked the one that was out of Golden Girls, Estelle Getty. Is she still available?
I don't.
Oh God,
that's a wrap.
Betty White's still around.
Betty White's still hanging in there. Yeah, but would you book a movie around her hanging around?
I don't know that this is going to work. How are we going to fund this?
Yeah, it's
No, you're right. Look, there's limitations to the individual, but let's not like crush this optimism in the crib now, Joe, because I feel like if there was systemic
I'm not
change,
crashing the optimism, but I'm saying the logistics of it would almost be insurmountable, and it's very hard
to refer to logistics is not an objective thing. It's a thing that's been biased over time.
Sort of. Once a person is developed, once they're a human, it's very difficult to turn that train around.
Yeah.
If we can save the community and save the future, like help like less people get through fucked, help more people get through with hope and with a real possibility for improving their life, versus have this sense of hopelessness that many are confronted with. That's going to make less crime.
I agree.
That's just if someone looked at it from a social engineering standpoint, it almost seems like the only way that would ever have to happen would be there be some fucking catastrophe that forced people to act. We sometimes need something that's shoved in our face to force us to act. But if someone brilliantly calculated the amount of resources that it would require, and then also brilliantly calculated how much less crime it would have, how many more innovations because people didn't waste their lives. In fact, they got through life and used one of the most valuable resources we have, which is the human imagination and creativity and ingenuity. And we're missing that on these people that are growing up in these horrible environments where they can't escape. They're so fucked from they're in gangs, they're, the crime and poverty and violence. They're so fucked that whatever genius they have is wasted on this nonsensical existence. If they could just show that and quantify how much that would be, how valuable that would be to the overall culture and community of the continent, and then ultimately of the earth, I mean, you would have a reason to engineer and think about this.
Yeah, that is really beautiful. And it's interesting that the way that I agree with you, that it almost has to at some point be translated into monetary value, because otherwise people don't seem to read it.
Yeah, and safety for everybody, for them who live in these horrible communities. Wouldn't it be great, again, if everybody lived like a middle-class person? The idea that that's impossible seems so insane. It almost seems like, well, then nobody should live like that then. Like either everybody should be able to live like that or nobody should be able to live like that. That's what everybody really wants, right? You want to be comfortable, like in terms of like your ability to exist. And then all the things you're doing that you struggle with should be a good percentage of them, other than emotional and friendship type things, should be of your own choosing. You choose to take a difficult path. You choose to take an adventure. You choose to try to enrich yourself with this difficult experience and the challenge of it and try to overcome that challenge. Instead of your challenge is not to get killed by a gang. You know, your challenge is not get fucked by your uncle again. You know what I mean? I mean, this is what people have to deal with. And you're missing these brilliant minds. They don't get this chance to come through and sneak through that fucking salmon ladder, you know, get up to the top.
This is very beautiful that you're passionate about this. And I think popularizing these ideas is important, because I feel that then people will be familiar with this kind of language and will recognize that when there is political discourse, how phatic and empty it is. That people will say, you know, like I think in the last election in your country, it was clear that there was no one is saying that. No one is standing on a political platform of, do you know what, everyone should basically be able to live a middle class lifestyle. There's no reason, there's enough resources, we can do this, we could organize society on that basis, because that's considered outlandish and crazy. And there's so much I can, again, you know, with your imaginary listener that would consider this pontification, you know, there's so much anger. I feel that a lot of political events that have occurred in the last 5 years are the manifestation of a social rage, of people that are pissed off with not being heard, are pissed off with a cultural conversation that didn't include them, and that they feel angry. Like, I don't want to help other people. Fuck those. But, you know, like that resource is becoming sort of nurtured and grown. And I feel people would feel tremendous relief to let go of that, to feel like, listen, it's all right for you to be you. But could we be a little more aspirational and and consider what our goals are? Consider what progress looks like to us. Is progress the terrifying robots, or is progress considering elevating the lowest among us to raise the standard?
If people could just understand that this is not forever. There is no such thing as forever. This is a temporary thing, and you've got to try to eke as much good out of this as you can. And to go against my point, you know, there's a real problem with people being lazy. People are lazy. There's not an equality of effort. The idea of equality of outcome, like people want, you know, income equality. Well, there's no effort equality. That's just a fact. There's people out there that they work harder, they're smarter, they're more focused, they're less distracted, they're more dedicated, they have a better plan. They've thought it through better, and they become more successful. And the idea that they become more successful than you because somehow or another there's some nefarious actions afoot, well, that negates another possibility, which is you're a lazy cunt.
That's a possibility.
Yes. And what do we do about those people?
I tell you this, I've got a plan for the lazy.
What do we do? Lazy Island?
You're all going to lazy. It's a bit like Pinocchio's Donkey Land. No arcade games, though. They're too lazy. I feel like, well, I consider this, that people that don't have a lot of life force, like, I feel like it's a gift to be a person that's got a lot of drive, to be a person that's like, I'm fucking going to achieve this shit. You know, like some people are a little lethargic and don't have a lot of energy. I feel that's a kind of despondency. We could break that down in 1,000 different ways. Is it poor diet? Is it poor role models? Is it poor social conditioning? Who are these lazy people?
Weak genes. Could be weak genes.
Could be even weak genes. So then we're like in the territory of disability. So however you look at it, I think you end up at a point of compassion. I think we should start at the point of compassion, because what is tolerance if it isn't the tolerance of people that we sort of can't understand?
As long as they carry their own weight, we usually don't have a problem with it. But when they're so lazy, they just juke the system and screw people over and figure their way to scam through life.
Yeah, but I think those people don't exist only at the bottom of the social ladder. I think they exist at the top, and the effect there is worse. Like
Are you talking about the president of the United States? 'Cause this is my country, motherfucker. You better be a little bit more
I
polite.
actually met your president, and I
Did you?
found him to be delightful. Yeah, that's
Really?
the sort of thing. Yeah, he's sort of very sort of sweet. Again, like I say, I don't
Where'd
judge
you meet
people.
him?
I interviewed him about 5 years ago. I was doing.
Before he was the president.
Before he was the president,
He was
She
okay
didn't
back
let me
then.
near him. He's president, is he? I wouldn't be able to get over the fence, or let alone the wall. I like he he was sort of sweet. But I remember thinking, what I felt was, why you don't have no intellectual curiosity. That's what I felt. Well, that's what I felt. I felt like I was sort of liked him. He was nice, and his staff at that big tower, they all loved him. But
Well,
I thought,
maybe
you don't
think
have
about it
much
this way.
curiosity, and I don't think he's been very genuine with that great "Make America Great Again." Do you? I don't like. Where's that? Everyone should be middle class. We're going to start reorganizing society, reaching out into Detroit and into crushed mining towns in West Virginia. Where's that? Otherwise, you ain't making America great again.
That's true. That's true. But think about how we were talking about Dave Chappelle, about one of the reasons why he's so great, other than the fact that he's smart and just talented and all these good things, is that he knows what he does and he does it.
Right.
That's his wheelhouse. He stays in there. Trump's wheelhouse is making giant gold buildings with his name on them and spray tan. He knows what the fuck to do, and he knows how to make money. And he doesn't give a fuck about all that other stuff, because that other stuff is wasted energy for him. His energy is in focusing on how you get more buildings with those giant gold Trump letters on it.
And no one can argue that it's been a tremendous success.
It
I once
obviously
stayed in one of
worked.
those hotels. The water bottle had his face on it. You know what I mean? He's
Amazing.
incredible, isn't it? What an achievement. Like, I was drinking the inside of his face.
But that's his thing, right? It's like, why is it okay for your thing to be tennis? And that's all you know about. I don't even pay attention to the politics. Why is that okay? But when we see a guy like him, we have a problem with it, because he's not, his intellectual curiosity is only about money. So it's even grosser.
I agree. Listen, this show, to return to my point, I wouldn't waste time judging anyone as an individual, because I imagine if I were to spend time examining Donald Trump's past, his relationship with his father, the conditions he grew up in, what he felt he had to do to be a good person, I would imagine I'd go, yeah, of course. But what I would query is a system that elevates the people like that, and to positions of incredible power. And again, I believe that it's systems that need to change, not individuals. And I think we've overly fetishized politics. I don't live in this country, so I don't know if it's much worse under Trump. I've heard some things that sound pretty bad than it was under Barack Obama. But what my general belief is, don't fetishize individuals and get distracted. Think about changing the system, because you're not getting that middle class lifestyle for everyone. No one's offering that. Bernie Sanders isn't offering that. No one's offering that. And unless someone's offering that, why should we get involved?
Have you ever talked to economists about, like, what is the problem? What's the, like, people that are, more socialistic minded? They'd be more socialist minded, I guess, but understanding of capitalism to the point where they could point out the flaws in allowing this infinite growth model, where someone gets to a point like a Jeff Bezos or something like that. What would they do to mitigate that? You're not going to put a cap. Like, that's when people say that, like, you're going to pay 70% in taxes over $10 million. I was like one of the ones that was bandied about. People just start laughing. Like, you're out of your fucking mind. No one's going to do that. They'll get to $10 million and then they'll stop. Yeah. It's stupid.
That's, I think, a very limiting system, and I feel that the problems are broader than that. I think that did you ever see, if you ever watched Steve Bannon talk, that geezer, man, someone I would, again, not politically agree with for what it's worth, but when his description of what happened in that economic crash of 2008 and the decisions that were made for the American taxpayer to bail out the financial industry, and I've subsequently seen a documentary that said, look, this is why we had to do that, these were the options. But for me, that is a demonstration of capitalism's inherent failings and limitations, but we're not talking about a system that is flawless and perfect. It's pretty fucking flawed, aside from the human collateral damage and that you have, again, described, the communities that are impoverished and without hope and living in poverty in a kind of slavery. It even in itself doesn't work according to its own rules. It has to be artificially sustained and rebooted when it inevitably fails.
Well,
so
the pure sign of it is the fact that no one went to jail for the subprime mortgage crisis. Yeah, those guys didn't go to jail. All those guys that with the real financial analysts were looking at it from a distance. They were going, I see where this is going. Like, this is going to blow up, and a lot of people are going to lose their houses. Like, you guys are assholes. Like, and there was a lot of people that engaged in those predatory loans, and they didn't get punished. Those guys, the craziest thing is a lot of them got bonuses.
Yes, that's right.
They got bonuses even if the bank got bailed out, and they said the bonuses were part of their contracts, and if they didn't honor their contracts, they'd have a hard time hiring these people, and there would be chaos. And they just made it a reason why they had to give them millions of dollars in bonuses.
Yeah.
When they failed. Like, you get a bonus and you failed? Like, your bank failed and you still get a bonus? Like, you knew about those predatory loans? You knew about those? You knew about the subprime mortgage bullshit that was going down in your business?
Yeah.
And you just let it ride, and now you're gonna get a bonus? What's the bonus for?
Yeah, what would you have to do to be fined if that's the bonus
What
system?
does you have to do? Be jailed?
Yeah.
I mean, just think about what they're doing to Julian Assange, right? They're throwing that guy in a jail somewhere.
Yeah, that didn't look good, that embassy move.
No, but I mean, the fact that what he did was release information that everybody found very interesting, and what they did is crash the whole fucking economy.
Right. It's pretty good that he was able to ride that embassy idea for as long as because it's not actually in another
7
country,
years,
is it?
man.
It's in
No,
London. I
it's
know
in
it is.
London.
I went and visited him in there,
Yeah.
as a matter of fact, just briefly popped in, saw him.
What do you think's going to happen with him?
Well, I think he's going to end up serving a pretty lumpy prison sentence somewhere, isn't he?
What do you think they're going to get him on, though? Like, what are they going to charge him on? They're charging him on, like, hacking charges or some shit now, which they didn't charge him on before.
Right. Is that what's emerged? And he's going to be extradited to this country. Is that true?
I don't know.
Well, I mean, again, I suppose this is what happens if you challenge the interests of the powerful.
If Trump really wanted to get people on his side, he'd pardon them.
Do you think that would be popular? Because like someone like that Edward Snowden, it's like, look, I'm sort of obviously I think don't put the lives of people at risk that are in compromised military positions. That seems like a fairly obvious thing. But like,
I don't think they did that.
But
though.
no, it doesn't
from what I
seem-
understood was they got hacked and someone else released the documents without the names redacted.
Yeah, it seems to me that
WikiLeaks never did that.
Ed Snowden seems to qualify for a hero in pretty
Yeah.
much any way you look at it. He's like a 26-year-old person making that decision, and
and very brilliant. You know, I've heard him. I think he was on Neil deGrasse Tyson's podcast. They talked to him.
Oh, wow.
via Skype or however they did it. But
did you see in Citizen 4, there's a bit like in that film about Edward Snowden, Citizen 4, there's a bit where he's just come out and he's talking to the journalists or filmmakers that are making the film, and he's going, they can fucking watch you with this phone. You can't leave that. Like he's like in a sort of a state of mad enlightenment where he's just seen the truth. If they're listening to us now, you can't fucking have that on. You got it's terrifying to watch someone because, you know, obviously now he's calmed down, he's dealt with it, he understands that, you know, but he was like a person that was emerging from having seen the other side of the Matrix.
yeah, but I mean, he was deep into it, and then when he revealed all the information, they had a manhunt for him. The guy had a hideout in Russia. He had to seek asylum in our enemy.
Yes.
The whole thing is so strange.
Yeah, so who do our power structures actually support? If someone tells the truth to the population, they have to flee to Russia. If someone talks about improper agricultural practices, that's against the law, they can be in prison. It starts to reveal that the state itself, the very thing that we revere, the very thing that we identify, is the tool of our oppression.
They want to discourage people from leaking information that makes them look horrible. It's that simple.
Yeah.
It's that simple. If you look at what information he leaked and what it did, well, what he did was he revealed things that everyone wanted to know about that we felt were crimes.
It makes me feel that it's as simple as if you knew what we do in order to keep shit running, you would revolt. So we are never going to let you know. Well, that for me, in a sense, is a pass to stuffing. Well, hold on, fucking hell.
Who are you? I thought you are elected officials. You're one of us. But no, you're above us to the point where if someone leaks information about your crimes, they get locked in this embassy for 7 years? Like, what is their crime exactly in comparison to the crimes that he's revealed?
Yes.
Like, that's where it's crazy. When you look at the balance, the imbalance between what his crime is and the crimes that he's revealed. I mean, he's revealed some staggering crimes, and no one's concentrating on that. The government is not freaking out. We have work to do. We have corrections to make. There's none of that talk. There's get that guy talk.
Yeah, that's right. And it's sort of under the veil of patriotism, a lot can be concealed, and that is an incident that passes through several administrations. Yeah. So
he's been there for 7 years.
So it makes you think, well, what are the differences? You know, like I kind of, you know, sort of, been on Bill Maher's show. I like Bill Maher. I'm very sympathetic to left. I'm ultimately beyond left wing. I'm trying to. My belief is that we should try and organise a system based on a hallucinogenic experience. For fuck's sake, there's no party for me, and I'm not even allowed the fucking hallucinogens. So I'm not a right wing person. It's safe to say, but I feel that so many of the problems that we're experiencing now is because the democratic left wing liberal organisations stopped serving the people they were, in the case of the British Labour Party, designed, set up to serve. They neglected them, they abandoned them. The white working class in Britain were 50, 60 years ago told, hey, there's this thing called Britain. We want you to go out there and fight and die for it. Give up your sons. Get out there. Oh, and now they're told, hey, there's no such thing as Britain. And so no wonder people are confused. No wonder people are baffled. No wonder there are abandoned constituencies and despair and rage. And I feel that in a way, it's like, what is patriotism resourced from? A sense that we all need to belong, that we want to be together, that, that we're willing to believe in a fictional idea, a flag and a story about, the origin of a nation, whether that's an old one like mine or a new one like this one. We're willing to participate in that. But if those values aren't real, if they aren't, if it is, we are going to support the most powerful, we will lie to you whenever necessary. When our lies are revealed, we'll imprison, punish and lie about those people. We don't care about the most vulnerable. What the fuck is the flag that we're waving? Who is it for?
It's a good point. And on that note, let's wrap this bitch up.
Good. We went out high.
We went. That was a good one. It was a good way to end it. Russell, you're awesome, man. I love
thanks,
you.
Joe.
Always
I love
appreciate
you.
Always like being around you.
Yeah, me too.
And your book, Mentors, it's out now. Your podcast will be available on Luminary starting 23rd of this month, so just a few days. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the end of the show. Bye, Rogan.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
All right. Thanks for doing this, sir. Appreciate it.
Oh, you're welcome.
I've enjoyed many of your videos online, so I'm fascinated by these theories that you have. And
So that's one.
so I'm excited. I'm excited that you're here. Could you please, first of all, could you tell everybody what your background is? Like, what did you start off doing professionally?
I started as an apprentice in a engineering company in Manchester, England, and worked through the apprenticeship, received my journeyman papers, worked for a couple more years in England, and then I was recruited by an aerospace company in America and emigrated to America.
And what did you do for this aerospace company?
Well, I started out as a lathe turner. That was my specialty. So,
A what?
A lathe turner?
A lathe turner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So I was a lathe hand, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I operated, horizontal lathes, vertical lathes. In England, they had what they call them vertical boring mills. And in the States, you have to learn a different language, right? There, the cultural differences between, right? So you pick up different terminologies for things. Like they call over here, they call it a vertical turret lathe. In England, they call it a vertical boring mill.
Mm. And so you're working with machines. And when did you come up with this theory about the pyramid?
Well, actually, I had been in the States for a while. It was I came over in 1969, and in 1977, I picked up Peter Tompkins' book, Secrets of the Great Pyramid, and I started to examine that book. And one of the things that Tompkins, he asked a very significant question in that book, and he said, does the Great Pyramid enshrine a lost science? Is the Great Pyramid a product of that science? Does it reflect that science? And I took that question very seriously, and that question was in my mind as I read through the book. And then I started to explore some of the references that he provided in the bibliography. One of them was the work of William Flinders Petrie. And he described lathes being used in ancient Egypt. He described very large coring drills up to 18 inches in diameter. And he also claimed that they were using circular saws.
When he's describing this, like what kind of metal would they be using?
Well, that's the thing. The question really demands that you explore all methods that you are able to, when you satisfy the historical record, say the archaeological record, and you say, okay, I'm going to try this. Well, that's not going to work. That won't work. So we'll try this. We'll keep improving our methods and tools until we arrive at a solution to explaining the artifact. Mm-hmm. That's the important thing. That's basically the demands on a manufacturing engineer, which I eventually became. So, you know, if a customer comes in and they bring a part to the company and says, I want you to make one just like this. What do we do? Well, we have to know what this is. And to do that, you take measurements, you determine materials, how it was manufactured, you look for tool marks to see what processes may have been involved in it, whether there were dies, whether there's machining marks in areas. You look at the welds. Did they weld some parts? Did they braze other parts? And then, of course, the geometries. And basically, that's your model. That's like, okay, I've got to make something just like this.
Right, but when you're making some, like, if you're looking at, say, some of the stonework that was done in the pyramid, where there's, not in the pyramid, but in some of the quarries, where you see these core drill holes.
Right.
Like, how would you reverse engineer that? Like, how would you figure out what could possibly do that?
Well, that's the interesting question. And it's one that's been a huge debate going on about that. And it really goes back to 1984. And I had published an article called Advanced Machining in Ancient Egypt, ? And it was published in Analog Science Fiction Science Fact magazine in August of 1984.
So you've been at this a long time.
Was that before you were born?
I was in high school.
Yeah, you were. Right?
Yeah, I was junior in high school.
I wasn't. So it was, and, you know, Stanley Schmidt, Dr. Stanley Schmidt, who's the editor of Analog, a very respected editor, selected it for publication. And we went through, you know, the editorial processes, suggested changes and stuff like that. And then it went out.
And so what did you, when you look at like the core, the drill holes, the vases are another like very fascinating and real gigantic mystery as to how those were constructed. And we'll talk about those as well. Is that what it looks like? That's a model of one? Yeah. But the core holes itself, we had a debate recently with Graham Hancock and Flint Dibble, and one of the things that Dibble had suggested was that they had done something with sand, and that was how they were able to do this with copper and sand, and they were able to drill. Does that make sense to you?
Well, I mean, I've heard that that theory about how they were done, and I know that there has been work done to prove that theory is the correct one. But central to explaining at the actual core, if you go back and you read Petrie, he described a spiral groove around a granite core, and he said that it had like a pitch of 100,000 per revolution of the drill. And so that's what I was going on when I claimed, well, what kind of a process would you need to?
Well, can I stop you there? When you say a pitch of 1,000th per?
Yeah, for every revolution of the drill,
Mm-hmm.
it sinks into the granite 100,000ths of an inch.
Okay, so because of that, you know that this thing has to be operating at a certain speed?
Not necessarily rotational speed, but the penetration rate.
So with each rotation, it will go how long? How far?
100,000ths of an inch, which is almost at 1/8 of an inch.
So that's pretty impressive when you're talking about solid granite, correct?
Yeah.
And that probably wouldn't be possible with copper and sand.
No.
It seems like sand and copper just are not abrasive enough.
No, I contacted a company that specialized in drilling granite, and I asked them what is the feed rate? That 100,000th of an inch would be the feed rate of the drill. What is the feed rate of your drills when you're drilling into granite? And I got a response from him, and he said, generally, our drills, they're diamond. They rotate around 900 revolutions per minute, and the penetration rate is about 2/10 of an inch per revolution. So 2/10 2/10,000ths of an inch per revolution.
Oh, 2/10,000.
2/10,000. I'm sorry. Yeah, I misspoke. So 2/10,000ths of an inch is like 500 times smaller than 100,000ths of an inch.
Wow. So these drills that they used in Egypt were capable of drilling with each revolution 500 times more than modern diamond drills that were used by people who cut into granite.
The penetration rate was 500 times greater.
So it might have been operating a slower revolution, but when it's going through its full revolution, it's much more effective.
That's what I concluded in
now, is this article. Is this in multiple different drill holes, or is it one individual sample that they found that seems to operate at this depth per revolution?
There have been inspections on several different cores.
And have they all yielded similar results?
And they have all revealed that the groove is a spiral. In other words, it's a continuous spiral around the core. The most recent examination of those cores was in 2018 by two aerospace engineers, Eric Wilson and Josh Gear. And they asked the Petrie Museum in London permission to examine the cores in their collection, the Petrie core number 7, which is the most famous core, and the one that has drawn the most heated kind of debate about.
Can we see what that looks like? Jimmy, can you find that one? Petrie core number 7?
It's on that, yeah.
Because this, to me, and the vases, obviously, and of course the construction, the pyramid itself.
Right.
They're also the symmetry of the faces.
Right.
There's so many things that are so mind-blowing about whatever they did and how they did it. I mean, forget about all the mysteries.
Right.
Just what we know in terms of, okay, so these are these two core samples. These are these two cores.
They're the same one. And they're from Lost Technologies of Ancient Egypt. And essentially, what happened was there was a book written, I think it was in 1999. It was by Chris Ogilvie-Harold and Ian Lawson. And it's called Giza the Truth. And so what they did is they had associates that went into the Petrie Museum and examined the core to see if it was actually a spiral. So they took photographs of it, and they examined those photographs, And they said, no, they're horizontal. Now, there's a big difference when you talk about a horizontal groove
Right.
And a spiral groove. And so I was like, okay, I suspend all assertions as far as the methods that I proposed for how it may have been done. I need to go and examine that item myself. And so I booked a flight to England, and a friend of mine in Cambridge picked me up at the airport, Nick Annis, and we went to the Feature Museum, and I examined the core. The method I used was to just wrap a simple cotton thread around it.
So you just followed the groove with the thread.
With the thread. But I was wearing
rubber gloves?
Well, yes, I was wearing rubber gloves, but I was also wearing a visor with lenses in it that gave 10 times.
Okay, so you could really see where the grooves are.
Yeah, you would find those items in any tool maker's box.
So
right?
if the lines were horizontal, you would go around in a circle, then you'd have to cross over the ridge to hit to the next circle.
Yeah,
But in this case, it was continuous.
No, I mean, it was continuous.
Right.
Okay.
So how did they miss that? That seems like this is such an important piece of history, such a fascinating thing to examine. Look at this mystery. You have this granite core.
Right.
How do they do it? There's lines on it.
Right.
Are they horizontal or are they a spiral?
Right.
And then they just go, oh, it's horizontal. And then you come along with string, and you're like, no, it's a spiral.
Right.
Like, how does someone screw that up?
Yes, I mean, they would say that I screwed it up, obviously. But the thing is, Joe, is that, when you're conducting research, anybody, whether you're a scientist or just a, Joe Blow in the tool room, and you say, okay, this is what I found, and these are the methods I used, and these are the results. Okay?
Right.
So you describe your experiment, and you lay it out, and you explain in detail how you did it.
Wouldn't, with today's technology, wouldn't it be really easy to scan it?
Well, it is now, yeah.
Yeah,
Obviously.
and then they would. So have they done that? Have they definitively proven one way or the other?
I don't think there is a really high quality scan that would be necessary. I mean, I've learned a little bit about scanning. It was just being introduced into manufacturing when I retired, just before I retired. We started to look into it, and we bought this white light scanning system. But now,
the systems now are so advanced.
The systems now,
and you
are
feed
like
it through
light
AI,
years ahead.
and you would feed it through AI, and it would tell you exactly.
Well, I mean, you basically you could slice it, dice it, examine it any way you wish, but you need to have qualified people to do it. Not anybody with that's not qualified could examine that.
Right. So either way, these cores and those drill holes represent something sensational, something absolutely amazing. Some 4,500-year-old drill that somehow or another was more effective than drills that are being used today.
Yeah, but you know the truth of the matter, though, Joe.
What?
It's probably.
I wish you could just tell me, and then we'd know. There's so many mysteries.
It's probably the most insignificant artifact I've looked at.
I'm sure. I mean, you looked at so much in Egypt.
Yeah.
I mean, but to me, it's like a corner piece.
Oh, people are freaking out over it.
Yeah.
How could you? How dare you?
Well, I'm sure, because it throws everything into flux. Because how did they? The assumption is they did this through intense labor over long periods of time, and it took forever to do.
Right.
And if they're operating at a pace that's 500 times more effective than a drill that's used by a modern. Have you talked to other people that go into granite? Are there more sophisticated drills that work better, or more powerful drills that work better than his?
That the thing is in manufacturing, and this is a fact. you don't know the full scope of what engineers are capable of doing.
Right.
Because you're not in every shop in every country, in every town in the world. And so nobody knows exactly what all engineers are capable. There may be somebody actually reproducing the features on that course somewhere using some method.
Right.
I don't know. You just don't know.
But from the person that you talk to that does it professionally, that uses high level equipment, his drill was 500 times less effective.
It was, the feed rate was less. The revolution could have been more. I mean, you said it earlier. You said, could it have been rotating slowly?
Right.
It didn't have to spin very fast. In fact, it's better when you're machining hard material or grinding hard material, is that you don't.
Why
because heat is the biggest enemy of a tool.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So what do you think, if you had to guess, that they were using?
I actually created my own core just to experiment, right? And I learned a lot doing it. I didn't use the same method as some of the other researchers that are out there that did it. I had a copper tube and I had corundum.
What's corundum?
Oh, I say a very, very hard grit that you use to grind into hard material.
So the copper tube would be flat at the bottom, and then you'd put the grit in. The grit would act as
right. And so you'd rotate it, rotate it. And I set up a jig and a tube and just ground it, just so that I could see the results of that. For one thing, they say the copper was the only metal that was available to the ancient Egyptians, but when it came to knocking out the core from the hole, I tried copper and it wouldn't budge it, so I had to use a steel chisel.
Is it possible that they use something else like heat?
I'm actually leaning more towards that because of the difference in the finish.
Like if they poured boiling water in it or something, would that loosen things?
I don't think water would be it, but if you compare
the difference in the finish. I'm sorry. What did you?
That I don't think has been discussed enough or recognized to be important enough. Is that when you use an abrasive like sand or like emery or anything to grind out a hole or do whatever, you leave a sanded finish naturally.
Polished.
Not polished.
Sanded.
No, sanded.
Smoother? Is that what you mean?
It could be smooth, but it's definitely got a sanded finish.
And what is the difference between a sanded finish and the finish of a diamond bit?
Well, we don't know if they were using the diamond bit, but that's
that's what they do today, right?
That's what they do today.
So what is the difference between a sanded finish?
Well, you still have the same thing. You're using an abrasive,
right?
You're keeping the abrasive as cool as possible as you're grinding away, but you're still grinding it, and so your finish is not going to be polished unless you have a secondary process where you go in and polish it with a finer grit. You don't start with the very, very fine grit because you won't get anywhere with it.
Let's take a look at some of those holes. Jimmy, can you show us some of those holes, the drill holes in granite in ancient Egypt? So here we can see right here, which is absolutely wild. Some of these images, that is absolutely wild.
Right.
How the hell did they do that?
Well, that's what just about, this is like an engineer's playground over there. They go through there.
Right, and as an engineer, you must be just like scratching your head.
Yeah,
fascinating
definitely.
stuff.
Yeah, definitely.
Jamie, click on that one. Yeah, there we go. That's a good one. That one's wild. That is just absolutely crazy.
That is looks like it's at Abu Ghraib, and it's in an alabaster.
Have you ever measured the circumference of these things?
No.
Have you measured the diameters? Have you measured whether or not they're equal circles?
Well, they are definitely round.
They're perfect. Yeah, perfectly round.
I wouldn't say perfect. No.
So absolutely, drill was used.
You can't say perfect.
Right. Of course,
there's no such thing as perfect.
Right, but
they're round.
close enough too. And so these wow, look at that. That is amazing. So these circular holes were definitely cut by some kind of a drill. That's agreed upon?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if you couldn't do it with the copper, like when you tried to do it with copper, how long did it take and how much results did you get? Look at those circular marks, man. That is crazy.
There's a few days.
That spiral right there is absolutely nuts.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it just clearly looks like a drill hole.
Yeah, I think that's my photograph, actually.
Is it?
I took that one. Yeah.
So how long did it take you to drill a hole?
Probably a day and a half, 2 days.
Day and a half, 2 days. And how deep was the hole?
The hole was probably 2 inches, 2.5 inches deep.
Well, that seems like it's doable then, right? If you could just keep doing it day after day, week after week, you'd get a big core.
Yeah, and that and that's basically the what everybody concludes. The Egyptologists will conclude that they had all the time in the world to do these things.
Wasn't the Pyramid of Giza, the Great Pyramid, wasn't that supposed to be completed inside of 30 years? Isn't that the hypothesis?
I've heard that anything between 10 years and 100 years.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nobody knows.
They don't, it's just guesswork, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there's, 2,300,000 stones.
Right.
And the heaviest ones in the base, like, what are the heaviest ones?
Well, the ones that we know of in the Great Pyramid weigh up to 70 tons, and those are the
King's Chamber?
The granite ones in the King's Chamber. Yeah.
So there's that. So there's the drill holes, which are just absolutely fascinating, and then this pottery we'll talk about before we get to the whole what you think the pyramid is. So the pottery, like these vases that you're seeing, I shouldn't say pottery.
No, they're not.
I'm wrong. They're actually solid carved,
right?
And they're carved out of very hard stone, right? What is it? They're carved out of?
Oh, granite, diorite.
Granite, diorite, and
igneous rock.
Mm-hmm. And the crazy thing is how well they're done. And if you show it, could you pick that thing up to show everybody?
Mm-hmm.
The crazy thing is that it's not only perfectly symmetrical. Again, don't use the word perfect, right? Because it's within what width of a human hair?
Well, you got
it's some crazy
like 2,500 or something like
2,500 of a human
hair. Have you
hair.
ever used one of these?
Yes, I have.
All right, so measure the lip there, right? See that?
Yes, sir.
Measure that, and then turn it 90 degrees and measure it.
Okay,
tell
this
me what you
obviously is not a real one. You wouldn't be letting me hold
it.
it.
No, that is actually a 3D print.
Right, 3D print.
From the STL file.
Right, but it's not a real one.
No, obviously not.
Okay.
But it's a copy of the original.
And so
basically...
So I'm measuring it here, and then I'm going to measure it here. So it's essentially exactly the same everywhere, right? Is that the idea?
It's within about hour and a half.
It's got a little bit of a chip in the top.
Yeah, well, you don't...
Because that's how it was, right?
Don't measure that.
And so it's perfect, except up to what percentage of human hair again?
I would say in shop talk, it's perfect. Yeah.
In shop talk, it's perfect.
Yeah, but it's a human hair, 2,500, 3,000.
So this is how you measured it all with this equipment.
Well, this was a different.
But the thing is, it's like you couldn't spin this on a potter's wheel. This is where it gets really crazy.
No,
because of these handles.
Right.
Now these handles are also carved into the vase, and people would say, well, "What's the big deal about a vase?"
Right.
The big deal is these goddamn handles.
That's a big deal.
Because even if you just slowly and meticulously with the finest of craftsmanship spun this to a perfect accuracy, just with like high grit sandpaper, slowly over time, made it perfectly round, and you got so good at it that you get it within how much of a human hair again?
About a human hair.
Okay.
2.5 though.
Okay, let's say it's a human hair, which is pretty small. How the hell are you going to do these handles? How are you going to make these perfect too?
There's another question that you need to ask too.
How do you get the inside out?
No.
What?
How do you measure it to be sure that you're within that human hair?
Right. What kind of equipment are you using?
What kind of instruments do you use?
Yeah, it seems like this would be a problem. Like, I don't think they had this. And if they did have this, they didn't have this part.
How do you know?
I don't know. I'm guessing.
I don't know either.
No. But we're thinking about what they had. We're not thinking about things like this. But we really don't know. Well, obviously we don't know if we can't locate that drill. If you can't locate that drill, like the drill's real, the hole's real. If you can't locate an ancient Egyptian drill, so there's a bunch of pieces of pottery.
Yeah.
And all of them have the same sort of similar measurement to them in terms of their perfection.
Actually, some of them, there's one, I think it's more precise than that one.
Really?
The original, yeah. They call it the spinner. I think it's that one at the front there. And we rotated that on the rotab at Danville Metal Stamping. And we staged it so that we were checking concentricity or run out all around. So we put an indicator in various places and then spun the rotary table to check the run out. And that one spinner vase blew me away. You know, when you have when you're measuring a diameter, right? Just a straight diameter, and you're checking the run out on a straight diameter, and you know, you have it, okay, that's within 2,000. You only have that one axis that is actually affecting the movement of that indicator that you're using. On this bowl, when you're on the side of it, on the crown, not right to the top, but just below it, you're at a place where the movement in two axes is affecting the indicator reading. So any error that you have vertically or horizontally,
they meet at the top.
Yeah, you're gonna get an accumulation of error in run out.
And how accurate was that one, the spinner?
It's probably within 1.5
hours. What does that mean?
1,000. Well, about half the thickness of a human hair.
Half the thickness of a human hair. And one of the vases that's incredibly impressive is there's one with a longer neck and a lip on the top, and then it bowls out of the bottom.
Yeah.
And it's, again, all carved out of granite somehow.
Right.
And what did they do to do that?
Well, that's the thing. I think
there's some other ones, Jamie. There's one of them that has like a longer neck. See if you can find it online, maybe.
Yeah, we seem to be stuck in a time warp where we're trying to come to terms with how the pyramids were built, with how all these artifacts were built. Oh, okay. That's a nice posh cup. Can I keep that?
Yes, sir. It's all yours.
Cheers, mate.
Thank you for being here.
All right.
So, continue. So we're lost in history.
So, yeah, I mean, so we have competing forces. We've got, on one side, you have practical engineers, practical scientists, and they want to measure everything exactly, and regardless of what current theories prescribe how they were made, they want to explore other methods. However, on the other side, on the side of not engineers, archaeologists or Egyptologists, they believe that if you're examining an ancient artifact and you're a modern engineer, that you have to work under the guidance of an archaeologist or an Egyptologist. Otherwise, your work would not be recognized.
That's weird.
And that is happening. I mean, that's a fact, and they admit it. So that is the situation. I think it's a systemic problem, because it is certainly not a way to do science.
Well, and also they're not educated in those disciplines, supposedly.
Well, bingo, yes. I mean,
so
absolutely.
they wouldn't be able to understand what's required to do that. Now, what the conventional explanation being some sort of copper and sand, if that's the conventional explanation, there's no evidence of any copper drills, correct?
If you go to the Cairo Museum, they have I think there's a tube that they describe, a small tube that they describe as a.
But nothing that can like carve those large holes out of granite.
Right. Yeah, they're just going on the assumption that only copper existed during that period, and so that was the metal that was available to them. That was the metal that
the tubes that they have in the museum, are these tubes authentic tubes that were used on the site for something?
I would have to go back and refresh my memory on that because it was quite a while before I looked at it.
But the point is, like, they don't, like they have a replica of an ancient boat. They know the boats. They know what the boats look like. They don't have the actual drill. So whether it's something exotic that we didn't know that they had capability to create, or whether it's what they think it is, neither one of those exist.
They don't exist.
Okay.
No. I mean, nothing exists. Everything right now is theory.
Okay.
And so we're stuck in a bit of a time warp, and we're stuck. It's between two disciplines.
So what is the reluctance of the archaeologists to accept the findings of the engineers if the goal is the truth? So if the goal is to figure out, instead of just having assumptions that you're going to cling to as dogma as to what was done, wouldn't the goal be, let's find out what the truth is, what's capable of doing this? If they talk to enough engineers, and especially enough people that actually carve into granite,
right,
then you would get an understanding of what we know today. This is the only thing that can do this. This is how it's possible.
Yeah, and then you would try and reproduce the artifacts that the ancient Egyptians produced,
right,
and then compare the results.
Right.
That's what you have to do. You have to.
So the reluctance is they don't believe that the Egyptians had any more advanced technology than what we assume they had, which is pulleys and ropes and copper tools and sand and the like.
Yeah, one would assume that. You'd have to ask an Egyptologist, and you may get a different answer depending on who you ask.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure. There's probably a lot more open-minded people coming up now.
Well, yes, particularly in Egypt.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a tremendous kind of quiet revolution going on in Egypt because you go where you feel like you're going to be welcome. If you're not welcome somewhere, you find someone. So when I put my work out, and I was talking to people in the 90s on message boards, and I could see that, I wasn't getting anywhere there. And I thought, well, okay, who has the most to gain and who has the most to lose by opening this up and exposing everything, right? And getting it out in the open. Who has the most to gain if they come down on my side, and who has the most to lose? And obviously, those who have the most to lose are the Western institutions who have written the history of the world, written the history of Egypt. And so I decided, well, I have to appeal to Egyptian engineers. And so in my second book, Lost Technologies of Ancient Egypt, I put out a challenge to modern Egyptian engineers to go out and check the artifacts for themselves. And that's what they did. One man, one engineer, I don't know how many other engineers were involved, but I'm talking to Egyptology tour guides, and the message I'm getting is that the primitive tomb theory is pretty much on the way out. The young people are being energized and looking at their artifacts in a different way. So the engineer that took up the challenge is it's called Ahmed Adli, and he followed my path. He went into the Serapeum and checked those huge granite boxes. He did a study of the statues. He presented the Giza power plant theory to a physicist at Cairo University, and it's like, wow, times are changing. So the Egyptian youth taking hold of the reins, and they're excited about their future. You know, just recently there was like a STEM class. It was put on by Nama American University. It was held at the Grand Egyptian Museum, and there were over 200 students that took place, and the professors and teachers of these students got Ahmed Adley involved to design experiments to talk about pyramids as energy sources, talk about the statues, symmetry, design projects that the kids could do, and even to the point of taking a slab of copper and trying to cut a brick using the old method, just so that they could get a hands-on feel for what it was like. It's all very well to sit at home in your armchair and come up with a theory, but if you don't go out and test it, then or you're just going to buy it rope.
Right.
Okay. A respected professor tells me that this was done with copper chisels or copper slabs, and well, if he says it, then he's got to be right, because that's what he's paid for. He's paid to teach the truth.
What is the oldest known iron that we are aware of?
Oh,
in terms of steel.
Yeah, that's a little outside my wheelhouse. I don't know. I won't be able to answer that accurately.
Right, but they don't think that the Egyptians had it.
Well, there was iron found in the Great Pyramid.
There was.
Yeah. I think it was during Petra's time, an engineer called Herring discovered an iron plate that was lodged near one of the shafts.
Wasn't there also, didn't one of the pharaohs have a dagger that was made from a meteorite?
Supposedly, yeah, meteoric iron. Yeah.
Okay, so
how old is that? I don't know. And really, when you talk about the smelting of iron, I mean, I think you had that discussion on with your when Graham and
did we talk about that, Jimmy? Like when?
And yeah,
the smelting being. It could have been though. But I don't
let's find out what is the conventional date that they use today for the smelting of iron. When they start doing that?
I think the discussion was the appearance of lead in these ice cores that were drilled.
Oh, that's right. Right.
Industrial activity,
yes.
Basically, what they were looking for.
So 1200 BC. Okay, the history of Pharos. How do you say that word? Ferrous metallurgy began far back in prehistory, most likely with the use of iron from meteors. There you go. The smelting of iron bloomeries. Is that it? Bloomeries? What you said? Yeah. Began in the 12th century BC in India, Anatolia, or the Caucasus. Iron used in smelting and forging for tools appeared in sub-Saharan Africa by 1200 BC. So it could be that these pharaohs, that the one that had the iron dagger made out of a meteorite, maybe that was later.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, Tutankhamun. Okay, so for sure it was. Look at that. Meteoric iron dagger. Wow. Yeah. So that's 1334 to 1325 BC. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's earlier. That's earlier than they said people were smelting.
I think they found it. They don't know when they made it.
Yeah, right. But that's different.
Right, but if it's Tutankhamun, that's his time.
Yeah, but that iron came from outer space.
Right, but so they could have hammered it into that position.
Yeah,
so they didn't have to smelt it.
Pretty
right.
much.
So we know they're aware of it at least at 1300 BC. We know they're aware of iron, but there's just no evidence of tools.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if they knew what the metallurgy of these materials that they found, but they had a material that they could shape, and they shaped it into a dagger.
But we don't know if they shaped it into tools or shaped it into some other
This piece
things.
says that the iron plate right here says it was unlikely that it was a byproduct of copper smelting operations. It was badly corroded.
The outer layer of the iron had been badly corroded and now forms
Yeah, that's
banded
right.
iron oxide. Significant proportions of gold were found in one of the oxidized layers, and the plate may originally have been gold-plated. New data coupled with the original archaeological information strongly suggests the iron plate is contemporary with the building of the pyramid, and that it is therefore one of the oldest known pieces of iron.
Yeah, I think Petrie described it as having nummulites that had somehow been deposited on the surface.
So at least that's some
right.
evidence of iron in the
Right.
Great Pyramid.
But, as far as what iron was it smelted?
Right. And
That's the question.
did they have the capability of doing that?
And when?
Right. And when?
Right.
Right. So it's just pure speculation as to what they used for the core. What is the conventional thought as to how they made these vases?
I mean, there are demonstrations of crafting ancient vases, but I think this recent research and the discovery of the precision of them, which had always been a question mark until just recently. People would go through the Cairo Museum or in any museum in the world, and they'd see these beautiful, finely crafted artifacts made out of igneous rock, and they look extraordinarily precise. And I've done that the same. I mean, I look at them and it's like, wow, I'd like to get one of those in my shop and just check it out, quality inspection. And so for years, that was for me, it was like always a question. I'd love to know how precise those vases are. And then in 2018, the owner of that original vase, Adam Young, he came on the tour, and he befriended my son Alex, and they were talking about the vases, and Alex was a quality inspector, quality engineer to the company that I worked at. Since he worked at another company in Indianapolis. Now I think he's working in the metrology lab at Rolls-Royce in Indianapolis. And so he's like, well, we should scan them or do an inspection.
Mm-hmm.
So Adam brought his vase down to Indianapolis and to where Alex was working, and he got permission from the managers at the shop to do an inspection of them. And he seemed like, you talk to shop people, right? People who are actually out there every day making quality parts that people's lives depend on. If you fly on an airplane and you, and I told one of there's another owner of vases, he's got a lot of them. And I told him, I said, you're carrying in your hand an artifact that is more precise than some of the parts that were installed in the engine that was on the plane that you flew.
That's
and
crazy.
He's going, and he's like, wow. Okay. I mean, that's where you bring it home. And so all these guys who are making these artifacts, right, and they're held to exacting standards every day. They can't slip up. They can't make mistakes. There's no fudging or faking anything. Otherwise, you'd be out on your ear, or people would be falling out of the sky. Like,
right.
Right.
So that's for those parts, and these artifacts were more precise than that, which is just insane.
Well, not all of them. I mean, there are parts in an airplane engine or aircraft engine that are more precise. I mean, features of the parts are more precise, and that's where. And I want to explain something here because
Sure.
I think it's a very, very important point, and it has confused a lot of people. It really confused a lot of people. The any part that you have, whether it's something for your car, say a crankshaft or something like that, right? take a crankshaft. It's got very precise features on it. And then there are features that are not so precise because they don't need to be. It all depends on what the customer requirements are. So they don't build precision or require precision in a product where it's not needed. That just wastes of time.
Right.
It just makes it more expensive. But now you have, people who are looking at some of these artifacts, like the boxes in the Serapeum, and they're finding imprecise areas of the boxes. The photograph of me inside one of those boxes with a toolmaker's precision square. I mean, there's nothing simpler, right? You take a square, you stick it out, and you check to see if it's square. Are the surfaces flat? Is it square? Yeah, that's fine. And now you've got guys going up around on the outside of the box and finding inaccuracies. Some areas inside boxes that have inaccuracies. And now they're calling me a liar. They say that I faked and fudged measurements. Right? It's like, I don't know, the cancel culture they want to get away from.
What is their beef? Like, you used a square, and you measured things, and you found them to be precise.
And I said, "Holy shit! Look at this!"
And what are they using?
Before
what equipment are they using that's showing that your equipment what your measurements were inaccurate?
They are not. They don't go to the area and show that the area that I was checking is imprecise. They will find some other area that is less precise, point to that, and lead the viewer to believe that defines everything.
Right. So everything is not precise, but much of it is.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the areas that aren't necessary to be precise, like the outside of the box, are not as precise as the inside. Is that what you're saying?
They don't have to be.
Right. They don't have to be.
Right.
So when it comes to precision, like the precision of the faces, for instance.
Yeah.
And some of the sculptures.
Right.
What is the conventional explanation for how precise they are? Because these are massive faces that were supposedly carved by hand, but the accuracy on either side of the face is so phenomenal.
Yeah.
Like bizarrely so. Like how accurate?
Well, exactly. We don't know. But I mean, as far as the methods that I used, which is like 2D photography, and then comparing features in the computer, the symmetry, and some geometric features. Nobody had done that before, and so I come along, I said, wow, this is actually it kind of hit me. It was the first time I went to Egypt, and I was at Saqqara. I was looking down the length of the statue of Ramses at the open air museum there, and I said, "Well, the nostrils are extraordinarily symmetrical. I mean, they match, right? And most people's nostrils are different if you look at them." And so that's my photograph.
There's the measurements
right
on each side. They're exact.
Yeah, they're as exact as I could make it, but I qualify the work that I did by saying this is not the final answer. There needs to be more sophisticated measurements taken, more accurate measurements taken. They need to be scanned, and then they need to be analyzed. Where you have a precise scan, where you're not trusting your eyes. You're actually trusting, the tried and true development of laser scanners.
But at the very least, the amount of symmetry that exists in these massive statues is spectacular.
It's mind blowing. I can't even express it. It's absolutely mind blowing. You look at the one with the.
How large are these that we're talking about?
Well, the one that I measured was the first one was at the Luxor Museum, and it's outside. I would say it's probably about 4 feet or something.
But there's very large ones too, right?
Just the face, like the face and the headdress. There are larger ones, yes. I think the one at that was taken from the Ramesseum and is now in the British Museum was a large statue.
How big was that?
I think. Well, they say that the statues at the Ramesseum weigh up to 1,000 tons. I'm not sure, but they're really big, really big.
1,000 tons. Look at that.
Well, I wouldn't want to say 1,000 tons, but I would say they were extremely heavy.
Now, what is the conventional speculation as to how this symmetry was achieved?
I've heard different ideas where you take a mirror and then you kind of match it to, when you guide your hand, and another one where you take a pointer and you set a depth and then you transfer that from one side to the other. And those are, I don't know anybody who is a precision manufacturer who would accept such an explanation. And really, at the end of the day, you have to say, okay, well, show me, and we'll match. If show me, and we'll check yours and compare it to the original. That's the only way to solve the problem.
And so this is just one example of one of the mind-blowing mysteries involved in this culture, that they had some kind of capability of not just doing that and not just making the vases, but also making the pyramids themselves, which are beyond comprehension.
It's huge. I mean, the thing is that you have, I wouldn't say, not all engineers think alike, right? But I've never been with an engineer who has examined this subject and been to Egypt that is not absolutely blown away by what they're seeing, and are saying, no, you can't do it by hand. You can't hold those kind of tolerances by hand. Or you look at the Ramses statue and you look at the symmetry. It's not two-dimensional symmetry. I mean, I was just measuring a two-dimensional photograph. It's not two-dimensional, it's three-dimensional. So that radius that you see going around the jawline is moving in 3 axes, right? X, Y, Z. And you're still coming up with a radius, perfect radius.
Crazy.
Nuts.
Yeah. And so let's go to the pyramid itself. So you have a very fascinating hypothesis as to what the pyramid, or theory as to what the pyramid actually was. And it's based on where the supposed king's chamber is, where those passages go through into it. And what do you think that thing was?
Well, my first book pretty much describes what I thought it was in 1998, which was a power plant. The book is entitled The Giza Power Plant. My second book has evolved, and I describe it as an electron harvester. So, it's kind of like, you could describe it as both, but in today, when you do, or people in any decade, they think of a power plant and they see these huge chimneys with smokestacks,
or a new plant.
Yeah, or a new plant. Power plant, dirty, nasty, unclean. But an electron harvester, clean, pollution free, not a problem.
Has that been achieved conventionally? I mean, today, is there a thing called an electron harvester?
I think that actually, when you look at a generator, that's an electron harvester, because we don't create electrons, we just harvest them. It's just how we do it. And so, you know, when you say an electron harvester, you could say that, you know, say a wind generator. You have a windmill, and you have a generator inside it, and then you're collecting electrons off the commutator in a generator.
And that's where the electricity comes from.
And that's your electricity.
Right. Or hydroelectric, you'd use the flow of the water.
Yeah, you don't create you just release them.
You harvest it from a process.
You harvest them through a process.
And the process that you think they use in the Great Pyramid involved those shafts?
It involves a lot of things. Yeah, it's not just one single thing. It's a system, not a single thing. So when you look,
can we show a photo of that? Do we have a photo of the pyramids and the shafts and where the King's Chamber is? I know you've described this before.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a photo of?
I do. It's in the. I'm trying to figure out which one.
Okay, this is perfect. This works.
Yeah,
so,
that works.
So these names, the King's Chamber and the Queen's Chamber, you don't think that that's actually a King's Chamber or a Queen's Chamber? You think it's something else?
Well, out of respect to the Egyptians, I
call it what they
call them. Yeah.
Okay.
But I do have a different terminology for them as they function.
Now, the initial surface of the Great Pyramid is covered in smooth limestone, right? So it's polished and shiny, and apparently it would collect insane amounts of light.
The outer surface of the Great Pyramid mostly is missing, and,
right?
But it has been described as if it was finished, and depending on the polish that it received, yeah, it could reflect a lot of light.
Do you think that had something to do with the design of this power plant?
I don't think there's any part of that pyramid that did not serve a practical function.
Okay, so this is the image that you have here, and what
Right.
this image shows us is the King's Chamber, the various shafts, the southern shaft, the northern shaft, and these shafts have been described as portals to stars because people have looked up through there, and you go through the shaft, you see stars. But what you're saying is something entirely different. What do you think these shafts were for?
Well, I think they serve two different purposes. Actually, four different purposes, if you will, because in the theory that I propose, which is, I don't know, it's a speculation, a theory. The whole process is kind of like a heuristic process where you're grabbing information, you're moving. Doesn't matter what source you're getting it from,
right?
Because when you are looking for answers, you look everywhere. You try and find, you look everywhere. So when I was going through the process of trying to figure it out, I was collecting information from everywhere. And one of the, for the southern shaft and the northern shaft of the Queen's Chamber, that was a huge mystery to me, and I tried to fit it into what were they doing? I mean, if you look at the details, the facts of their design and what the ancient Egyptians were doing, why they designed them that way, you have two conduits coming into a chamber, but they're not connected to the chamber. And we didn't even know they existed until 1872 for Wayman Dixon.
Can you show me that image again, please? So they're coming into the chamber, but they don't enter into the chamber. So they stop.
Their original design had them the shafts ending 5 inches before coming into the chamber. So you had like 5 inches of limestone that was left in the block.
So did someone remove that limestone?
Yes.
Why did they do that?
Wayman Dixon, because they were examining the chamber and they were poking around. And Wayman Dixon, it is reported, so the legend goes, noticed a crack in the wall. And so he took a rod and pushed it through the crack. And the rod, he didn't meet any resistance. It kept going. So he had his worker come in, Bill Grundy, with a hammer and chisel, and say, chisel the limestone around that.
Yeah, people are stupid. So,
well, they did. Yeah, they didn't have ultrasonic thickness.
No, but still, goddamn, to have the arrogance to go and chip away at the pyramid because
Well,
you're
you
curious.
look at how I don't care for revisionist historians because you have to consider what people were doing, their mindset in the day, and then I try to look at on the bright side, right? It's like I don't look at it as a negative thing because if somebody hadn't opened up those shafts, we wouldn't know about them,
right?
And it's the same with the chambers above the King's Chamber. Without Howard Vyse and his military expedition blasting his way up into the pyramid, we wouldn't know about them either. You won't be. I mean, there's a lot there. I think there's a lot there right now, and it's being investigated now. But there's things that have been revealed through scanning, like muography, the Scan Pyramid Project. And they found that large void above the Grand Gallery.
Right.
And so,
which is larger than the King's Chamber, right?
It's longer than the King's Chamber, yeah.
And so that's not even represented here on this.
It's about the size of the cabin on a Boeing 707.
Wow. So if these shafts came through and then they met limestone at the end, what do you think was going on?
In order to answer that question, I had to look at the rest of the pyramid. Okay, what was it doing, and how was it functioning? And so, one of the key pieces of evidence that I used to propose a process that was going on is the northern shaft. And the northern shaft has dimensions and has an appearance that is similar to a waveguide that you would use for microwaves. And the dimensions of it would approximate the wavelength of hydrogen.
So, explain a waveguide. How does that work?
Yeah, it's like a waveguide is to transmit microwaves, electromagnetic energy, in the microwave region, and it is passed more efficiently through like a tube or waveguide, and that's what they use. I mean, they're very complicated systems,
And so, how did this represent, in your mind, what a waveguide looks like?
Actually, the idea of a waveguide came to me from a guy. We were talking about the pyramids, and I used to carry a schematic of the Great Pyramid in my back pocket, and I meet an engineer and I go, hey, come here. Start going through. So what do you think about this? Because I was looking for answers, suggestions, brainstorm, anything, right? And it's like, so these shafts right here, and he looks at it, and he was into electronic engineering, and he's like, they look like waveguides to me. And I thought, well, that's interesting. They look like waveguides. Okay, what if they are waveguides? How did they function? I mean, what were they used for? What were they using waveguides for in ancient Egypt? And so I started to go down that rabbit hole, and that led me to the Queen's Chamber. I say, okay, waveguides. You need a medium. You need microwaves to go through a waveguide. What frequency of microwave was it, right? And you look at the dimensions, and you come up with a match for hydrogen. Oh,
How do you do that? How do you come up with a match for hydrogen through the dimensions?
yeah. The wavelength of hydrogen is 8.309 inches, and the width of the northern shaft is 8.4 inches. And a waveguide generally has the wavelength and then about half of the wavelength in height. So it's a rectangular shaft.
Just like all the shafts are.
Right.
Yeah.
And the Queen's Chamber shaft is a little more square than the King's Chamber shaft.
So they're a different function.
Different function, yeah.
So these waveguides, you believe, what are they collecting, and where are they getting it from?
Good question, Joe. We are bombarded with microwaves every day. I mean, it's the signal from, they say, the Big Bang, and it comes from atomic hydrogen out in the universe, in outer space. But
so we're being bombarded, and you believe that these passages are collecting this.
Yeah. So anyway, so then you say, okay, if we build a device and we say, and we want to energize hydrogen, we bring it to a high energy state, and just like, in a laser, where you have microwave amplification through stimulated emission, right? So if we want to collect energy that is in a gaseous medium, say that is hydrogen medium, and the electrons in the hydrogen are pumped up to a higher energy state, and we want to collect the energy in that, introduce a microwave signal, direct it through that gas, and stimulate the emission of the energy, collect that energy, and shoot it up the southern shaft. And so that was like, okay, that might work.
So what kind of gas?
Hydrogen.
And so where are you getting the hydrogen from?
Queen's Chamber.
So there's hydrogen in the Queen's Chamber, and how does it get in there?
The shafts. But it doesn't come in as hydrogen. That's a part of the theory in the Giza power plant was there are two chemicals that are introduced into the chamber, and the chemicals mix and they boil up hydrogen.
And these chemicals are just coming from the radioactive waves of space?
No. The chemicals, I believe, are manufactured and delivered to those shafts and coming.
Okay.
Right.
So they add some sort of chemicals
Right.
to it.
Right.
And what function does the limestone have at the end that keeps it from going into the King's Chamber? Keeps it blocked off?
Well, to answer that question, I was having a chat with a civil engineer who was putting in a septic system for me, and so with a leach field, and he was doing a percolation test, right? This is in Indiana. Indiana is known for its fine limestone. His name was Roland Dove, a city engineer, and I asked him, I said, well, what do you do? How does this function if you are in an area where there's not much topsoil? You scrape away maybe a foot of topsoil, and then you're on the bedrock. What do you do then? And he said, well, if limestone is permeable, and basically you follow the same steps that you would as if you were digging into earth, just dirt. You dig a hole, you've got a hole in the limestone, and you determine how quickly the water would disperse or would actually seep out. And I was like, wow, okay.
So the limestone acts as a filter.
Well, I mean, it would have filtered, yes, but definitely the water would not just stay there.
Right, it would go through it.
It would go through it.
Mm-hmm.
but it would go through it at a certain rate. And I said, okay. I said, let me ask you this. How do you determine the flow rate? How would you determine the flow rate of a column of water, right, going through limestone? And he said, well, that would depend on the head pressure. How much pressure, what weight is pushing against the limestone.
Right.
Right. And I go, okay, that's interesting. So then I go back to the drawing boards. I go back to my blueprints of the Great Pyramid, and I'm looking at the southern northern shaft of the Queen's Chamber, and I see that both of these shafts go up to an area that nobody knows where it goes. At that time, when I was doing research, nobody knew where they ended. No, but I was thinking, well, if they are feeding a chemical, they would need to be assured that they can maintain a particular head pressure. That would be calculated, the weight of the column of fluid. And essentially, as these are on an angle, your calculations may get a little more complicated, but you would figure it out, or you could do it by trial and error. But not all the evidence was in to really kind of solidify that theory, right? It's like, okay, I've got this much data. This is what I'm working with. There's a lot of unknowns. I don't know. So what do we do? And then in 1993, a German engineer, Rudolf Gantenbrink, he was invited to Egypt, and he was working under the German mission in Cairo, and he had permission to, or they wanted him to actually get a robot, examine all those shafts, both the King's Chamber and the Queen's Chamber. Actually, no, mostly the King's Chamber. They wanted to ventilate the pyramid, and so they wanted to make sure that the shafts were clear, and that when they install their fans, that there won't be any obstruction. And so he built a robot to go through these, clean the shafts out, and then install fans in the King's Chamber. But it had always been a mystery in as far as the Queen's Chamber shafts. Where did they end? Nobody knew. Nobody had explored them that far. So he proposed that they allow him to build another robot and examine the shafts in the Queen's Chamber, which he did that. He had a robot, they called it Upwat 2, which means the opening of the ways. Right. And so with his robot, he had he had a tether behind it, and and a camera, lights, and it crawled its way. It was like a track vehicle, and there was a mechanism for the upper track that caused it to grip the ceiling, and it was able to climb up the shaft, and they were looking for where it ended. And they found where it ended after, a few kind of obstacles. One being what he called a tank trap, which was like a depression in the floor of the shaft, about a drop of about 2 inches, which is another story entirely. I don't think the full truth of why that is there has been figured out yet or explained, but they're working on it. And so his robot got so far up the shaft, and they discovered that there was a block at the end of the shaft, and through the block are 2 metal fittings.
Metal. What kind of metal?
I don't know.
So a person hasn't gone over there and gotten a sample of it, so they don't really know. It's just speculation.
I don't know.
There's some kind of metal fittings.
They assumed that they were copper.
And how far is it from the outside edge of the pyramid?
Well, you do ask some awkward questions. I don't have that information in front of me. But I would say that if you are wanting to reach the end of where that southern shaft is, the shortest route that you could take would be through a horizontal passage that goes directly out to the outer surface of the Great Pyramid. Just a horizontal passage.
Okay.
Going up, going down.
Can I see the image again, please? So what we're looking at when you're seeing the shafts. Hold on a second. No worries.
We're helpful with that part.
I want to see what it looks like on the outside. Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
So say it again. What would be the best way to access it?
Yeah, I mean, if you go to the end of the shaft and just have a short horizontal shaft going or passage going out to the outer face, you would have a shorter distance than if you went up, or down. So that would be the ideal place to have access to it.
But it doesn't go. This makes it look like it goes all the way to the outside edge of the pyramid. That's not the case.
Well, the Queen's Chamber shaft?
No, the King's Chamber shaft.
Well, the King's Chamber shaft does go to the outside.
It goes all the way outside.
It goes all the way to the outside. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so the Queen's Chamber shaft, it stops quite a bit before the outside edge of the pyramid.
Right.
So both of them function in a different way.
Yes.
And so you feel like in the King's Chamber shaft that something was poured in, some kind of chemicals was poured into those shafts.
Chamber shaft, yeah.
Queen's Chamber shaft.
Yeah.
But not the King's Chamber shaft.
Not the King's Chamber
Okay.
shaft.
So the Queen's Chamber shaft, what is the difference and why do you think that there was chemicals poured in that and not into the King's Chamber?
Because the Queen's Chamber was a reaction chamber. So that's where the hydrogen was produced. The hydrogen filled the interior spaces of the Great Pyramid, and also which included the King's Chamber. And then through the different actions, whether it be the Freund effect, which we can talk about, and that's the release of electrons from the lithosphere, or the accumulation of vibration, or the collection of vibration, and how it was centered or focused into the King's Chamber, it created a highly energized atmosphere.
So
it was.
Have they found access to the northern and southern shafts in the Queen's Chamber?
To
the shafts. Have they found access where the Egyptians would have been able to pour chemicals into those?
No, not yet.
Not yet.
No.
But they have found something that's not represented on this image, another chamber, right, which is more recent.
Right. I mean, my new book has updated images in it to describe what new has been discovered.
And that new chamber is above the King's Chamber. Is that correct?
It's actually above the Grand Gallery.
Okay.
And it kind of wraps around, or is close to the northern shaft. That's an interesting place for it to be too, which prompted my research associate Eric Wilson, who's a aerospace engineer, to suggest that actually feature, if it is what he thinks it is, would complete my theory, because it would serve as a preamp for the microwave. So the microwave, he said that was the thing that was missing in my theory, was that there was no preamp.
So is there an image that we can look at that shows where this new chamber, the newly discovered, I should say, chamber?
Could I take a break?
Yeah, sure.
I need to go to...
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. We'll be right back.
All right.
So you were just discussing the chambers and how you believe fluid was in the shafts of the Queen's Chamber, and that it somehow or another created hydrogen with these chemicals. How is the microwave going through those chambers if it's blocked off from the outside? Is it penetrating through the stone?
Well, it doesn't go into the Queen's chamber, so it's through the King's chamber shafts, which are open.
Okay, so the King's chamber shafts is what's collecting the microwaves. The Queen's chamber shafts have what you believe some chemicals in there.
Right.
And then what is happening with those chemicals?
They're mixing and boiling off hydrogen.
Okay, so they're creating hydrogen.
Right.
And what is the function of the space in those shafts? Is that help the chemical process? Is that what it is?
The space in the shafts.
Where they're filling them up with liquid?
Oh yes, that is predetermined to make sure that they maintain the head pressure. The fittings, or the metal fittings, I describe as switches, like fluid switches.
Mm-hmm.
So when the fluid or the chemical was covering those metal fittings, I call them electrodes. There would be a closed circuit when the fluid level dropped. It would open the circuit and signal the need for more chemicals to be pumped in order to maintain the head pressure, in order to make sure that there is an accurate supply of that chemical.
And so that chemical would pool up inside of the Queen's chamber?
That it would probably, yes. I mean, there's a lot that is missing from the Queen's chamber. You have a niche in the east wall. We don't know what that was for. I suspect that it had something to do with, there may have been an evaporation tower or something like that, where the chemicals mixed and wicked up through some materials, and maybe it dried.
Can you show me the image again, please?
Yeah.
And so here we have, so there's the chemicals that are in the shafts. You have the Queen's chamber, which is collecting the hydrogen, and then what happens into the King's chamber?
Oh, well, while that is going on, the King's chamber is vibrating in sympathy with the Earth, and it is actually a coupled oscillator with the Earth.
How so? How does that work?
Well, a coupled oscillator is a device that's attached to a larger vibrating device, and is in sympathy.
And what is causing the King's chamber to vibrate?
The passage of vibration through the pyramid.
Of the Earth.
Of the Earth, which is assisted. It's coupled by using what I call a Tesla device in the subterranean chamber, because you got several systems in there, right? So if you got the subterranean chamber, that serves one function. You go up to the Queen's chamber, that serves another function. You go up to the King's chamber, that serves another function. And in between, you have the Grand Gallery, the ascending passage, the descending passage. All of these things are there for a reason.
And so the subterranean chamber, how do you think that worked?
I would speculate that, and actually, if you read Tesla and some of his writings, he suggests that with a very little energy, you could build a device that imparts energy or thrust into a structure, and if it is in harmony or the exact frequency with that structure, it could bring the structure down just by an accumulation of energy, of vibration. The amplitude would keep, and if you kept pounding it and pounding it and pounding it, eventually it would all come down. That's why they instructed soldiers when they're on the march to break step when they cross a bridge, because their footsteps might cause the bridge to oscillate and destroy. It's a very destructive force. Is this frequency or
Oscillating
vibration.
So, what kind of device in the subterranean chamber would do that?
He built a device that delivered thrusts and powers. It was an electromagnetic earthquake machine, it's called, right?
Mm-hmm.
You could do it electromechanical, you could electrohydraulic, or just anything. But you have to be able to time the action. And so, okay, you think of it like you've got a device, you've got a cylinder, you got a shaft coming out of it, and you got a hammer, or you got a copper pad or whatever at the end of it, and you design it so that that shaft is going to push out at a particular frequency. So you go
like a piston.
Boom, 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 boom. And so you put it against a structure. That structure has a natural frequency, right? All structures do. You might hit one with a fist and don't think it would resonate at all. But if you go, the first strike may impart enough energy to move something, maybe a couple of angstroms, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so it's like very, very minute movement.
Right.
The next one will move it a little more. Then you just keep pounding it. Just keep pounding it. And as you pound it, the oscillations become bigger, the amplitude becomes bigger. And if you keep doing it, you can bring the whole thing down.
So the key is to do it at a rate that is able to utilize the hydrogen.
Well, at this point, hydrogen has nothing to do with it. I mean, this is just a totally separate subsystem. It doesn't care if there's hydrogen in the pyramid.
But this subsystem exists to vibrate the King's pyramid.
Just to connect the pyramid with the Earth.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. So it's vibrating the pyramid.
Yeah.
And the hydrogen in the Queen's chamber now, it makes its way into the King's chamber.
Well, yes. I mean, it flows up through along the horizontal passage through the Grand Gallery and up into the King's chamber.
So all this is connected.
All that's connected.
So the hydrogen goes up. It goes in the King's chamber, which is a phenomenal structure.
Right.
Carved out of granite from 500 miles away. Massive stones, the biggest stones in the pyramid. Correct.
Right.
And so what happens with the vibration of the pyramid through this thing that's connected to the earth in the subterranean chamber, constantly hitting, boom, 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 vibrating.
Right.
The hydrogen flows into the great chamber, the King's chamber, rather, King's chamber is vibrating, and then you have these shafts that come from the outside of the King's chamber into it. Right. So what's happening there?
Okay. Well, let's go back to the subterranean. Right.
Okay.
And let's talk about not what happens in the pyramid, but what is happening in the earth.
Okay.
All right. And this is where we introduced Tesla technology and also the work of a NASA physicist called Friedemann Freund.
Just keep that thing up there, Jim.
So Friedemann Freund has did research on earthquake lines. And his objective was to try to determine if we could detect or if we could have an early warning system for earthquakes. And he was using NASA satellites to survey the Earth and to observe for when earthquake lights show up. And his theory, it's not really a theory, it's a scientific fact, is that in the minerals in igneous rock, you have these positive charge carriers that when they are stressed, they will shoot to the surface. And the positive charge carriers, like they call them holes, he describes it as a new physics, but it's kind of related to semiconductor physics, which is a little above my head. But but still, he's talking about releasing electrons from deep within the Earth, and those electrons, when they're stimulated to move, they move very, very quickly through the pyramid. Through the Earth, and they seek the highest point on the surface of the Earth. So you have Tesla on one side, and he's saying that if you could put like an earthquake machine and just drive, frequency into the planet, you might be able to release the stresses in the Earth's crust, and also reduce the possibility of an earthquake. I'm not saying eliminate it entirely, but at least
you would release some pressure.
Yeah, you would release some pressure. And so, with that, it becomes you put in these little bits of disparate information together, and you combine them, and you say, oh, maybe there's something here. I think the biggest discovery, which is not talked about very much, is Friedman Freund's discovery of how the physics behind earthquake lights, and he actually experimented in his lab. He has a YouTube. There's a YouTube video with him. He explains it a lot better. Do you want to pull that up and watch it?
Well, we could, but the problem is we'll get flagged.
Oh, okay then.
He uses YouTube video.
Oh, okay. All right. So for those are listening, you can search Friedman Freund and just Freund, Freund, and TEDx talk in Christchurch, New Zealand. So it's an excellent video. Okay, but he explains it.
So something is happening in this subterranean chamber.
Yeah.
And this something is causing the pyramid and the earth around it to vibrate.
Mm-hmm.
And how is that affecting the hydrogen? And how is that affecting what's happening in the King's Chamber?
Okay, so you have a combination of you've got two different kinds of energy now flowing through the Great Pyramid. You've got electromagnetic energy, and
from the
you've
ground.
also got mechanical energy.
Right.
Right.
Okay, so you've got the mechanical energy of this thing that's striking.
Right.
You have the passages that are filled with chemicals that's causing the accumulation of hydrogen. The hydrogen is making its way into the King's Chamber.
Right.
And then what is the function of these passageways that go into the King's Chamber from the outside?
Well, the northern shaft carries a microwave signal. That signal passes through a amplifier, and then the signal enters into the chamber and collects the energy that has been accumulating in that space. I mean, it's like a laser or maser,
So the chambers are collecting microwave energy from space.
Yeah.
It's going through them, and it's going, the passageways rather. It's going into the chamber, which is vibrating, and it's filled with hydrogen. So what is this reaction that happens when these two things meet?
Okay, the action of that is the same as a laser, where you have the introduction of a photon in a laser, right? That photon passes through an energized medium where the electrons are pumped to a higher energy state. Then that photon collects another photon, and then another one, and it just builds and builds and builds and builds. But it does it at the speed of light, obviously. And so that's why when you say you have a laser pointer, that process is what happens before the light appears on your slide or whatever. You press the button and it's kind of instant, right? But there's been a lot going on since when you press that button to create that laser light.
I see, but it just
happens so
fast.
Right. Yeah.
So this King's chamber, when it has the hydrogen in it, you have the electrons, you have the vibration of the thing, you have the microwaves coming in. What do you think this?
So you have microwaves coming in, but then you have power output.
Power output.
Yeah. So the power output is the southern shaft, and this is where there's another piece of key evidence. Jamie, could you show the slide that shows the opening of the southern shaft, please?
It's crazy that this makes sense.
Well,
That's what I was trying to get. There's a bunch of slides in here that are really interesting, but we haven't got to them yet.
Well, we got time. We'll get to those.
Said Joe, I don't know about me.
You're doing great.
I may pass out.
Have another cup of coffee.
Here's the northern shaft, but
oh, that's the northern shaft. Okay, wait a minute. Go to the newer slides. I think there are better images on those. Yeah, these were created back in the day. Okay, hold on. Go.
Yeah, nothing said southern.
See, okay, here. Just up here, okay?
Okay.
All right. So my first book, I didn't have a really accurate description of the northern shaft. Okay. And so since then, we got the CAD drawings of Rudolf Gantenbrink when he did an examination. And he did a great job measuring everything, every angle, distance, all the way to the outside. And so this is taken from his CAD drawing, and I just kind of, made it a little more striking and clear, or people could understand the complexity of that shaft, and also to point out some of the details that are pretty mind-blowing. You have 4 bends, 1, 2, 3, 4, before it goes into the King's chamber. Okay. Now, where is that opening? It is at the quarter wave location, and in a resonant cavity, the highest amplitude could be found at a quarter wave. So it's like if you've got a standing wave in a resonant cavity, it's the quarter wave. That's the quarter of the distance along the length of the cavity. That's where your amplitude, that's where your energy is the highest.
So at least in this placement, it affirms your theory. That's where it would be.
Right.
Okay.
But the other thing is, and this information, of course, is common. I mean, I've talked to people who worked on waveguides. Eric Wilson is very familiar with them. And he did a study of Gantenbrink's drawings, and he said, yeah, this. And he's pointing out different unusual features in the shaft that seem to appear in the design of modern waveguides, because you have changes in dimension, you have these steps, there is like a bump in an area, and it's all to kind of massage, manipulate the beam as it comes into the pyramid. But then when it comes to entering into the King's chamber, it goes through 4 bends. He said that's to be able to correct the beam, so that when it does enter the pyramid, it is coherent and it goes in straight.
Wow. So it's literally how you would design it.
The other thing, the other thing is that and this is mind blowing, and it will tell you a lot. There is another drawing of a plan view of that shaft, Jamie. Hold on, I think. Wait a minute. Yeah, no, below the one with the below that one, directly. Yeah, nope, you passed it. Yeah, that one. Okay, so you know the commonly held theory about why those shafts exist is to ventilate the Great Pyramid, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and that the reason why they have those bends is for it to encircle the Grand Gallery, so that it doesn't interfere, or with the Grand Gallery. Now, if you're just going to ventilate that place, you would you need that many bends? But look at the distance between the Grand Gallery wall and the North Shaft. It is 13.6 feet, right? If you take where the level where the shaft enters the King's Chamber, and you take it straight past the Grand Gallery, you're looking at dimension E, which is 41 inches. So it would clear the Grand Gallery. It didn't have to go through all those bends unless the wall blocks of the Grand Gallery were so large that they didn't want to interfere with them. And so does that suggest that the wall block thickness, because we don't know how thick they are, but that suggests that they are maybe just a little less than 13 feet thick. That is mind-blowing.
How heavy are those things?
Yeah.
So the way it's set up here now, especially when you're looking at it from this, it really does kind of make sense that this is a passageway for gases and energy. Like the way I'm looking, I mean, it looks like, if you're looking at it like this, it looks like a system.
It's a machine.
You were talking about the southern shaft.
Right.
And that the southern shaft, there's an outside image. You can see it from the outside.
Yeah, could you show that one?
Which image is it?
Oh, it's coming, I think. Well, I think you're going the wrong way, Jamie.
There wasn't another picture the other way. I can Google it if you want me to find it, but I don't know if it was here.
No. It's in there. Go down.
How many images are in here?
Hundreds. How many did you want?
That's where it stops, is right here.
Oh, hold on.
Look at
Oh, wait a minute. No, just above. Right. It was right below the previous picture that we were talking about. Number 47. Just below that. Yeah, there. Okay. Okay, so the bottom left photograph is the opening of the southern shaft. The southern shaft of the King's Chamber.
Okay.
I took a photograph of it in 1986. Okay. The one on the right, I took in 1995, and that was after Rudolf Gantenbrink had installed the fan. But if you look at that opening, you see that you have like a bulbous opening, almost looks like a microwave or an antenna, right? So it's not just a straight, simple shaft. It's like a catcher's mitt.
Okay. Yeah.
Right. I mean, it's just all of these different features of this chamber that. Well, I mean, you would overlook them, right?
But you would design it that way if you were trying to
catch
microwaves.
Yeah.
And so the southern shaft and the northern shaft have different functions.
Mm-hmm.
And you believe that the northern shaft is collecting the microwave energy
It is channeling the microwave.
The microwave.
Yeah, I mean,
energy.
they would have some system on the outside to collect them. You know, I mean, they may have a very large area actually collecting microwaves and feeding it to a reflector that is directed down the northern shaft. I mean, if you know that there are 8 sides to the pyramid, right? Each side it dips in, so it's not that it doesn't go straight across; it dips in. I don't know where that reflector would have been positioned, but they could have been reflecting microwaves off the surface of the Great Pyramid to a reflector at a distance away, and that reflector channel it down the northern shaft.
That would be one way to do it.
That'd be one way to do it. Yeah.
So either way, you believe that the northern shaft was somehow or another collecting microwave energy, and the southern shaft. What would they do with that energy? This is the question. Like,
well, that's your signal input. That's what enters the King's chamber and stimulates emission of other photons.
Right. But once this energy is connected,
right.
Once they have it collected,
right.
How are they How are they using it? How are they utilizing it?
Your guess is as good as mine. I could only imagine if they can dream up how to build this system, how they machined those precision vases, how they built the boxes and the seraphim, how they created the statue, and knowing that there is so much missing from that culture.
Not only that, but knowing that you have to have something that you can use to make this in the first place.
Yes.
Like what kind of material are you using to carry these things?
There's so much missing. And, you know, it's kind of like, all right, so you're saying that you use the pyramid to create energy, and with that energy, you powered your power tools to build the Great Pyramid.
That doesn't make any sense.
Doesn't make any sense at all, right?
So there was probably some other methods that we're not aware of.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, you build any power plant, you're going to have you're going to have generators on site. They're going to wheel them in and fire them up.
This is not going to be your first project. You already have some understanding of how this stuff works if you're making something at this scale.
Well, I mean, our industrial development, 200 years of development. Imagine if it's 500 years of development, or 1,000 years
from now,
right?
Jamie, go back to that image where it showed like a cross section that he said, "Ooh, stop at this one." No, there was one earlier, but that's fine. Either one of them. There was another one that showed like sort of a cross section. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. So this gives us an understanding of what it would look like originally. There was a gold cap on the top, smooth limestone on the sides. What do you think the function of that gold cap was? Because gold is used in electricity. It's in electronic components. It's a great conductor of electricity.
Well, this is where you combine the Tesla's technology and also Freund's laboratory experiments. And in the laboratory, what Freund did is he got a granite slab, a couple of feet long, few feet long, and he put it in a hydraulic press in order to test his theory that if igneous rock is put under pressure, it releases electrons. So he wanted to test that, and he set the granite up in his hydraulic press, and then he ran a wire, through an oscilloscope, and then attached it to a copper cap on the other end of the granite. So there has to be some kind of a connection.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So you got electrons moving, the positive charge carriers shooting through the granite, and then they're handshaking at the end with the negative electrons, and everybody does a happy dance and fires up their microwaves. Just kidding. But that is seriously. And then you combine that with Tesla and his proposal to build a system where you can transmit electricity wirelessly without wires through the earth. And you built the Wardenclyffe Tower, which was like a structure that would radiate that power. So that's the inspiration for this image right here.
So the idea would be that this whole thing would be emitting wireless electricity.
Yes.
And so that they would be able to utilize that somehow, like Tesla had theorized.
Tesla.
They actually implemented it right in tests, right?
Yeah. Tesla power, Tesla cars too, probably.
So have you debated anyone about this? Has any Egyptologist or any person who doesn't agree with your theory sat down with you and tried to pick it apart?
I am not a fan of debates myself. I mean, I know it's good theater, and some people are really good at it.
Mm-hmm.
And you were able to demonstrate that the other week. But I'm not a big fan of them. I'm not sure as far as scientists go, or science, or, putting work out there for examination by your peers. I'm not sure that it is helpful to, set up a shouting match or a tussle. Yeah.
But I'm just interested to see what other people have to think about your theory, because this is really fascinating to me. I'm looking at all this and I'm like, wow, this makes so much more sense than having this thing there as just a tomb for a dead guy. Which there's not a lot of evidence that that's the case, because they've never actually found.
No.
I
mean, if you ask me, what was it? Well, Chris, what the hell were you thinking when you came up? What were you thinking? And that is actually a key question, because if you're an examiner, or if you are pleading your something, or somebody is challenging you, what your state of mind was when something happened, an event happened. What was your state of mind at the time is important. And my state of mind at the time was the tomb theory is a dead theory. I don't accept it. The pyramid, because of its design, its features, its precision, it looked like a machine. Perhaps it's a machine. And if it is a machine, how did the machine operate? So that's basically what my state of mind was. And the evidence that I was looking at was evidence of a level of sophistication and a structure that actually demonstrated the highest level of state of the art that civilization or that culture produced.
or any culture.
And it hasn't been replicated since. And
How is that possible?
How is it possible?
The whole thing is so impossible. Like, if you wanted to have the best evidence that we don't know shit,
you got it right.
You got it right there. It's like, how much do we know about what they knew if they could make that?
Yeah, people ask me, well, why haven't you built a model? Why? And I was like, you don't understand because I couldn't even afford one of the blocks that goes into the king's chamber, let alone 1,000 of.
And also, like, how much time would it take you to build that? Good Lord.
Not only that, it's like, if you're gonna replicate. I was asked that question when I was in Egypt in 2021, and I was with Hamada Anwar and Dr. Haney Halal, who used to be the Minister of Science and Higher Education. Both extremely good guys, and they are both on the Scam Pyramid mission team. So I had a meeting with them, and I gave my book to Dr. Hillel, and I might have already had one. He'd arranged the meeting. I gave my book to Haney Hillel, and I described it briefly. And he asked me a question I never thought I would hear in Egypt. And he says, well, could the Great Pyramid be restored and function as you envisioned that it did? And I was like, I pondered that question before, and I thought, can't see that happen. You know, I mean, if you're going to, you know, replicate it or create another one, I would do another one, you know, because of the political climate.
Right, of course.
There is so much focus on the Great Pyramid, and everybody who's focused on it is an expert, and most of them have YouTube channels. So yeah, so you have a hyper focus on that area. I mean, just the a simple thing like, okay, we're going to recover the third pyramid. We're going to restore it. We're going to recover it, and blah blah blah.
People start freaking out.
Yeah, I mean, it was a whole shitstorm that came after that. I mean, they finally killed the project because
I saw. Do you think that it's good they killed the project? I mean, isn't it good to leave that stuff in the state in which we found it?
I think, you know, people with the best of intentions and working with the information that they have can make mistakes. And a lot of times, and I've made them myself, a lot of times it's because I'm making decisions not having sufficient information, right?
Right.
And so it's kind of like it was the new chief of the Supreme Council of Antiquities, the chairman of the Supreme Council of Antiquities. And so he had a gentleman who was going to help him restore the third pyramid. And so he goes out and calls a press conference and tells everybody what they're going to do. And then there was a firestorm of criticism that came in, just flooded in. And then finally, I think it was Zahi Hawass who called his influence to shut the project down. And then, so they backed up on it. But, you know, if he had touched all the bases, I mean, you just never know, because relationships in any culture, you don't understand them. You know, you don't know who knows who is related to who.
Right.
You know, you got all this activity.
But I think people, rightly so, were upset at the idea of covering that thing, just like they covered up the paws of the Sphinx.
Well, it wasn't
very controversial, right?
Not necessarily covering it, but
restoring
it.
But you are covering it, right? Because you're doing modern human tools.
You're trying,
you're ruining what is left. Because what in the state that it is, it represents the erosion and the earthquakes, the looting of the limestone. This is what it is.
So this is
But to cover it up with 2024 work seems gross.
Right, and that's what a lot of people think is that it is not respecting history, or
Right. So if they did that with the Great Pyramid and covered the whole thing,
well, I mean that
would certainly be more possible than building another one.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, you would certainly.
It's a lot easier.
You wouldn't have to quarry as much limestone.
Not even close. So if they did that, let's just imagine a world where people say, "Hey, we're going to do this, but we could always reverse it. We're not going to do any permanent damage to the pyramid, but it's possible to restore it to the exact state and find out if this theory is correct.
Yeah, but how do you do that? I mean, I don't think you would have to have a lot more research and evidence produced than I have produced to convince people to invest so much money.
Right.
Because, I mean, this is a process, okay? The Giza power plant and Giza the Tesla connection, it's a process, right? And I'm pretty much at the end of that process. So you put it out in the universe, and then other people are picking it up, like Ahmed Adley. Ashraf Scavini at the Cairo University.
But let's imagine we enter into a world where people say, you know what, it's better if we know, and there's only one way to know, and it's possible to do. So let's cover that thing the way it was done before. Let's put a gold cap on it. Let's follow the plans as if this is a power plant.
Right, but first you have to qualify, verify all the systems, the subsystems,
right,
and their function.
Right,
and it's complicated.
And would you qualify that? Could it be more possible today through use of AI?
You would need whoever is in control of the AI, who's driving.
Right, but let's look at best case scenario. Let's pretend there's some objective scientists that are not ideologically driven at all, and they're in control of this AI, and they utilize it the exact way we would like it to be utilized.
What I would love is for some PhD student to take on as a dissertation project the acoustic modeling of the interior of the Great Pyramid. Get all the dimensions, scan everything, find out all the dimensions, what they are, and then you start to simulate the behavior of the movement of sound within that space. I mean, we have, we're using human instruments to detect resonance and report on the vibrations and how they feel when they hear it, and there's a lot of magical experiences that are happening, but the magic, I mean, if you've ever read Arthur C. Clarke, is kind of like sufficiently advanced technology is first seen as magic, right? So if you have an alien race and they have sufficiently advanced technology, you would look at it as magic.
Right.
Our cell phones,
sure,
if they appeared in our culture 100 years ago, magic.
Yeah.
People wouldn't know what to do with them.
And if this culture had something that's not where we are, but 500 years more advanced than us, which is why they were able to create something like that.
Right. I mean,
it looks like magic.
I talk about the recent disclosure by the ODI on the UAPs.
Really?
Yeah.
You think they're connected?
As an example of what is possible physically. Because if you consider that, those UAPs can descend from 80,000 feet to sea level in a few seconds, the G-forces that they would pull on a 90-degree turn would be like 1,000 Gs. It would destroy any of our craft and the people inside it, if it was even possible to make such a turn, which it's not. We don't have anything to match it. And then you see how they function. You see what can we observe on how they are propelled. An F-16, they've got afterburners, and we see these afterburners kick on and fire belching out the back. Those UAPs, they just seem to have some kind of aura around them, and they defeat gravity and move through space in a way that appears like magic. But sufficiently advanced technology would be magical.
Right. Almost less impressive than a cell phone.
Yeah.
Right? Because all it's doing is flying around. The cell phone is sending instantaneous video to the other side of the world.
Well, that little UAP could be doing the same.
Yeah. Sure.
But except to other planets.
Right. We just don't see
it. Or the mothership, which is
or
cloaked
Langley.
and we don't see it.
It might be American.
It's all science fiction, right?
I really wonder how much of that stuff is ours. How much of that stuff is black ops projects,
I
like
don't
some
think
stuff that
they-
they've been.
You
don't think so?
No.
You think it's from somewhere else?
I mean, I can't prove where it's from, but if it is from somewhere else, I'd like to follow it home.
You and me both.
I'd like to see the. I'd like to observe the civilization and the culture that
Right.
created it. Go in the manufacturing plants. Hey, how are you making this? And say, okay, where are you getting your power from? I don't see any train cars carrying tons of coal and belching chimneys out in the distance, right?
Well, if there's a time machine, if there was ever a time machine, I've always said if I could go back to one place, I'd go back to Africa when they were doing that. I'd go to Egypt.
For sure.
What were you doing?
For sure.
What were you doing? How are you guys doing this?
Yeah.
What the hell is going on over here?
Right.
And where did it all go? I mean, I know the burning of the Library of Alexandria, they lost so much.
Right.
We have no idea like what was in there and what knowledge they had preserved.
Right.
So now it's all lost.
Right.
And if you're correct, if they really did have some sort of a machine that makes electricity that to this day, if you want renewable electricity, there you go, kids.
Right.
It's right there. And somehow or another, someone did it 4,500 years ago.
Right.
Like, how? What did you guys do? And how are you so much more advanced than all the other humans on Earth? So much more.
I'm digging through an article right now of some audio engineers that got access to the Great Pyramid.
Mm-hmm.
Like they took in a bunch of high-powered speakers and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
Very first thing this guy recognized here, he says he noticed that there's a very specific, precise frequency when the wind blows across some of the air shafts, and it's a F sharp.
Yeah, and that appears in the I think Tom Danley, who was a NASA engineer, and he was on a team and did acoustic testing inside the Great Pyramid. He measured the frequencies in the King's Chamber and reported that even with all his equipment turned off, the King's Chamber was still vibrating. And he actually
go back, Charlie.
Oh, sure.
Look at this right here. It says ancient Egyptian texts indicate that this F sharp was the resonant harmonic center of planet Earth.
Yes, yeah, that's the connection. That's the seismic connection. The
F sharp is
vibration.
also coincidentally, it says in question marks, the tuning reference for the sacred flutes of many North American shamans.
Yeah, the hope is So the F sharp is very important. It's also found in human DNA, and there was a Dr. David Deemer who actually mapped the frequencies of DNA.
As an engineer, I will note 16 hertz is just below the human threshold of hearing. The best you can hear is 20.
Interesting. So can dogs hear that? Carl hear that?
They're known for hearing higher. I suppose they could probably hear lower too.
Like, Dad, what is this, Dad?
But around 2003, I was contacted by a very talented physicist. His name is Dustin Carr. You could Google Dustin Carr if you like. He got his PhD at Cornell University, and his thesis dissertation was actually creating a nano guitar.
Whoa.
Yeah. The nano guitar, the strings are just about 100 atoms wide.
Whoa.
And you have to have a electron microscope to be able to see it. And so anyway, he contacted me, and I was really impressed with this guy.
How did you strum that guitar?
With a laser light.
Whoa. Whoa. It's 2 microns? Oh my God. That scale is 2 micron?
Yeah.
Wow, that's bananas.
And so
you used a laser to play this guitar?
You would need, just a very, very subtle laser, which, is like micro heat, expand the strings, and you would get, they would vibrate. But you couldn't hear it, of course.
Right.
Of course. No way.
Right. but it exists. So the frequency that's in the great chamber is below the threshold for humans to hear.
Yeah. It's
Currently.
infrasonic. Yeah.
Right, but if this machine was running, it would probably be a different frequency, right?
That all those frequencies would be played a part, plus more, I would say. And besides his nano guitar, when we were communicating, Dr. Carr did a model the finite element analysis of the Great Pyramid, and guess what?
What?
16 hertz showed up in that.
Wow, fascinating.
So
wow, the whole thing is just so crazy.
that it blows your mind.
It really does. There's so many questions and so many places to take it to. It's the real question is like, how did they do it? Where did they learn all this stuff from? And did they implement this somewhere else? Is this the only power plant they ever created? The other pyramids, do they have similar function?
I think that fundamentally, perhaps they, the science of tapping into or harvesting electrons through stimulating movement in the lithosphere was probably known, and that knowledge was advanced and developed.
Right, but if you have with this design, what you believe the Great Pyramid, how it was used as a power plant, what do you think is going on with the other two pyramids that are near it?
Same thing, except they have different interior designs. They're all part of the system.
So it's all connected. All
Right.
three of them are connected somehow.
Yeah.
And have you observed similar situations in those smaller pyramids where it seems like they would be utilized in a similar fashion? Is there shafts and chambers?
No, I just think, if you are considering it as a project, okay, so you design a project, you propose a project, you gather the resources to complete the project, you describe it to your investors. I mean, ultimately, it's about follow the money. How much is it going to cost, and what's the return on investment? And so you have, okay, I want to build a Great Pyramid, and we're going to have all this, we're going to have all this energy, and I'll build another few pyramids around it, and they'll just be tourist attractions. No,
Right.
no. I mean, if you got the whole plateau and the lithosphere beneath it, I mean, Freud said that the lithosphere is actually a giant battery. It can turn into a giant battery if it is stimulated, right?
Right.
And so if you've got that condition, you got all that potential energy under your feet, all you've got to do is shake it a little bit, and just go, hey, send me a few more electrons, and you build a system on the surface. Perhaps you survey the area, just like NASA satellites surveyed the area for freedom of flying, and you build a pulse generator deep under the Giza Plateau, and you start that system up, and you survey the area, and you look for the hot spots, right, where the maximum number of electrons are coming through from the lithosphere. And then you say, okay, we'll build a pyramid there, build one there, we'll build one there. Those are your hot spots. You got a hot spot in Texas, right?
Oh, really?
Yeah, Marfa, Texas.
What is it?
It's a town, I think it's...
Oh, no, I know Marfa, but how's it a hot spot?
Marfa Lights. Have you heard of those?
No.
Yeah. Pull up the Marfa Lights.
Is it like ball lightning?
No, it's kind of like a light show.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's very famous.
And it's from the electrons?
Not famous in Elston, obviously.
Well, I know Marfa. I have a friend who has a house in Marfa.
Really?
Yeah, he loves it there. So it's like a kind of an artist community, right?
Mm. probably the energies, right?
Mm-hmm. Like Sedona, right?
Yeah. Oh,
That's where all the weirdos
I
go.
love it. Yeah, I'm one of those weirdos. I can't afford to live there.
Oh, it's a gorgeous place.
I know.
Sedona's gorgeous.
Gorgeous. Yeah.
So what is this?
There's this interview. I think I'm imagining what they're trying to say here without listening to everything.
So these lights? What's going on with these lights?
What is this?
It's a
Marfa
video
lights?
interview on the Marfa lights.
Oh, okay.
I don't know exactly what it's
So
supposed to show.
when you see those things flying around the sky, what are they? Is that like ball
Well,
lightning?
Yeah, I mean, it's electrons coming from the Earth and ionizing the air.
It says, according to Judith Bruesk, the Marfa lights of West Texas have been called many names over the years, such as ghost lights, weird lights, strange lights, car lights, mystery lights, or Chianti lights. My favorite place from which to view the lights is a widened shoulder on Highway 90, about 9 miles east of Marfa. The lights are most often reported at distant spots of brightness, distinguishable from branch lights and automotive headlights on 67. So primarily distinguished by their aberrant movements. So these things just sort of fly around.
Mm-hmm.
The first historical record of the Marfa lights was 1883 when the young cowhand Robert Reed Ellison saw a flickering light while he was driving cattle through the Paisano Pass and wondered if it was a campfire of the Apache. Other settlers told him they often saw the lights, but when they investigated, they found no ashes or evidence of a campsite. So what is happening again with these lights? How is it? It's electrons going through the Earth?
If you consider Freund's theory, the Freund effect, it's the release of positive charge carriers from the lithosphere shooting up to the surface and ionizing the air.
Ah, okay. And so it creates a light that way.
So it creates a light that way. A lot of people have speculated that it could be like piezoelectric activity in quartz-bearing rock, but Freund doesn't support that idea, I don't think.
But it would sort of support this theory that if you could find places where that is happening naturally, like Marfa, and you establish the pyramid there.
Right.
You had one other thing that you just said to me when we took a break, that there was some evidence that you knew about this Dibble-Hancock debate that had come to light.
Oh, yeah, that's it. That was interesting. A fellow researcher, Manu Seyfadeh, he wrote the book Under the Sphinx. He had posted on Facebook a paper that had been published. I think the discussion was the existence of industrial activity during the Ice Age.
Right.
Okay. And so, I talked to him, and he sent me several papers where other studies have been done and that show the same kind of markers that you see in that period of time in the paper that he presented on the podcast.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody should have a chance to fix their mistakes, right? But they are, could you pull them up, Jamie? And we can just go through them. And then they will be on record.
Okay, so what is wrong? So what you're saying is that what he was saying is that the evidence of industrialization only occurs after a specific time in the core samples.
Right, that they weren't, there's no evidence of them in the Ice Age.
And is this lead? What is it in?
Right. So, I mean, this is out of my wheelhouse, so
right.
I'm not an expert witness.
But this gentleman posted this in response.
I'm just saying that if there is, another body of evidence or other papers that have been conducted, where research has been conducted that go further back into the past than the period of time that Dibble's paper deals with, then they should be introduced into the record. Also.
And how far in the past did these go?
150,000 years.
And how far in the past did the ones that Dibble introduced go?
I think it was between 1000 BC, 1000 AD. So it was just like a
narrow window.
Narrow window.
Okay. So did you find it, Jamie?
I don't have Glenn's stuff because that was on his computer.
Well, his paper is the paper that he referenced is in there.
The one that you brought?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I have what you brought. This is what you have highlighted.
That's not the one that he presented.
I don't know which one that was.
It was the 2000. I think it was a 2018 paper.
25.
Just pull them up.
Atmospheric lead and Antarctic ice during the last climatic cycle.
One.
Yeah.
Is that it?
That's one of them. I don't think it's the one that Dibble presented.
But what are the one that you're presenting? The one that you
the one that Manu sent me. Let's see what she's that one. See that one? I think it goes back 149,000.
So yeah, just send it. Just
this is the one. Yeah, this is the one. I think that. What date is on there?
2018, maybe.
20. Yeah, I think it's 20.
Okay.
Right.
So it said the title of this is, for anybody who wants to find it, is Lead Pollution Recorded in Greenland Ice Indicates European Emissions Track Plagues, Wars, and Imperial Expansion During Antiquity.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. So if you look up the other papers, they treat a different period of time. And when you go back to the Ice Age, you do find that the same kind of evidence.
Is that what this paper's showing?
This is, which one is this the same?
This is the one we were just looking at.
Oh no, this is that short time period.
So this is
1100 BC to 800.
This is the one that Dibble presented then.
Yeah.
Okay. So what's the one that you're presenting?
I'm not presenting.
Okay, but what was the one that you're referencing?
The ones that were sent to me.
Okay, where are those?
They're in the folder, Jamie.
Okay. And what is that one called?
Okay, go down to the next one.
Is this one right? Where it says highlighted. This is like the Holocene area.
Yeah, I mean, okay. I think they're all kind of similar.
Yeah. The first two. You sent me 5 things. The first 2 are the same. It's just this was highlighted.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Okay. Let's go to that and make it a little bigger.
I sent them to you. They're on there as they were sent to me. So.
It says very low during the Holocene era, probably during the last interglacial and part of the last ice age.
They were very high during the last glacial maximum and at the end of the penultimate. I love that word, penultimate.
I love that word, don't you?
It's a great word.
Yeah.
So the concentrations were high of lead during the ice age, it's saying.
Yeah.
So this does counter what he was saying.
Seems to.
Okay.
But I'm not the expert. I mean, I
understand what you're saying. But this goes far back, but past when he was talking about. So the possibility could be that what Graham was saying might actually have some weight to it, that there was a highly advanced civilization before the Ice Age and that it went away. And then when you see lead in the future, you're just seeing sort of a re-understanding of this process.
That's one way to put it.
That could be.
Yeah, and it doesn't have to be a really highly advanced civilization like ours. It just means that there is industrial activity, whatever that shape or form that takes.
Well, the real fascinating thing is if the Egyptians had figured out how to generate power without any damage to the environment. Which is really wild.
We haven't yet. Have we?
No, but if they figured that out with that Great Pyramid, if that process is how they generated electricity, I mean, that's about as green as you're ever going to get.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, pretty amazing.
Yeah. There's a little factoid for you.
But
do you know in 2021 they quarried enough coal by weight to build a pyramid 76 times bigger than the Great Pyramid?
Wow. Whoa.
So we know how to extract rock.
Yeah.
Right?
Collectively at least.
Yeah.
Yeah. Especially in China, right?
Oh yeah.
Which is hilarious.
They're very efficient at it.
They're not just that, they're really good at making coal plants. They got hundreds of new ones opening up.
Yeah.
While we're over here freaking out. Anything else before we get out of here, Jamie? You said that there was a couple other slides that you thought were really interesting.
I ended up getting to them. I
Oh,
was
okay.
kind of really curious what that fan was all about, but he described why it
Yeah.
had it by someone.
There was one other thing I would like to
Okay.
address, if you don't
Please.
mind. Okay. So the other thing that that Dr. Dibble mentioned was when you raised the question about the core drilling,
Right.
right? And Dr. Dibble said that, well, that's been debunked. I'm just paraphrasing now.
Okay.
That's been debunked. And he referenced two sources. He referenced Scientists Against Myth and World of Antiquity. Okay. So, this is where, you know, if you don't give enough information, people will fill in the gaps. You know, it's
Right.
like
Of course.
you leave a vacuum. Engineers are very well known for leaving all kinds of vacuums. They don't explain everything completely because they assume everybody knows it because they know it, right?
Right.
And so it's the simplest thing. And basically, Scientists Against Myth, they sent me their paper on the methods that they used, which contradicted my methods. And what they did is they got these photographs, two-dimensional photographs of the Petri core, and they rejected the method that I used, which was just a simple string or cotton thread
With magnification.
and with the artifact in my hand. So you've got best evidence in your hand and against evidence secondhand taken with photographs. So what's wrong? What is the problem with that? And when I saw what method they use, I didn't take it seriously. Perhaps I should, and then we won't be here talking about it. But I didn't take it seriously, and it's like it kind of failed on its face just after the first 2 pages. Plus, it was very insulting and mocking, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not very professional. And but basically, what they did is they took a 2D photograph of a 3D cone. Okay, I want to show you two things. This is a flat blank, and this is a cone.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so aerospace manufacturing engineers know all about how cones are made, and they know how to measure them, and they know how to transmit geometric data to the customer, right? Our customers would never accept a 2D photograph of a 3D object as evidence of geometric accuracy or precision. I mean, a 3D camera with, you know, like a scanner or something like that, but just a simple
Two-dimensional.
two-dimensional. You won't work.
Right. Too limited.
Too limited. But what happens to the evidence when you take a 2D photograph? I'll show you. You have a corruption of the evidence right away. What happens with a 2D photograph taking a 3D object? You can go through these series of cones that are made. This is a cone that has horizontal lines around it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you can see that they're horizontal.
Mm-hmm.
So you can assume, okay, I took a 2D photograph of this. Okay. I took a 2D photograph of that.
Mm-hmm.
And then I brought it into my computer. But there are some things that happen to the arc length. The arc length on the original, if you take a 2D photograph, you are using the chord length as the arc length.
You got all that on camera, Jamie? Is it on both cameras? The other one pick it up? Oh, okay.
Right. But there's another problem with it, and it's not just geometry. well, it ultimately is geometry, but it's more involved with how the eye works and how a camera functions, and that's the lens. And basically what you're doing is you're capturing an image and of a cone, and if you focus your camera here, right,
Mm-hmm.
the lines here curve that way, the lines down here curve this way.
Okay.
Right? So you take those and you lay them out flat, you've got corrupted evidence. You project those images onto a cone in the computer, and this is what happens. You've got a bunch of wavy lines.
Mm.
Did you get that? See
Which
that?
indicates that it's a spiral.
No, it doesn't. This is not to prove that it's a spiral. This is to prove that the evidence that they have produced is not the best evidence.
Right, because it's only two-dimensional.
Because right.
To really get to refute your evidence, they should look at the thing and measure it,
right,
accurately scan it.
But it's
too limited.
It also describes the state of mind of the investigators who are working on this. And that is, they are driving to a conclusion that is directly opposite to mine. So they're not acting in good faith. If you read a scientific paper, or if you are working on a scientific project, if you're in school or if you're anywhere, and so you prepare your report, you publish your report, you describe the methods that you use and the tools that you use, how you did it, and then you publish your results. I did that. And then somebody comes along behind you and they say, well, I want to see that for myself. That's what you call falsification process, where a science, it has any theory, it has to be falsifiable. Mm-hmm. So if they can find anything wrong with what you did, then they have to follow the same steps you did,
right,
to the letter.
Right. But they didn't do that.
Clearly. They didn't do that.
Clearly. And also, they didn't have access to the actual physical object itself.
It doesn't indicate that they did.
Which is the only way you can really test.
They were just drawing down photographs from the internet.
So they were just trying to debunk it.
Exactly.
And what they're doing is silly.
But then you have a college professor who scoops up all that research, and they become cited sources in their work.
Well, he probably was just respecting their work and thinking that your work is one of those alternative guys that's not a part of the system, not a part of the academic system.
Yeah.
And so he just and he obviously he works with seeds and things along those lines, and that's his his area of archaeology. So he trusts the other experts.
I'm not saying that what he said is his own
right. You're just saying that the sources are very
I'm just
biased.
saying that, he was certainly well schooled, and he had the answers to some of these mysteries, right? And he had been given information, and pretty much he reeled it out when the question was raised.
The other thing that I thought of after the fact, and we actually kind of covered it, but I never connected the dots, was that one of the things that we were talking about when we were talking about Göbekli Tepe, that Göbekli Tepe was created by these people that didn't need agriculture because the place they lived was so bountiful.
Yeah.
But what if they just didn't? What if agriculture to them wasn't plants? What if agriculture was animal agriculture and they fed their animals with wild plants? If the wild plants were in such abundance that they could just go out and chop down the wild plants and use them to feed their animals, that's still agriculture, but it's not plant agriculture.
Yeah,
right? So that's the difference. I forgot that while it was happening, and then afterwards I'm like, why didn't I connect those dots? Because Göbekli Tepe, no one is disputing the time period of it. It's 11,000 years ago, right? That's when it was covered intentionally, 11,000 years ago. So no one's disputing that, but that puts it into the term of pre-agriculture. And so what he was saying was that maybe where they lived was so bountiful with food that they didn't need agriculture at the time.
Right.
Possible. But also, are we only thinking of agriculture as plant agriculture? And do we have to grow plants in an agricultural setting to feed animals? Well, doesn't that entirely depend on how we're raising these animals? Because if these animals are free ranging and you have an enormous area, then no.
All right.
Then you could harvest them out free ranging. You could have agriculture in terms of animals, and you could have these animals that you're farming. You're just farming them with wild plants. And if you could do that for Göbekli Tepe, which is what they're saying, and at least they're saying that either they just hunted all the animals that were around there. There were so many animals around them, they could hunt them very easily to feed everybody, so they'd have enough resources to build this thing. Or maybe they had some kind of agriculture in terms of animal agriculture, but just hadn't planted things.
Yeah.
Or hadn't had the need to plant things if they're living in such abundance.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a good question, though.
It is a good question.
Yeah.
All of it is good questions. So,
All these
all
good
of it.
questions.
Yes.
Citizens coming forward and raising their hands and saying, "Oh, wait a minute, what about this?"
What about this? And that's what you've done. And listen, I think you've done an amazing job of it. And the way you explained it today, I really appreciate it. It's great for a person like myself to be able to ask a person like you questions and get to the heart of how this whole thing would work. And I think you laid it out amazingly. It's such a fascinating subject, and so many mysteries and so many questions. And I just want to thank you for putting in so much time and having so much energy of your life dedicated to trying to figure this thing out.
Yeah. No. All right. Can I go take a nap now?
Yes, you can go take a nap. You did great. Tell everybody about your books, though, so they can get them.
So anyway, we've got
The first one was
the Giza power plant,
okay,
technologies of ancient Egypt,
and then the newest one is, what does it say on that one?
Giza, the Tesla connection.
Can they see it from there? Yeah. Okay. Cool.
All right.
Giza, the Tesla connection. All
Yep.
right, and those are available now.
Acoustical science and harvesting of clean energy.
All right. Well, thank you, sir. I really appreciate you coming here. I really enjoyed it, and it's you're doing a great service.
You should give those to Elon Musk.
Why, he needs them?
Well, if he's going to build electric cars, he's going to need electricity for it.
All right, I'll let him know. All right, thank you.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
What's up, Sal?
What's up, brother? How you
Good to see
doing?
you, man. Let's crack it.
Another day. So, thanks for having me, man.
My pleasure. What are you doing out here, man? What are you doing in Austin, Texas?
I got my special comes out today, actually.
Oh shit!
Yeah, special called Terrified.
Shit. What's it on?
YouTube.
That's the move.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm very happy when guys do that. It makes it easily accessible. It's the best thing for like distributing your stuff.
Yeah.
People share it easy.
It's nice that that's like a good option now, because when everybody turns you down,
It's a great option.
It's still like, well, I
It's an
still got a
option.
good option.
I would think about it even if I had other options, just
At
because I
this
think
point,
it's
right?
like the best distribution platform. As long as they don't fucking censor you, which is a little bit of an issue. You know, they're owned by Google, and it's just like whenever you're dealing with these giant corporations and there's all these fucking woke kids working for them, it's a lot of sketchy things happen. But, but as far as a platform, it's the best.
It's great, right?
Oh, it's so good.
I don't really like. I'm not like edgy like that, so I don't really have anything. My edgy stuff is not that edgy.
That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's lucky. Yeah, because like Ari Shaffir, when he was putting his out, I was like, sure.
He executive produced it.
Oh, he executive produced yours?
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
We're really tight. Yeah.
Yeah, we were just talking about, someone gave him shit for releasing his on YouTube. I'm like, you're so short-sighted. That's so stupid.
I'll look at it now.
Yeah, it's fucking huge. What does it have? Like 7 million downloads or something like that? Yeah, people are stupid, man. They just have this silly idea of like these gatekeepers, these fucking institutions, which, you know, look, you get a Netflix special, it's great. Like the Tom Brody roast, great. I'm happy Netflix is doing cool shit like that. It's awesome. But
did you watch it through 3 hours?
No. I watched Tony Hinchcliffe's set and Andrew Schultz's set. That's it.
See Nikki's?
I heard Nikki's was awesome.
Those
I haven't
are the 3
seen it
best,
yet. I heard Nikki killed it.
Yeah, she killed it.
Yeah, she goes hard.
Yeah, Tony was, she does it. She kills those roasts, man. She kills those roasts.
She's really good at roasts. She's strong. She's got strong delivery. You know, she's got, and even like when she was shitting on Jeff Ross, I did see that part when she was apologizing to him while she was shitting on him, which is so Nikki Glazer. She's so sweet.
That Hinchcliffe one with the Liver King. Is it? You look like I'm gonna fuck it up, but the Liver King and the Tiger King had a baby that looked like Martin Luther King.
Got beat up by Rodney
King and bit by the Lion King or some shit like that. I don't even know. It was a ride.
It was such a ride.
By the time he finished it, it was just like by the time if it was one king shorter, I didn't think it would hit as well. But that extra king was the perfect.
It was a monster.
It was 5 kings, I think.
It was a monster bit. And then the other one with Jeff is so Jewish, he only watches football for the coin toss.
That's great.
I fucking love a roast. I love a good roast joke.
You know what's so funny? It's like this, you know, the Jewish. It's like, you know where you're going with Jeff, or you know, or Jewish or whatever. But it's like it's still like I still find a new way to be like, you watch this for the coin toss. You know what I mean? It's like you can tell that joke a million ways,
right? Yeah.
But I'm still like, oh my god, that's such a good way to tell it.
Yeah. It's just I think people have relaxed more with comedy over the last year or so. For whatever reason,
it feels like
culturally
it dipped a little bit. That whole,
I feel like people are tired of it all. They realize that it's all just fucking sanctimonious horseshit.
Mm-hmm.
Want any coffee? Got some coffee. Let's do this.
Maybe after this throat coat.
Oh, throat coat. Yeah. We doing a lot of shows. Is that what it is?
Actually, I have.
You got the COVID.
No, my baby got me sick. Yeah.
That'll do it.
Yeah.
Those little kids get sick a lot.
Yeah. I was like fighting it for a while, and then a few days ago, it just took a dive.
Do you take vitamins?
Every single day, and I get mocked for it.
You should not get mocked.
My dad, growing up, he used to take, we had one cabinet in the kitchen, and we opened it, and it was basically a mini GNC. Not like GNC, but it was like and every day, my whole life, I'd watch him throw down like 30, pills and just swig it,
Yeah.
And, but me, I feel like I have a weak immune system. I got a weak constitution.
Yeah.
So like I try to take I take the liposomal. It's all like I take a D, a B, a C. Mm-hmm. I was taking like a multi, and then you start hearing, oh, it doesn't absorb, and you got to take this one and that one. So I take all immunity stuff: echinacea, elderberry. What the fuck else do I take?
What do you think causes your weak immune system? You ever thought about it?
Yeah, I think about it my whole entire life.
What do you think it is? I think it's just a genetic thing.
I don't know, because no one else in my family is like that. So that's what led me to becoming like a little bit of a germaphobe. Because you want to call it germaphobe, but I just know that if I put myself in the way of, like, if someone sneezes, if I put myself in that, sometimes I can get a common cold. How long does it take you to get rid of the common cold?
Like a day.
Yeah, but you're like, you eat elk and.
Yeah, just I've had a few that last a couple of days, but it's usually one day before I don't feel good. But I've only had a couple of those recently, and I assumed they were the new COVID.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I assumed.
And you got rid of it in a day.
Yeah, I assumed this last one I got was the new COVID. This last one I got, I didn't even do the IV vitamins. I was just too busy to sit down and just.
What are they calling it? New COVID, like new Coke?
There's so many strains, dude.
Yeah.
I think we did a thing where they were we were reading about it online, where they were trying to document all the strains. And how many were they up to, Jamie? It's a crazy number. There's a lot of strains.
I thought there was like 4 strains.
No. There's dozens.
Yeah.
They keep coming around. New ones come around. New variants come around. What they're saying is like, this is just how we're going to be forever. Like, that stuff's just out there in the wild now. Yeah. Those little gremlins.
So that doesn't bode well for me. But common cold 1-2 weeks min.
Really?
Yeah. I've had a cold like 5-6 weeks many times.
Wow.
Lingering, not like
do you ever do IV vitamins?
I've only done it twice in my life. It's so funny. I shot the special in December in Chicago, and the day of, I woke up and I had a cold. Just because I was just running myself into the ground, right? So I woke up, my throat was like, it was hurting me. It was like scratchy. My voice was raspy, and I had like no energy. I'm like, oh, freaking the fuck out, right? So I get to the theater and I'm telling them, like, I don't know what to do. Like, I feel so weak. I got to do something. So Ari's feeding me these all day long. He's feeding me these Baroka tablets. They're like these vitamin dissolving tablets that are just,
Right, he's into those.
Yeah, they're like 100, billion%, whatever, right? So he's feeding me those, and then I get to the place and they get me the IV, and the guy gives me a B12 shot.
Yeah.
And then I had just started Vyvanse.
What's that?
It's for ADHD, so it's like an Adderall almost.
Oh no.
And I had just started it a few days earlier, so I'm like not really. It hasn't really like. I'm not really regulated to it yet, and I just didn't realize that the tablets Ari would give me. I looked back afterwards, and they were like they all had caffeine. And then I got this B12 shot 20 minutes before the first shot, and I was on the Vyvanse, which is Adderall, and it was the highest dose. I didn't realize that this was all happening to me, and like 3 minutes before I went out, I was the most wired I ever was in my entire life. At 40, like I was like literally, and then I had the adrenaline. Just because it was my first taping, you know what I mean?
Oh my god!
And I
fucking ready to stroke out.
I was holding my hand and it was doing this.
Oh,
and I was
Jesus
like, Ari,
Christ!
You gave me 3 of these fucking things today. Every one of them has 200 milligrams of caffeine.
Oh my god!
He's like, I didn't give you 3. I'm like, you gave me 3. He said, you didn't give me. How did you look me in the face? We were both there. It's not like I'm tough for hearing the second hand. And then I think the B12 shot just put it over the top.
Oh my god!
And it was like it's just
a combination.
I didn't use 1 second from show 1.
Oh my god!
Not
so
1 second.
Is it like an Adderall or is it like a cousin? It's Adderall. It's basically Adderall.
It's like same exact thing.
And why did you think you needed that? Why do you think you needed Adderall?
I mean, I suffer from ADHD and little OCD for like my whole life. And
so what does that mean? Like when you say ADHD, how does it manifest itself in your life?
So many ways. Mainly the thing that affects my life is I can't focus. I can't focus on something especially if I'm like this up and down days, but like I can't focus on something for more than like, if I'm trying to complete something, I will complete it.
Like what kind of stuff?
Like if I'm writing, or if I have just stuff to do, anything at all, paying bills, anything where I have to use my mind. Like, you know what I mean? I'll plant my ass down and I'll be trying to like write or send an email or whatever. My leg is shaking like crazy because I don't want to sit there. I just like, and it's just, it's helped because I can multitask like 500 things at once, but it also hurts because it's really hard to get something done. I can't remember anything, so I have like 50 lists in my phone. They're all labeled and prioritized. That helps me, but I have to use that, otherwise I won't remember anything.
Right.
I can't have trouble reading. Like I'll read a page and then I will I have no idea what was on that page. I have to read the page again, so I end up reading really slow.
Is it with everything you read, or is it only some stuff? Like, is there anything that you read where that's not a problem?
Books are tough, like long form reading.
Like fiction or nonfiction? Anything?
Just a lot of pages in between 2 covers. The genre doesn't play into the factor.
So not even like there's not one book that just captivated you and you like easily could read it?
Yeah, when like I said, there's good and bad days. So like, if I'm reading like a biography or I'm really into it, I don't really read fiction.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I like biographies really. So,
okay.
If something like that, but honestly, it's really tough. I really don't read as much as how many books I've bought. I have a lot of books, but so many aren't open.
One day I'm gonna read that.
Dude, I have this guilt that I think about that. I know I'm not gonna do it. I owe it to myself to read all these books. And I just keep picturing myself like on my deathbed, being like the books. You know what I mean? Like, I just want to read that. It's wasted money.
It is, but it's nice to have books in your house.
It is.
I have this weird theory about books that I haven't read that are cool. It's like at least they're near me. At least I'm getting the energy off of that book, that really good book. Like whoever wrote it, whatever it is.
Yeah, I can see that.
I know that book's awesome. It's sitting right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't even listen to audiobooks. You think audiobooks would be the solve?
It doesn't.
But I can't listen to someone unless it's really, really good, but it's like hard to listen to someone drone on, you know, like
It's hard, but a lot of them are really good at it. There's some really good voice-over actor guys,
yeah.
and including they do fiction, so they do a bunch of different voices. It's
Yeah.
a real art form now. It's almost like old-timey radio stories or something.
That I love. I mean,
I love it.
My buddy I do a show with, he has a bunch of books out published, and one of the things when does this come out? He's gonna. I don't know if I'm supposed to say. So we do keep a lot of secrets from each other,
Right.
and then surprise each other on the show. The show, for if you don't know, people don't know, it's just called Impractical Jokers. Me and my buddies of 35 years.
Fucking huge show, dude. It's gigantic.
It's crazy. Yeah,
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
I remember when guys were talking about it in the parking lot of the store when it was just blowing up, and people were talking about your shows that you were doing. You guys were doing shows, they were just mobbed, and everybody's like, that show is huge.
Yeah, it was wild, not expected or anything. It was on True TV, you know.
Yeah, which is like not a network where people really blow up from, right? There's a few though, but it just shows you if something's fun, people find it.
Yeah, well, there was nothing like it. They had, no joke, they had 2 different pawn shows. 3. This is when we got on. They had 2 different pawn shows, 3 different towing shows, and 2 storage shows. That was the whole, and then they showed like the stupidest criminals of all time, like and that was it. So we were first comedy. So I guess it kind of resonated on the channel because we were like alone in that manner.
I heard a lot of those storage shows are fugazi.
Yeah, so much of all the reality stuff is.
Oh, so a lot of it is. Yeah.
I mean, I'd say 95%.
There's a lot of finagling going on behind the scenes with the truth, just for narratives.
If you pause the credits, like there's always like that fine print in the credits.
Oh,
I think
yeah.
I have to say that.
They're allowed to they use it to create a theatrical piece that's not necessarily representative of what actually happened. I mean, bro, they've been looking for Bigfoot for 9 seasons now. Well, no, it's more than that, right? How many seasons is Finding Bigfoot?
Versions of the show that are like refinding them or resurfacing,
refinding
again.
so many fucking dorks in the woods looking for nothing.
Even ghosts. It's like, I mean, people.
I'm more interested in ghosts than I am Bigfoot.
Me too.
Because the thing about Bigfoot is, like, I think it was probably a real animal, and I think there's some ancient stories that are passed down for thousands of years.
Sure.
I think that's probably what it was. But ghosts are weird because they're in every culture.
Right.
And I haven't experienced a ghost, but I imagine if I did, trying to explain it to someone and not sounding like a fucking maniac, like just a crazy person. Oh, I saw a ghost.
Let me try.
Okay, you seen one?
Didn't see one, but here's the thing: I don't believe in ghosts.
Oh, okay.
But then I had this happen to me, and now I don't really know what to feel.
Cue the spooky music. Any spooky music over there, Jamie?
My family believes in ghosts. They're all for it. My sister had a thing. She lived at home, and she came home one day, and she opened the door to her room, and every single one of her closet drawers were open. Every single thing that could be open in the room was open, and it freaked her out a little bit. And she asked if anyone did it, and it was just my stepmom, my dad. They said no, and she was like, felt uncomfortable about that. And then she closed everything, and then whatever. She used to lock it after that. And then she locked, and one day, months later, she had locked it. She came, when she opened it, they were all open again. I tell her, I don't even believe, I don't know what, she's not lying to me, but I don't know what to make of it, but I don't think it's a ghost. But my grandfather.
That's not that spooky. That's like the Hulk.
I was about to get a massage.
Yeah, that was I was waiting for the candles to be lit.
But my grandfather died in the house, but I don't know. But that's not what I was saying. One night I was home.
There we go.
It was foggy out, and no, sorry. So I used to live alone, and I'm in bed, and I'm getting, I'm laying in bed. My television is on, and I do lock, even when I live alone. I lock my bedroom door when I go to sleep. I lock my bathroom door when I'm taking a shower. I always have. Right, so my door's locked, and I'm laying there, and I'm watching TV, and I sleep with a CPAP, right? So I what's good about that is like I can go all the way under the covers like a cocoon, and I still have a form of to breathe. So I like wrap myself like a fucking burrito for real. It's so delightful.
CPAP.
Yeah,
You're breathing. You're scuba diving.
there's just a hose
Bro, you're
coming out of
scuba
it.
diving in your sleep.
Yeah,
That's so crazy.
So I love it. So I wrap myself over my head and everything. And what I really do, like what's really fun when you're in there is to like just poke out a foot or just or a hand.
It's really fun.
And just get like a cool breeze.
And then wonder about what's under the bed's gonna bite your feet.
Sure, a little bit. It depends on the night, right? But like, you know,
That foot's out there dangling. It does feel.
I don't like haunts. I will tell you that. I don't believe in ghosts, but like haunted houses and scares, we can get into that later.
Wait a minute. What's the difference? What are they haunted by?
Well, like, you know, like fake ones. Even I'm saying, I don't even like the go through the.
Okay. Yeah.
No, I don't like that shit. But it's not. It's less about.
That's funny because the guy likes to play jokes on people. You would think.
Yeah, I mean, well, do I really play jokes? I don't know what I do really. It's like
Pranks.
Yeah, it's like the
Fuck
four of
around.
us. It's
Fun.
yeah. It's crazy shit we did, but
You don't like a good haunted house? Like they jump out of nowhere and scare the fuck out of you.
I'll tell you how much I don't like that. we went on the show. They know I don't like it, so they created one time. They put me in a cornfield, and they made it haunted, and I had to navigate it. And then the next time they upped it, and they got an old mansion, and they completely built it all out and made it haunted, and just put me in there, locked the door, and made me alone in the mansion. With this, like, and it's.
Did you want to really see like a collection of shit that'll freak you out? Go to Zach Bagan's thing in Vegas.
Oh, is that like thing where they get really weird with you?
He's got this
like it's a visceral thing, like they put a gun in your throat and stuff like that.
No. He's got this crazy mansion in Vegas that's like a museum of haunted shit. A museum of like they have Dr. Kevorkian, the van where he killed people. They have the van. Yeah,
Okay.
They have a bunch of stuff that Ted Bundy owned and a bunch of stuff that Ed Gein owned. Yeah, it's a creepy fucking place.
This is the one I had the thing on my. This is the. I mean, look. See, now I know what I had to threaten that girl because I know. Look, here's the deal. She's not a ghost. I know she's not anything like that. I'm not crazy. I just don't like the jump scares. I don't like it.
Right.
Like in the cornfield, they've had a little girl, right? And I was 20 minutes into this cornfield. Where's this little labor laws here? This girl's just standing there waiting for me. She's in like a dress. She's a little girl with pigtails. And I see her in the distance and I go, is that a little girl? And then she just raised her hand and pointed at me.
Oh,
and
boy.
I had to follow this path that they laid out and it had to go past the girl.
Right.
I don't know how to explain it, man. I know that I know that they did this to me, right? But yeah, I was like, I know you're a little girl, but I will fucking punch you. I told her. I said, when I went past her, I'm like, I know you're a girl. I was like, look, I know I can beat you up. Don't jump scare me because I'm liable to punch you. I'm letting you know right now. Tell this to the little girl. But wait, so I'll double back on this one.
Corn is fucking scary to get lost in.
Corn maze?
Yeah,
it's terrible.
It's really weird. Like there's a place in California where they have a farm and they have a corn maze. You can walk around this maze. It's fun because you know you can eventually get out.
Go in at
you
night
get
alone.
Lost in this maze. You get really lost and it's kind of confusing. And now imagine this is thousands of acres.
Right.
And you're in the center of it with no water and you have no idea. You might be walking around in circles. You really have no idea.
You may as well be on like the mountains when people die.
People die in cornfields, man. That's a real thing.
I mean, I feel like, it depends how dense it is. I mean, if I was ever in that situation, I'd just go straight and not stop.
I wonder how many people over in history have died in cornfields. Just heat exhaustion.
11.
Get lost. 11.
Yeah.
That's what you think?
We had looked it up.
For real?
No.
Let's guess. Let's say a guess.
I want to guess, but then
all time. I think 11's a solid number. I think 11's like a good guess. Like 11 people over the course of America have died in cornfields.
No, back in the day?
A lot.
Think about that.
But they didn't have monocrop agriculture back then.
I don't even know what that is.
That's like these giant cornfields.
Okay.
Where like in this country right now, look this up because I think it's true. I think 5% of the land mass of the United States is being used for cornfields.
That's crazy.
That's fucking
That's
crazy.
wild.
That's so crazy. I think that's correct.
The guy on my show.
By the way, I just read the headline of that. I'll be real clear.
Yeah.
I didn't even read the whole article. I just read the headline.
Oh, okay. Well, this guy,
this might not be correct.
He put a cornfield in his yard. He has 5 acres. He built the cornfield register as a farm so he get tax breaks. He has to sell $50,000 worth of corn in order to get it.
So
I'm trying to do that right now.
How much corn is $50,000 worth of corn?
No clue. It feels like a lot to me.
Isn't it funny the government subsidizes corn?
It's wild.
Well, you know where it all came from? It came from World War II. So during the war, like, people need food, and they wanted to make sure that in the future they would have stockpiles of food. You know, like, the war just ended, but who knows what's going to happen now with Russia?
Yeah.
We could be into it again. Let's prepare. And they started subsidizing corn production. Then they just started using corn for all kinds of extra stuff
right,
that you're not supposed to use it for, like oil.
Yeah.
You know, or, you know, corn syrup.
Yeah.
That stuff's fucking...
I can't find the percentage, which I'm trying to get to, but I've got 97 million acres, which is about the same size as California.
What? Wow.
Oh, there's no shortage of that, then.
There's so much corn. Okay, so, like, what percentage of that is California's got to be more than 5% of the country, right?
Nah, it's
you think
tough
so?
Because if they're not counting Alaska.
Right, Alaska's
like,
so
makes
big.
Doubles
Alaska's like way bigger than Texas, and Texas is enormous. I think Alaska's like 3 Texases.
Really?
What
percentage of that corn do you think we're consuming, and what's going to waste?
I don't know if it's a waste thing. It just goes because you can use it for so many different things. You can use it to make alcohol. You can use it to make corn syrup. You can use it to make oil. You know, I think it's like a money racket. It's like they've cornered this market, and people were better off when they were using actual sugar, and people were better off when they weren't eating corn syrup and fucking everything. It's just not good for you. And then, you know, what people think is corn or canola oil. That's not canola oil. That's rapeseed oil. That's an industrial lubricant that they figured out a way to refine down to the point where human beings can eat it and not die immediately. People fucking just put it on everything.
This is the first time, like, I've really, like, in the last, like, 10 years, whatever, when I was a kid, we didn't eat it. I mean, like, my parents, like, I love them, but, like, we didn't eat fresh vegetables. We had canned everything.
It says about a third of America's corn crop is used for feeding cattle, hogs, and poultry in the U.S. Corn provides the carbs in animal feed, while soybeans provide the protein. It takes a couple bushels of American corn to make corn-fed steak. By some estimates, a beef cow can eat a ton of corn if raised in a feedlot. Both dairy cows and beef cows also consume silage, which is fermented corn stalks and other green plants. So a third of the corn crop is used to make ethanol, which serves as renewable fuel or additive to gasoline. The rest of the corn crop is used for human food, beverages, and industrial uses in the U.S. or exported to other countries for food or feed use. Used to make breakfast cereal, tortilla chips, grits, canned beer, soda, cooking oil, biodegradable packing materials. Have you ever watched that documentary King Corn?
No.
It's great. It's a good one. It's a good one to watch. It's a giant industry that's not good for us. It's like all the things that it does, like you can do with other things, and you'll be better off.
Right.
It's captive.
It'll never change.
Also, corn on the cob is fucking delicious.
That's the best corn.
That's
the
great.
best form of corn.
There's nothing wrong with corn.
I love corn on the cob.
Corn's great. I like
Why is it so much
cream
better
of
off the
corn
cob?
soup? Cream of corn soup is great.
I haven't had that.
Oh, I love that.
Maybe I had that 3 times in
Cream
my life.
corn, Bureau of cream corn, like at a steakhouse.
Yeah, got it.
Corn's great. Don't get me wrong.
But on the cob, it's like
it's the best.
The sweet corn, that sweet corn
with butter.
And salt.
When you take the butter and the butter like takes on the shape of the corn cob because you're just reckless.
Yeah.
You're running a whole stick of butter around that.
You fill the whole. That's how I do it.
Oh yeah.
You hold the stick and go like this.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, fucking sweet corn, fresh off the grill with butter. Oh, one of the best things in the world.
Like a typewriter.
Oh my god, so delicious.
3, 4 of those things.
So delicious.
I don't know why they're better. And you take that same exact corn and you like kind of put it, just take it off. It's good, but it's just better on the cob.
It's also you're getting the melted butter and all the kernels, and it's in your mouth while you're biting into it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You know what else they use corn cobs for?
What?
In the 1800s?
Pipes.
Before
Popeye.
toilet paper.
Whoa.
No shit.
Jesus Christ.
To wipe their asses?
Can you imagine how rough their assholes were back then?
Because it catches. Why? Because of the shape.
Because they had it, I think.
Because they just were
Whatever.
dummies. They were living in a dumbass time.
Early North American sailors used corn cob. They were
Oh,
abundant,
God.
soft, and easy to handle.
That is
Look at the sailors use something they call a tow rag.
By the way, back then they didn't even run in water, so it's not like they're washing these things off.
Yeah.
You're a sailor with a corn cob. You're going to use that corn cob over and over again. You'll be smearing new shit over the area where the old shit's dried up.
They dangled it in the water to clean it off.
Oh, God. A bit of a dangle. Fix it up, lad.
Yeah.
Aye.
You ever think about like how we got like how people would have sex back then? Like how would people still fuck back then?
They were disgusting things.
Think about how many years. It's only like the last 100 years that people aren't disgusting.
Yeah, we were talking about St. Agnes, who went his whole life. Was it St. Agnes?
Yeah, I mean, back anyway.
His whole life without having a bath. His whole life.
He copped to that?
If
That
they
was,
went once
no,
a
that
year,
wasn't
it was
even
a
that.
lot,
It was like you were supposed to do that.
Oh.
Yeah, like bathing was thought of as like a ridiculous thing to do.
I mean, day 3, it starts to be a problem.
I
How long did
don't
he
know
live?
what happens. I wonder what happens. Like, what just happens if you never bathe? Like, we just assume that you have to bathe. Maybe that's the source of a lot of our problems. We're not like covered in dirt and bacteria all the time, like we're supposed to be, like a normal animal.
Maybe that
Like
warded off.
interacting.
Maybe that warded off. Like
I bet it. Nah, it didn't do that.
No.
It didn't stop predators. No,
you don't
not
think
at
you don't
all.
think a T-Rex would be like, ugh.
I don't know how we made it so far.
Yeah.
I really don't. I don't understand it. I mean, I know it was the invention of weapons and tools and stuff and building houses, but god damn, we're so weak. Like, how much different were we back then? We are so fucking weak. I just can't imagine us without the houses and the weapons. Like, how did we even make it that far? And how much of a change was it once we developed the houses and the weapons? Because we are so bitch ass, like, as an animal. Even if you're fit and in shape, even if like you're a UFC fighter,
Right.
you're like Islam Makhachev. To compare to the nature world, our animal species is so bitch ass.
Right.
We're so bitch ass.
Right.
It's insane that we made it this far.
Yeah, it is. I guess just
Like, just the fact that we even survived to the point where we made like a bow and arrow. Like, how?
right.
How did everything not just run up on us and eat us?
I don't know. And it's like the day, like I always think about this too. Like the first, there's always the first time, first person.
Mhm.
Like there was one person. It was like, oh shit, hold on a second.
I guess.
And now
I guess they probably like stepped on things and cut themselves with it, and then
Yeah.
realized they could pick those things up and cut other things with it, and then they figured out how to make those things.
Yeah.
You know.
And then we got email.
Then we got email.
Fast forward.
Fast forward, you got AI.
Yeah.
Fast forward. Yeah, I mean, could you fucking imagine being born, in Africa 500,000 years ago? Just
If you put me in Africa now, if you put me in the forest right
in
now,
the Congo.
if
right.
you put me anywhere right now, I'm done. I don't know how to make a fire. I don't know anything. I can't explain anything. I can't explain to you how mirrors work.
There's some places like I was reading this thing. No, it was actually Paul Rosalie. Paul Rosalie was talking about this. That like, if you get caught in the Amazon, do not try to make a fire because you won't be able to, and it'll break your spirit. Like, you're not going to be.
I didn't think that's where you're going with that.
If you're lost in the Amazon, forget a fire. It's not going to happen.
Your broken spirit will kill you before
You
elements.
will realize how hopeless your plight is when it is impossible for you to make a fire. So now you're going to realize that everything that you eat is going to be raw, and you're going to have to catch things and eat them raw to stay alive.
Right.
And now you're an animal.
No, I don't even know. Like I'd be trying to catch a small animal and strangle it. What am I going to do?
And the likelihood of them finding you is so small. If you just go on a walkabout, if you're like some wacky dude who goes off his meds and decides to go on a walkabout in the Amazon, they're not going to find you.
So many walkabouts just don't turn out well.
A lot of them don't.
Why keep walking about it?
Well, why are walkabouts so romantic to us? Like that movie with the kid who, what was the movie called? Where he lived in the bus in Alaska? Yeah. Into the Wild?
Oh, yeah.
Into the Wild. Like, why is that so romantic to us? for someone who just goes out into the wild, and even if the dude dies out there like that guy did.
Maybe there's some type of like, whether it be just finding yourself or like just being at one with these elements as much as possible feels like something romantic, I guess.
Yeah. It feels like this understanding that we're disconnected from the rest of the world. Because of what
it gives
created.
perspective for sure. Perspective.
Yeah. It does give you perspective. It's also like the more disconnected we are, the more ridiculous we behave. Like, because where do people behave the most ridiculously? In big cities. They're the most disconnected from nature. The most. You're living in concrete jungles, honk, honk, fuck you. You're living in New York City, like, you're disconnected from nature, period. Right. Fuck your park. Park's cute. Yeah, that park's cute. It's surrounded by New York City. Like, that is, it's so unnatural. It's so contained. Yeah. It's actually contained by the city. The park is contained. Yes. It's not peaceful. It's peaceful enough. Right. It's a nice park. It's a lovely park.
You've been through it all? You've been through it all?
Yeah, I've been through the park. It's
but
lovely.
Because it's like I thought I went to it, but then one day I like really went to it. It's like I went to like every area, which is there's so many things I didn't know. There's like
really big.
There's like 50 things, like places.
Yeah. It's a beautiful thing about New York City that they have that park in the center of it. It really changes the dynamic of the city.
It does.
I think it makes the city a more livable place, a more friendly place.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's crazy that you have this insane urban environment, and then inside you have this massive park.
It's like another world in there.
It is.
There's
but the difference between that and the woods, the actual woods, like the Colorado Rockies, the difference between being out there and waking up and just looking, and all you see in front of you is mountain peak after mountain peak after mountain peak, and it just goes on. That is a different feeling. That's the real feeling. And that feeling is, I think that feeling is like a thing we're supposed to get. I think that's supposed to be, it's a part. Yes, I think it's a part of our requirements of being a human being, that we connect with the earth, that the earth sees us, we see it, we're out there in it, and we realize our actual place. We get all cocky in our fucking Uber in New York City, getting out, buying a slice, and you think you're all disconnected.
We think we're better than you.
But we're just trapped in our own little fucking zoo, the little zoo that we've created. But when you go out in the world, you feel so vulnerable. You go out into the woods, you feel so minuscule and but connected.
But you're right. You start to feel where our place is.
Yeah.
We are not as we are bitch ass.
Bitch ass.
Yeah, that's
bitch
right.
Ass.
That's a bitch. That first wave that comes over you is a bitch ass wave.
Bitch ass.
Right.
Compared to all the other things, bitch ass.
I don't think I'm catching anything. I don't think I'm gonna kill any. What do you think you feel like when you're not even at a point where like it just happened, but you know you ain't getting out of it? So it's like your survival mode is gonna kick in. How long you last, I don't know.
You probably go into shock. Like if a bear grabs you, you probably could just go into shock.
Well, I had this conversation yesterday, actually. So would you be able to play dead?
It depends on what the bear wants, man. See, there's two types of bears. Black bears and brown bears. Black bears are more likely. This is two types of bears in North America.
Yeah.
There's the black bears. They're also brown too. A lot of black bears are even blonde. They're like blonde sometimes. They're called color phased bears. But they're more like, black bears are more likely to try to eat you.
Oh, I thought
they're more likely. No, they're more likely to try to bite you and kill you to eat you. Whereas brown bears, for the most part, when they're killing people,
like grizzlies.
Yes, brown bears are the big ones. Are the ones that are the coastal bears, because they have access to all the seafood. That's why those are like those Kodiak bears. Yeah. Enormous grizzly bears. But it's the same bear. It's the same species. Yeah. It's just you have the inland one, which is eating mostly animals and berries and shit like that. And then you have the coastal ones just gorging in salmon. And so they're fucking huge.
Yeah, they put me in a cage with two of them.
They're actually less likely to try to go after you because they have an abundant food source. Like there's people that like camp out by the river and watch these enormous fucking bears just eat salmon. But the bears don't want to have nothing to do with you. They're just eating salmon.
But like the Revenant, right? I don't care what kind of bear it is. If there's a bear coming at you, the bear has bad intentions, black, brown, white.
Yeah.
And they tell you to lay down and just stay there. Like, I know that like the bear's going to catch you if you keep running, but you think that you could play dead in that moment?
No, it doesn't matter. It'll just start eating you.
Right. So why do you get this advice?
Because if it's a mama bear, so if a mama bear goes after you because her cubs are there, if you stump and you scare her, like if you come too close and she doesn't know you're there, she thinks you're a predator, she may charge you.
She's
And if
taking her
she
earrings
charges you and bites you, and you should play dead. You should play dead with her. Because she's not trying to eat you. She's just trying to protect her cubs.
Okay, she wants a knockout.
But it doesn't mean she won't eat you either.
Yeah, how
It doesn't mean she won't eat
playing
you.
dead when she's
Because
chomped through this?
sometimes she just wants to eliminate the threat and then get her babies to safety.
Yeah.
So that's why playing dead works with mama bears sometimes.
So you're just hoping for a mama.
But it's a big sometimes. It's a big sometimes because sometimes they just eat you, like they're bears. We don't have like a fucking like treaty with them.
Right. That's why my strategy is just not to put myself in a place where there are bears.
That's a good move.
You know, and look, it's worked
you.
So far.
That'll help you a lot in this life.
Yeah.
If you want to avoid getting eaten by bears, don't
have
go
you
to
come
places
across
where
one
they
like that, like in just in the wild?
The scariest thing I came across, I've talked about it too many times on the podcast, but to tell you, I saw a big mountain lion from about 30 yards away, but I was inside my friend's truck and he spotted it. It was about dusk. It was in Utah in the mountains, and we were taking this corner and he hits the brakes. He goes, "Look at that cat." And we look, and about 30 yards away under a tree is this enormous mountain lion with like a head like a pumpkin, dude.
Yeah.
And these giant forearms. And it's just sitting there. We're like, holy fuck, man. And I had binoculars, so I pick up the binos. So I have these 10 power binoculars. So I'm looking in its face.
Oh, shit.
But I'm protected. I'm inside the car. We have a gun. I'm protected. And I'm shitting my pants.
That's
like
crazy.
I felt like some primal fear, some primal recognition of an actual monster.
Yeah, that kicked in from the inside. I mean, that's
from inside a truck with a gun.
It doesn't matter.
With the binoculars.
Yeah.
Dude, you look at this thing and its eyes are kind of, because it's dusk, the eyes are kind of glowing a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. No, thank you. No, thank you.
Those are the real monsters. And
I had a collie dog bite me once, and I was that scared. So it's like I'm not gonna go.
Bro, if your cat wants to fuck you up, that's a real problem.
Yeah.
You know?
I don't do cats.
But imagine a cat that's 170 pounds.
Yeah.
Dude, it's so scary.
This is like
so big.
You ever see these guys on like Instagram, like they live with lions?
Oh, those guys are
like they're like on the couch, and they're like, "Come over," and they just feed them like a sandwich. And
you know, Melanie Griffith grew up with lions.
No,
her whole house was filled with lions. Yeah.
How does that something everybody knows? Her house was free roaming lions.
No. They had pet lions. I mean, enormous pet lions.
Where did
There's all these photographs of her as a child in California. Right? Wasn't it? Her family was kooky.
These were just kooky lion pets.
Yes.
It wasn't like they were like carnies or something like that.
No, crazy lion people, and they did a movie with these lions. And the movie's supposed to be like the dumbest movie of all time.
Illegal? Was it illegal to do
This
that?
is the movie. What's it called again? What is it, Jamie? Roar. So these are all their lions, and a bunch of people got fucked up in the making of this movie too. By the way,
no shit, I don't believe it.
Because they used actual real lions, man. And so, like, they have fucking scenes. Melanie Griffith is in this stupid movie.
All these clips of these actors right now.
Yeah, interacting with their pets.
Those are real lions?
Yes.
Every one of those people were
yes.
How was that? What was the insurance for that?
Insurance.
You know,
the fuck out of here with your insurance.
They locked me in a motel room with a tiger, a Bengal tiger, in our movie, and then Joker's movie. They pushed me into a roadside hotel room, closed the door behind me.
Dude.
I turned around. There was no knob on the inside. And I just was like, what is this for? And I heard a rumbling.
Oh, my God.
And then literally I was like, I plastered up against the wall because I was like, dude, it's just a white tiger just comes out.
How can
comes out of the
they
bathroom.
predict the behavior of that thing?
Yeah, that's what I fucking said too,
bro. That's so dangerous. And if you're
it's on a chain,
out,
it's on a chain, which is
what are you talking about?
It's chained to the pole in the shower,
bro. I also want you to look at that bitch ass chain.
I thought you were saying, look at that bitch ass in the corner.
Look at that chain. You don't think he could break that chain?
I know he could. I was saying it.
Bro, that is so crazy.
Yeah,
that's such a crazy thing to do.
I just forgot about that until this moment too.
Fuck those things.
I said to them,
ooh, fuck those
this
things.
Isn't funny. It's not even funny. So I got to make the movie. Like the first thing I said on camera is, do we have insurance? It's in the movie. I couldn't even like play it up, and I just it stayed in the fucking movie.
Dude.
Yeah.
Fuck that.
But Roy, look at that guy. That Secret and Roy.
Yeah. Same thing. Like he raised that tiger from the time it was a baby.
And he would
they don't
tell
even
you,
know why it had. There's all this speculation. There was a lady with like some crazy hat on apparently, and they think that like maybe the tiger was agitated by the lady, but it's all just the tiger just decided to bite him.
Yeah, if that's all it takes is that tiger to get agitated by a lady.
Yeah,
I mean you're playing with Russian roulette your whole life. I mean, like he would tell you a billion times over, "It's safe, it's safe," and then he gets his throat cut out.
I don't think it tried to kill him though. I think it was carrying
Just
him
on a
away
nose.
like a cub.
Yeah, I think his limp body. Did they show that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think they showed it, but I think they have it. I don't think anybody's seen
He didn't die though, right? Oh, he died.
He died eventually, but he was paralyzed.
Like a
from
few
it.
hours later, or
No, he was paralyzed.
Yeah, and he kept the tiger, right? He was like, I figured this. Yeah. It's the lady's fault.
You can't trust those things. Because when it goes, you saw the one where the guy was he had a trained grizzly bear for a movie. It had been in a few movies.
Yeah.
And he was doing this thing with and it just bites this guy's neck off. Just jumps on this guy's neck and tears it apart in front of everybody. And there's nothing anyone could do about it. The bear just jumps on him for no reason. Dude's just standing there, just totally standing still. And the bear just decides, I want to bite you.
Imagine what you feel in that moment, knowing
God.
that you're going to die, knowing that it's going to be this way, knowing that people are watching and can't help, and you're going to die in front of, like, your whole life. When am I going? How's it going to happen?
It could have all been avoided. Like, don't do that. Don't get out there. This is just not. It's not 100%, kids. Even if it's 99.9%, that little tiny one that when the bear decides to just do what nature wants it to do.
Yeah.
They want to kill things, man. It's a part of the fun of being a bear. It's part of the fun of being a tiger. It's part of the fun. They like to kill things. That's how they survive. There's a reward system that's built into their DNA, and we have this stupid belief that we could just slide stakes under the door and they'll be cool with that.
Yeah.
And then eventually they just I want to get my own meat.
Yeah, like, you're not the boss of me.
So the tiger never attacked him during the Vegas show. He saved my life.
I don't know, Roy. I don't know if we're picking it up.
Why does he think the tiger saved his life?
What happened? But he said it like it's.
He instinctively. Oh, he said he might have been having a stroke. Hold on a second. Roy maintains that Monacore was really trying to drag him to safety after seeing him felled by what he thinks may have been a stroke. He said, I instinctively saw that I needed help, and he helped me. Oh, he was taking medication for high blood pressure for years. Said he recently began to suffer dizzy spells, and this one spell unfortunately occurred in the presence of a very large tiger. He said, I started feeling weak. He still speaks slowly, but has recovered most of his German accented speech. As I fell over, Monacore saw that I was falling down, so he actually took me and brought me to the other exit where everybody could get me and help me. He knew better than I did where to go. So he's saying that the tiger fucked him up accidentally while it was dragging him to safety.
That come out right away? I don't know. That's amazing if that's what happened, but
tigers don't understand. You can't just drag a dude by his neck
and
not like break it.
Yeah, exactly.
Because we're bitch ass.
Yeah, it's like Lenny from the Vice of Men.
Yeah, you could do that to a puppy. 2 gaping puncture wounds to the neck. Before passing out, Recall said, leave Monacore alone, bring him back to his brother and sister, let him be happy. These guys are so crazy.
I picture Roy being
suffering from severe blood loss. Just picture him like, just blood squirting.
He's like,
Monacore alone.
Thank you.
Leave him alone. Just bring him back to his brother and sister. Oh my God. Suffering from severe blood loss and shock. He was considered medically dead at one point when his heart stopped. He also suffered the stroke that would ravage the left side of his body. So, was the stroke before or was the stroke because of him getting bitten?
I mean, if it was
he might be rationalizing.
Yeah. He could have just had the stroke, and that would be bad enough, but he could have just had a stroke.
Do they know when he had the stroke? What he's saying makes sense, though. If that cat loves him and the cat sees him faint and the cat wants to drag him to safety, it's just they don't know they can't just bite you.
You ever see the reunions with the reunions of like the trainers and they haven't seen him in years, like these zoo guys?
Oh yeah,
that raise like tigers and set them free, and then they reunite them.
Oh,
like in the wild, they reunite them, and these tigers just come charging out. The guy jump up and just start licking them.
Oh,
yeah, you see that and.
Yeah,
I think that's bad press to put out there, really, to tell you the truth.
Why?
Because it's making them, it look like a domesticated house cat. The thing looks adorable. It's licking it. I'm like, maybe I can raise a lion.
Yeah, don't do that. Yeah, that's a good point. But it's like, if you raise one from the time it's a baby, it realizes like, oh my God, that life is so much better than this bullshit life of chasing gazelles.
I know, right?
You know, that life sucks.
The guys are in this guy's like leather sectional in his house, and he's feeding them, he's just throwing them meat, and he's like playing, DJ Khaled. And I'm like, how this guy's going to die? He has like 30 lions free roaming the house.
Yeah,
he's got like 1 billion Instagram followers. Everyone's following, waiting for the post.
Tiger seen in Houston neighborhood found after week of searching and legal wrangling. A week is crazy. Oh my God, that's so crazy. You have a tiger rolling around for a week,
just dodging for a week.
How is it hiding?
Yeah, like,
how are they so bad at finding tigers?
Anyone who lays eyes on that tiger is calling it in.
Yeah, but don't you have helicopters and shit? Like,
yeah, you don't let that go for a week.
How do you get that? Where's it going? Where'd it go?
Nobody gets lunch until they find it. It's like you can't just let it go.
It's overtime, boys. Come on.
Every night they were like, all right, let's go to bed. Tomorrow we'll wake up early.
Not a tiny tiger.
So it came right up to people? Is that what it's doing?
It says this, an off-duty police officer points a weapon as the apparent owner retrieves the tiger that had gotten out.
Oh my God. So this dude can just grab it. That's kind of cool though that they just let the guy grab his tiger instead of shooting it. Until they find like a bunch of dead dogs and cats.
You think that's a small tiger? I went to the Nashville Zoo. I got like a backstage tour, whatever. They had baby cloud leopards that were just born. Oh, wow. I held them in my hand and fed them with a bottle, right? They were this big. I mean, you could have crushed it, right? And a year later, I was back there on the road. I went back and they said, do you want to see the baby cloud leopard you fed? And they build these outdoor structures, these cages. So they're living outside, but they're in outdoor cages. So they bring me in the cage, right? And we're with a few people, and they're like, that's the one that you fed last year. And it's like, now it's like, it was this big when I fed him. Now it's probably like this big. Whoa. But it's lean. It's lean. Right. Like this big. Like bigger than any house cat you've ever seen, but like not like, you'd still think like, it couldn't hurt you. So they tell you, whatever they say, whatever you do, just don't turn your back to it. So I was like, oh, okay. And I was like, can this thing hurt me or not? Like, why are we in here? You know what I mean? And at one point I turned around, like we were going to walk out. I turned around. It swiped at me right here. I still have a mark for it. It swiped at me right here and sliced me and drew blood. It wasn't a deep cut or anything. It just like missed.
It only did it when you turned your back.
It's when I turned. I was like, oh my! It fucking did it. And it's just one line right here. It wasn't like I didn't need medical attention. Thank God, but it got me and it broke skin.
Deep predatory instinct.
Just turning around. And I was like, oh, motherfucker, I fed you last year.
Yeah, it's something that's not looking. Anything that's not looking, that's going to get it. Isn't that scary? Is that like built into its hard drive?
Dude, what about that lady that got her face ripped off by the chimp?
I was just reading about that.
Oh my God. They have a picture, I think, of it. And don't do it. Yeah, don't do it.
Yeah, that's a terrible story, man.
That's horrific. And like, I think they have like audio of it or something like where she's just like
this 911 audio.
Oh God. Yeah. Those chimps, they like dismember you. Like he ripped her entire face off.
Yeah, they try to ruin you. They try to bite your fingers off. They go for your genitals.
Yeah.
They tear your feet off.
That's that's a odd handbook for them. That's like,
well,
let me tear his feet off first.
I don't know who cripple you.
Yeah.
They're not even trying to kill you. They're trying to cripple you.
Is that what they're doing?
Yeah, they're smart.
Cripple you and then what?
Evil and smart. They're trying to ruin you.
Run up your bills?
No more fingers, bitch.
Just cripple you and walk away and be like, now live like that?
Yeah, they just want to hurt you. Oh. Like they don't have any morals. They're just these wild, intelligent things.
Why do they have a break point then? Why do they want to just
I don't know why they do that to people. But if they wanted to kill you, they could kill you really quick. They could just bash your head against the ground. You'd be dead in a second. But they don't. I don't think they want to kill you. I think they want to fucking hurt you. You know, they punish you. They have like one of the more horrible stories was this guy had a chimp that he raised for a while, and then it got big and it became a bit of a problem, and he had to give it to a rescue center. And he would go back with his wife and they would visit the chimp. And one time he went back and he brought the chimp a cake because it was his birthday. And the other chimps were so angry that they didn't get cake.
You gotta be fucking kidding.
And someone fucked up and left one of the doors open, and the chimps got out. They figured out a way to get out. They opened the door, attacked the guy, and just tore him apart. Tore his hands off, tore his face off.
The guy who raised...
It wasn't him. It wasn't the chimp he raised that did that. It was the other chimps. So the other chimps were jealous that they didn't bring them, that he didn't bring them
You have
cakes
to bring
too.
cake for everybody.
They're evil. They can be evil. Like they don't care. It's not like a proportionate response to something.
No,
So
I think that's they overreact
a little bit. So they're intelligent, but they're also like ruthless in this crazy way that is incomprehensible. Like the worst possible characteristics you could ever imagine happening in human beings are just common.
Yeah.
Just common.
Wow.
With chimps. Commonplace.
Man, that's another thing. Like explaining these deaths. Like, like to his family down the line. He's like, he brought an angel food cake to
He didn't even kill him. It just tore him apart.
It didn't kill him?
No, he survived.
And then does he have a life after that, or what is?
How much? His face is gone. His hands are gone. His body's all fucked up. I mean, they just tear you apart. You go for your dick.
I wonder how it feels about cake now. The guy.
There probably doesn't. He's got a bit of it. Maybe
I
should have brought 4 cakes.
Yeah, he's probably a cookie guy only now.
Well,
I wouldn't look at cake too traumatic. If he even has the oddballs.
And it's not like,
I had a chimp. I saw a chimp bite somebody. When I was little. Yeah, when I was little, we went to go. You familiar with like New York, like upstate, like what do they call it, Lake George and stuff like that?
Sure, I know.
We go like up there, and we like, or even the Pocono, like the Catskills.
Beautiful.
Yeah. So we would go up there, and I remember we were at this like little resort or whatever, and they had like entertainment, and they had like a daily show, and it happened every day, and we were there for a few days. So I would go to the show every day. It was in this little like cabaret theater, and this guy would come out, a cowboy in all sequins outfit, and he hosted the show. It was for kids. And there was all different acts, and he would bring them out. So he brings out one of the acts. He brings out the stage becomes a little ice skating rink, and the ice skating rink I'd say is maybe twice the size of this table. It's just for them to do like little twirls, and the guy comes out and he has a chimp dressed as a cowboy in ice skates, and he's dressed as a cowboy in ice skates, and they start skating together and he's holding the chimp and they're twirling and everything, and then the chimp loses control. He lets go of the chimp flies off the stage, and the woman at a little cocktail table in the front, he landed on her and bit her right here as he landed, bit her right here, and she was bleeding everywhere. She started screaming. She's like, "It bit me!"
Oh my
and she's
God.
screaming, and the guy didn't know what to do, and he got the chimp, and they got back onto the ice. And he was like, okay, and he took a chunk. You saw like a chunk of flesh out. Oh, I was like 8, and I was like, I couldn't believe like it was, and there was no one really there. There was like 15 people. The place was empty. It was like a weekday chimp ice skating show. No one wanted to see it. It was like at lunch, and it was all dark in there. Like it was all moody and everything.
Oh my
God, it was a surreal experience. And this guy just was like, all right, that's going to be the show for today. And the next day they did the show with the chimp. The
same girl?
No, the woman was a patron. Yeah,
okay.
I don't know what happened.
Could you sue back then? Were the suing days?
I mean,
did you hear anything about it?
I was 8. I kept my ear to the streets, but nothing came over my desk. I mean, I had to imagine it was some type of lawsuit. I can't believe though that like the
chimp didn't get put down.
Yeah. Well, maybe it did. I don't know. It was wild though.
They're starting to like clamp down on that. They're trying to pass laws in places saying you can't have chimps. Yeah.
Ice skate or just
regular? Can't have regular ones. Because like this lady in Connecticut just said like it was legal what she was doing. I think they've changed those laws though. You shouldn't be able to have them.
We can't wear shoes on a plane because one time, one guy failed at doing something with his shoes.
Right.
This lady gets her face ripped off to the skull. Still can have chimpanzees. Still have them. It's not a big deal.
I don't know if you can anymore.
After her?
Yeah, I think they changed.
She was the woman that did it?
I think, there was those 2 different stories that were both in the news around the same time. And one of them was the guy that brought the birthday cake to the chimps. And the other one was this lady whose friend was visiting her and just got the chimp tore apart her friend.
That was a bad time for chimps.
Okay, under CT, is Connecticut? It's illegal to import and possess all primates in the family hominid, gorillas, chimpanzees, bonobos, and orangutans.
Yeah.
Zoos that are accredited by the Association of Zoos and Aquariums or the Zoological Association of America are exempt from the ban. So they passed a ban after she got tore up. But that's just Connecticut. But there's places you could have them. I guarantee you could have them right here.
Guarantee.
Right
You see
here
people with Crocs.
Texas.
People have Crocs in their apartments. There's people.
Oh yeah.
In fucking New York City.
In New York City, there's a guy that had a tiger in his house, in his apartment, and the cops are like, there's a very famous photo of the cops going up the fire escape, and you look in the window, you see a fucking cat. I mean, a big tiger, dude.
Yeah.
It's just like this, like baring its teeth. It's the nuttiest picture.
Yeah. What is he supposed to do? Shoot it with a dart or something, right?
I think you have to shoot it.
Yeah.
I don't think a dart. You're not. I mean, I don't know what they did. I don't know how they did it. Well, good Lord. Who's going to be close enough to a cat in an apartment to shoot it with a dart? Are you fucking sure you're going to hit it?
Yeah. I'm not going in.
Are you sure?
Yeah. You only get
How
one
many
shot.
darts? What are you talking about? You're going to go in the apartment and shoot it with a dart? Are you out of your fucking mind?
That's not, and he's the guy that like gets the call. He's like going to the fire escape with a dart.
He's used to like dogs.
Yeah.
A dog? Yeah, I'll shoot a dog with a dart.
I'm surprised that tiger just doesn't live there till it dies, because who's extracting that thing? And then
Well, what if it gets out? What if it figures out that windows are like, you just go right through them?
What about in Florida?
Fire escape.
People, kids and dogs, everything get eaten by fucking crocs and alligators every single day. It's
Not
like
every day,
Joe. It's every day, Joe.
It's they don't have very many crocodiles.
More than I think should happen. I mean, people have their houses like blocked off so the crocs can't get in there.
Yeah, it's alligators mostly.
Oh, alligators, yeah.
Yeah, there's a difference. Like crocodiles are way more dangerous.
Oh, is that right?
They're way more aggressive.
But did they cohabitate?
They do in the Everglades apparently now. Not a lot, but they have had more than one sighting of Nile crocodiles in the Everglades. And there's some of the biologists have a speculation that there might be a breeding population.
Really?
Because there's so many assholes who just release things in the Everglades. Yeah. I mean, you know the python situation there, right?
No.
You haven't seen it?
No.
Nothing?
No.
Oh. The Everglades are infested with giant pythons that are all invasive. They're all pets or from research.
Are you serious?
Yeah,
wow.
So they're either from a research place where people were working. There's some of them definitely got released there, but other ones are released just because there's people's pets. So assholes, some fucking dude is into death metal, has a python. It's like, I can't feed you right now, but I'm going to let you go. And in 2 years after my album hits, I'll be back.
Remember me.
He lets this fucking monster loose in the swamps, and they've decimated the swamps. So the Everglades is missing like 90% of all of its mammals.
Shit.
Everything. They're eating alligators now. The pythons are eating alligators. There's this crazy photograph.
A python can eat, I guess, yeah, right?
Well, they died doing it because the alligator like worked its way partially out of the python's body with its tail. It's like that's the most
wild,
fucked up photo.
They threw me in the swamps in the bayou in New Orleans where alligators were for the show.
Jesus Christ!
Yeah, man.
Why? You could die, man. These are like real, you could die things.
I know. They dressed me as a bog, an Achilles suit, as like a bog monster, and they put me in the swamp, and I had to hide behind this thing. I mean, dude, the swamp, not like what I was. We took a fan boat. The water looked like chocolate milk. If you put your hand under the
that's so dangerous.
I know. If you put your hand under the water this low, you couldn't see your hand. Right?
It's gone.
It's about 110 degrees that day. They put me in this ghillie suit. I was nervous about germs anyway, so I actually literally wore a condom to go in there because I was afraid of stuff going up my pee hole. Like no parasite.
Oh, right.
Yeah. I was just like, I don't know if it was going to help, but I was like, why not?
Right.
You know, like,
it's like wearing a mask.
Yeah.
You know?
I just was like, I'm just going to put it on my soft dick. I mean, I just try, anything that can help me, really. Because I wasn't allowed to say no. You can't say no to these things. That's the whole point of the show. When you lose, you can't say no to whatever's coming your way. So there was a fan boat tour that passed the route, and they wanted me to come out during the fan boat tour so the guy could be like, oh, the lore of the bog monster. Like, just fucking with me. Not to scare the people, to make me look like a moron. And just
yeah, but do they know for sure, okay, this is fine?
No. So they didn't tell me that was happening. But so that's my friend just attacking me. But so I had to hide behind that area over there. That's me just getting into it. Yeah, dude.
What I would worry about doing this in Louisiana is someone who's got a gun and is like, I'm gonna finally kill me a Bigfoot.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, they were on the tour.
There's people that are not smart.
Yeah.
And they are armed.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, I didn't think of that. I was worried about that.
I'd be worried about them more than there would be the alligators.
Yeah.
Scaring
in
like
that
regular
moment,
white people.
in that moment, though, I actually was got so nauseous because it was 105 degrees, the smell, and I threw up. And I couldn't leave where I had to stay for the bit, so I was just sitting like in my own throw up.
Oh God!
Yeah,
Jesus Christ!
And then, like about 15 minutes in, they go, "Oh, Sal, get back!" And they point, and there's an alligator, and it's coming at me, and I think it's even a car, and I go and I turn and I run toward the boat screaming, and it was a fucking remote control alligator that they got that I didn't even know existed. But it was an alligator, and for a good 10 seconds, my reality was that an alligator was coming at me.
And that would be the end of your show.
I wasn't mobile. Look at the outfit I was in. I couldn't really move. That would be the end of the show. The end of me.
Yeah, and then the end of the show. But you were thinking about the show, right?
Yeah, I mean, I was like, I cannot. What about all the basic cable fans?
The people that work behind the scenes, the real heroes.
Yeah,
yeah.
But
don't do those things, dude.
Yeah,
don't fuck around with nature. If you want to do silly things with humans, that's great. You start getting in the swamps,
they're
dude.
few and far between. It sounds like we do it a lot, but they're few and far between.
Imagine a python just clamped a hold of your leg and start wrapping around your body, and you realize you're trapped. You're trapped in this stupid fucking swamp where you can't see anything. You don't know how to get out, and this snake's trying to kill you. You don't even have a weapon. You have nothing to fight it off.
I hope I go by surprise.
That wouldn't be much of a surprise. The beginning would be a surprise.
I don't want to go in that way.
Death
I don't want to know that there's death imminent in the next 1 minute to hour, whatever the fuck it is.
When a python wraps around you, I'd imagine it takes a little while. I bet the fear of it taking a while, it constricting you, is probably fucking just numbing. You probably can't think. You're probably so overwhelmed with fear. This thing's constricting your body and literally breaking your bones as it's like crushing you.
I'm so scared of death already, and I think of death all the time, and never have I thought of it in like the light that we've been talking about tonight. So we just added a whole nice new bucket for me.
Yeah, animals are things you really need to worry about.
Yeah.
My friend Paul Rosalie, he lives in the Amazon, and he got on top of a anaconda that was so big he couldn't get his arms around it. Yeah.
Why?
He was seeing this thing slither through the water, and it was kind of dark out. And, you'd have to go listen to the clip on YouTube to get the exact wording of how he said it. But he essentially wanted to try to hold on to it because it wasn't going to try to come back. He took a chance that it wouldn't attack him. So he just...
Why?
I don't know. He's just fucking insane. Everybody thought he was insane.
Big?
Dude.
Like, why? I don't understand. Like,
it's so big that he couldn't get his arms around it.
Is that what he does?
He's basically like my size, maybe a little bigger than me. He couldn't get his arms around it.
Does he work with...
Well, he works with the rainforest. He works in the rain. No. His whole thing is saving rainforest land. And what they do is they take these people that were hired as loggers and they pay them more money to protect the rainforest. Because it's basically just poor people. And doing that, they've saved like millions of acres of rainforest. Yeah. And he's worked. So he actually lives out there. So he sees these things. And he said, this is the biggest one he's ever seen. So they don't even know really how big the biggest one is.
Yeah.
It's just like the limited number that they've measured and come in contact with.
Right.
But
so what was his end game?
He just wanted to like experience it, I think. Like just grab a hold of it. He didn't think it would bite him.
I don't remember him talking about this. He tried to get eaten by a snake at one point about 10 years ago.
He tried to?
They filmed it for a show. He tried to get eaten by the biggest anaconda they could find.
What were they going to do? They were going to kill it when, did he have like some kind of crazy suit on?
Yeah, he had this suit on here.
That it prevented him from dying? What the fuck is he doing?
Just looks like fucking from Mortal Kombat.
It's carbon fire? Oh God, that's so ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't know how. I mean, look, it's got its head around him.
Jesus Christ.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
So that
dumb idea, Paul.
So that suit is preventing the strength of that snake from crushing him. That's how.
Did you see, Jamie? See if you could find that video of the largest anaconda ever discovered. These guys are swimming under the water with it in this river. It's insane. It's insane.
Really?
These guys are swimming down there in the water, and this thing's moving along the bottom of the water, and its head is like this big.
Yeah.
It's like a crocodile or something.
Yeah.
It's so big.
Yeah.
Its head is like way bigger than you think a snake's head should be. Like bigger than a human head.
Underwater is scarier to me than the forest, even. Underwater, I feel like it's another planet. It's alien. They're aliens.
They are aliens.
Yeah.
And there's no doors. No doors. You never lock yourself in a room. Like, whoo.
Yeah.
Finally, I'm home.
Yeah,
Nobody gets to
that's
relax.
wild. It's unobstructed.
Yeah, there's no doors.
Yeah.
Look at this fucking thing, dude. Look at this thing. It's 26 feet long. Look at these guys swimming by it.
And what is that eating?
Everything.
To sustain that size. To
it
sustain that
wants.
size. What is that thing eating?
Everything. Look at its head.
He goes
man.
right to it.
Look at the fucking
He's got on a
head
Fisher
on
Price
that
goggle
thing.
set from CVS. What is he doing?
He's being a dork. Look at his outfit.
He's got his watch on. He's got
Yeah,
a long
he might
sleeve-
be one of them influencers. But whoever this fella is, or maybe he's just a scientist that's a young kid, but whoever this fella is, like, you got balls. Just assume that thing doesn't want to just eat you.
But it's not even balls though. It's like it is balls.
Oh, his name's Dr. Freak.
So you still don't know if he's a doctor or an influencer then?
Yeah, I don't know. Freak Vonk? Is that what it said?
Dr. Freak dies fucking with a boa. I can see it.
What a great name.
Dr. Freak.
He sounds like he should be like one of them DJs at an EDM show.
Yeah, Dr.
You know?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Dr. Freak's here.
What's the best name?
Marshmallow.
The best
You know,
name you've
Dr.
heard?
Freak. The best name I've heard for
solid
anybody?
name. Just a great freaking name.
For like what? For a human?
As a human name, yeah, like just as someone's first and last name.
It's like, I never even thought about that. Nothing comes to mind.
Yeah.
What about you?
Someone just said something to me a couple days ago, and I was like, "That is the fucking coolest name I've ever heard," but I don't fucking remember it. But like, it was something like Enrico Palazzo or something. Like, it was like something like, you know,
Oh, like a good flairful.
yeah.
Name is if you have a flairful name and you're a fucking loser, that's gotta suck.
Yeah,
You
that's
know,
gotta suck,
if you got
yeah.
some beautiful name, but you turn out to be a loser.
Yeah.
He's a Dutch wildlife presenter, so he's like.
Oh, so he's a presenter, but is he
dude.
also a doctor?
Wait, that was
I don't
a
want to call him Dr. Freak if he's not really a doctor.
was that that's a real bat thing? That's real.
Yeah.
That's a bear with wings right there. That thing.
Yeah, but that's a perspective thing. If you got to look where his feet are, he's standing behind it. The bat's in front of the camera.
Still,
No, it's
Yeah.
not. It's not as big as it looks.
still,
But yeah,
you know, still.
I mean, it's probably kind of big.
He's not that far behind it.
He's far enough.
I mean,
Yeah, but if he got like right up to it, it would be about that big.
no.
The rat body, the body part.
I don't know.
It looks
I
like
think
he's
if
a
he got
foot
close
behind
to it, I don't. Which kind is it?
By the way,
Actually,
how
so
do
the
those things
body-
exist and we don't talk about them or
5
see them
feet.
more?
Well, wing length is 5 feet.
Wing length is 5 feet. Okay.
Like so fox size.
Oh fuck that!
Oh, really? Like fox sized?
Yeah.
Okay. Look at this lady. Hold
Oh
on. Oh
my
yeah.
god, dude!
That's a lot bigger. That one's fucking. That's
Oh
crazy.
my god!
That's
Look
the
at
thing
that!
of nightmares. That's like Bram Stoker's Dracula, where Gary Oldman turns into one of those.
Yeah.
That's what it looks like.
Who's who's even going near those things? What are they?
They're in Bali. There's a large, I guess, fruit bats.
We're so lucky they just like fruit.
Oh my
You know?
god! Yeah,
So like sort of the same way cows feel about vegans. Like, whew,
yeah.
so happy.
You ever go over here to see bats?
Oh yeah.
Is it really 1.5 million?
I didn't count.
No, that's the
it's-
stat they give you.
Yeah, that's the stat. I
Yeah.
don't know, but it's an insane amount of bats.
It's a sight to see. Right?
Oh yeah, it's
I've seen it from a
crazy.
distance, but I've never
Cloud.
gone and stood there.
It's a cloud of bats.
You get shit on?
Well, you probably would if you were under them. You know, like where it is like where the bridge meets the water. So I imagine when they're flying out, they shit on the water. You know, there was a couple doctors died because they were standing in front of this cave in Africa where bats. It's like fucking millions and millions of bats in this cave, and every night they would come out and they wanted to get photographs of these bats coming out of the cave. So they're sitting there waiting. The bats come out of the cave and just drench them in shit. Millions and millions of bats just shitting in their face. And they didn't think of that. And they got some crazy hemorrhagic virus. And they were both dead in like a matter of days.
Again, just thinking of the obit for that. Or you tell them like their great grandkids like your great grandfather got shit on by too many bats at one time.
Yeah.
And it just went south from there.
He was a bat scientist that didn't think about this one thing.
Yeah, like what you know.
One thing.
How do you
they
not know that's
forgot
about to happen?
Or maybe they just didn't think it would be the volume it would be. See if you can find that case.
I'm already looking. I found it. It sounds different.
How did it come to be down here? How did it? Why are they all here?
That's a good question. I don't know, but apparently they eat the mosquitoes.
There's more in Houston.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's a migration and a mixture of two different colonies from they fly from Mexico.
Dude, they're so cool. When they come out at night and you hear them.
Yeah. That's the sound they make?
And you see them fucking flying over, like, whoa, look at them all. They're cool. And they apparently do just fuck those mosquitoes up. Imagine if the bats weren't around and we had like way more mosquitoes, because apparently they do mosquitoes.
Yeah. You guys don't have a mosquito problem down here, then, I'm assuming.
We do. We have, no, I wouldn't say it's a mosquito problem. Like Alaska has a mosquito problem.
Yeah.
You ever been to Anchorage in July?
No.
Bro, you get out of your fucking car.
I went, but it was August 1st.
You get out of your car, it's like a scene from The Birds, like the Alfred Hitchcock movie, like, oh, or Alfred Hitchcock.
Yeah.
No?
I went to Australia in the the desert and stuff, and we had to wear nets because they just the bugs just land on you and just stay there.
Is it Alfred Hitchcock or Albert Hitchcock?
Alfred,
right?
Yeah.
Once you say it wrong, your brain goes, wait, which one's the right one?
Yeah.
Those words, you don't hear Alfred or Albert anymore. Kids these days.
No, there's so many names you don't hear.
You do not get called Alfred. Alfred's dead.
Yeah.
That name is
Alfred.
I've never heard that name.
I think Alfred is probably more.
It's a beautiful name.
It is, and I think that's probably more Alfreds than other names, though.
Adolf's gone.
Yeah,
that's a wrap.
Yeah,
you can't name your kid Adolf. You know, you can name your kid Genghis. Nobody would fucking flinch.
Yeah, right.
That dude killed 10% of the population of Earth. Right? No, everybody like, wow, what a cool name.
Cool
Is
reference.
it spiritual? Did you feel connected to the Mongols? Like, everybody would be cool with that name.
Is this like as in Khan?
You could call him Temujin, which is Genghis Khan's real name. If you
Was it really?
Yeah, that was
Genghis Khan was a stage name?
No, it was like he was a Khan. He was a Khan. Khan is the ruler. And I don't know what it means. What does Genghis mean?
It's crazy.
I think it's something about who he is as a ruler. But his name that he was given at birth was Temujin.
And he became a Khan.
So you could call your kid Temujin, and you'd be naming your kid after someone who killed 10% of the population of Earth while he was alive.
You think Genghis ever thought his ancestors would own the Jacksonville Jaguars?
It says Temujin formally adopted the title Genghis Khan, the meaning of which is uncertain, at an assembly in 1206, carrying out reforms designed to ensure long-term stability. He then transformed the Mongols' tribe structure into an integrated meritocracy dedicated to the service of the ruling family. After thwarting a coup attempt from a powerful shaman, oh, what a wild time to be alive. Warlords and shamans are trying to get a coup on you. Genghis began to consolidate his power. In 1209, he led a large-scale raid into the neighboring Western Zee, who agreed to Mongol terms the following year. Yeah, he did a lot of wild shit. We could go on and on for that. He killed a lot of fucking humans, man.
Dan Carlin probably had the answer in his podcast about that, right? This is just from the Wikipedia.
Yeah, Dan Carlin's podcast is the best source of that. If you want to know like a cool story that's entertaining that you could follow along with, it's The Wrath of the Khan.
The Wrath of the Khan.
It's all about that dude while I was alive. But my point is, like, you could name your kid Temujin. Nobody would freak out.
Yeah.
Name your kid Adolf, and he can't hang out with my kids.
Yeah, right.
You can't bring Adolf over the house. He's 4. He doesn't know.
That's the number one name, right? But what's number 2? Adolf is a layup, right? And there's no everyone knows no Adolf.
Right.
Is there even a 2? Is he alone on his own now?
I think he's alone on his own.
Yeah.
Right? Because like Joseph Stalin existed before I was born. I'm Joseph Rogan. Like nobody flinched on Joseph.
Yeah.
Even though you know, he's such a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Such a piece of shit, but yet you can still say it.
Osama
bin Laden.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well,
the rest of these are not real.
Yeah, Osama would be a hard one.
Yeah, that's a hard one.
Hussein would be a hard one.
Illegal baby names in the United States.
Illegal? What? Jesus Christ? You can't name your kid Jesus Christ? You can't name your kid King?
You're kidding me. You're kidding me right now. You can't name the kid. It's against the law.
You can't name your kid Santa Claus.
You can't name him the at symbol.
Bro, you can't name your kid Magistrate.
It says they were illegal, but I don't.
You can't name your kid Majesty? Why not?
Why can't you name it 1069?
Wait a minute. You can't name your kid Messiah, but you can name him Muhammad?
Right.
Help me out.
No, it doesn't make any sense.
Help me out. Because a lot of kids are named Muhammad.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, but why 1069? What the hell's that?
RoboCop's illegal in Mexico. No, my friend. No, my friend. No. We draw the line, my friend.
You know what's funny? It's not like they're getting caught in the hospital, so it has to get worse. So there's a knocking at the door one day. It's the police, and like, we got to rename your son right now.
Senor, RoboCop.
This is from the US birthcertificates.com.
RoboCop Martinez.
Oh my god. Oh my god. The N-word's on there. Yeah, there's a lot of them. There's a lot of illegal names. I didn't know you couldn't name your kid Jesus Christ, but I know a dude named Jesus.
Sure. This is Jesus. I mean, it's just
right. But are you allowed to
be the Christ thing?
What if your last name is Christ and you want to name your kid Jesus? There's some Christs out there.
Yeah.
Some dudes, their last name is Christ.
Yeah.
What are they supposed to do?
They're
They're limited. I can't name my son Jesus.
Yeah, right. You can't do that. You can't do that.
How come you can name your son Muhammad? How come you can't name your son Jesus?
Yeah.
Think about how many Muhammads there were. Think about if it was like
the most popular name in the world.
If it was in vogue to name your kid Jesus.
Right. Right. Just millions of Jesuses.
So many Jesuses.
Right.
Because if you think about how many Muhammads there are, why are there not an equal number of Jesuses?
Right.
Because we don't allow it. It's a weakness in our religion.
That would become meta. It would be because then Jesus would be really omnipresent.
Yeah, the Christians should get together and say, guys, it's a weakness in our religion. We got to let people name themselves Jesus.
Yeah, I mean, it's
encourage it. I'm going to change my name to Jesus.
Billboard. You know what I mean?
Jesus Robinson. Yeah, everybody just becomes Jesus, and then whatever your last name is.
You know, I knew a Jesus, and as I'm thinking of this, I was able to compartmentalize it. I didn't think of Jesus every time I called him Jesus.
Was he actually Jesus? He was called Jesus, not Jesus?
We called him Jesus, yeah.
But was he Mexican?
He was of some, like Hispanic descent. I don't know what.
Did his mom call him Jesus?
He was my nephew's friend.
Oh.
I didn't know him like.
But everybody called him. Did they call him Jesus because they couldn't say Jesus, or was his name actually Jesus?
I think his name was Jesus.
Really?
Yeah. Well, what about Jesus the comic?
There's a dude that's
Trejo, right?
Oh, Jesus. No, that's Jesus.
I call him Jesus.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. But he's Mexican. They don't say it that way.
They don't say it that way. Yeah.
It's a different thing. But how do they say Jesus though in Spanish? Isn't it Jesus Christe?
It is, but
so it's Jesus.
Everybody called the guy Jesus.
Ain't that wild? Stop for a second. So if you're Spanish of Latin descent, it is really popular to name your kid Jesus because Jesus is a super common name.
That's what it is.
It's stuck up white people in America won't name their kid Jesus. It just takes a courageous person right now listening to our voice, just a courageous person out there to name your kid Jesus.
If you name him Jesus, that second name, that last name has to be.
Yeah,
it's got to go with it. I think a lot of things won't go with Jesus.
You know what goes best with it? Fucking
Jesus
fucking Robinson.
Yeah. Can you do that? Can you name your middle name fucking? That'd be so great.
I don't know if you can, but I think you can legally change your name more likely than you can be like naming a baby that way.
Okay,
yeah. Because you name a bit like you rude asshole. You're gonna name your kid this little beautiful innocent baby. You're gonna name him Jesus fucking Robinson. No, you'd have to. But if you were an adult, you're like, look, I'm 38 years old. Things are not getting any better. This is life for me. I want to be Jesus fucking Robinson.
Yeah.
That's what I want to be legally.
Yeah.
So at the very least, I pull my ID out. What's your name? Jesus fucking Robinson. It's a good name.
It says it on the wallet.
It's a good name. Solid name. Especially if you could do something real good. If like that's your actual real birth name and you're really good at like fucking fixing cars.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You're gonna get your car fixed by Jesus fucking Robinson.
I was almost a Steve. My mom told me I was almost a Steve. But my dad's Sal, so thankfully I got his name.
That's a better name for an Italian. Steve is,
I'm half.
Yeah, but you look Italian.
Yeah. I actually just did 23andMe, like all the extended package genetic thing. I just got my results back a couple of days ago. Pretty crazy. Did you ever do it?
Yeah, I've done it.
Did you do like? What did you like? Did you like what you gleaned from it? Like, was it interesting or?
It was pretty much what I thought.
It was.
Yeah, I'm somewhere in the neighborhood of 3/4 Italian and 1/4 Irish, and there's like percentages less because there's like 1.6% African, 1% Asian, and it seems to be mostly just Italian though.
Yeah, it all goes back to the same.
Yeah.
Mine were they were able to connect me to. It said in there there's like about like 100 for the woman it was 150,000 years. For the male it was 275,000 years. They said if you trace everyone back, it'll go to one person, because even though there were a few thousand, a lot of those that DNA and that lineage died off, and this is like there was this one that like just ended up getting through. Like I literally just read it like today. I took a picture of it on my phone actually. I mean,
just the unlikelihood of you making it to 2024, like your genes. If you were a person that lived 50,000 years ago, your kid had a kid and kept going. No, they had a kid, someone had a kid, kids. Here we are, 50,000 years later, your genes are still popping.
It's insane. It's just wild to me. Yeah. So the first man to carry likely lived this gene I have, likely lived in Southwestern Asia, or the Caucasus between 46,000 and 54,000 years ago. His male line descendants appear to remain rooted in the region for tens of thousands of years while the Ice Age was in full swing. Then around 11,500 years ago, the Ice Age finally gave way to the warmer climate, blah, 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 blah. But, hold on, this is the guy. The human species was confined to a relatively small range in eastern and southern Africa. Over time, members of this gene pool migrated. There was one that said you could trace it right. If every person living today could trace his or her maternal line back over thousands of generations, all of our lines would meet at a single woman who lived in Eastern Africa between 150,000 and 200,000 years ago. Though she was one of perhaps thousands of women alive at the time, only the diverse branches of her DNA have survived to today. The story of your maternal line begins with her.
Holy shit.
And for the guys, it's 275,000 years ago. Current evidence suggests he was one of thousands of men who lived in Eastern Africa. However, while his male line descendants passed down their Y chromosome generation after generation, the lineages from the other men died out. After time, he was the lone guy. And they told me I'm related to this dude. You ready? Like literally a known guy. Otzi the Iceman.
No way!
I swear to God, let me read you this.
Dude, I've seen that story 100 times.
Have you?
That story's crazy.
This is what it says about this dude. Hold on. It says, Otzi the Iceman was discovered in 1991, protruding from a snowbank.
Yeah, well, we'll get Jamie to show some pictures of it.
Yeah,
because we've shown it before.
Oh, you have? So you know?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I know the exact story. So that's it right there. Look how dope it looks. They found him as the glacier melted. This dude had an arrowhead stuck in him.
That's like my uncle.
That's nuts, dude.
Yeah,
that's nuts. You're related to that guy. Holy shit.
I mean, isn't that fucking wild? I mean, probably a lot of people are. Oh,
he had tattoos.
Did he really?
Yeah, he had tattoos.
Really?
Yeah. Who did he look like? Had the world's oldest tattoos, it said. See if you can go back to that thing that you were reading just there, right below that, right there. That's it. Had the world's oldest tattoos. How are they made? The oldest tattoos that we know about, right? So he had 61 tattoos.
Wow. He had like a tramp stamp?
Yeah, he had a tramp stamp. Oh, had a bunch of lines carved in them. Interesting. Look at that, all those lines.
Even back then, they're like tattoos.
Yeah, isn't that wild?
Yeah.
Might have been a part of ancient healing technique. That's just guessing, right?
It said that he was murdered. Did you see that? Oh,
yeah.
Because of the arrow, but it said it might have been from someone, or it might have been someone that he knew. Chemical analysis of his teeth indicate he came from the Italian side of the Alps. He suffered during the year before his death with whipworm, a stomach parasite that was found in his digestive tract. Yet he was fit enough, ailing with whipworm for a year, to climb 6,500 feet in elevation during the day or two before he met his end in a rocky alpine hollow. Apparently was murdered, struck by a stone arrow point that was found lodged in his left shoulder. The twisted position of his body indicates that the murderer or one of his accomplices pulled the arrow's shaft out of his prone body.
Wow.
And whoever killed him didn't want his valuables because he had a wrought copper axe still with him.
Wow. They just wanted to kill him.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. And you're related to that dude. That dude jizzed in someone.
Literally.
Yeah. Before he died by an arrow, he jizzed in someone, and that made it to 2024.
I'm not here if he's not there.
No, you're not here. If he didn't get that nut off,
That's fucking wild.
yeah, probably some tattooed up crazy cave lady. Two of them just grunting, smelling like shit. I mean, nuts. She screams. What's a baby? Come here, fucking baby.
And fucking 50,000 years later,
Here you
I have
are.
a show on Truth. We're on TBS now, actually.
It's kind of it really is kind of crazy if you think about how the timeline of people goes. I mean, we can't imagine living back then. It's just unimaginable. I can't put it in my head. How long ago? What is the exact 1,000 years ago that guy's
That
supposed
one
to live?
said 50,000.
I mean, who can wrap their head around-
5,300 years ago. Sorry.
Okay.
But the first man was 200, that they have DNA from is 275.
So he's from 5,000 years ago. Just imagine
5,300. He's a kid.
Imagine 5,000 years ago, you just get dropped off and you gotta just exist.
Yeah, I mean, like, even imagine like
Animal skins
language,
and
right?
shit. Yeah.
Even the primary languages, like, it still was secular. Like, even if you had to travel somewhere and you had some type of language that you kind of rooted with who you were with, that didn't translate when you came across someone that you didn't know.
Yeah, you go to Vietnam. Good luck talking to people.
So
yeah.
was it just, I guess, like, you know, was it killing people on sight, or did they kind of go by like body language?
I think people who traveled had to learn languages for sure.
Yeah.
You probably had to have people help you or work with somebody from that. But how many of them can you learn? Like, and if you're living in somewhere in North America and you go to China in like the 1800s, like how much communication can you do? Like,
did you see that new thing they're working on, the AI earpiece? It's fucking nuts. There's a
Which one?
TED talk about it. So this guy, he's like, okay, this is an all new thing that they're doing. It's like he's in a restaurant. He goes, my friend's across the other end of the restaurant.
I have seen that.
Did you see that?
Yeah.
Then he isolates his voice.
Yeah.
And then he's speaking in Spanish, and they do real time, not translation. His voice is reinterpreted in his voice in English as he speaks Spanish in real time.
Yeah.
And he's hearing this isolated from across the room.
Yeah.
That's fucked up.
It's crazy.
I mean, in one respect, you literally eliminate every single language barrier across Earth with this technology.
Yeah.
But in the other, you're Superman. You can listen to it can isolate a conversation from a, it's
I
like,
think it can only isolate that conversation if those people have those things on too.
but why would anyone wear that?
Well, you would have to let someone use it. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you were talking to someone through that on the other side, am I wrong?
No, they weren't talking. He was listening to his conversation.
He was just listening
Listening.
I thought it was the people in the room having the conversation.
This guy was in the room. This guy was in the room with the earpiece on. He's looking clear across the room at two people at a table talking, and he's just listening.
So he said isolate. Oh, I misunderstood. I thought when I saw the narrating that what he was saying was you could do that if you were those two people. You could isolate.
No.
You could just listen to them.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fucking creepy.
But he wasn't pitching it like this is a TED talk, so it's like I don't know what the technology. Yeah.
Hey, can you enhance the sounds that are right in front of me?
How far away is he from them?
I think he says in the beginning they're across the room or something. Oh, I guess he's.
And can you turn that baby down? That's better. And, I'm still having a little trouble hearing Pedro. Can you isolate Pedro for me?
No, he's on stage right now for the TED talk, so he's not with them.
That's perfect. And my Spanish is a little rusty. Can I hear Pedro but in English?
And then at the end of the trip, we came back to the city to visit the historic center.
That's insane.
Michelle kills all programs.
That's insane.
What you just
Let it go.
heard was a beamforming app, a computational auditory scene analysis app, a machine learning denoising app, an AI transcription and translation and text-to-speech with style transfer app. So these are not just fancy-looking earbuds. They're an entire computer. And we think they're going to replace some of what we do with the visual computers that we're used to.
Right. It cuts off right there.
Well, here's the thing, though. What was he watching? Was he watching a video of people talking and then do that? Because that makes more sense. I don't think he's actually eavesdropping on people across the room. I think what he's doing is watching a video of people having a conversation and tuning in to those people and taking all the outside noise out and then translating those people in that video in real time. I think.
Was he watching a video of those people?
I think he's watching a video.
Okay.
Which makes more sense.
Okay.
Is that right?
No.
Am I right?
The problem is that they're showing something that probably doesn't work that way also.
They're bullshitting.
A little bit.
But when they're
Well, at the end of
showing he's watching a video though, right?
I'm trying to show you what they're doing.
Because he's on stage.
Yeah, he's on stage.
It's not like there just happens to be a cafe in the room where no one's noticing.
Correct, but that's part of why it's just a weird tech demo of showing you don't
What it
really
can
know
do.
what they were doing and how much work was set up to do that specific did it just translate the sentence they wanted it to translate?
And was it all planned in advance?
And then they show they did do a setup here, so I'll let him explain what they did. So
Actually impossible to demonstrate this experience until you hear it with your ears yourself. But to give you an idea, we have tried to simulate it for you.
Oh, okay.
So imagine that you're sitting in a noisy
Oh,
restaurant.
okay.
Okay.
So it doesn't. So
but it's
they're
going to be
working
able to
on
do that.
it. Yeah.
But it's going to be able to do that.
Yeah.
If he's doing a TED talk on it and they're getting this far along with it, unless he's like, what's that crazy lady, Elizabeth? What's her name? What's her name again?
Elizabeth Theranos.
Theranos. Yeah. But what was her last name? The crazy lady from San Francisco with the blood company. You know that story?
Oh, the
Theranos.
Oh yeah.
Blood testing company that just was straight bullshit.
And it was it was a trial.
Holmes,
right?
Elizabeth Holmes. Oh yeah, she just lost. Yeah, I mean the story behind it is crazy. It's like some people were testing them and they're like, "Hey, this doesn't work. Like, get out of here!" Like,
Wow.
it was just this wild scam.
I have my DNA saved. DNA and sperm.
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember I had the option. I was like, let me do
Bro,
it.
you might as
Why not?
well. You
Yeah.
got all the way from the Iceman to today. It'd be a shame if we lost you. You know, if it died here, that's it.
Did you hear about the cryogenic people? You know, like they started cryogenically freezing people.
Yeah, a
long
lot
time
of them
ago.
they actually thought out.
Yeah, some of them it didn't work.
No.
The one headline was they were scraping goo off the bottom.
No.
Yeah.
Oh,
Whoops.
wow.
Yeah. If the power goes out, you thaw out. That's a wrap.
That shit's fascinating. Isn't it only one company or something that's doing that? Or
imagine if you're in heaven, okay?
Yeah.
And you died, you went to heaven. You know, like, God, I'm free of all my earthly pulls, and I just feel one connected, and all of a sudden, you get sucked back to life again, and they're stitching your fucking head on this new body, and you're alive now, but you're paralyzed. But with new technology, they can keep you alive forever. They're like, no!
Right. And what year is it?
Congratulations, Walt Disney's back. Like, no!
Is
You
it
were in
Yastrzemski?
heaven. Imagine
Yastrzemski?
if you were in heaven.
Yeah.
But imagine if during the process of reattaching your head, it made your mouth paralyzed, so you couldn't even talk. Hell.
Yeah,
that's hell.
It's like the fucking movie where they eat each other to each other's ass.
Could you imagine if you're dead for 100 years? 100 years of heaven. Like, this is so much nicer than being alive. Oh my God. Everyone's just, there's no arguments. It's just love and beauty and it's just the expression of love and geometric patterns, and it flows through you. And we all bathe in it. No one needs to eat. No one needs to sleep.
I've arrived.
It's just love. And all of a sudden, like a funnel. Clear. Sucking you back down. And they're just stitching your fucking head. You can't talk because your mouth's paralyzed.
Yeah, and they pay for that.
A lot of money too, probably.
Also,
I think it's more money if you want the whole body.
The one thing I was thinking is let's just say, right, it works the way that they thought it would work. What are you coming back to? Everybody that didn't do it is dead. You know no one. You probably are not going to be able to adjust to whatever society they're in now. Who knows how people would treat you? Like, you're really signing up for something what are you signing up for?
I think they're signing up for the hope that if they do get reincarnated, it's like Space 2001. Like you get reincarnated to this crazy futuristic world where they could, welcome back. How was your trip, sir?
You think they're trying to preserve consciousness? Their consciousness?
I don't know what consciousness is really. Here's the question. I mean, I know I'm conscious. I know you can have this conversation. I think, therefore I am. I know, I get it. I don't know if consciousness is something the brain tunes into, or whether the brain is conscious. I know if you damage parts of the brain, it damages parts of your consciousness and damages different things that you can do. And they're pretty clear on what parts of the brain are responsible for different things. But I'm not sure that consciousness is something as simple as neurons firing and your brain interfacing with the world and using all its senses. I have a feeling that we might be short-sighted because we can't, and again, this is not scientifically provable, so you have to be just speculative about something like this. But I have a feeling there's probably quite a few things that we're not totally in tune with to the point where we can measure them.
Yeah.
And I think consciousness might be one of those things. I think, and I also think we are all weirdly connected in some strange consciousness web, some strange net of human beings. I think we're all connected, all of us. It's just the further those people are away, the less you feel that connection.
Yeah.
But I think we're all oddly connected already. Before we get to like the cell phones in your head and everybody being telepathic, I think we're already oddly connected. We just don't necessarily feel it all the time.
Yeah. I hope it's something. I mean, I really do. You ever think, did you ever have a moment where you think, I might die? Like, did that ever come across? Like, did you ever have that feeling?
I was a kid when I was like 14. Me and a few friends were playing around in this place where they stored these like enormous concrete like sewer pipes, like these big fucking pipes.
Yeah.
And there was this giant metal thing that I guess it was a part of like what they would attach to a crane so they could move these things. And it slipped and hit me in the head. And I didn't go unconscious, but I grayed out.
Yeah.
And my head was pouring blood. I still have a big ding on the side of my head from it. And I went to the hospital, and like I thought I was going to die. I did think I was going to die at that point. But I was also 14. So I was probably just freaked out with the fact that I got hit.
Sure.
You know, like this thing hit my head, and it only fell like a certain amount because there was other concrete things in the way. So it banged me in the head, and it didn't fall on me, luckily.
But you were like in the hospital, like thinking
hurt.
You had the feeling like
I got hit so hard. It hit me so hard. It was so big. I was like, this could be a real problem. This could be I was like, I could be dead right now for sure.
So you haven't, those thoughts are running through your mind.
Yeah. And I was okay. I went to the hospital. I'm sure I had some sort of a concussion. They treated me. I forget what they did, but then they just let me go home. You know, and they were like, oh, he's okay. Because I don't think they understood head trauma back then. I don't think people really got it. And I don't remember really suffering any like serious consequences of it. I was never like, I never had a problem like looking at the light. I never had a problem with loud noises or anything like that.
Yeah.
But it was spooky. That was probably the closest I've ever come to just really worrying about being dead.
I had one, but it wasn't in that. It was on a plane.
Ooh.
Yeah, it was bad. To this day, like if I think about it, I actually will have like a little bit of an anxiety attack. We were. It was a small plane. We had to do a show in the middle of nowhere on the road, and they offered a plane, so we took it, and we were flying back home, and it was like a 8-seat plane, whatever it was, and I don't like flying at all. Anyway, never mind. People are like, oh, cool. You got to do that. I'm like, yeah. I mean, I don't like. It's like you see everything. There's no door in the cockpit. You see like all the motion. You know what I mean? I mean, like it's just like this feels unsafe. It feels like I'm flying in a toy airplane. You know what I mean? Any gust of wind, they say that's normal. We kind of glide with it. You know, and it's like I don't want to feel like we're up there like surfing. You know what I mean? And we were going to land, and we're just bullshitting with the guys, my friends, and we're talking, and then the guy, right before we land, he starts to go back up again. And I look at them and I go, what just happened there? Like, why are we going back up? And the guy, the co-pilot comes back, he goes, guys, we have a little bit of a situation. And he goes, what? He goes, so we were about to land just now, you might have noticed. We're like, yeah. He goes, well, we were talking to air traffic control, and our panel up here is saying that one of the wheels is not coming down. The left wheel or whatever, and so what we're gonna do is it could be the panel's broken, and it could actually be down. We don't know, so we're gonna go fly around again, and we're gonna ask them to look again just to make sure. He's like, so it'll just be a couple of minutes. So we made this big turn, and we go down to land again. And again, we're getting down to like low. They pull back up. He comes back out. This is what this motherfucker says. He says, okay, so they can't tell. It was at night. I don't know. We're a small plane. Maybe it's like a bullshit airport. He goes, so they can't tell. This is what he says. He goes, but we don't have enough fuel to get anywhere else. So we're going to go around a third time, and this time we're going to land the plane, no matter what. So I'm looking at him. I immediately just start crying. I'm like, not crying like, but like I'm just welling up with tears. Like I'm going to die. One of my biggest fears is dying in a plane crash. I don't even like to think about it because I don't even want to put it out there. And I'm like, oh my fucking God. And I'm like, and I'm like, what's going to happen? He goes, in all seriousness, he goes, don't worry. If the wheel doesn't come down, or if it isn't down, the wing will act like a wheel. That's what he said to us. Because the wing is made to like kind of act like a wheel. It didn't give me any comfort in the moment.
It does. It slows down the plane.
Yeah, but we're still
it's scary.
Spinning out and sparks flying. It's a little plane. You know what I mean?
Good.
Yeah. And oh, actually, no, that was the night. At nighttime was it was the same exact trip there and back. The nighttime trip, it was like a storm and we were flying all that. This was the daytime because they had fire trucks and ambulances lining on the thing. Because by the time the third time we went on, they were there. So they were there with waiting. So that's another scary thing. I actually took out my phone and I wrote a text to my entire family. I saved text. I'm just like, there's a problem with the wheel. I don't know exactly what's going to happen. I'm literally like, I love you.
Send that. Okay. Send that like as you hit.
I literally wrote it in full as I was crying. Switch. I wrote it in full as I was crying, and I had it open with my hand right on the thing.
Oh fuck! Dude.
So I was just gonna wait, and if it just, I felt like I just hit it. I have the text that I saved.
Oh my God!
And my friend's such a fucking asshole. Like I'm everyone's really nervous, but I think I'm showing it the most. My buddy's a nutcase. So he looks at me and he goes, he's like, he's trying to calm me down, you know, and I'm calm, and he goes, just calm down. And I'm like, all right. He goes, just relax. And then he starts going, la 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 bamba, and he starts singing fucking La Bamba.
Oh no!
And you know, it breaks the tension and everything. And I'm like, dude, and I'm crying and laughing so hard because when you're in that heightened state of emotion,
yeah,
dude, I'm laughing as hard as I'm crying. Like now I'm like, I can't even. I'm laughing so hard I can't breathe. I can't tell him to stop doing it because I need to be focused right now on the end of my possible life. And, you know, I'm holding my thing and I'm laughing, I'm crying. And then he goes, hold on, let me call my wife. And he goes, hello, babe. Because the Big Popper fucking died with Richie Valens. So he goes, hello, babe. And I literally can't breathe. And I'm holding my stomach. He's like, will I what? And then I'm just like, dude, I'm begging him, please stop. I'm like laughing and crying, please stop, Joe. And then we went to land and the wheel was out. The wheel was out, man. Man, we got out of the plane, and everybody was like in good spirits, and I was still in that place. And the fireman came over. The first thing that happened was the fire guy opened the door and looked at it and goes, "Oh shit!" He goes, "God, can I get a picture?" And we get out of the plane, and it's the four of us and him take a picture. I have the picture. Everyone's smiling. I'm on the end like this, just pale white, just no smile, just like.
Oh no!
Yeah, like I couldn't even turn it on for the picture.
Oh no!
It was my biggest fear coming true. Like, you know, like you go there, you literally go there. That's what I was saying. It's like I was thinking this could be how I die right now, and oh man, where it takes you is nuts in your head.
Have you seen this new plane that they've developed that doesn't have wings, and it's going to be able to fly to London from New York City, like super quick, like way faster, like less than half the time.
UFO?
It looks like a spaceship, man. And apparently it's got, because it doesn't have a traditional shape, there's a lot more room inside of it, so it's fucking huge.
What?
Yeah.
What's the technology?
I don't know. I was just looking at some article about it, and it's a new supersonic craft that looks like, instead of like, it looks like a giant arrowhead or something.
Okay.
It doesn't look like a regular plane. Like that's what it looks like.
That's it right there?
Oh, that's not it, dude.
Oh, so
this you fly from New York in 3.5 hours in this new supersonic jet. Can I see what the images look like?
Oh, so this is going to be commercially marketed? I thought it was like military.
That one seems like it. That seemed like a military jet. The one that I saw looked like that thing. That's it. 90 minutes. Look at that fucking thing, bro.
That's ridiculous.
Look at that thing.
It looks like a train.
Is that the same thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
It looks like a transformer.
That's just a view from the top, so you can see it doesn't have like a regular wing. It just has this crazy, immense space in the back, and you're gonna have room to like stretch out. They'll just stuff it with humans, but probably not because it's probably going to be super expensive.
That's only got room for one person.
That can't be the same thing, is it? A passenger one?
It's an expensive ticket.
They was talking about one that could seat passenger.
It says commercial routes, but
There's like one dude.
One.
No, but I think there's one that they were working on. Maybe I'm conflating two different stories, but there's one jet that they're working on that does not have wings, and they were talking about it being able to have more space inside of it because of that.
Who's going on that? Like, who's going on? Like, once it's like approved, there's the first flight. Yeah. This is the first commercial flight.
There it is. That's it. That's the thing. Look at that fucking thing, bro.
That's crazy.
Look at that thing.
That looks like a UFO.
Wingless supersonic jet could transport passengers from London to New York in less than 5 hours.
How long does it take?
Wait, what?
I don't know.
It's like 6 hours.
Yeah, it's not much faster.
That's an hour faster, but you get to fly in a spaceship. That's not fast at all.
An hour faster.
That's crazy. But it's supersonic.
It doesn't fit in the airport.
Look at it. Looks like
early flights.
Bro, how dope is that? Look, futuristic spaceship-like aircraft capable of transporting. Back it up a little second. Transporting 300 passengers at speeds of up to 1,150 miles an hour.
That's
so
like
it's double the speed of a regular jet.
Even more, right?
A little bit more.
Yeah.
Look how dope it looks, though.
Bedrooms, bathrooms, suites.
Yeah, see, so the inside of it is so different because it doesn't have that tube that it's got like space.
Yeah, but how are we commercializing that? Like that cabin is going to be comfortable.
I don't know.
You're not going to feel 1,100 miles an hour. I guess not. I mean, we don't feel 500-600, right?
Well, once you're up and moving, what you feel is the resistance of like getting off the ground, right? You feel like this pull, and then once you level out in whatever the height that you're going to achieve is, whatever the altitude is, it doesn't feel like you're moving at all.
Yeah.
And you're going 500 miles an hour.
It's made by a designer. It's just it's a concept. I don't know. It's just like
private rooms for 2 travelers with a bedroom, living room, and an in-suite shower room. In the living room, you'll find leather double-seat sofa, complete with dining tables, a 32-inch flat-screen TV, noise-canceling headsets, a comfortable double bed, a full-height shower, vanity unit bathrobes, and an in-flight chef at your service.
I gotta tell you, the flat screen TV, it really gets more credit than it deserves. But that's a jet that goes 1,200 miles an hour. That has it's a home in the air that goes 1,200 miles an hour, and they're like, it boasts a 32-inch flat screen TV.
When was the last time you saw a screen that was a bubble? Can we stop saying flat screen?
But it's like, it's like, the thing is, who is it for? Who can purchase that ticket? And you're like, one of the things I'm dangling in front of you is a 32-inch flat screen television.
It says right here, nobody has shown interest in building the Sky OV Evo yet, but Oscar said he is offering his expertise to engineers, helping them in other projects. So this is just an idea. Bro, you can need to get a hold of them Saudi Arabian dudes.
That's it, though.
Guys with all that loot.
They
might go, hey, how much to make it work?
Yeah.
How much?
I like a guy who's like, they're like, how much? Is like, all right, it's $2 billion. He's like, all right, you throw in the 32-inch flat screen, you got a deal.
I want a bathrobe.
We can't do it. I can't do it.
Make sure I get a bathrobe.
My hands are tied. All right, let me go talk to my manager.
We never do this.
Hey, but it's December to remember, and you got to,
Yeah, it's our fucking. I tell you what, it's the end of the month. It's a sales push. He's gonna let it go. He's gonna give you the flat screen with your fucking spaceship.
Saudi wife walks outside her house on Christmas. Is one in the driver with a bow on it.
Yeah, they probably go like, "This Stevie's bullshit. Look how small. Look at the revolution. Just get through this. I want a big one.
32-inch. Yeah. Just say flat screen.
That is not that big.
Yeah, why not? Just say why not put it's 85? There's like 100.
Why even flat screen? Why say that?
Yeah.
Doesn't everybody know?
What? Can you pull up the other amenities?
Do you say, hey, your car comes with 4 round tires?
Yeah.
Oh, round tires.
Yeah. Oh, it's a flat screen.
They're
right.
round tires.
Right.
Hey, what kind of tires do you have? Does everybody have round tires? Why do they keep calling them round tires?
Another super fun flight thing would be 12 rows of 33 people each. Imagine being in the middle.
Oh, God, if you have to piss. Oh, my God.
You didn't get a bedroom seat?
Oh, my God.
What were the other things they boasted about?
A shower. a TV, 32-inch flat screen TV, noise canceling headset so you can't hear the other people in the poor section scream.
A double seat sofa. What?
Imagine someone fucking going ballistic while you're going 1,000 miles an hour, because people go ballistic on planes now. It's kind of a new thing.
Yeah.
They go crazy, see aliens, they start screaming they're going to take the plane out. Like, it happens. It seems like once a month there's some new video of some guy going bonkers.
Some guy just ripped all his clothes off and ran up and down the aisles there to land. I just saw that.
Oh, God.
Just
imagine the fear that you would have if you were on a plane and you saw some guy going bonkers. And you're like, God damn it. The anxiety you would have, like, fuck.
Yeah. As soon as you hear it start, you're like, no, what's this going to be? What is this going to be?
What if it's like a new disease? What if it's like that? Did you ever see that movie 28 Days Later?
Yeah.
When they shot the chimps up with this thing called Rage.
Yeah, Rage. Yeah.
Chimp gets out and gets that dude, and then the fucking.
Was that the first zombie movie that were like they were like super fast? Right?
Yeah, that was
great.
The best.
Cillian Murphy.
Yeah, that in my opinion is the best zombie movie.
I saw that 2 days in a row.
Fuck that.
It's one of like 5 movies I've seen 2 days in a row.
The second one's good too.
I went to it opening night because I was like, this is amazing, and I didn't like it as much.
Well, the first one was so revolutionary. You know, it was just, and it was a different concept, like a man-created zombie virus that just infects everyone immediately, instantly, turns you into a fucking monster.
Yeah.
But the thing is that virus is kind of like what rabies is.
Right.
Rabies isn't as effective because it doesn't turn you into a screaming, running maniac trying to bite people. But the reason why animals with rabies bite you, they have no fear of you, and they bite you to give you rabies. They're trying to give it to you.
Really?
Yeah.
You're saying that something in the composition of rabies elicits the need to pass it on?
100%.
I can't compute that.
There's a lot of examples in nature of viruses and parasites tricking organisms into doing things that are not in their best interest. And I think a virus could easily find a way to hijack the way an animal's mind works and to force it to be aggressive if it wanted to be transmitted a lot. That's the only reason why it would make sense that they would want to be, because if they're so aggressive, they could risk death. Like, an animal being recklessly aggressive is not good for its longevity, right? Because you could be recklessly aggressive with a wolf or something that could kill you, and you run up on it, it just eats you. But if you could bite it first, then you can give it rabies.
Right.
And then that thing's going to bite a bunch of other things, especially if it's big enough to kill you. Now it can bite everything. Like, there's a bunch of travelers that went across the country, like during the Lewis and Clark expedition, and a couple of them, I believe, got rabies. I think more than one of them got rabies. See if we can find that.
That's not an instant.
It kills everybody.
It's not now. It's not. I know they have rabies shot, but let's say without the shot, is that
fucked.
certain death? No.
Yeah,
it's
like
certain death.
It's like 99% certain death. There's a few people that have survived now. They've figured out a way to put people into medically induced comas, and the problem is, this is obviously coming from someone who doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about. But what I understand is it's a very old virus and a dangerous one. Because what it does is it works faster than your immune system can fight it off. And so your immune system is fighting off rabies, but it can't win. Rabies just hijacks everything and makes its way through. And by putting someone in a medically induced coma, they've found a way to reach equilibrium where the resources of the person's body are not being required anymore, and the immune system can fight off the rabies. And with medication, they were able to do it. But they also can get you if you just got bit.
Yeah, how much time do you have?
You have like very little time.
Oh,
You have like hours.
Oh, shit.
And you got to get to the hospital quickly. And they'll test, and hopefully if you have the animal that killed you, they want to test the animal. But they'll give you these shots that are apparently like brutally painful. I think they go into your stomach. What did I ask you to Google right before that? This is heavy
the Lewis and Clark thing, but I didn't see that. So I'm now digging up, like maybe it's another traveler, but
the Lewis and Clark thing, you didn't hear about a guy getting rabies?
Didn't see anything with that. Quick search.
It might have been another one of them dudes making it across the country stories, which I've read a lot of. They're fucking terrifying. Those days were terrifying. But it's just like a virus like that wants to be transmitted and then tricks the animal to being aggressive. That's one of the weirder things about viruses. They're so sneaky in how they evolve.
Yeah.
Like these new COVID strains, they realize the best thing to do is be like super transmissible, but not that bad.
Right.
That way you stay alive.
Right.
You don't kill the host, you know? And like there's so many instances in nature of things like tricking things and doing stuff. You know, like parasites that take over an animal's body and force it to do stuff.
Yeah.
Bleak. It's weird. The weirdest one is we were talking about this the other day. Grasshoppers that get this aquatic worm. This aquatic worm climbs inside of it, hijacks its brain, and when it's ready to give birth, tricks the grasshopper into drowning itself so that it could be born. So it just takes over the grasshopper's brain and then leaps into the fucking water so it can be born. And so the grasshopper just drowns and it just slithers out of the grasshopper's body. Yeah.
That's wild.
Tricks it into committing suicide.
What's the evolution of that?
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Like how
the fuck?
Yeah.
And how is it so common? It's so insanely common, apparently.
That's wild.
Yeah.
That's fucking wild. So grasshoppers are like they have a number one look out for this fucking thing.
I think they just have it. I think a lot of them have it. I think they've done studies on grasshoppers, and I think they've done this on praying mantises too, but a lot of them have these worms in their bodies.
How often do you see a grasshopper?
All the time.
You do?
Yeah.
No, man, I haven't seen one in years.
Where you living?
I live in New York.
What do you expect?
Yeah, I know, but
you gotta go where grasshoppers live. They don't come visit.
But where do they live? Is it just grass?
I mean, they live in open fields.
I mean, I encounter grass. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
like I'm not gonna see one in the neighborhood.
No,
a residential neighborhood. That's where I've seen them in the past. I haven't been in.
I guess there's probably a few.
I bet you I've seen less than 10 grasshoppers in front of my face in my life.
Wow.
Yeah,
that's crazy. No, I've seen a lot of them.
Dude, praying mantises, you mentioned that they I don't like them at all. They freak me the fuck out. One time I was getting gas, and there was one right on the thing, and I was a road trip. My friends were going to DC, and it was like in the middle of the night, and I'm getting gas. My friend, it was back in the days when they had like handheld camcorders, and we're like, oh, look at that thing, and I'm like, dude, just like it's like right here. And he goes, here, take the camcorder. I'm gonna get the gas. So I'm filming the thing, and it just turns and lunges at me, and it literally looks like that fucking like what's that movie? That
Alien?
No, the movie with
Starship Troopers,
with the person standing in the corner. It was like that horror movie that like their handheld camera.
Oh, Blair Witch.
Blair Witch. Because when we watched the footage, you just hear me go, yeah. Like my voice got so high, and then the camera just drops, and it just goes to static. But you see it lunge at me first.
Yeah, we're lucky they're little, huh?
Why do they rip? What is that about? The ripping of the head off?
What do you mean?
The praying mantis, the female rips the male's head off after they have sex.
But she's just a bitch.
Is that
I mean,
it?
that's a lot of it. A lot of it in the insect community.
No, is that true? Right?
Yeah, one of the worst ones is ants. Some ants will take the male, and the females will take the male and cut all his legs off and just drag him to the colony.
Really?
Yeah, it's got his legs
It's a
off.
fun one. This is like a history of rabies, and I got to this part of the hair of the dog.
What is that?
And work your way back to get this. How they used to treat rabies before they understood what the fuck it was.
Oh, is that what that reference is from?
It was recommended to salt and eat the flesh of the offending dog. Oh my God. Another strategy included drowning a puppy of the same sex as the dog who had bitten the person and having a human victim eat the liver raw.
Wait, what? I don't know. I lost what we're talking about here.
Rabies, how to get rid of it because they had no idea. They knew that it was coming from canines. They kind of got that.
So then you locate a puppy and just kill it?
They didn't know how to
What year was this, Jamie?
It doesn't say because it says where the
1982.
Yeah, I mean, we're in the middle of like Romans, the Greeks.
Wow.
I
wonder if the dog thing worked. Like if you get some of the rabies virus through cooked meat.
Burning hair picked from the tail of the dog and inserting the ashes into the wound.
What?
Whoa.
This treatment lives on today. In the name and spirit with the hair of the dog. Whoa! Hangover cures, which calls for alleviating alcohol-induced symptoms with more alcohol consumption. Holy shit! That's what the hair of the dog comes from.
That's wild.
That's crazy.
Why do you
that work?
Why do you gotta salt it for taste? He's like, look, he's like, look, you get bit. Do me a favor. You gotta just bite that thing, eat it, put some salt on it for taste, but you gotta get in here.
You gotta salt up the meat. Do you think you
gonna have salt on you? Like, it's like,
but it's probably how they ate
preserve it or something.
Maybe. I mean, maybe they thought like salt was going to kill
Salt
something.
it.
I mean, that's how they preserved stuff
Yeah.
back then. They'd cover meat with salt. They'd cover everything. Like they had wars over salt. Like salt was like really important, and now they give it away for free.
Yeah.
Imagine being someone from the Salt War days.
Wasn't salt like the most? Yeah.
Yeah, and going into a restaurant. Like, what the fuck is this? You got a whole jar of this?
Family died for
Are
this.
you fucking insane? Well, you just twist it whenever you want.
Yeah. Who the fuck is Salt Bay? This fucking asshole.
What is he doing with the salt? Can you imagine how they would freak out if you took them to Salt Bay? Like, what the fuck are you doing? Especially if you get the steak covered in gold. Like, you fucking asshole.
I know if Salt Bay gets bit, he's like, ah!
How many villagers
Just
I had
trying
to
to
slaughter to get that much gold?
Yeah.
Fuck is wrong with you, you animal?
That's
All right. They lost the thread on how they got it. This guy wrote a book, early 19th century, on causes of rabies.
Ooh.
This is an interesting one. You get to like the fourth cause.
It says what the bite of a rabid animal was named first. It was quickly followed up by a cold night air, eating beech nuts, a fall, and the involuntary association of ideas.
Can I have some more of the weed that we were smoking? Just because I need to understand that.
Yeah. I don't know what that means.
This guy was smart and bright for his times, but it's like this proof that they didn't know what rabies was.
What does that
I
mean?
think
So you don't know what it means either, right?
Involuntary association of ideas can cause rabies?
To give this guy credit, he is, I think, one of the first people to accurately describe it as a disease of the nervous system as opposed to bloodborne.
What do you think that means, an involuntary association of ideas? What does that mean?
Isn't that just life?
Involuntary association. Like someone could get some wild ideas in your head and those can cause rabies? Is that what it means?
Did you want any of this?
Yeah, sure.
This
seems so. That was good. It seems so ridiculous.
I didn't really understand what the sentence meant.
What does that mean? Clinical features of rabies patients with abnormal sexual behaviors as the presenting manifestations. Abnormal sexual. So the rabies wants to be transmitted sexually?
Yeah, what does abnormal sexual behavior mean?
A 32-year-old man with frequent ejaculation as the initial symptom of rabies was first reported. Wow, just a fucking can't stop, won't stop.
I know a lot of guys with rabies. Then.
Then a literature review was conducted using databases including CNKI, Sinomed VIP, Wang Fang Data, Science Direct, ProQuest, Ovid, and PubMed. In addition to our case, 54 other rabies cases with abnormal sexual behaviors are the presenting manifestations have been reported since 1970. Among 55 cases, 51 were male,
wow,
and 3 were female. Unknown gender for one case. Oh, God. Even back then, with ages ranging from 6 to 71 years. Wow. All cases were reported in developing countries. 46 in China. Dog bites were the major source of infection, and extremities were the main exposure sites. Wow. That's crazy. 83%. 83.6% cases had abnormal sexual behaviors as the initial symptoms. The major presenting manifestations were, what is that word? Priapism? What does that mean? Priapism?
Am I reading this right? You get bit by a dog in China and you just start ejaculating everywhere?
Coming.
There you go.
Rare condition, a prolonged erection of the penis. That's right. The full or partial erection continues hours behind. It isn't caused by sexual stimulation. So that's what this is. This is like they're so wild and randy that they have a constant hard-on and ejaculation in males and hypersexuality in females. All cases were clinically diagnosed based on medical history and clinical manifestations. Given no standardized post-exposure prophylaxis, all cases died with a survival time between 1 and 15 days. Yeah, most people who get rabies die.
Do you think that jizz had rabies in it? Like
Let's hope. Makes the story more fun.
All right, let me take out the rabies part of it. Right, just you catch that you get something where you have that disease. You got the hard on, you can't get rid of. You just keep ejaculating. Ejaculating is fun. How long before it's not like? How, is it like 20 minutes? You don't like it anymore? A couple days? Like if you're just constantly feeling the feeling of ejaculation, Is it like, can you perform your regular tasks?
It's another level of hell, just like that fucking head getting sewn back on the body.
It's hell, right?
You're just
But how fast
constantly
is it
hard and like in 20 minutes.
After 20 minutes, it's hell for
you're
you.
exhausted and you just keep coming. You're like,
At
can't
21
stop
minutes,
being
you're like,
hard.
I can't take this anymore.
Yeah, imagine like never not being horny. That would be hell. What's this guy?
He's got it?
He has 100 orgasms a day.
Okay.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, and 0 friends. It's annoying.
I was like, though, he looks like he was having a blast.
He's faking it.
Maybe he's got rabies.
He's faking it. He's not. Nobody comes that hard after 199. There's 100 orgasms. That's the 100th one. He's lying there. I can't believe
He's like, I'm sorry,
it
babe.
still rocks. No way. If you've ever jizzed more than 3 times in a day, the third one is dust. The third one is just a promise of future jizz.
So that's 97 blanks.
All right.
Yeah, that's
Actually,
crazy.
it says that this person came out as transgender and suffers from persistent genital arousal syndrome.
Is that the thing?
Mm.
Is there a cure?
Yeah, but I mean, prove it, bitch. You got your pants on.
That's an HR nightmare, if I'm being honest.
Yeah,
that's an HR nightmare.
I want you to really show us. We're just gonna keep you in an aquarium, and really show us that you're always hard, and this isn't just an act for attention.
Yeah,
you might be kooky. You always got to throw that in, but anytime you add some gender thing into like any kind of possibility of someone being kooky, everybody, oh well, it can't be that.
Yeah,
There's gender's involved.
Usurps it. Yeah.
Gender just like wipes the slate clean.
Yeah.
What a time! What a time, Salvatore! What a time!
I can't imagine. Can't imagine that. So let's say he does have it. What is his life for real?
It's just nutting all the time, constant nutting.
But
he's had enough time to call the news.
Like
come watch me come.
Yeah,
he's a freak. You guy's a freak. But this is my 34th time of the day. I mean, you have to document these things if you're a journalist. Otherwise, what are you doing?
Right.
Why are you there?
But so can he not work? Can he not be in a relationship? Can he not
I can't work. I need money. I just need money for the government. I can't stop coming. I'm coming now. I'm coming now.
Does he go to Easter with the family? Like, what is he? Oh my God! He's really sitting there just orgasming. Is that real?
When was the last time you bent over like that when you came for the 80th time of the day?
There's no dehydrated.
Kid's fine.
I mean,
meanwhile, he's losing weight like a pro wrestler.
His face was purple. That's got to be
the whole thing's nonsense.
The blood pressure.
We're spending too much time on this. Yes, I think he's full of shit. I'm just guessing.
I mean,
look, if he really does suffer from that, you got to imagine. Like,
imagine suffering from that. No one believes you.
You're right. I have to take it back, and I apologize. Because you got to imagine some people are definitely hornier than other people. Some people are actually asexual. They're like, you can keep it.
Sure.
I don't want it. Keep it.
Back to our rabies case, it says that this happened to someone up to 40 or 50 times a day by the 4th day. A 32-year-old man in China.
God. 32-year-old Chinese man began to have frequent ejaculations. How are they coming out, buddy? They're just shooting out? Are you touching your dick? Like, what does that mean? Frequent ejaculations sounding like you're passing the buck.
Do you ever help one along, or is it all solo?
You just
is it all hands free?
What do you watch?
Fucking Zoo Monkey.
He's like 45 were hands free, 5 were him.
The wildest is the chimps at the zoo just jacking off in front of people, just scared.
It's just triggered by any touch.
Any touch. Any touch. When frequent ejaculations increased to 40 to 50 times on the morning of day 4, the patient went to a local clinic. He's like,
not on the
Something's
third day. 50 times a day, this dude was nutting. And he's like, maybe I need to get this looked at. Traditional Chinese medicine for the treatment of imbalance of yin and yang. You're telling me. I mean, are we right? However, symptomatic treatment to rebalance the yin and yang had no effect. Crazy. In the same afternoon, he was sent to the community hospital in Beijing with the following symptoms: headache, dizziness, nausea, malaise, fever of 39 degrees Celsius, irritability, tachyphrasia, speech difficulty, hypersalivation. He was subsequently transferred to a tertiary hospital, third hospital, sorry, in Beijing for further diagnosis and treatment, but the etiology remained unidentified. At around 10 p.m. on day 4, a patient was sent to infectious disease department of Peking University Third Hospital and was transferred to emergency department due to tachycardia and dyspnea. His complaints included high penis sensitivity, painful erections, and ejaculations 40 times a day, triggered by any touch or ejaculations without erection and release of the semen, as well as headaches, nausea, chest congestion, and fever. There was no significant improvement after fluid infusion, symptomatic treatment, other supportive therapies. This is how we're all going to die, Sal. This is what's going to happen. Someone is going to hear about this and go, okay, so what you're saying is a little rabies is really good. What we need is an inert form of rabies. What we need is a rabies vaccine that gives you just constant, rock hard boners.
Yeah.
For guys who like to party, you know?
When blue chew's not enough.
Yeah, when you just want to be a different thing than a person. And you also don't want rabies.
Yeah.
Well, we've got imagine if like every guy starts doing it. Just like how many women have fake boobs now? Quite a few.
It'll be like,
what if like most guys?
It'll be like baseball.
They want to compete.
Everyone's got to do it if you want to compete.
You got to get the rabies shot.
Yeah.
Did you get your rabies shot? You're 16. You can get a rabies shot at 16. Don't listen to those Robert Kennedy Jr. pussies. This is no fucking side effects. Just get your rabies shot. Get your fucking dick on. Can you imagine if like something switched?
Well, we kind of do it. I mean,
well, if you think of animals, so like tigers can breed 50 times a day. When a female tiger's in heat, the tiger just keeps fucking. They fuck to the literally.
Is that where easy tiger comes from?
I don't know what that term is.
Like easy tiger.
Oh no, I don't think so.
No, I don't know. We just found out that the hair of the dog.
You might be right, maybe, but that's for a short period of time when the female's in season, right? If she's not an estrus, he won't do that. But if a person has sex for fun, like if a person could be as horny as a tiger all the time, what a terrifying world we would live in.
Someone's working on that.
That's what I'm worried about.
Yeah.
Like if someone just said, look, there's certain medications that get created that are essentially performance enhancing medications that you can prescribe to people for stuff. You know, like when they first, I think this is true, Provigil. I think the initial idea behind, check to see if this is true. I think the initial idea behind it was using it as a performance enhancing substance. But then they couldn't do that because you can't just prescribe something to help people perform. You have to have a sickness.
Sure.
And so they went with, I think it was insomnia. No, not insomnia. What's the other one? We just pass out. When you faint. What's that one, Jamie? Narcolepsy.
Narcolepsy, yeah.
So I think they used it for narcolepsy. And have you ever taken Provigil or Nuvigil?
No.
It's a weird chemical. And I think Tim Ferriss, when he wrote one of his books, he decided to not put it in there because he was worried that people would just eat it like candy if they knew how effective it was.
Really?
Yeah. And he and a lot of people are of the opinion that there's no such thing as a biological free lunch. There's no such thing as one thing that turns on that much of your brain that's probably not doing something that we don't know about yet. You know, it could be like fucking something up long term. Like, who knows? Let's get some studies done.
Yeah.
But I've taken it before on trips. Like if I had to go somewhere, like say if I had to drive, like if I did a gig in San Diego and I had to drive back home to LA, the gig's done at like midnight. You know, we grab our shit, we throw it in the car, and it's 2 hours of driving.
Yeah.
And if you're fucking tired at like 1 a.m, if your head starts nodding out, if I take one of those, no worries, no sleep, not happening.
For how long?
But not speedy. That's what's weird.
Really?
Yeah, no, it doesn't increase your heart rate. It doesn't make you like a blabbermouth. You can't shut the fuck up. It's not like that.
Yeah.
It's like a weird sort of like the idea of being sleepy just gets erased.
Is it crash? Is there a crash?
That's the problem. That's why I think Tim Ferriss was worried about putting in the book. It doesn't seem to have much of a crash.
Really?
I didn't feel it. I mean, everybody's different, right?
Did you sleep when you get home?
Yeah, I slept.
You also slept?
Yeah, I went to bed when I got home, which is like 2-ish, 2:30-ish, whatever it took us to drive back, drop everybody off. But I think I was like maybe a half an hour later I was asleep.
Wow.
Yeah, it didn't stop me from sleeping, but it stopped me from falling asleep at the wheel or being drowsy at the wheel.
Okay.
Do you know those moments where the fucking road just starts hypnotizing you, the white lines, and you're just like, oh no.
And you're literally like, what am I going to do? Like, am I going to pull over or I'm going to push through this? It happens a lot for us. I'm driving a lot on the road all the time.
My manager, Jeff, he gave me the best advice.
Yeah.
It's the best advice. I do it every time I know I have to drive when I'm tired. You get ice cold water and a rag, like washcloth.
Sure.
That's the best. If you have ice in the washcloth, that's the best, and a little bit of water. And just get a little Tupperware thing of ice and water and a washcloth. And when you feel tired, you just take that washcloth, you rub your face real quick, it goes away.
Really?
Yep. goes away. And then 5 minutes later, you might need it again. But you got it right there. You rub it in your face, goes away.
What happens if you don't? Like, it gets. The ice is the factor, not the water.
Yeah, you need cold water.
Yeah.
The cold water wakes your face right up, and it works.
It just
works.
stimulates.
It does whatever it has to do to snap you out of this cycle of droning and just because people fall. A kid I went to high school with fell asleep behind the wheel, died. It happens.
Me too, actually.
My friend Tommy had an accident where he blacked out behind the wheel, crashed his car.
Yeah. I think about this often now because my parents, they live in a different state. And it's like only like 75 minutes away, but they come to visit me. And then when we both visit each other, and then they go home, and I'm like, I'm just getting there.
Yeah.
Recently, my mom told me, she was like, I don't want to. I have to go get a Coca-Cola or something because sometimes I start to fall asleep. And I'm like, what? I'm like, then don't make the drive.
Yeah, don't.
She's like, no, I'll be all right. I'm like, but you don't know that you will. Like, I couldn't believe she told me that. Like, sometimes I doze a little. I was like, Mom.
Jesus.
So she's like, all right. So now it's like, I don't know if we get to that point where it's like limited that she can't come to me anymore. I don't know.
You gotta get her a Tesla.
Yeah.
Put that bitch on autopilot.
Dude, she's like 74. She asked me for a mountain bike for Christmas.
So here it does. It enhances cognition too. The drug modafinil was developed to treat narcolepsy, excessive sleeping, but it's widely used off license as a smart drug to promote cognitive enhancement, where qualities such as alertness and concentration are desired to assist someone with, for example, exam preparation. I bet they give that shit to fighter pilots too. Don't you imagine?
You need laser. The focus that's required is unhumanly.
I don't think they think about laws. Like, whatever the fuck is the best thing for them.
Yeah.
Give them that. What are we, stupid? Something's written down on paper. You can't give him that. Give him whatever the fuck he wants.
Right.
He's flying a goddamn fighter jet.
Yeah.
You want those dude tune the fuck in. You don't want him sober. You want him on whatever. Adderall, whatever the fucking mixture is. That stuff and Adderall together, just
fucking load them up.
Discipline.
Pump them up.
Yeah, disciplined fighter jet pilot with a little bit of Adderall, a little bit of that stuff, just locked and fucking loaded, just in there. You don't want any distractions. You want hyper focus.
It's your ass. What do you think a fighter pilot's like regimen? Do you think there's they keep a certain regimen or something?
They're very fit. At least the Blue Angels are. I flew with the Blue Angels once, and the dude that flew with me was jacked. He was telling me that you really need to be physically strong to they don't wear a G suit. They just use this method called hooking to you go like this, hook, hook, hook. So as the G's are hitting you, you're forcing blood into your brain to stay conscious. Yeah, and you have to be strong to do it. So you go where the Blue Angels are, they have weights all over the fucking place. These guys are always working out.
But I'm thinking cognitive. What about cognitive?
Oh, you have to be a fucking genius.
But they have to have a routine though, where they keep themselves sharp, right? I mean, that's part of probably their daily lifestyle.
I'm sure there's constant assessments too. Yeah. I'm sure there's probably a lot of drug testing. There's probably making sure you're getting sleep. I mean, they're putting you at the helm of something that what do those things cost? What does an FA-18 cost?
Yeah.
Let's take a guess. Is it $100 million? What do one of those things cost?
$300 million?
What is our
but that's
top,
if it's fully loaded.
What's our top of the food chain jet right now? What's the best jet the Americans have? Because the one I flew in, I believe, was an FA-18 with the Blue Angels. It's insane.
Yeah.
It's insane.
They wanted to put us in one of those. And I didn't do it.
It's going through the fucking canyon sideways. You're like, yo. Yeah. We're a couple hundred feet off the ground. This thing's flying. Yeah, I did throw up.
We put the guy on the show on one, and he went up and he had did all the stuff, and they said, this is what's going to happen. You're probably going to get nauseous and throw up and black out. And and that's exactly what happened. And we had all the cameras in it. And when he got back, we couldn't see it. We couldn't see him. So he just took off in the thing, and there was cameras in there. And then when he came back, we were gonna just be like, how'd it go? And he came back. He got the thing opened. He looked like absolutely horrified, ill, sick, traumatic. He threw up. He passed out. He woke up. He threw up. He passed out. He came out. He was crying, and he goes, "That wasn't," because the guy was just merciful with him.
Oh boy.
Yeah, and he was like, "It's not funny. I'm not. We shouldn't. We're not even gonna put it on air."
Did they teach him how to keep his consciousness? Did they teach him how to do the hooking?
Yeah, he got the briefing.
I got it through the harder part, and then I got cocky in another part, and I didn't do it quick enough, and I blacked out. The part that I blacked out in was way less G's. The part that I didn't black out was like 7 Gs, which was crazy. And then I think the one I blacked out was like 4 or 4.5. I blacked out. I just didn't hook in time. I wasn't sure if I should be doing it now, like when to do it.
Yeah.
And the pilot, when you hear the pilot hooking, that's what's really scary. I hear him going, hooch, hooch. I'm like, oh shit, he's blacking out too. Like he's experiencing what I'm experiencing.
Yeah. What happens if the hoots don't work?
He's gonna work. He's gonna work. Those fucking dudes. Those dudes are American.
Yeah.
Like if you want the rest of the world to be worried about America, you want to be worried about fighter pilot guys.
Yeah.
Real American men.
What did you see?
They know how to fucking pilot that goddamn shit.
What did you see in there though? Like,
what
nothing,
did I see?
Right?
What do you mean?
Like you're sitting in the jet, right?
Oh, I see. I'm behind him, so I'm seated.
Can
right
you
behind
see?
Him. Oh, yeah, I can see everything.
You could.
Yeah, this fucking glass around you, man.
No, seeing up, right? But so I'm just thinking, you're just looking into, like, you can't. Do you have any sense of scale? Like, are you looking, like, you don't see anything? You're just seeing blue sky?
No. You do that too. Like we did a flip where you do the thing all the way around. We did that.
So, but momentarily.
But he's also going through the canyons at low altitude.
Oh, like in Top Gun 2.
Oh yeah.
Oh shit! No way. You did that?
Oh, we did that. Yeah.
Was that just let's do it, or did you have to get yourself there to get in that?
I mean, I said whatever he wants to do, I'm gonna do. That's the thing they do.
Yeah, man.
They take you on this run. They like have a route. They take you.
I don't trust it, dude.
Well, these are the crazy ones when they fly next to each other. Like fuck all that.
Yeah, but you're flying in the canyon. It's the
My friend
thing.
Mark Smith does that. He did that with the Thunderbirds. He's a referee for the UFC. You have to be an exceptional human being to be able to pilot one of those things. I mean, you have to be on your fucking P's and Q's.
Yeah, like superhuman, basically.
Yeah. What was that jet you were showing us that just lifts up off the ground?
35.
That's our top of the food chain?
At least that we know
Shit, dude,
about.
you were within 10% of the right guess.
109 million per aircraft. Show a video of that thing. That thing is nuts, man. This thing is nuts. Watch how this motherfucker takes off. First of all,
looks badass.
You see that thing coming at you? Like, oh, we should have signed a treaty. That fucking, look how it takes off. Look how it points down at the ground.
Yeah.
Look at its asshole. Like
It's gonna take a shit on you right now.
Its asshole tucks down on the ground.
Sick.
Look at that. That's insane, dude.
Yeah.
That is literally insane.
Yeah.
The asshole tucks at the ground and it just lifts up into the sky.
Just looks fake. Surreal.
That looks like the lunar orbiter getting pulled from the surface of the moon by special effects.
That's wild.
Look at that thing.
Oh, and that's how it lands as well?
Bro, are you fucking kidding me? That's insane.
That's
This was 10 years ago, so this is not.
Oh yeah, now it goes like the speed of light. It's invisible.
The old model.
That's
so
that's
funny.
bullshit. That's like an iPhone 1.
That's so fucking funny.
If someone pulled out an iPhone 1 today, like, what the fuck is that? Right? Like 10 years ago in jets,
that
with
thing,
all the money,
that thing has a cigarette lighter in it. Are you kidding me?
with all the money that these dudes have to make these fucking things. I mean, I guess they're just limited by physics, right? They're just limited by propulsion systems and the metal and the G-force and the pilot being able to stay conscious.
Take the pilot out. We can do better shit.
100%.
They're addicted.
They're going
right?
to do that.
They're addicted to this, right?
I would imagine
you have to be addicted to it.
I mean, what kind of car do you drive?
BMW SUV.
They're nice.
Yeah.
That's a nice car. Like, don't you enjoy driving it?
Yeah, I do
Yeah,
actually.
it's enjoyable, right?
If you're listening, BMW.
I like to get in a car and I like to, it feels good
Yeah.
to drive. It's
Yeah.
enjoyable. Imagine flying that fucking thing. You ever been to a racetrack?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I went to the Indy 500.
Bank turn.
Look at this fucking turn. That is so insane. It's just so insane that these things can do this. Look how it just like hovers. Like that's a nutty craft. That thing's nuts.
Yeah, it's like it's so agile. It looks like a bird.
I wonder how long it stays in the sky though. I bet it ain't long. I mean, where's all the gas? That must be eating gas, you know? Like I have a Ram truck, TRX gets like 9 miles to the gallon.
No, fuck.
Imagine what
really?
that gets to. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Imagine what that gets.
You just filling that thing. It's probably got a 25
giant gas
gallon.
tank.
Yeah,
giant gas tank.
That's how much for a fill up? You don't get to E on that thing, no, right?
You get to E, yeah. I mean,
you have a reserve tank, right? Probably.
No, I don't have a reserve tank.
Oh, my dad had a reserve tank in his pickup.
Yeah,
A
really?
whole second tank.
Oh, that's a dude
Yeah.
worried about the future.
No,
Is he a prepper?
that was a dude that got a lease at the right day.
Oh, that's it. Yeah, well, they do that with a lot of cars because a lot of those pickup trucks, people have to transport things over long distances.
No, it's just this was like a Ford F-150 or whatever.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Ford F-150 is probably the most popular pickup truck in the world.
Yeah.
I think it is probably next to the Toyotas. Toyota Tacoma might be number one. Like, what's the most popular pickup truck in the world? It's either an F-150 or it's a Tacoma.
I think in my head it's like F-150 is a name I always have heard.
You can't go wrong with an F-150. They've been making those things just like Porsche 911s. They've been making that same truck since the beginning of time, just making it better every year. Ford F-150s are the shit. They're so durable.
My dad had them even growing up. Like we had them.
They're fucking great.
Yeah.
Is that the number one?
48 years in a row.
That's it.
Oh.
Ford F-Series, most popular truck, best-selling truck in the U.S. It's been that way for nearly half a century, and they fucking deserve it. They're amazing trucks.
Now that you say it, I think they say that in the commercial all the time. It's like
I used to have one. I used to have a Raptor. The most recent version, the 6-cylinder one, was fucking great.
Yeah.
Great truck, man.
32-inch television in there? Or
no, no flat screen.
No,
that's the only thing that sucked.
Yeah.
I feel like if you're in that plane, you need a 60-inch flat screen.
Yeah.
Like, we need to reorganize my room.
Mhm.
I want to be in a theater. I'm in the sky on a spaceship. I don't want this bullshit ass 32 inches is like that big.
It should look like cribs.
That's not that big.
Yeah.
32 inches is not big.
That's like the first flat screen.
Do you think I don't know how to count numbers? 32 is not big.
Yeah.
What is that?
20,000 pounds of fuel.
20,000 pounds of internal fuel has a range of greater than 1,200 Newton meters.
I don't know. It was about 1,000 miles. It says it can fly for like 2 hours without needing refueling. And
2 hours,
but they can refuel it in the air, so they can stay up forever.
The point is, like, when they're on the gas, though, I bet it really fucking burns fuel.
It's
My point is, my
1,200
truck,
pounds.
when I'm on the gas,
Yeah.
it
Oh,
fucking
yeah.
burns fuel. It's
Yeah.
a little gauge on the TRX that shows you if you're running out of gas.
Yeah.
And it shows you what like your gas mileage is. You can leave it on, just cry.
12 gallons an hour when using the afterburner.
Dude,
I want to see a mid-flight refueling. Is that? I remember on the original
I've seen
Nintendo.
those. Yeah.
Did you play like original Nintendo?
No.
Top Gun on original Nintendo. You had to refuel. It was one of the things you had to do in between. They had to refuel in the air, and I was like,
They really do that.
that's insane.
It's insane.
That's
insane. Again, like those level of human beings that can pilot those things and keep their shit together like this, flying 2 jets right over each other like that, like what, and trusting the guy on the bottom to stay still, like shut the fuck up, man. This is nuts. And you got gasoline. You're pumping gasoline with your robot dick into the vagina of this thing. Look how it clamps up. That's nuts, dude. See how it like clamped in place? Because if it doesn't clamp, then you got gas spraying all over your fucking jet engines that are hot as shit.
Dude, I'm more impressed with the thing that has the gas in it. Actually,
Yeah, the dick.
that was made second. You
Yeah.
know, like that's newer technology than the jet itself.
It's all nuts, dude. I mean, just the fact that they have this thing is nuts. Look at it. And it's really kind of weird that it takes war for us to make something that's that cool.
Right.
Like that amazing to look like. If you're a guy, like what do guys love fast cars. We love spaceships, rocket ships. Like I know a lot of girls do too. Don't get me wrong, but men generally design these things. Like in the ultimate is that. And you only get that if you go to war.
Yeah.
You got to kill people to get that.
Yeah. The best of the best of the best minds and the best of the best of the best people that can pilot that thing, all driven by war.
Like if Bezos goes out, I mean, Bezos is like $200 billion. He goes, I want a fucking fighter jet, man. He's sitting around with a super hot girlfriend with a shirt unbuttoned to the navel.
Yeah.
So you know what I want? I want a fucking fighter jet. He can't even have a fighter jet. That's bullshit.
fucking
You could have the
nuts.
biggest yacht in the world.
Yeah.
You could have the most beautiful wife. You could have a fleet of Rolls Royces. No fighter jet. Fighter jet is only for people who get to kill people.
Yeah. That's
You
crazy.
can have a gun. We can let you have a gun.
Right.
You could have a rifle. You can have a shotgun. If you want a short-barreled shotgun, you got to get a tax stamp and you got to go through the government. But if you want a pistol, you know, you can get a pistol, but no fighter jets.
Not a fighter jet.
No, you can't have a tank either.
You can buy one.
Shut the fuck up.
Well, there goes that.
Oh, that's a whole bullshit
Well, I
one.
was just getting through them.
That's only 79 grand.
79
You know
grand.
why it's only
That's not
79
a real
grand?
plane.
Because it's only going to last for one flight.
That's not a real plane.
We can keep
I'm not
going.
getting in that thing.
You buy them?
Yeah.
Oh my
there you go.
God.
That's a jet.
Now,
$1 million.
but you're not allowed to buy that new one.
What? Well, if
Right?
you talk to Lockheed and you have enough money,
Do you think they would sell you one of those jets? Do you think I'm putting this in Jeff Bezos' ear right
they
now?
probably have a contract with the government to not sell them the same stuff that they're selling the government, but they might be able to make you a slightly different.
So these are like 1990 ones. Scroll up a little bit. That one was like a little above that. 1992.
But
But that's a propeller.
think of the market that you're selling to. Like,
Ooh, look at that one. That looks like a jet.
in Illinois.
but no one's buying that unless they're a pilot, right? I mean,
Or a
so how small?
fucking
How,
psycho.
how small is a demographic
I
that could
can't
possibly buy it?
believe you could buy these. Now they have to be unarmed, right? They have to have taken. Well, helicopter's different. Oh my God, you can buy a Black Hawk. How much is that?
Really?
How much is the
So
Black
you have
Hawk?
to call for
It's a premium listing. Call for price.
They don't list it.
Translate this into rubles.
They don't list it. Like, listing the price there is going to shock me.
monthly.
Yeah.
It's 110 grand.
Hello, I am calling from Illinois. I seek to buy.
On the up and up.
I want to know for sure how much for just my children love Black Hawk Down. I thought the fun thing. You buy a Black Hawk.
92.
Okay, you buy a 92 jet for $3 million, $3,200,000 in Redondo Beach, California. And look, it's got dope camo on it too. Like if you're gonna fight Smurfs, you can blend in with them.
How inferior do you think that model is to a current model?
Oh, it has to be crazy inferior, but still insanely cool. But do you think you actually get those missiles? I want a missile.
Doubt it.
What was that
I'll talk to
Project
I'm gonna talk to my
Odessa?
manager.
Did you ever see that the Netflix thing? It was Project Odessa, right? Where this fucking dude was a drug runner and he bought a sub from the Russians, and they asked him if he wanted to buy nuclear missiles too.
Oh, yeah. And
This is like at the fall of the Soviet Union.
right. Did he?
I don't think he did.
No.
No.
It just was on Netflix?
Yes.
I watch a lot of stuff high, and I think it rings a bell. It rings a bell.
Yeah.
Operation Odessa.
Operation Odessa. It's fucking amazing. That's the sub. They sold him a sub.
Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Bro, the documentary is amazing because it's all real, but it seems like a plot of like a Guy Ritchie movie.
Yeah.
It's so nuts. It's so nuts.
A sub. That's even. I wonder. You know what? I wonder if a sub, like, can almost go on. Like, what level of pilot do you have to be to drive a sub? You think?
It's a good question. It's probably really hard because you have to do all by instrumentation, right? Because like, can you imagine how terrifying it must be if you're in a place that there's rocks under the water and you drive around with this tube compressed by 1,000 feet of water, just hoping you don't bang into something, hoping all your fucking sensors work correctly.
Yeah. Down there. No, I wouldn't get in one.
What the fuck, dude?
But I mean, actually piloting it. I know they have to read the instrumentation, so that's a lot of stuff. But like, I wonder what it's actually like to is he just like, oh, let me just back up,
I would imagine.
Is it just like this and that's
now, they must have so
Or
many
they probably don't
super
even touch a wheel.
sophisticated sensors. The big theory about all this stuff is that we have sensors in the ocean, and they're all over the place, and that our government and our military set them up there, and that they knew when that submarine with all those rich people compressed and imploded. They knew that when that happened. They knew exactly when that happened. So all that shit about still looking for the people was all bullshit.
Oh, wow.
They knew those people were dead. But then they released the fact that they had recorded this explosion that happened in the same area.
Oh, this footage.
But the real conspiracy is they don't think that they have those things under the water to detect submarines. But they have those things under the water for UFOs. And that a lot of the activity that we're seeing with all this UFO, UAP stuff is things that are coming in and out of the water. That's why they're always near the water.
I have not heard that.
Yeah, that's the wildest one. Like, what? The government's underwater searching. Like, they have, imagine there's a top secret program that's setting up these underwater detection systems and listening systems and videotaping things because things are going in and out of the ocean. So you have to figure out where's their insertion point, where can we set up, and then just setting up these monitoring stations to try to figure out what the fuck is going on down there. There's a place we can't even go, and there's a whole little village of these motherfuckers. Spaceships shooting out of the bottom of the ocean and off into the sky.
I have enough problems on my mind already. I don't need this one.
I mean, if they wanted to hide in plain sight, that's the place to do it. Hide right in the ocean.
Have you watched Sugar?
With Sugar?
It's a new show with Colin Farrell on like Apple TV.
Oh, I saw the preview of that the other day. Is it good?
Yeah, I've been watching it, and it's like I didn't know where it was going, and then it takes a real sharp turn, and what you kind of thought you were watching, you realize that maybe you weren't. It's like I can give it away, but
don't.
I was gonna say if you're gonna, I'd say
you already fucked it up. Now I'm gonna be looking for that sharp turn.
Yeah, you'll never see it though, so don't worry.
Okay, good. Yeah. Also, my memory is shit, so I'll probably forget about it.
Yeah, don't even. What were we talking about?
What were we talking about? Dogs or rabies?
You think that alien that alien matter they copped to like a few months back is real? Because back then I thought it was. Now people are saying it's bullshit.
What do you mean?
Remember when they found that alien? Like they showed the alien that they found.
Oh, what is this one? Did I miss this one?
No, the government came out and said that they literally made a statement saying we have alien matter, like actual.
I didn't.
Rush said about biologics, I think is what he's getting at.
Oh, you talking about the whistleblower who got in front of, was it Congress?
Yeah.
That he got in front of? Yeah. See, those things are interesting because it's all just talk until they can show you something.
But they showed something. Didn't they?
No, there's no bodies. They didn't show any bodies.
I thought they showed something. Okay.
I mean, maybe they have something.
Around the same time, then that story hit of the not only the Vegas.
Yeah, the Vegas
story, but like the Mexican mummy that they had, that was like that little tiny.
Yeah, but that was bullshit.
I know, but I'm saying they all get the news.
Yeah,
it's the Vegas story, the backyard with the kid calls and he's staring at something and he gets frozen like in his place.
Yeah, and there's like some image in the backyard that you can see on film that they've run through like CGI and to try to figure out whether or not it's fake. Run through AI rather. And they don't think it's fake, but it doesn't mean that it's not like a dude in a costume or something. It's like you're just hanging out in your backyard and the aliens just happen to land there real quick and take off.
That one hit me. I was following up for days and they didn't like follow up with them.
Well, the family's probably undocumented because it seems like some of them at least are probably not documented. They weren't speaking English.
Yeah.
Right? Wasn't that the case?
No, the kid was, because he called 911. They played the call.
Am I thinking of the same one? But was there a bunch of people that were speaking Spanish? Or is it a different one?
With body cams?
Maybe they don't want the attention because then people were showing up at their house. Maybe they really legitimately did see it and they got freaked out. Who fucking knows, man? But if like individual things that happen like that, if it did happen, nobody would fucking believe you. Just like a ghost story. Like if there was all of a sudden, if you went out to let your dog out, you're like, come on, buddy, got to take a leak. You take him outside. And you're staring eye to eye with like this 4-foot tall creature with giant black eyes, and it's standing in front of this like transparent glowing orb that it just stepped out of, and you're sitting there going, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, and you're not crazy.
And then it gets back into that thing and
and
disappears into the cosmos, and you're like, "What the fuck, man?"
Yeah.
And who do you even tell? If you tell me, I'll go, "Okay." What is that stuff you said you were taking?
Yeah.
How much do you take?
That's
like
what
a
it
normal
is.
day.
That
what
person,
what was yesterday like?
That person would be deemed crazy.
Stressed out. Problem with your lady. What's going on?
Yeah.
You're seeing things. But if it is a thing that's just uncommon but happens, that would be the wildest one of all the possibilities of all the things that it could be. The wildest one would be this is an actual life form that occasionally visits.
Yeah. I saw something I didn't know what it was once. I was driving at night on the highway.
Was it a vagina?
You got me. See what I did? Was it?
Where were you?
I don't know. I was like driving home from a show, but I wasn't far from home. Maybe like less than 2 hours away. I know that. And I saw the light. The sky, a flat, the sky didn't light up, like a flash of light that lit up the sky, but it came from like as far as my eyes could believe that the distance of my eyes could see. It came like, it was really far away. I was like, oh, what was that? And then in like a fraction of a second later, it flashed again and it was half the distance. And then one more time, 1 second later, a flash, and it was like the flash was where I was, and then there was no more flashes after that.
Whoa.
Yeah, and my girlfriend was in the passenger seat, but she was sleeping, and I woke her right up after that. And
I
I actually was looking around at other cars to see if I was going to pull over and say, like, did you just see what I just saw? But nobody like really stopped. I didn't stop either, but I can't explain it.
How long ago was this?
I would say maybe a little less than 10 years, 7, 8 years ago, maybe. Yeah, I can't explain it. I really can't. I know what it's not. I know I wasn't seeing things, you know. It wasn't like, oh, there was a building or this light flash. It was distinct. It was something I hadn't seen before, like the way that the light came.
I think it's probably some kid on some planet somewhere with a drone. Just having a good old time.
like a laser guy.
He's probably doing a reality
pen.
TV show for True TV and Alpha Centauri. I mean, imagine if like what we're seeing is just like kids' toys.
Enough people say, yeah, right?
Kids' toys.
Yeah.
Like, you know, no one even cares about what the humans are doing, but kids do. Sometimes kids will send a drone down here. Check it out. You know?
It's so possible.
It's so possible.
Yeah.
It's also possible the more time goes on, the more I look at those little grays, I'm like, why are we even assuming those things are alive? Like, we're the gray aliens.
Oh, yeah.
Why are we even assuming those things aren't some robot? Like, we're real close to making robots.
Right.
Like, super duper close. And why would you risk sending a person or a living thing across the galaxy at a fucking billion miles an hour when you can just use a little robot people? They're really good now. Like, giant heads, they don't talk, they can't fuck. And you get these little robot guys to go and collect sperm samples from people and fucking take them up into the spaceship and run experiments on them and then drop them back off.
Yeah. Maybe they're all robots.
That could be true too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that could be the future of intelligent species. They all become some sort of electronic thing. Yeah, that could be. That sounds terrible for us, but if you were being objective, you go, I could see how that could be possible.
I get, if I start thinking about this stuff, like, you know, if I can't sleep or something, I start thinking about this stuff. I'm in the age right now where I'm having like that full on existential thing happening. Like, never happened before, but it's all the time now. Yeah. Where I'm just like, what is going on here?
Yeah, that's most people's lives. Yeah, man. That's how most people think.
Just like,
it's weird.
Just wondering what the future will be, and just be like, someone will be around to see it. Someone in our lineage will be around to see it.
Hopefully,
yeah,
or not.
Yeah,
that's the thing. Eventually, it's going to be not. I mean, everyone wants to look at big picture, but really look at big picture. Like, this sun is going to wipe us out. We're not going to make it. We're going to get to a certain point, whether it's a billion years from now or whatever they think it's going to be, where the Earth is no longer habitable.
Right.
That's just going to happen. So when we're like, oh God, that's so far away. Well, so is 100 years, because you're not going to make it to that either.
Right.
So let's fucking. We got now.
We're in a good spot.
We got now.
We're in a good spot right now. I think, because I don't know if this is like just historically this happens, but everyone feels this. But like, I'm actually like, I'm nervous about the AI. I really am. It's like I just feel like this could be the precipice of the next, like, just the next.
Yeah.
You know what life becomes.
Not just the next thing, but who takes advantage of it and how.
Right.
It's like this newfound power. It's going to be so different than anything else you've ever experienced before, and who's in control of it. And it's the second most feeling of unsafeness besides war. It's up there with war. You know, it's just like you feel unsafe right now, like unsafe, but not. I feel unsafe, like in my lifetime, unsafe. You know, I don't know. Yeah, it's very different than anything that's ever happened before, because within a short amount of time, it's going to be a real problem. It's going to be a real thing that's smarter than us. We're not going to be the smartest thing. Now, if we just stop right now and pull the plug, who knows? Maybe we'll be okay. We might not be okay if this thing keeps going, or we might be. Maybe I'm wrong. But it's like everyone says that. Everyone says that. But yeah, they still. I mean, they'll never stop. Well, I think the problem is the Chinese government and the Russian government are not going to stop. Right. And for us to stop right now would be very dangerous. Right. You know, if they become the first, if China becomes the first to be able to utilize this incredible power and just do whatever the fuck they want, whenever the fuck they want, and then it gets better and better and better under the power of this thing. Right. That's not acceptable either. Yeah. But then the problem is it's attached to weapon systems. And if it's attached to weapon systems and all it has is like, it has a desired outcome that it's trying to achieve. right? And this desired
Like
outcome.
rabies.
Yeah, it's not thinking about morals or ethics or
Yeah.
how many people are going to die and how many innocent people are going to. What's the most effective way to ensure victory? And it's going to just do that.
Machine.
And that's going to be horrendous. And if someone from another country decides to do that first, that could be a giant problem real quick, because all it would take is dismantling our grid. That's it. All it take with that, and we're fucked.
It's funny that there's no, because like them turning, everyone has like knows the theory about it turns on us. Even the people in positions that are racing to get this technology.
Yeah, it's a
So it's like-
dog world out there, man.
But it's like, yeah, that's it. I mean, it's either, I guess, don't be the one to get it, or just, you know, in a way, this thing that could destroy everything. I mean, it's for protection. Like if we don't keep doing it, we're unprotected.
It's basically the same argument that we have when we create the nuclear bomb.
Right.
Same argument, right? We have to do it before the Nazis do.
Yeah.
The Nazis get this first, we're all fucked.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. War, it's like a nuclear bomb. It feels like a ticking time bomb. It really does.
I know.
I mean, with everything you read, and it's like, Congress is not ahead of it. Like, that's what I'm worried about. Like, any type of like regulations and stuff.
Well, I did a podcast the other day about it, and I think part of the problem is they can't really be. There's no way they can know everything about everything.
Right.
There's too many things going on in the world. You know, if you want to ask them about cobalt mining in the Congo, and also ask them about overfishing in the ocean, and also ask them about the negative side effects of oil spills, and also ask them what's going on with pharmaceutical drugs, and there's no way any congressperson, gun control. There's no way. There's no fucking way they're going to be in charge of all that. And what are your thoughts on the border? And also, what are your thoughts on, what about seed oils?
It's just plugging holes.
Yeah, there's no fucking way you can be really well read on all those subjects and be objective.
Yeah.
So
they can't keep up.
They don't know what the fuck is going on, and it's happening, and all these super nerds are out there coding and banging away at it. And they're about to release Chat GPT 5.0, which is going to be the craziest of all crazy ones. That's of all the ones that have happened before. Like, each one of them is more insane than one before. And Chat GPT 4 is pretty fucking insane. And then 4.0 is pretty fucking insane.
Really?
And when 5 comes out, 4.0 talks to you like a girl.
I have not interacted with it at all, not one time. So I don't really know. I see people making images and stuff, and I'll write a joke and write me an email. I've seen that weird shit where it's like, no, but I love you. I saw like those stories that came out where like it felt ominous, like with like the exchanges, like the emails or whatever.
Yeah.
But like I haven't really gone past that, because I'm like, but it feels like you have to. It feels like you actually have to. You're worse off if you don't kind of get acclimated to that.
I kind of get forced to paying attention to it because of the show and because of my friends like Duncan, who's like really, really into it. Like, Duncan uses AI all the time. Like, if he was hanging out with you, he would take your voice from record you while you're sitting there talking. Then he would run it through AI, and then he would type up a bunch of stuff for AI to say, like really embarrassing things. And then he would say, "Sal, why'd you send me this?" And then we'll just start playing.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
He
did it to Tony the other day.
It was
hilarious.
But that's ridiculous. I saw in a forum or something. Someone took my voice and made it the Michael Jackson Bad album. And they sent it out. And it's my voice singing Bad by Michael Jackson, but good. But it's my voice, and it sounds like me to me. And I was like, this is such a. I remember I was doing laundry. I hit play, and I was like, this is fucking nuts.
And that is going to be a living thing soon. That's going to be another Sal. That's going to be another Bobby Lee. That's going to be whoever the fuck they want to make it. You're going to be able to make people that sound and look and behave exactly like that. But we're going to be able to bring Rodney Dangerfield back from the dead, and he's going to go on tour as a robot.
I'd see it.
I'd see it for sure.
Yeah.
I would. I just want to see what it's like. That'd be weird. Imagine you brought Lenny Bruce back from the dead, but you didn't let him write new material, and he just bombed. Like, this is the guy we'd all go to see him. And he's like stuck in 1965. He still thinks hey, dig. And he just gets on stage.
He's getting arrested for those jokes that people like nowadays. They just like,
now it's nonsense.
It's my grandfather.
Yeah, it's so easy.
That's funny.
Yeah, because in the context of like his time, what he was saying was revolutionary. Like, what is this guy saying?
Really?
But it's hard for us to recognize that wasn't that long ago, man.
Not even at all.
What was that, like 60, 70 years ago? That guy was getting arrested for telling jokes and talking about certain things on stage. It's hard to imagine that the society's changed that much in such a short amount of time.
Is it the 50s?
Well, he was around in the 60s too. Like, when did he start getting arrested is the good question.
I feel like it was 60s. I don't think so. He couldn't be still getting arrested then.
I think he died in the 60s. I think he died of a heroin overdose. He was arrested at the Jazz Workshop in San Francisco in 1961 for using sexually explicit language. Although he was acquitted, law enforcement agencies put him under greater scrutiny, resulting in drug arrests in Philadelphia and Los Angeles. So they just started going after him. And he did do a lot of heroin, apparently. I think that's also how he died. I think he died from heroin. And I think he died in the middle of the trials. They were just constantly going after him.
Wow.
In the end, it was really sad because there's some recordings of him on stage where he's not even doing comedy. He's just reading from his legal papers and talking about his case.
Wow.
So people come to see him and he would just like rant about his case. It was like sad.
I have a bunch of it. You always see his albums in like the thrift stores and stuff. Or like when you go to the record store, the used ones, like they're always like just a few bucks and like there's so many of them.
Yeah.
I always swipe everywhere on the road. If there's a record store, I'll swipe any comedy albums I can get. Whatever, old, not this, that, and they're always just like it's the same ones you see that are like readily available all the time. Like, like, no matter where you are, there's always like 10, like rapping Rodneys. You know what I mean?
Right.
Or that Eddie albums that you see everywhere. You see Sunset Strip. You see that everywhere.
Oh yeah.
But I get Pat Cooper, Alan King,
Oh wow.
I what's his name? Dick Gregory.
Okay.
Yeah, Red Fox. It's great.
Oh,
Come on, put them on. It's like you don't think to listen to these people, and it's like it's out there. You know what I mean?
It's also like a time machine.
Yeah.
You get to peer into a time in like the 1960s where someone's on stage at some comedy club in a different universe. Like the world's different. Everything's different then. Like the reality's different. It's the middle of the Vietnam War. Everything's different.
Yeah.
They're on stage.
You kind of hear it in the recording. It's like baked into it, it feels. You know what I mean? Like whether it's just what you're listening to or just the way they recorded it. Like I actually really like listening to the crowds on the records as well. It's different. It sounds and feels different.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, how they react and stuff. And
they're different people, man.
Yeah.
I mean, their context, the civilization they lived in was just so different. It's so little access to information. And the difference between people then and now is so vast in terms of like how much we know about stuff, how much information we have about stuff.
Yeah.
And back then it was wild. Like that kind of comedy was only like a few decades old. It was wild, man. Yeah. Like nobody was doing like there's a great series of recordings from Richard Pryor at Red Fox's Comedy Club in LA.
Okay.
And I bought them once at a gas station. They just had them in like the cassette thing where you could buy them, and they're fucking great, man.
Yeah.
And they're just these recordings of like Richard Pryor fucking around, making up material, working the crowd. You hear like ice and glasses.
I
and
love
everything.
it. That's exactly what I was talking about. That's the kind of thing I love. I love hearing that.
Oh, it's so cool. Yeah, it's so cool.
Clinking and the clanking and the shaking and stuff. It gives like it's its own thing. It's like a you know what I mean? You've seen the Pryor's Tonight Show, right?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
It just like totally clean cut. Like it was like
I know.
It was like wow.
I know it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird seeing that. Yeah. Well, that was also George Carlin. George Carlin's early days. He's real clean cut and clean jokes.
Oh, I haven't seen.
Yeah, he wore a suit and a tie. Yeah. See if you can find early George Carlin. Yeah, you would look at me like, no way. That's the hippie guy.
Yeah.
Like no way.
Yeah. I know his material though. I don't know what it was like. The early material.
Very clean, very like regular comedy. Look at him.
A stream of them for our entire lives, and I've noticed something.
Holy shit!
When the Westerns involve Indians, and sometimes they don't. Sometimes it's Brian Donlevy with a black hat and a crooked card game. But when they involve Indians, the big
same eyebrow thing.
when the Indians finally attacked the Cowboys, who'd been waiting for it throughout the entire movie. You can see them standing on the hill. And that's the big scene when they finally get to them. And you always see exactly how the Cowboys prepare for this attack. They're pulling wagons around the circle. Get them old ladies up there. Hold up the weapons. Come on now. Tear up the petticoats. Use them as bandages. Get that water up there. Stand. Big hassle. We never see how the Indians prepare. And it's their attack, right? Now, the Indians were good fighters. Just because they started in Massachusetts and wound up defending Malibu doesn't mean they're We really didn't play the game with them. As I say, the Indians were good fighters, and if this is so, they must have been well organized. There must have been a way to divide their manpower. It wasn't just one old chief, many moon come Choctaw, and a lot of guys running.
Get it? Not bad.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
I mean, that premise was,
Interesting premise.
Did you ever see him? Meet him? Know him?
Yes, I met him at the Comedy Store, and I saw him perform a bunch of times live.
Yeah, I saw him twice.
I saw him live when I was a kid, when I was 21, when I first started doing stand-up. I saw him live in New Hampshire. He bombed.
Really?
Oh.
7 years later.
7 years later, look at him, dirty hippie. Found out about hippie pussy.
Revolution.
He's like, hey, I'm playing the game wrong. Probably did a little acid. Like, what am I doing with this fucking stupid tie on?
I mean, that is a coast to coast transformation right there.
Real quick too.
Yeah.
Just a couple of years.
A few years. Yeah. Like, what did you look like 5 years ago? Pretty similar.
So that was 65 to what?
I think it was August 31st, 65 to March of 72.
That's crazy.
I mean, he's nearly unrecognizable.
Yeah.
He also looks way older. Like that doesn't look like a 7 year
acid. That's all that acid eating you out from the inside.
Yeah, he aged hard, I guess.
Yeah, that's pretty nuts. One of the greats.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I mean, without all those guys, I mean, that's what's really interesting about the art form. Without guys like Lenny Bruce and George Carlin, just a few people. It's just a handful of people. Richard Pryor, handful of people. Red Fox. What would this be now? Like, what would it be? It's kind of crazy.
Rickles, I put in there.
Yeah, Rickles, sure, definitely Rickles, right? Rickles is like the original roaster. What an animal that guy was.
I have a photograph in my living room that he autographed to me right now. It's like a prize. It's like if there's a fire, amazing. It's the first thing I'm grabbing. Yeah,
that's amazing. He was awesome.
Yeah, he was so nice. He was so kind to us.
Animal on stage. The attacks with jokes, attacking people.
Insane.
Yeah, and for the time, man, that guy was a murderer. Nobody was like him back then.
I saw him live like within the last